Chapter 641 Breakthrough. The Saint's Little Fist. A small house in the bamboo forest. Snowflakes fluttered and leaves fell. At this time, two female figures were moving in the open space in front of the house, fighting fiercely. The sword energy was crisscrossed, and the sword shadows were heavy. The snow and bamboo leaves on the ground were flying everywhere under the fight between the two. The falling snowflakes were also swirling, flying around the two people. One person was wearing a black suit, with silver hair tied into a ponytail. Tall figure, long legs, holding a big knife in his hand. His eyes were firm and calm, and his moves were fierce and sharp. One person was wearing a snow-white dress, wearing a gauze on his face, with a slender and graceful figure. Black hair draped behind him like a waterfall, holding an ordinary chi-feng sword in his hand. His eyes were clear and calm, and his moves were light and swift. The two people, one sword and one knife, went back and forth in the wind and snow, as if they were evenly matched. But the girl in the white dress obviously had some strength left. Even when facing the opponent's fierce moves, she could handle them easily. A few more moves. The girl in the white dress pushed away the big knife with a sword and couldn't help but say, "Just now I saw you use your palm to strike the knife. Why don't you use it?" However, the opponent ignored her and continued to slash at her fiercely with the big knife in his hand. The figure of the girl in the white dress flashed, passed through the knife shadow, appeared on her side, stabbed her throat with a sword, and stopped accurately at her neck. Just as she was about to speak, a scorching air wave suddenly came from behind. The girl in the white dress had a move in her heart. Before she turned around, she stabbed with a sword in her backhand. The tip of the sword made a hum sound, and a sword light shone. Bang! The fist came fiercely, and instantly shattered the sword light, and hit her sword tip heavily. Golden light flashed. The sword suddenly bent, and then broke with a click. The fist, with its remaining force, immediately hit her chest as she turned around. Still fierce, the girl in the white dress narrowed her eyes. Neither retreated nor dodged, but also clenched her fist and punched her. The golden fist and the white fist collided heavily with a bang. A deafening explosion sounded. The air wave exploded, and the snowflakes and fallen leaves around were instantly blown away. Both of them were shocked. The owner of the golden fist took a few steps back, then stomped on the ground, and slid back a few meters on the snow before stopping. The girl in the white dress stood there, motionless. The two looked at each other. There was silence for a few breaths in the field. Sister Dao was about to speak, and Ling Hu Qingzhu's voice suddenly came from the bamboo forest. "Dao Ling, you step back. Let your senior brother spar with her." Dao Ling was slightly startled when he heard the words, and did not speak again. He put away the knife and stepped back. Luo Qingzhou clenched his fists and looked at the veiled girl in front of him. The energy in the acupoints in his body surged out and rushed to his arms. Wow! Golden light flashed on his fists, and a layer of golden gloves appeared. The girl in the white dress stood in the snow and looked at him calmly. Neither of them spoke. Their figures flashed, and their fists collided heavily again. This time, Luo Qingzhou's body shook and was directly knocked out by a huge force. He landed in a bamboo forest dozens of meters away. His body bounced on the green bamboo, and his figure flashed again and rushed up. Boom! 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 He threw hundreds of fist shadows in a row, densely packed, instantly covering the girl in white dress. But the eyes of the girl in white dress were still as calm as before. The snow-white figure flashed lightly in the huge and fierce fists, coming and going freely, and the two fists also turned into dense fist shadows, surrounding the body. Bang! 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 Hundreds of fists hit together like thunder, bursting out with a deafening sound. At the same time, the airwaves spread out like a torrent. The green bamboos around were bent by the impact, and some were directly broken with a crack. At the same time, Sister Dao's hut not far away was directly blown away. Sister Dao hurriedly rushed behind Ling Hu Qingzhu. Su Feng and Su Yu also stood behind Ling Hu Qingzhu, watching the battle with shock on their faces. In front of Ling Hu Qingzhu, a thin green light shield appeared, protecting the four people behind. The air wave rushed fiercely, and the light shield just rippled lightly like a breeze blowing on the lake. The two did not have any tricks, and they fought each other with fierce punches. The girl in the white dress looked slender and thin, and her fists were small and light, but she was not at all inferior to Luo Qingzhou's fierce Vajra fist. Instead, Luo Qingzhou would be shocked and retreated every time he punched her. Seeing this scene, Sister Dao couldn't help asking, "Master, who is that woman? She is so powerful." Linghu Qingju watched the fight between the two and did not answer. Su Yu, who was on the side, whispered, Junior Sister Dao. That person is Liuli, the saint of Xianin Pavilion. This time she came to marry our Lingxiao sect. And the person she married is. At this point, she glanced at her master and saw that he did not stop her. Then lowered her voice and said, It is Junior Brother Chu. As soon as these words came out, Sister Dao was stunned. She looked back at the battle in the field, at the snow-white figure, and after a moment's pause, she asked in a low voice, Sister, does Chu Feiyong know? Su Yu whispered, Junior Brother Chu doesn't seem to know who she is. Master seems to want them to fight on purpose. Sister Dao was full of doubts, but she didn't dare to say anything more. At this time, the battle in the field not only showed no signs of stopping, but became more and more intense. Luo Qingzhou's punches were getting faster and more fierce. He seemed to have inexhaustible power, and his punches were fierce and explosive. Every time he was beaten back, he immediately rushed up again. And the girl in the white dress was obviously much stronger than him, and she could easily deal with every move. The fight between the two naturally caused a lot of noise. At some point, Fairy Zixia and Luo Shang, the owner of Xianin Pavilion, also came here together. Linghu Qingju glanced at the two and ordered Su Feng behind him, Go and close the entrance. And don't let anyone else come up. Su Feng agreed and left immediately. Fairy Zixia and Luo Shang looked at the fierce fight between the two, and neither seemed too surprised. Luo Shang smiled and asked, Qingju, why did you suddenly start fighting? Linghu Qingju looked at the two figures fighting with fists, and said expressionlessly, I don't know. Luo Shang looked at Fairy Zixia next to her and asked, Zixia, is that boy your disciple? Fairy Zixia nodded slightly. Luo Shang looked at the fierce young man in the field again and smiled. His strength seems okay, but his cultivation is a bit low, and he looks a bit shabby. Linghu Qingju glanced at her and said nothing. Luo Shang looked at her for a while, shook his head, and said, Zixia, at first you refused. I was indignant and wanted to fight for it again. Now that I see your disciple let's forget about this marriage. Even if I agree, I guess other elders in the sect will not agree, and our ancestor will not agree. Of course, if Liuli knew it was him, I guess she would not agree. Fairy Zixia still kept a smile on her face and said, Forget it. Listen to Aunt Luo. Luo Shang raised her eyebrows and said, How did you choose him? Fairy Zixia said, I fell in love with him at first sight. Luo. Aunt. Is there a problem? Luo Shang smiled and said, No problem. This is your Lingxiao sect's family affair. What problem can I have? However, I still have to say that you are the leader of the Lingxiao sect. And your only disciple is not only your disciple, but also the face of your Lingxiao sect, and will even compete for the position of leader of your Lingxiao sect in the future. So, Zixia, you should be cautious. Fairy Zixia smiled and said, I will be cautious next time. As for this time, there is no way. It doesn't matter if you are ugly or stupid. Just be obedient. Luo Shang shrugged, said nothing more, and continued to look at the field. Every punch of Luo Qingzhou and the girl in white skirt collided violently. Not only did he consume the energy in his body very quickly, but the internal force in the danhai of the girl in white skirt was also consumed rapidly. The two fought for half an hour and still did not stop. The girl in white skirt wanted to stop and talk, or use other moves. After all, it was a competition, and there was no need to fight so hard. But Luo Qingzhou did not give her any chance. As soon as she was about to stop, Luo Qingzhou's fist hit her fiercely, either hitting her face or her chest, and she could only attack passively. Another half hour later, the surroundings were already in a mess. The hut had long disappeared, and most of the bamboo forests around it had collapsed. Sweat began to appear on the forehead of the girl in the white dress, and the snow-white dress on her body was also slightly soaked with sweat. At the same time, her heartbeat accelerated, her breathing and her nose also became faster, and two hot red spots began to appear on her cheeks covered by the veil. Although she had a high level of cultivation, she could not withstand a continuous high-intensity battle for an hour. Almost every punch and every move of the opponent was extremely fierce and merciless. Although she was able to take it with ease, it would also consume a lot of internal strength and physical strength. At this time, most of the internal strength in her danhai had been consumed, but the opponent still seemed to have no signs of stopping. She no longer gave in. When the opponent punched again, she punched with all her strength. Bang! There was a loud bang. Luo Qingzhou was directly knocked out and fell awkwardly on the snow dozens of meters away. He slid back a distance before stopping. The girl in the white dress then put away her fist and said, "Brother, today's sparring ends here." Bang! Before she could finish, the young man on the ground suddenly pounced on her again and threw out a huge golden fist light. The golden fist light instantly flew out from the fist and shot in front of her, carrying a terrifying momentum. The girl in the white dress shrank her pupils, but she still did not avoid or give way, and punched him. There was a deafening explosion. The golden fist light suddenly exploded in front of her, and the huge air wave lifted her long hair and white skirt, and almost lifted the veil on her face. Boom! 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 At this moment, the boy continued to hit more golden fists. The girl in the white dress frowned slightly, with a trace of anger in her eyes. Her figure flashed, passing through those fierce fists, and appeared directly in front of him, and then suddenly punched him in the chest. Luo Qingzhou had no way to avoid it, and his fists were placed in front of his chest to resist. Bang! The girl's snow-white fist hit his wrists heavily, and knocked him out again. Luo Qingzhou fell into the snow again in a mess, and then his blood surged. His throat felt sweet, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. Sister Dao, who was not far away, was startled. The girl in the white dress stopped where she was, put away her fist, and said, "This senior brother, you are indeed powerful, and your internal strength seems to be different from ordinary people. But after all, you are only at the early stage of the great martial artist. If you continue to fight, it will not be." Bang! Before she finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou suddenly punched her again. The girl in the white dress stopped talking and punched her. Bang! 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 Luo Qingzhou punched hundreds of times in just a few seconds this time. At this moment, all the energy in his acupoints burst out and rushed to his fists like a tide. Although his whole body was shocked by the girl, he felt particularly comfortable. And the more he fought, the more comfortable he felt. The girl in the white dress did not dare to be careless and immediately punched her. The fists of the two men collided violently and rapidly in the open snow, with a continuous rumbling sound. Another half-hour passed. The girl in white was sweating all over. Her hair on her temples was soaked, and her breath became more rapid, and the internal force in her body was almost exhausted. But the opponent's attack was still fierce. At this moment, her eyes looking at the boy opposite suddenly became solemn, because the opponent's internal force had exploded for such a long time. It still seemed that there was still a lot, as if it was endless. Luo Shang, who was outside the field, also became slightly solemn, and immediately said, "Disciple, don't be polite to him anymore. Use all your strength." Zixia on the side smiled slightly, but did not speak. The girl in white had a flash of light. Her dress fluttered, and then she punched out, and a sunset glow appeared on her fist, and the fist light burst out, as if the sunset dyed the clouds red and illuminated everyone's pupils. Boom! Luo Qingzhou was knocked out again and fell heavily into the collapsed bamboo forest in the distance. This time, he failed to get up immediately. The girl in the white dress put away her fists. The veil on her face was soaked with sweat. Her full chest was slightly heaving. She was panting rapidly in her nose. She was obviously very tired. She put away her fists, stabilized her breath, looked at the young man on the ground and said, "Brother, you?" Swoosh! Before she could finish, Luo Qingzhou, who was lying on the ground, jumped up again, with a trace of blood on the corner of his mouth. His figure flashed, and he had already rushed in front of her. Boom! This punch. Golden light burst out, and the power suddenly became much greater. Even Luo Shang, who was outside the field, was shocked. The white-dressed girl's face changed slightly, and the internal force in the Danhai immediately flowed into her arm. Then she punched out, and a dazzling fist light suddenly bloomed on her fist. Boom! The two fists collided heavily again. The golden fist light and the red fist light exploded instantly, setting off an even more terrifying air wave. This time, the white-dressed girl was shocked, and her feet under the skirt could not help but swoosh swoosh and retreated a few steps. Luo Qingzhou also shook his body and slid backward. He kicked the green bamboo behind him, and the green bamboo, which was only half left, immediately bent backward and fell to the ground. Swoosh! Who knew that Luo Qingzhou did not stop and rushed up again. Bang! The two fists collided fiercely again. The girl in the white dress was beaten back again. Luo Qingzhou flew backwards, spitting out a mouthful of blood in the air, and then turned his body and landed steadily on the ground. This time, he stopped where he was, and did not rush forward immediately. Luo Shang frowned slightly outside the field. And suddenly a sneer appeared on her face. She actually advanced. Are you deliberately using my disciple to sprint? Very Zixia on the side. Belatedly realized with a look of surprise on her face. And said, she advanced? Hey. What a coincidence. Luo Shang glanced at her. The corner of his mouth twitched fiercely. And then immediately frowned and shouted to the field, Disciple, don't show mercy. You are here on behalf of my Xianyan pavilion this time. Don't be polite to him. Beat him down. At this moment, the girl in the white dress was already covered in sweat and panting. The internal force in the Danhai had been almost consumed. Although the recovery speed was fast, it was consumed even faster. The opponent did not give her any time to recover. But at this moment, the opponent finally gave her time. The girl in the white dress quickly recovered her internal strength while looking at the boy in front of her, panting and saying, You what's your name? Luo Qingzhou's clothes were already soaked. His muscles were sore, and his face was hit by several punches, which caused waves of pain. But his body felt very comfortable. He just finally broke through the membrane with one go and advanced. However, something seemed wrong. There was still a ball of fire burning in the Danhai, and the energy in each acupoint seemed to be recovering rapidly. After consuming for a long time, not only did it not go out, but it became more and more. After just a pause, his body began to feel hot, and the energy in his body began to become irritable and restless. Continue. Bang! Luo Qingzhou punched again. The girl in the white dress was really angry this time. But at this moment, her energy in her body had been emptied, and her physical strength was exhausted. She had no choice but to punch again and meet it. The white little fist and the golden big fist collided heavily again. The two of them were shocked and retreated several meters together. Seeing that he was about to rush over again, the girl in the white dress took out a green sword with a swish sound, and decided to use the sword to delay some time, so that she could recover some physical strength and internal energy. Of course, Luo Qingzhou did not allow her to use the sword. Seeing this, he immediately took out his black wooden stick with a swish sound and swung it up. The girl in white dress was not on guard and relied on the sharpness of the sword in her hand to cut it off with one sword. Ka! The wooden stick and the sword collided with each other, and the sword broke instantly. The girl in white dress was stunned for a moment, and immediately stepped back a few steps and took out another sword. Ka! Unexpectedly, after a few moves, the second sword in her hand was broken again, together with the sword that was broken by Linghu Qingzhou before. All three swords on her body were broken. While she was stunned, Linghu Qingzhou waved his sleeves, and a green sword flew over, saying, Use mine. The girl in white dress caught it, and immediately displayed her light sword skills, no longer fighting head-on, with the wooden stick in his hand. But what shocked her was that the boy seemed to be able to see her sword moves instantly even though he was using a stick. No matter how fast she was, or how complicated her sword moves were, he seemed to be able to determine her sword position at a glance. Crack! After dozens of moves, the sword in his hand was broken again. Suyu outside the field hurriedly said, Master, Junior brother Chu broke your sword, and your sword cost a lot of money to refine. Linghu Qingzhou's mouth curled up slightly, and he said expressionlessly, It doesn't matter. I will make him pay for it. At this time, Luo Qingzhou was like a god of war, with surging power in his body, excited, urging him to fight. And he couldn't stop at all. He knew it was his uncle's sword, but he couldn't stop. Seeing that the girl had no sword, he immediately put away the wooden stick in his hand, and used the Vajra fist again, hitting her. Bang! 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 The girl in the white dress punched him several times in a row, and when she punched the last one, she was finally exhausted. Her body was unstable, and she fell backwards, sliding on the snow for a distance before stopping. Seeing this, Luo Shang, who was outside the field, did not speak, nor did she ask them to stop. Instead, she stared at the young man in the field with a look of suspicion on her face, and murmured in a low voice, No, could it be that this young man is going to? At this time, Fairy Zixia, who was standing aside, also showed a trace of doubt on her face. According to her inference, even if the 9 transformation spirit pill was powerful, it should have ended at this time, and it was impossible to give him so much energy. But at this moment, the young man still looked energetic and full of energy, as if he had endless strength all over his body. No, it's indeed a little wrong. She was puzzled. Then she looked aside and asked, Qingzhou, Do you know what's going on? Ling Hu Qingju shook his head. Fairy Zixia didn't think about it anymore. Her frown gradually relaxed, and a smile appeared on her face. She looked at Luo Shang and said, Aunt Luo, my disciple is really rude. The saint has been giving in to him, but he doesn't know what's good for him, and is still aggressive. It seems that Aunt Luo is right. He is indeed not worthy of the saint. This marriage. Luo Shang suddenly interrupted her. Let them decide on this marriage. We parents should not worry about children's affairs. Then he looked at her again and said earnestly, Zixia, my Xianyan pavilion really wants to marry your Lingxiao sect. Zixia asked in confusion. Didn't Aunt Luo just say forget it? Luo Shang also asked in confusion. Did I say that? Didn't you say that? Definitely not. Oh! Zixia sighed and said, Aunt Luo, I know your good intentions. But? Ling Hu Qingju on the side suddenly said coldly. But Chu Feiyang is too ugly. And his cultivation is not as good as the saint. Even if sect master Lu agrees. I guess the other elders of your sect will not agree. And the ancestor of your sect will not agree. Of course. If Fairy Lily knew it was him, she would not agree. Luo Shang. Zixia pursed her lips, and immediately said seriously, Qingju, how can you talk to Aunt Luo? You are so disrespectful. Ling Hu Qingju looked ahead, and said nothing. The eyes of several people continued to look at the field. After Liuli fell to the ground. Although Luo Qingzhou's energy was still stirring, he still held back, and stopped where he was, waiting for her to get up from the ground. Liuli stood up from the ground. Her snow-white dress was stained with mud. She looked at him with complicated eyes and panted. I have no internal strength. If you still want to fight, let me rest for a while. If you don't let me rest, I will admit defeat. If I admit defeat, you shouldn't hit me. Right? Luo Qingzhou saw that she was really tired and even had difficulty speaking. So he quickly resisted the urge to punch and said, Then you take a rest. I will hold back for a while, and fight again later. Liuli. Everyone outside the field watched this scene quietly, and they all had an incredible and wonderful feeling. One of them was dressed in white, whiter than snow, and the other in black, black as night. Originally, their strengths were very different, but after fighting for a long time, they were evenly matched, and neither of them had the intention of hurting each other. There was only one conversation between the two, but it was filled with a kind of simplicity and harmony that made people smile. Luo Shang, who was outside the field, smiled and whispered, Zixia, look, the two are a good match. Fairy Zixia smiled slightly and said, Aunt Luo, let them decide for themselves. We shouldn't interfere. Luo Shang looked at the tall figure of the young man and said, That being said, you see, they are so well matched and harmonious. We still have to add fuel to the fire from time to time. Then she sighed softly and whispered, If the boy's appearance could be better, it would be perfect. Fairy Zixia smiled and said nothing more, and her eyes also looked at the boy. At this time, Liuli in the field suddenly looked at the boy in front of him and said, By the way, you haven't told me your name yet? And you should be wearing a mask. Right? Although my fist is small, it is very heavy. I hit you in the face several times, but you didn't have a black eye, so you must be wearing a mask. Then she immediately said, Forget it. I'll wear a veil too. The field suddenly became silent again. Chapter 642. I'll find you tonight. Snowflakes fell silently. The two of them were surrounded by strong winds, and not a single snowflake fell. Luo Qingzhou did not answer her question. She did not ask any more questions. A moment later, Luo Qingzhou's clenched fists trembled slightly, and his whole body felt hot and uncomfortable. He asked, Is it all right? Liuli was still panting slightly, looking at him and said, Can I admit defeat? Luo Qingzhou said uncomfortably, No. Let me hit you a few more times. Liuli. Luo Qingzhou also knew that he had gone too far, so he had to say, I owe you this. Buzz. As he said that, a golden fist light suddenly lit up on his fist. He then punched out with a bang, hitting the ground where the small house was located on the side before. The golden fist light shot out and immediately smashed a big hole in the ground. The entire sword peak seemed to be shaken suddenly. Seeing this, Liuli immediately turned around and said, Master. Luo Shang smiled and said, Guess who he is? Liuli looked at her expression, and her heart suddenly moved, and her eyes turned to the young man in front of her again. Luo Shang smiled and said nothing more. Wow! Liuli's fist flashed, and she said, Come on. Bang! As soon as the words fell, Luo Qingzhou, who had been holding back for a long time, immediately punched up. Mercilessly, Liuli also raised her fist. The golden fist and the white fist collided heavily again. Liuli's delicate body shook, and she was directly knocked out. Luo Qingzhou also shook. His toes touched the ground, and his whole body slid backwards. Then, the two figures flashed and collided again. Bang! 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 The dense fist shadows suddenly collided back and forth in the air, and huge waves of air flew directly out of the bamboo forest and covered the entire sword peak. Luo Shang looked at the two people fighting fiercely and said softly, Zixia, Liuli's strength is more than that. She is helping your disciple. Did you see it? Fairy Zixia nodded slightly. I saw it. Luo Shang turned her head and looked at her and said, What do you think? Fairy Zixia smiled and said, Aunt Luo, I agreed when you first mentioned it. I told you the reason why I refused last time. It was not because I didn't want to. Nor was it because Ling Xiao's sect didn't want to. But because he didn't want to. You also saw that I didn't dare to force Fei Yong with his talent. This matter needs his own consent. Luo Shang smiled and said confidently, Don't worry. No one can resist the beauty of my Liuli. As long as she takes off her veil, the matter will be settled immediately. Fairy Zixia smiled and said, I hope so. Ling Hu Qingzhu on the side suddenly said lightly, Not everyone is attracted by beauty. And his wife is also very beautiful. Luo Shang looked at her, smiled and said slowly, Qingzhu, you have no men in Jianfeng. And you have never come into contact with many men. You don't understand men. Men are lustful and love beauties, whether they are the lowest or the highest. And he is young and impulsive. And it is impossible for him to hold back. As for you saying that his wife is very beautiful, maybe she is indeed very beautiful. But in front of my Liuli, it is definitely not worth mentioning. Ling Hu Qingzhu had a cold face and didn't say anything. The battle in the field seemed to be coming to an end. Liuli had no strength to resist. The little internal strength and physical strength that she had finally recovered were once again consumed by the fierce power of the punches. Bang! Another punch later. She slid back, and suddenly her body softened. She leaned on the broken bamboo behind her. Her slender waist bent backwards, bending the green bamboo behind her, and then slowly bounced up. She panted and said, I have no strength. Luo Qingzhou put away his fist and felt refreshed. Although the flame in his abdomen seemed to still be there, the burning heat was much less, and the restless power in his body also subsided. He felt much more comfortable. But unfortunately, he did not continue to break through. Just a little bit more. Luo Shang looked at the scene and said with a smile, No hurry. Take your time. Then she turned her head and asked, Zixia, can I see his real appearance? Before Fairy Zixia spoke, Ling Hu Qingzhu beside her immediately said, Master Luo, their family has a rule that only his wife can see his real appearance. In other words, whoever sees his appearance must marry him. Luo Shang was surprised and said, There is such a strange rule? Ling Hu Qingzhu said, Isn't your disciple the same? Luo Shang smiled and said, Qingzhu, have you seen his real appearance? Ling Hu Qingzhu did not answer. Fairy Zixia also looked at her. Ling Hu Qingzhu immediately said expressionlessly, No. Sister Dao beside her looked at her with puzzled eyes. How could she not know? If it is true. Then she, Master, Uncle, I'm going back to practice. Luo Qingzhou couldn't hold back the joy in his heart, and wanted to go back and share it with Sister Yu as soon as possible. Fairy Zixia nodded with a smile on her face. Luo Qingzhou greeted Sister Dao again and said, Senior sister, I'm leaving first. Although according to the current rules, he should call Sister Dao junior sister. But he was used to calling her senior sister, so he just called her senior sister. He glanced at the plump young woman, and seeing that he didn't know her, he just nodded politely, and was about to leave. Luo Shang suddenly said, Fei Yong, you took my disciple to practice martial arts, and you are leaving after the practice? Not even a word of thanks? Luo Qingzhou remembered it at this time, and hurriedly bowed to the girl in white dress and said, Thank you, senior sister. After that, he was ready to leave. Zixia suddenly smiled and said, Fei Yong. Her name is Liuli, and she is the saint of Xianyan Pavilion. This time she came to our Ling Xiao sect specifically to find you. Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and his eyes looked at the girl again. Liuli's clear eyes met his gaze. Her snow-white skirt was already covered with mud. Her bulging chest was slightly heaving. She was sweating profusely. She looked slender and delicate, with a special kind of beauty. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, Miss Liuli, I'm sorry. Liuli smiled slightly and said, no problem. Leng Huqingzhu, who was standing by, had a cold face. Luo Shang and Fairy Zixia both had smiles on their faces. They thought that the two had fought for a long time, and had just met each other. They were going to have a good chat. But Luo Qingzhou turned around and said, Uncle Master, let's go. I still need to practice. As soon as these words came out, everyone else, including the Liuli fairy, was stunned. Leng Huqingzhu's mouth moved, and he immediately turned around and left with a cold face. Luo Qingzhou followed her and walked away quickly. Luo Shan looked at his back, stunned for a while, and said, Zixia, your disciple, isn't he a martial arts fanatic? And is he not interested in anything except martial arts? He just met my Liuli and fought for a long time. Now that he knows that the two are about to get married, he should be curious about what my Liuli looks like. Right? At least he should chat a few more words. Right? Why did he lead directly? Fairy Zixia also looked at the two receding backs. Her eyes flashed, and she smiled. I guess he is tired. Luo Sham looked at her disciple and asked, Liuli, what do you think? Liuli raised her sleeves, gently wiped the sweat from her forehead, and said softly, Master, he should not have used his full strength just now. One of the punches, I saw lightning on his fist, which should have come out unconsciously, but he quickly put it away. In addition, his mental power is very strong. He should be cultivating his soul, and his soul realm is also very high. Luo Shang smiled and said, Master is asking you, what do you think of your marriage with him? Liuli thought for a while and said, Master, can I refuse? Luo Shang was surprised and said, why refuse? Don't you like him? Liuli blinked her innocent eyes and said, he has rejected me before, and judging from today's situation, he should still reject me. So, I also want to reject him. Otherwise it will be embarrassing. Luo Shang immediately laughed hee. After laughing for a while, she said, okay, we'll take it as your refusal. But this marriage is not decided by you two. It is related to the cooperation and interests of our two sects. So this matter needs to be discussed again. Then she looked at Fairy Zixia beside her and said, Zixia, let my disciple continue to live in Jianfeng. How about that? Zixia smiled and said, I have no objection. Luo Shang took her arm and smiled and said, then let's go. Let the children solve their own problems. The two of them talked and left together. Su Feng and Su Yu also left. Sister Dao looked at the destroyed bamboo forest around her, and then looked at the big pit not far away. Her hut was gone, after being blown away by the air wave. It was torn into pieces and turned into pitiful straws, scattered all over the ground, looking particularly desolate. Damn Chu Feiyong. Last time he and his wife occupied her hut, rode in it, and collapsed her bed. Today he came to fight again and destroyed her hut. He is not a human being. Just as she was clenching her fists and secretly angry, Liuli came over and whispered, Sister Dao, I want to take a bath and change clothes. Is there a place to take a bath here? Dao Ling came back to her senses, looked at her, paused, nodded and said, yes, I will take you there. Liuli nodded and asked again, are you familiar with Chu Feiyong? Dao Ling said angrily, not at all. As they talked, they passed through the bamboo forest and soon disappeared in the wind and snow in the distance. After Luo Qingzhou returned to Leng Huqingzhu's cave, he entered the bathing pool, then took out the communication treasure letter and reported the good news to Sister Yu. Sister Yu, I've advanced, but I still have a lot of energy left in me, and I feel like I can push on a bit more. After sending the message, he put down the communication token and began to scrub the sweat and dirt off his body. After scrubbing for a while, he suddenly turned his head, looked at the door, and said, Master. It was silent outside, and no one responded. At this time, the communication token vibrated. He immediately picked it up. Sister Yu, oh. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu. Won't you congratulate me? Sister Yu, I'm going to find Longer tonight. Luo Qingzhou, why is Sister Yu looking for Longer? The other party didn't reply again. Luo Qingzhou held the jade, was stunned for a while, and suddenly reacted, Sister Yu. Then I'll find you tonight. Sister Yu, whatever. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu. I won't feel as uncomfortable and unable to bear it as I did yesterday. Right? Sister Yu, I don't know. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, and gently slid his fingers on the jade stone. He wrote, deleted, and then wrote again. He repeated this several times, and finally mustered up the courage to write it out. He made up his mind and sent it out. Sister Yu, if Long Air and no one else were there yesterday, would you come to help me? After the message was sent out, he was very nervous and wanted to withdraw it. But after struggling for a long time, he still held back. Chapter 643, Feelings for Sister Yu. After a long time, the communication treasure suddenly lit up, and the message finally came back. Sister Yu, yes. Seeing this word, Luo Qingzhou's heart trembled. He held his breath and stared at the word several times, and then his fingers trembled as he wrote on the jade. But after a long time, he didn't know what to reply. In the end, he only replied with 2 words, thank you. Soon, the message came back. Sister Yu, no. It's just a little effort. Just a little effort? Luo Qingzhou looked at the message and was stunned for a moment. And Sister Yu's slender jade fingers involuntarily emerged in his mind. But he soon woke up. Sister Yu, how can you help me? Sister Yu, I have a skill here that can help you evacuate the heat in your body so that you can endure it. Luo Qingzhou stroked his forehead and remained silent for a long time. After a while, he replied, Sister Yu, has your ex-husband been bothering you recently? Sister Yu, no. Luo Qingzhou, since the last time you left. Sister Yu, have you not contacted him? Sister Yu, yes. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and replied, no contact in the future? Will Sister Yu get back together with him? Sister Yu, why are you asking this? Luo Qingzhou, nothing. I just care about Sister Yu. Sister Yu, take care of yourself. Luo Qingzhou, oh. The other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou looked at the jade in his hand and the chat records with her, and suddenly felt a sense of entanglement and contradiction, and a feeling of gain and loss. This is a feeling he has never had since he came to this world. Thinking about it carefully, now no matter what happened every day, no matter what difficult problems he encountered, it seems that the first person he thought of was her, every night. Her figure as bright and cold as moonlight always appeared in his mind. Almost every night, he would take the initiative to send her a message. And just at that moment, he was still imagining that it was her who came to help him yesterday. If it was her yesterday, would he still refuse resolutely like he refused Long Air? I'm afraid. Is this still the relationship of confidant and favor that he thought before? He began to doubt. At this moment, the message suddenly vibrated again. He hurriedly looked down and saw that it was sent by the princess. Qin Lang just came back, had lunch, chatted with his aunt and others for a while, and then left. During the period, I asked you. Wei Mo said you were reading in the room, so he didn't ask any more. I asked him about the case, and he didn't reveal it. He just said that the palace was preparing for the Taikong festival, and envoys from various countries were coming. During this period, the capital city was relaxed outside and tight inside, and no case was allowed to happen. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a while and replied, I may go back tomorrow. Is the city gate easy to enter? Xiao Meijiao, tell me in advance when you come back. I will go out to pick you up. Luo Qingzhou, well, there is nothing else at home. Right? Xiao Meijiao, with this princess here, what can happen? But I heard from Wei Mo that my aunt and uncle seemed to have a quarrel last night, and my aunt suspected that my uncle had a woman outside. Luo Qingzhou was surprised. Is it true? My father-in-law doesn't look like that kind of person. Right? Xiao Meijiao, do you look like that? You still have so many women outside. Luo Qingzhou, no more. I want to practice. Xiao Meijiao, you don't even want to quibble? Luo Qingzhou, why should I quibble for something I didn't do? There is no other woman outside of me except you. Xiao Meijiao, bitch. Am I outside? Luo Qingzhou apologized quickly. No. The princess is already inside. Xiao Meijiao, just wait. I will bite you to death when you come back. Luo Qingzhou, I was wrong. Xiao Meijiao, I will bite you. Bite you off. Luo Qingzhou, no more. I really want to practice. And try to go back tomorrow. Xiao Meijiao, oh. Luo Qingzhou, Xiao Meijiao, hiss. Luo Qingzhou ignored her, replied to Zhu Yan for a few more words, and put away the communication treasure. Then he closed his eyes and concentrated, and began to practice. The heat in his abdomen began to flow rapidly, along the meridians, to his limbs and acupoints. Soon, he entered a state of mysterious and selflessness. Outside the cave, the sky gradually darkened. Unconsciously, night had fallen. When Luo Qingzhou woke up, he was hungry again. He had not eaten for a day, and had fought for a long time during the day. His stomach was empty and growling. He got up from the bath, put on his clothes, and walked out. As soon as he went out, he smelled an alluring aroma of food coming from the passage in front. He walked over quickly. Linghu Qingju was wearing a green dress and was sitting on a futon with his eyes closed. The stone table next to him was already filled with exquisite dishes, except for 2 plates of green vegetables. The rest were meat, beef, mutton, pork chops, fish, everything. This place is close to the Yungu River, so the fish is particularly tender and delicious. Luo Qingzhou was not polite. After sitting down at the stone table, he picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Linghu Qingzhou opened her eyes, looked at him quietly for a while, and suddenly said, "You broke my sword today. How are you going to compensate?" Luo Qingzhou stopped, turned his head and looked at her and said, "Then I will give the black and white sword to my uncle. Anyway, I can't use it." He took it back to give it to Chan Chan. But the sword in Chan Chan's hand seemed to be much more powerful after it was inlaid with a gem he brought back from the ancient battlefield. And he didn't need his sword. Now he owed the woman in front of him so much, and he had no way to repay her, so he could only give the sword away. Linghu Qingzhou seemed not interested at all and said, "I don't want it." Luo Qingzhou said, "What does Uncle Master want?" Linghu Qingzhou said, "When will you teach me the one finger of sun and dugu swordsmanship you mentioned before?" Luo Qingzhou was embarrassed and had to confess, "Uncle Master, I lied to you. In fact, I don't know how to practice those swordsmanship. I only know the names." Linghu Qingzhou narrowed his eyes and stared at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou said, "Uncle Master, in fact, the 6 Meridians divine sword I taught you before is much more powerful than these swordsmanship. Uncle Master, practice more, and it will be more powerful in the future." Linghu Qingzhou glared at him and said, "Liar." Luo Qingzhou apologized again, muttering in his heart, "I learned it from you. Uncle Master, Linghu Qingzhou, never lie." He didn't say anything else, and continued to eat with his head down. Soon, he had already devoured all the food on the table. He thought about it, and felt a little sorry. Seeing that it was still early, he said, "Uncle Master, I will accompany you to practice the black and white swordsmanship for an hour." "Right?" Linghu Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, "Will it not disturb your practice?" Luo Qingzhou took out the black and white sword and said, "No, I can just take a break for a while. Maybe I can learn something from the swordsmanship." Linghu Qingzhou looked at him again, didn't say anything, got off the stone bed, and walked straight to the passage. Luo Qingzhou held the sword, gestured a few times, and followed behind. Linghu Qingzhou took him directly into the stone room of the bathing pool and said, "It's wider and warmer here. It will be very cold to practice swordsmanship upside down. Do you want to go straight or upside down?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Master, go straight. I'd rather go upside down. My body is still hot now, so I'm not afraid of the cold." Linghu Qingzhou took out a sword and said calmly, "Then let's start." Luo Qingzhou held the sword across his chest and said, "Well, Shua." The 2 of them drew their swords at the same time. One of them drew his sword from the east, and the other drew his sword to send the sunset. The moment the sword light lit up, Luo Qingzhou was in midair, standing upside down, and the black and white sword in his hand stabbed out diagonally. Linghu Qingzhou stood in place, and stabbed out from the same direction as him. The 2 of them, one straight and one reverse. The 2 swords went up and down, but suddenly they came together, and burst out with surging sword energy. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou suddenly remembered the first time he fought against her, and used this move. The burly man cursed, "You sons and daughters! You are shameless and make love in front of me." He didn't think much at the time, but now he saw that it was really. After the 2 swords were combined and stabbed out, they immediately crossed and separated, and his body began to fall down. Ding! The sword in his hand stabbed into the ground. The blade bent slightly, and his body bounced up again and turned over. The second move, the combination of 2 swords. Linghu Qingzhou's slender figure also jumped into the air in an instant. The 2 looked at each other. Their bodies suddenly stuck together. Their chests touched. The 2 swords were close together, and suddenly the body stood upside down, and the 2 swords stabbed down together. Shwa! The 2 sword beams merged into one, and the blue stone slab on the ground was suddenly pierced by the sword energy. A crack appeared, and the light in the hole flickered. The black and white sword method is not only powerful, but also can create a weird environment for the enemy. Ding! The tips of the two swords pierced into the bluestone slab. When Luo Qingzhou was about to use the third move, he suddenly heard a light snap sound in his ears. And then his chest seemed to be suddenly bounced. He looked in the direction of the sound. And suddenly a broken red rope appeared on Linghu Qingzhou's fair neck. The red rope. Snap! Before he could continue to look, a slap suddenly hit his face. Luo Qingzhou woke up immediately, turned over in a hurry, and fell to the ground. Linghu Qingzhou also turned around, covering his collar with one hand and holding the sword with the other hand, and landed lightly on the ground. Staring at him coldly, Luo Qingzhou froze and explained quickly, "Uncle Master, I didn't see anything. I swear, I only saw that the rope of your bellyband was broken." Shua. As soon as the words fell, the sword in Linghu Qingzhou's hand was already against his throat. Luo Qingzhou froze in place and immediately closed his mouth, but his eyes subconsciously glanced at her chest. So majestic. It turned out that before, she had been tightly restraining it. Shua. The sword in Linghu Qingzhou's hand instantly pointed at his eyes again, and the cold air overflowed. Luo Qingzhou immediately closed his eyes and said, "Uncle Master, I really didn't see anything. And it's not my fault." There was silence in the cave for a long time. When he opened his eyes carefully, Linghu Qingzhou in front of him had disappeared. He breathed a sigh of relief, stood there for a while, then put away the sword, walked to the door, looked outside, and shouted, "Uncle Master, then I will practice by myself." After that, he returned to the cave, jumped directly into the bathtub, and sat on the rock. He thought about it, and decided that he could no longer practice this set of black and white swordsmanship with Uncle Master Linghu in the future. The sword moves of the black and white sword were obviously created specifically for lovers. Many of the moves are very ambiguous, and many of them involve close physical contact. When they first started practicing, neither of them knew it, so they didn't care. The last time he went back to practice with Chan Chan in the back garden, he was aroused before he finished practicing, and he directly picked up Chan Chan and went to the room. So, he felt that he couldn't practice this set of swordsmanship with his uncle anymore. Less more embarrassing things happened at that time. He thought for a while, took out the communication treasure, sent a message to Sister Yu, and asked her if she came out. At this time, Longer suddenly sent him a message, "Sir, Sister is here. Are you coming?" Luo Qingzhou immediately replied, "I'll go right away." He just put away the communication treasure, and suddenly saw a figure walking in from the door, dressed in green, slim, long hair to the waist, holding a sword, with a cold face, and seems to be a little different from before? A closer look revealed that it was indeed different. His chest had obviously become taller and straighter, not much inferior to that of the princess. Master's uncle was so fierce. His expression looked so fierce. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "Master's uncle, I have already apologized." Linghu Qingzhou held the sword and stopped by the bathing pool. He stared at him coldly for a while and said, "Get up and continue." Luo Qingzhou said, "Master's uncle, I don't feel well. It may be time to practice. I want to leave my body and go out for a while." Linghu Qingzhou looked at him coldly and said nothing more. Luo Qingzhou felt a little guilty when she looked at him, but he decided to tell the truth. "Uncle, I will practice other sword techniques with you in the future. Right? The black and white sword technique is not suitable for us." Linghu Qingzhou narrowed his eyes. "Why not?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Uncle, some of the moves in this sword technique are too ambiguous. Didn't you notice?" Linghu Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said in a slow tone, "I changed into a suitable one. It was too tight before, it should be fine now." Luo Qingzhou said, "Uncle, it's not this problem. It's the problem of sword techniques. When we practiced at the beginning, we were not familiar with it, and I omitted some parts. In fact, there are some moves later. When the sword is fast, not only do you have to hold hands and hug the waist, but you also have to stick very close. This set of sword techniques should be practiced between lovers, so it's not suitable." After listening to Linghu Qingzhou, she was silent for a moment and said, "I know." After that, she didn't say another word, turned around, and left the cave, and the footsteps quickly faded away. Luo Qingzhou looked at the door and stayed for a while, then sighed, and his soul left his body, thinking that Sister Yu was still waiting for him by the river. His mood immediately improved. When his soul flew out of the cave, he saw a figure standing alone on the rock at the edge of the cliff. The cliff wind was cold, and snowflakes were flying. The figure was dressed in green, holding a jade flute, standing there alone, looking at the clouds and the abyss in front of him. And I don't know what he was thinking. Luo Qingzhou floated behind her and stopped. Go. I'll help you watch, she said lightly, without looking back. Luo Qingzhou felt a sense of guilt in his heart. But he didn't stay, and immediately flew into the clouds in front and disappeared. Not long after, a sobbing cave flute sounded at the edge of the cliff. Chapter 644 Secret. A lonely boat on a cold river. Snowflakes were floating and mist was hazy. A girl in a snow-white dress stood quietly at the bow. Her skin was as white as snow. Her hair was as black as a waterfall. Her eyebrows were as beautiful as a painting. Her face was like a fairy. And she was absolutely beautiful. She was like a bright moon in the dark night, cold and brightly reflected in the water, becoming the most beautiful scenery in this river area. The cold wind passed by, and the snowflakes danced. Even the fish in the water couldn't help but stick their heads out to take a peek at her. She didn't look like a human, but like a fairy in the sky, pure and spotless. A lonely boat on a cold night. She was like a stone sculpture, standing at the bow, facing the wind and snow, motionless. I don't know the time. I don't know the cold. I don't know how long I have been standing here. In the water not far away, a figure was hiding there, looking at her through the water. At this time, she only dared to look at her from a distance, not daring to approach, not daring to speak, as if afraid of disturbing her. Her beauty and fairy spirit seemed to bloom only in this deserted night. Once someone appeared, she would use the hazy and cold moonlight to hide herself inside, and no one could see. Where did she come from? What was she hiding? The figure under the water was secretly guessing. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the darkness not far away. At this time, the snow-white figure on the boat suddenly had a layer of hazy moonlight all over her body, covering her in it. Sister Yu. A familiar voice came. Then, the familiar figure floated on the boat, stood beside the moon-white figure, and showed a kind smile on his face. The figure hiding under the water glanced at the two people, sighed secretly in his heart, and sank silently to the bottom of the water. On the boat, Luo Qingzhou looked at the hazy figure beside him, and said, Sister Yu, please remove the halo. It's not like I haven't seen you before. The white figure ignored him, and continued to look at the snowflakes falling on the river in thought. Luo Qingzhou glanced around and said, Where is Miss Longer? It was Longer who sent him a message just now. So Longer should be here too. As soon as he finished speaking, a head suddenly emerged from the river in front of him, looking at him with resentment and said, Sir, Longer is angry and doesn't want to see you again. After saying that, it immediately shrank back into the water and disappeared. Luo Qingzhou opened his mouth, but had to swallow his words, turned his head, and continued to look at the white figure beside him. There was a moment of silence. The white figure suddenly disappeared from the spot and appeared on the river not far away, with a white skirt fluttering, and said in a cold tone, Follow? After saying that, it flew into the water. Luo Qingzhou immediately followed. The two entered the water one after the other, and soon sank to the bottom, after passing through several underwater rocks and a large patch of water plants. A dark cave suddenly appeared in front of them. There was a staircase at the entrance, extending all the way down. There was a stone tablet next to it, with two familiar characters engraved on it, Dragon Palace. The white figure of Yu stopped at the entrance. Luo Qingzhou stopped beside her and asked in confusion, Sister Yu, are we going to find Longa? The white figure of Yu turned her head, looked at him and said, Do you want to go? Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, not knowing how to answer. The moon-white figure stared at him for a while and said, Let's go see the girl. And then you go to practice on the cold jade bed, and I will teach you a set of exercises. Luo Qingzhou was surprised to hear this. Miss Longwood brought the cold jade bed too? At this time, a faint voice suddenly came from the cave. Longa knew that the young master needed it, so she brought it. Luo Qingzhou looked in the direction of the voice. Longa was wearing a sparkling green dress with jewels and jade, bare a pair of snow-white jade feet, and pouted her little mouth as she walked out of the cave. The red dot between the eyebrows, and the red rope on the snow-white ankle, against the background of the snow-white skin, are particularly bright and attractive, with a kind of enchanting beauty. Facing her resentful and aggrieved eyes, Luo Qingzhou showed a touch of embarrassment on his face, not knowing how to respond. So he could only say, Thank you, Miss Longer. The moon-white figure walked down the steps. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, followed in with a thick face, And when he came to Longer's side, he changed the subject and whispered, "Miss Longer, isn't sister you not going to the Dragon Palace?" Longer pouted and ignored him. She twisted her body and followed behind Yuebai's figure. The bells on her ankles and the bell jewelry around her slender waist all jingled. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to look at them anymore, and followed behind them. The three of them walked through the passage and came directly to the palace, where the 1,000-year-old ice coffin was placed. Yubai walked to the ice coffin and looked at the girl, who was still sleeping in the coffin, with a hint of contemplation in her eyes. Luo Qingzhou stood by, not daring to disturb her, and looked at the girl in the coffin, with a complicated look on his face. In the palace, there was silence. After a long time, Yubai stretched out a slender white jade finger, passed through the ice coffin, touched Huagu's forehead, and a milky white light suddenly lit up on the fingertips. Huagu's sleeping body seemed to tremble suddenly, and her thick eyelashes seemed to move. Luo Qingzhou's breathing stagnated, and his eyes stared at her closely. Another half an instant stick of time passed. The Yubai figure put away her jade fingers and said lightly, "Take out the fire fox." When Luo Qingzhou heard this, he quickly took out the little fire fox from the storage ring, pinched its neck tightly, and warned, "Don't move." The little fire fox widened its eyes, just bared its fangs to struggle, and suddenly its nose moved, as if it smelled a familiar smell, and then turned its head and looked at the Yubai figure next to it. It was stunned for a moment, and suddenly its eyes were obsessed and became docile. Seeing this change, Luo Qingzhou was secretly surprised in his heart, and couldn't help but look at the Yubai figure next to him again. The Yubai figure said lightly, "Put it on the ice coffin." Luo Qingzhou immediately pressed the little fire fox on the ice coffin, and his 5 fingers still pinched its neck tightly. The white figure looked at him and said, "Let go." Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, "Sister you. It's very fierce, and will bite people." Longer on the other side said, "Sir, this little fire fox looks very docile and cute." As he said that, he couldn't help but reach out and touch its head. The little fire fox still turned its head, staring at the white figure beside it with a dazed look, and ignored her. Luo Qingzhou had to let go of his hand carefully. The little fire fox lay on the ice coffin, motionless, and suddenly became as docile as a kitten, and also had a pitiful face, which made people pity it. The moon-white figure stared at its pupils for a while, and said, "You go out first." Luo Qingzhou did not dare to ask more questions, and immediately left the hall with Longer and stood in the passage. The palace was silent. The passage was also quiet. Luo Qingzhou came back to his senses and saw that the girl next to him was still staring at him with resentment, and suddenly said awkwardly, "Miss Longer." "That day I..." Longer said aggrievedly, "Young master, do you only like my feet?" Luo Qingzhou paused, and couldn't help but glance at the delicate little feet under her skirt, which were as white as jade. The ugly scene that day suddenly appeared in his mind, and his cheeks were a little hot and said, "Miss Longer, I'm sorry. But Longer suddenly laughed. "It's okay." Then he smiled again, "Young master, Longer was teasing you. Longer is not angry with you. If the young master likes Longer's feet, it means that Longer and the young master have taken a step further in their relationship, and Longer still has hope in the future." Speaking of this, she raised her little fist again and said with confidence, "Longer will continue to work hard. Try to make the young master willingly mate with Longer. Try to make the young master beg Longer unsatisfied." Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he subconsciously wanted to say "come on," but fortunately he held back and said, "Miss Longer, young master, just call me Longer." Longer approached him, leaned gently on his shoulder, tilted her head, and said intimately. Luo Qingzhou wanted to push her away, but thinking of the scene that day, he held back again and had to change the subject. "Longer, I just saw a sister you coming to your place. She was familiar with the place. Has she been here before?" Longer paused and denied, "No. It would be strange if she didn't. When she was in West Lake before, that vicious woman often chased into the Dragon Palace to take her blood." Thinking of her dragon blood, she naturally thought of the Hualing pill refined for him. She hesitated for a moment and whispered, "Sir, how long have you known my sister? Do you really not know her at all in reality?" Luo Qingzhou thought for a while and said, "In fact, it's not very long. But since I met Sister Yu, I have met her almost every night." At this point, he paused, with a trance in his eyes. "Yes, since I met Sister Yu, I have met her almost every night." When they were in Mo City, they met in the attic of the Yuannong building. After coming to Kyoto, They met in the attic of West Lake. Now, in his house. As for reality, I don't know Sister You, he said in a daze, playing the scenes in his mind. And a strange feeling rose in his heart. I don't know when he started to get used to meeting her every night. Even if they didn't meet because of other things. He would send her a message. If the other party replies immediately, he will be very happy. If the other party does not reply for a long time, he will be expectant and disappointed. He will listen to every word she says. In front of her. He has no temper at all. He almost obeys her every word and trusts her like the closest family member. How strange. Why didn't he think of these things before? But he always thought of them inadvertently these days? Is it because she was divorced? Did he have these thoughts and feelings before? But because both of them were married, he had been suppressing and avoiding them? Sir, Longer wants to tell you a secret. Lama looked at the changing expression on his face, hesitated for a long time, looked at the palace nervously, and suddenly whispered. Luo Qingzhou came back to his senses and said, What secret? Lama looked ahead again, suddenly tiptoed, put her mouth close to his ear, exhaled hot air, and whispered, Sister is very beautiful. Very beautiful. After saying that, she couldn't help but open her little mouth and gently bit it with her pearly teeth. Chapter 645 Sister Yu's Blood. Hiss. Luo Qingzhou shuddered slightly, and did not dare to push her. After biting, Longer whispered, Young master, have you never known? Luo Qingzhou was about to speak when his eyes suddenly looked ahead. Longer's body stiffened, and he hurriedly separated from him, lowering his head nervously. The white figure stood at the door, watching them quietly. After a moment, he said in a light tone, She's awake. Go and explain to her. It only takes one stick of incense. Luo Qingzhou's heart was shocked, and he immediately entered the palace. On the ice coffin, the little fire fox with fiery red fur had closed its eyes and fell asleep. And in the ice coffin, Hua Gu, who was originally sleeping, actually opened his eyes at this time, with a confused expression on his face. Luo Qingzhou was surprised and happy. He reached out to open the ice coffin, but he held back and turned around and asked, Sister Yu, can she see me? The white figure nodded slightly. Yes. I just used the technique to let a trace of her soul return to her body and return to her familiar environment. So she woke up. However, there is only this one chance. You have to explain it to her clearly and let her accept the body of the fire fox temporarily. In this way, every time she wakes up in the body of the fire fox, she will strive to wake up on her own, instead of thinking that she is dreaming and falling asleep every time. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to delay, and immediately reached out and knocked on the ice coffin. Then, with his back to Sister Yu and Longer, he slowly took off the mask on his face. Dong dong. A crisp sound came from the ice coffin. Hua Gu's dull eyes slowly moved and looked at him. There was still confusion on her face, but after a while, her eyes suddenly opened gradually. Luo Qingzhou knew that she recognized him, and quickly leaned against the ice coffin and said, Hua Gu, are you awake? Do you know who I am? Hua Gu opened her eyes wide and looked at him for a while, then moved her lips and suddenly made a weak sound, gong. Gonzi. Luo Qingzhou was afraid that she couldn't hear him clearly, so he flashed and got in. Like last time, he lay sideways beside her, staring at her beautiful cheek and said, Hua Gu, don't be afraid. Calm down, and listen to me carefully. Okay? Hua Gu opened her eyes wide and looked at him, her eyelashes trembling, as if she was surprised that he was lying next to her. Her lips trembled slightly, and sparkling tears overflowed from her eyes, as if she remembered what happened in the palace that day. Luo Qingzhou held her hand and whispered, Listen, you are not dead. I brought you out of the palace, but you were injured too badly, and your soul was separated from your body. My friend, she put your soul into the body of the little fox above at this point. He pointed to the little fire fox lying on the lid of the ice coffin. Hua Gu's eyes really looked up. Luo Qingzhou paused for a while, and after she digested it, he whispered again, You are temporarily in the body of the little fox, living with its soul. Don't be afraid of it. It won't hurt you. You must work hard to fight it for control of your body every day, so that you can wake up. You can see me, and you can talk to me. Also, your body will not be damaged in this ice coffin. When there is a chance, I will help your soul return to your body. By the way, Hua Gu, the scars on your face are gone. Look. Speaking of this, he immediately took out a mirror from the storage ring and placed it in front of her, so that she could see herself in the mirror. Lu stared at it with wide eyes, her expression dull. Luo Qingzhou leaned close to her ear again and whispered what he had just said. Outside the ice coffin, Yu Bai looked at it quietly for a while, turned around and walked out. Long Air also hurriedly followed him out, saying flatteringly, "Sister, you are so amazing. What kind of skills did you use to allow her soul to separate a strand and return to her body? Can you teach Long Air?" The Yu Bai figure paused, looked at her and said, "Going against the will of heaven. Performing it once will reduce your lifespan by 5 years. Do you want to learn it?" As soon as these words came out, Long Air's face changed, opened her mouth, and shook her head quickly. "No, Long Air will not learn it." Then she said with a complicated expression, "Sister, why do you do this? Just because you want to help him?" The Yu Bai figure was silent for a while, and said indifferently, "I just wanted to try it, but I didn't expect it to succeed." Long Air was full of doubts. The white-eyed figure showed a trace of contemplation in her eyes, and said, "She is an ordinary person. It is impossible for her soul to be separated. But just now that fire fox and her soul are much stronger than before. But they are not cultivated by themselves. If it continues to develop like this, she should be able to return to her body soon." Long Air said with surprise, "Sister, what is the reason?" The white-eyed figure showed a trace of contemplation between his eyebrows, and did not answer. Long Air guessed. Does the young master have some treasures to help them? The young master just took out the little fire fox from the storage ring. Could it be that the young master's storage ring contained some heavenly and earthly treasures? The moon-white figure looked at her and said, "Does it have anything to do with you?" Long Air paused and lowered her head and said, "No, it doesn't matter." Then she quickly added, "Even if there is, it belongs to my sister. As long as my sister wants it, the young master will definitely give it to my sister without hesitation. Anything of the young master belongs to my sister, including the root of the thunder spirit." The moon-white figure's face hidden in the moonlight showed no emotional changes. He stared at her for a while and said, "What did you say to him secretly just now?" Long Air's heart skipped a beat and hurriedly shook his head and said, "No, Long Air didn't say anything. Long Air can swear." The moon-white figure looked at the palace, was silent for a moment, and said lightly, "That day, he really didn't do anything?" Long Air lowered her head and looked at her snow-white feet under her skirt. She hesitated and didn't know how to answer. The white figure narrowed his eyes, lowered his head, and looked under her skirt. The passage was suddenly silent. Long Air shrank his feet nervously, trying to hide in his skirt. The white figure suddenly said, "That red rope should be a magic weapon, right?" Long Air nodded quickly and said, "Yes, it is a magic weapon. Do you want it? Long Air can give it to you. Or you can tie it on your feet, and then seduce to show it to the young master." The white figure's eyes turned cold, and he said, "Why should I show it to him?" Long Air stuck out his tongue and didn't dare to say anything. After a while, she said boldly, "Sister, actually you don't need to be so reserved and cold in front of the young master. Also, sister can remove the halo and show your true appearance. I believe the young master will be fascinated." The white figure narrowed her eyes and said, "Why should I fascinate him?" Long mustered up the courage and said, "Sister, you have silently paid so much for the young master. Is it really just because the young master can help you overcome the tribulation in the future?" The white figure said coldly, "Yes." Long looked at her and said, "Sister, I'm afraid the young master doesn't think so now." Longer can see that every time the young master sees sister, his eyes are very different. He feels very kind, trusting, and attached, like the eyes of a relative. Didn't sister notice it? The young master seems to be inseparable from sister now. No matter what happens, he will look for sister. Tonight, Longa told the young master that sister was coming, and the young master came over immediately. No matter what sister said, the young master listened and never refuted or against. In front of her sister, she was like a docile lamb in front of her sister. It looks incredible. Sister, although Longer doesn't understand the feelings between human beings, but he has also read a lot of books. If it wasn't for Longer to mate with his son that day. But my sister, do you think the son will always refuse firmly? Beautiful. Like Tianxian. The body is so good. And the skin is so white. As long as the halo is removed, I believe that the son will be stunned immediately. If the sister accidentally exposes beautiful feet well. The white figure held the sword and paused coldly at the door for a while before putting away the sword and walking towards the ice coffin. Luo Qingzhou had come out of the ice coffin and was standing in front of it, staring at the girl in the ice coffin with a complicated expression. The girl in the ice coffin had closed her eyes and fell asleep peacefully, with a hint of smile still on her face. The white figure stopped beside him, looked at the girl in the ice coffin, was silent for a while, and said, "Have you made it clear?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Yes. It's clear." The white figure turned her head and looked at him. After a moment, she said, "Don't worry. As long as you practice hard, she will definitely come back alive." Luo Qingzhou came back to his senses, hugged the little fire fox on the ice coffin, stroked it a few times, put it in the storage ring, looked at her and said, "Sister, you, from beginning to end, you never asked me who she was, and then you have been willing to help me save her. Why?" The white figure was silent for a while, and said, "She should be very important to you." Luo Qingzhou said, "She died for me, so I want to save her. In fact, the relationship between her and me is far less than the relationship between me and Sister Yu. Sister Yu, I..." Before he could finish, the white figure suddenly turned around and walked towards the stone door next to him, saying lightly, "Let's go. It's time to practice." Luo Qingzhou paused and followed her. Lama hurriedly caught up with him and whispered to encourage, "Young master, be brave. Touch my sister's hands first, then touch my sister's feet." Luo Qingzhou immediately glared at her. Longer was not afraid of him at all, and whispered again, "Young master, my sister's feet are more beautiful than Longer's feet. You must work hard." Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and said, "Have you seen it?" Longer was about to speak, but suddenly looked ahead. Luo Qingzhou also looked over. The white figure stopped, turned around, and looked at them coldly. Luo Qingzhou immediately said seriously, "Longer, don't talk nonsense. What hands and feet? I am devoted to cultivation and have no interest in these things. You should read less of those messy books every day, especially those obscene and shameful jade foot illustrations, and so on. It's best not to read them. Don't learn bad things. Do you hear me?" Longer opened her eyes and said, "Sir, what is jade foot illustrations?" Luo Qingzhou glared at her again, ignored her, looked at the white figure in front of him and said, "Sister Yu, let's go to practice." "Ignore her." The white figure glanced at him coldly and continued to move forward. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to talk nonsense anymore, and hurriedly followed behind. The two of them came to a stone room one after the other. The cold jade bed was placed in the corner of this stone room. As soon as Luo Qingzhou came in, he felt a particularly comfortable coolness. The white figure stopped in front of the cold jade bed, felt the cold breath emanating from it, and said, "Don't you have spiritual liquid there? Use 2 more drops, and then go up to practice the internal skills I taught you." Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this and said, "Sister Yu, do you need more spiritual liquid? I feel that the energy in my body is very sufficient. The last time I used the spiritual liquid, it almost made me I'm a little scared." The white figure said lightly, "Use it. I'm here." Luo Qingzhou looked at her motionlessly. The white figure was slightly startled, and then his eyes turned cold, and said, "Why are you looking at me?" "I said I'm here. If you get into trouble, I have a skill to help you." Luo Qingzhou said, "Oh." The white figure said coldly, "What are you thinking about?" Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "No." The white figure stared at him coldly for a while, and then said coldly, "Let's start." Luo Qingzhou did not dare to delay, and immediately waved away the messy thoughts in his mind, got on the cold jade bed, sat cross-legged, and then took out the spiritual liquid and poured 2 drops in his palm. The azure spiritual liquid and the inky black spiritual liquid disappeared as soon as they fell into his palm. He looked at the Yubai figure in front of the bed, handed the remaining spiritual liquid in his hand to her, and said, "Sister Yu, the rest is for you. I still have some here." The Yubai figure was silent for a moment, and said, "The one you gave me last time has not been used up." Luo Qingzhou said, "It doesn't matter. You take it. You can use it when you practice or get injured in the future." The Yubai figure did not reach out to take it, nor did she say anything else. Staring at him blankly, Luo Qingzhou did not say anything, and directly passed through the halo in front of her and stuffed it into her hand, saying, "Sister Yu, take it quickly. I owe you so much. You must take this spiritual liquid." The white figure slowly grasped the jade bottle in his hand. The two people's fingers suddenly touched each other. Luo Qingzhou's heart was suddenly shaken, and he was stunned. The fire in his abdomen jumped up again with a swish, causing his body to tremble violently, and his blood rushed up, and his cheeks turned blood red. At this moment, he seemed to have stopped breathing and heartbeat suddenly. He froze, his hand still stretched out in the halo, as if he was reluctant to retract it, and the finger even stretched forward again involuntarily. He was dizzy at the moment, and he seemed to have no idea what rude and bold thing he was doing now. The white figure frowned slightly, and the moment his finger stretched forward again, her hand had moved back, put away the jade bottle, and said lightly, "Let's start." Luo Qingzhou immediately came back to his senses, and withdrew his hand awkwardly. In order to avoid embarrassment, he immediately closed his eyes. But he couldn't calm down no matter what. His mind always involuntarily recalled the touch just now, and the finger also felt itchy and cool, as if the smoothness and temperature of that moment were still lingering. Strange. Why did he suddenly become like this? He was not completely ignorant. He was a virgin who had just come into contact with a woman. He had obviously been through many battles, and there were so many beautiful wives and concubines around him. He shouldn't have behaved so inappropriately and unbearably. Right? Could it be the effect of the energy in his body? At this time, the 2 drops of spiritual liquid absorbed from the palm of his hand had quickly flowed into his danhai, and soon turned into a hot stream, mixed with the previous flame, as if adding fuel to the fire, suddenly making the flame more vigorous and fierce. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to think any more, and immediately recited the Qingxingju silently, forcing himself to calm down. But for some reason, he suddenly recited, "Color is emptiness. Emptiness is color." Then he recited, without the appearance of the long-lived, "The red and powdered skeleton, the white bones and flesh, are all false." The more he recited, the more confused he became, and the more fierce the fire in his heart became. He was so anxious that he was sweating all over his head and felt restless. At this time, the moon-white figure standing in front of the window suddenly stretched out a slender jade finger and touched his brow. A flash of light, a chill suddenly penetrated from his brow, instantly passed through his meridians, and fell on the restless flame. The beating of the flame gradually slowed down. At this time, a cold voice sounded in his ears, "Calm your mind." Although there were only 2 words, it seemed like a magic power that suddenly drilled into his mind. His restless heart suddenly calmed down. The chaos in his mind also suddenly disappeared. He quickly entered the state and began to forget everything around him. Then he slowly urged the heat in his danhai to flow out of his limbs. The white figure looked at him calmly until his soul stopped flickering and the blood on his face began to fade. And then he slowly put away the slender jade finger. She stood in front of the bed, looking at him quietly, thinking of his loss of composure just now. She was stunned for a moment, lowered her head, looked at her fingers, and a hint of doubt appeared in her eyes. Just touch the finger, that's all. Her eyes unconsciously fell under her snow-white skirt, and Long Air's words just now appeared in her mind. Just as she was in a daze, her cheeks were slightly hot, and her mind was slightly confused. She suddenly felt a pain in her heart. A surge of hot blood rushed up, and she spit out a mouthful of blood with a wow sound. Because she was standing by the bed, and was confused and caught off guard, the blood just fell on Luo Qingzhou's face. She was anxious, but felt the pain coming more violently, and her body softened and was about to fall to the ground. Luo Qingzhou was awakened by her mouthful of blood. Seeing her body fall limply, he hurriedly reached out and knelt on the cold jade bed, hugged her slender waist, held her in his arms, and said in panic, "Sister, you. What's wrong with you?" The moon-white figure endured the pain and pushed him away. The moon-white halo on her body flickered quickly and began to weaken, like a light, as if it was about to go out. I'm fine." She stood firm, stepped back, swayed a bit, sat down in the corner, closed her eyes, touched the tips of her 2 index fingers and 2 ring fingers together. The fingertips flashed, and the moonlight halo on her body lit up again. Luo Qingzhou was frightened and hurriedly got off the bed, looking at her with worry on his face. He even forgot to wipe the blood on his face and mouth. He only felt the blood in his mouth and nose, even in his mind, and was completely frightened. Sister Yu always appeared in front of him in a very powerful state. Today was the first time he saw her injured and weak side. Although he still couldn't see her face clearly, the blood in her suddenly weak body made him feel a sudden pain in his heart, and he wished he could take her place. He stood there, although he was extremely anxious and worried, but he didn't dare to speak or make a sound. After a long time, the white figure slowly put away his handprints, stood up from the ground, looked at him and said, "I'm fine." The tone was cold and calm, and seemed to carry a hint of indifference and alienation. Luo Qingzhou walked in front of her, clenched his fists and said, "Sister Yu, tell me, what happened to you? Why did you suddenly vomit blood? Is there an internal injury? Who beat you? Was it your husband? Or someone from your sect? The white figure of the moon lowered his head slightly, was silent for a moment, and said, None. Luo Qingzhou clenched his fists and said, Who is it? Tell me. The white figure of the moon raised his head and stared at him quietly for a while, took out a snow-white handkerchief, as if he wanted to help him wipe the blood on his face and mouth. But the hand he stretched out paused, put it down again, handed the handkerchief to him, and said lightly, Wipe it. Luo Qingzhou looked at her handkerchief, stretched out his hand to take it, but held it tightly in his hand, just used his sleeve to gently wipe the blood on his face, and said softly, Sister Yu's blood is not dirty. No need to wipe. I want to stay for a little longer. The white figure of the moon stared at him in a daze. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head slightly, clenched the soft handkerchief in his hand, and said, I want to remember the injury Sister Yu suffered today. No matter who hurt you. I swear, I will make him pay the price. The white figure looked at him quietly, was silent for a moment, and stretched out his hand and said, Then give me back the handkerchief. Luo Qingzhou's thumb slowly stroked the handkerchief in the palm of his hand, then turned his wrist and put it into his storage ring, saying, No. Chapter 646 Good Sister. In the stone room, there was silence for a few breaths. The white Yu figure withdrew her hand, turned her back, and said in a light tone, Practice? Luo Qingzhou said, Sister Yu still refuses to tell me. The white Yu figure's back was indifferent, and did not respond. Luo Qingzhou paused, did not ask any more questions, turned back to the bed, sat cross-legged, looked at her back and said, Then I will practice first, and when I am strong enough, Sister Yu will tell me. After that, he slowly closed his eyes. He calmed down and gathered his thoughts, and soon entered the state. The white Yu figure stood still for a while, then slightly lowered his head and looked at his fingertips, where a thin layer of frost had condensed. The chill in the body still came in waves. She walked to the corner, sat down, formed a hand seal with her fingers, and prepared to operate the skills. But when her eyes looked at the figure on the jade bed again, she was in a trance, slowly lowered her head, and looked at her fingertips. Longevity for longevity. Then what do we live for after longevity? What is ruthlessness? What is the way? What is longevity? If people lose their emotions and feelings, what is the use of these? I would rather grow old and die with the people around me. What is the meaning of a person wandering in the world forever? Lonely and helpless? I think Sister Yu should cherish and love the people around her in her limited life. Joy, anger, sorrow, love, hate, and hatred. These are the feelings that everyone should have. Sister Yu, don't you think that there is only loneliness and coldness in your life now? If people abandon their feelings, no matter how long they live, there is no meaning. They will only be more lonely and uncomfortable. Silence for a long time. She slowly released the handprint again. Time passed silently. A night passed quietly. At dawn, Luo Qingzhou finally woke up from the state of cultivation. He felt that the energy in the acupoints in his body was overflowing and ready to move, which was very similar to the feeling when he broke through yesterday. He opened his eyes and looked into the corner. The moon-white figure leaned quietly against the corner, tilting her head slightly, as if she had fallen asleep. At this moment, she looked particularly weak and distressing. Luo Qingzhou was stunned, got off the bed, walked silently to her front, and squatted slowly. He looked through the halo at her hazy cheek, looked at it silently for a while, and couldn't help but stretch out his hand through the halo, and wanted to touch her cheek. But he stopped again at the moment of contact. He looked down at her jade hand hanging on the snow-white skirt, and the scene of touching her fingers before could not help but emerge in his mind. He struggled for a long time in his heart, and finally couldn't resist the temptation of that feeling, and slowly stretched out his hand again, wanting to touch her slender and white jade finger. But at the moment of touching, a cold voice suddenly came into his ears. What are you doing? Luo Qingzhou's heart jumped, and he hurriedly retracted his hand and raised his head. The white figure of Yu had opened her eyes at some point, and was now looking at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou froze and explained, Sister Yu, I saw that you fell asleep, and I was afraid that you would get cold. So I wanted to touch your hand to see if you were cold. If you are cold, I will cover you with a blanket. The white figure stared at him coldly for a while, stood up from the corner, and said in a cold voice, Go to bed. Luo Qingzhou's breathing suddenly stagnated. The white figure walked to the bed and turned to look at him. Luo Qingzhou immediately came to his senses and hurriedly followed. He took out his quilt from the storage ring with a diligent face and said, "Don't worry, Sister Yu. This quilt is clean, and it is specially fumigated with floral fragrance. It smells very good." The white figure looked at him strangely, was silent for a while, and said, "I'll let you go to bed." "Luo Qingzhou?" The white figure said lightly, "Didn't I say before that I would teach you a skill?" Luo Qingzhou, oh. He froze, and quickly put away the quilt in his arms, then lowered his head, got on the bed with a hot cheek, and sat down cross-legged. The white figure stood by the bed, stared at him for a while, and said, "This skill is very simple and suitable for you. It requires the realm of the soul to reach the realm of the spirit, and the realm of the body to reach the realm of the great martial artist. It is not a skill of attack and defense, but a disguise technique, which uses the changes of the soul and the body. When performing it, not only will the appearance change, but the temperament of the whole body, even the height, weight, and thinness will change." When Luo Qingzhou heard it, his eyes lit up. "It really suits me. Sister Yu, you are really my ahem. Good sister." The white figure turned around, looked at the door, and said, "Close your eyes, calm down, and concentrate." Luo Qingzhou glanced at her hazy back, immediately closed his eyes, and began to calm down and concentrate. Outside the cave, the sky was already dawn. The winter snow was still falling silently, and the sky and earth outside were already white. Jianfeng, in front of the cliff, Linghu Qingzhou, dressed in green, holding a jade flute, still stood there, as if he had not left all night. Lioli, wearing a veil, walked over from the path next to her. The falling snowflakes, just as they fell in front of her, were separated by an invisible layer of air and flew away. She came closer, stared at the woman in front of the cliff for a while, and said, "Senior Linghu, have you been standing here all night?" Linghu Qingzhou looked at the abyss of clouds in front of him and said, "Is there anything wrong?" Lioli stood with her and looked ahead, saying, "Nothing. I just can't sleep. I want to talk to someone." Linghu Qingzhou turned his head and looked at her and said, "You want to talk to him, right?" Lioli also looked at her and whispered, "Is it okay?" Linghu Qingzhou said, "He is still practicing." Lioli nodded and said, "I'll wait for him. I have recovered and can help again today." "He?" Linghu Qingzhou stared at her for a while and said, "Do you like him?" Lioli shook her head and said, "No, he doesn't like me, so I won't like him either." "Then why do you want to help him?" Lioli thought for a while and said, "Maybe it's curiosity. I want to see how powerful he is. After all, in all these years, I haven't seen anyone more powerful or more interesting than me." Linghu Qingzhou narrowed his eyes and said, "Is he interesting?" Lioli nodded and said, "Yes, I think he is very interesting and cute. Don't you think so, Senior Linghu?" Linghu Qingzhou fell silent. Suddenly, the two of them looked at the abyss in the mist. A shadow suddenly flew out through the mist, paused in front of the two, and then quickly flew into the cave. Lioli said softly, "Sure enough, he also cultivated the soul." "Senior, what realm is his soul?" Linghu Qingzhou looked at her and said, "What about you?" Lioli said, "Middle stage of the soul refining realm. One realm lower than Senior." Linghu Qingzhou said, "Oh." Lioli asked again, "What about him?" Linghu Qingzhou did not answer, turned around, walked towards the cave and said, "Go back. It's cold outside." Lioli suddenly said, "Senior Linghu, you like him, right?" Linghu Qingzhou paused, then turned his head to look at him, his face cold, and said, "What nonsense are you talking about? I am his uncle." Lioli smiled and said, "Even if he is the master, so what? Senior, whether it is your flute sound or your eyes, you have expressed your feelings." And at this point, she suddenly looked down, glanced at her towering chest, and smiled. "When I met you yesterday, it was not so eye-catching." Uncle suddenly released it. Is he also ready to release his feelings that he has hidden for a long time? Linghu Qingzhou stared at her for a while, and said lightly, "Don't be too self-righteous." After that, he quickly entered the cave and closed the cave door. Lioli stood on the edge of the cliff for a while, and then looked at the abyss in front of him again, with a smile on his face, and murmured, "It's really interesting. The world outside is really wonderful." Linghu Qingzhou entered the cave, stood in a corner for a while, and then walked into the passage and came to the door of the stone chamber. In the stone chamber, Luo Qingzhou's soul had returned to his body, and he was getting up from the bath and preparing to change clothes. The two looked at each other. Linghu Qingzhou asked, "Where did you go last night?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Down the mountain." Linghu Qingzhou said, "With whom?" Before Luo Qingzhou could answer, she suddenly said, "I know." After that, she turned and left, saying, "If you're hungry, come out to eat." Luo Qingzhou immediately changed his clothes and took out the communication treasure to take a look. There were several messages on it. Zhu Yan's messages were all boring, so he replied casually. Xiaoya also sent a message, "Brother, I miss you. It's so lively outside. But I'm so lonely. I want my brother's comfort." Luo Qingzhou replied, "Get used to loneliness, so you can be stronger. But if you need it, I will accompany you." The princess also sent a message and a picture. The picture was misty, and two beautiful girls were in the bathtub, with their snow-white shoulders and sexy collarbones exposed, their long black hair loose, playing in the water. The message was, "It's over. This princess has fallen deeply in love with your Weimo. What should I do? How about letting your Weimo sleep with me from now on?" Luo Qingzhou replied, "Sure. I'll sleep in the middle." The message came back quickly, "You wish. You sleep on the floor." Luo Qingzhou, "Then I can sleep on the other side." Xiao Meijiao, "Dream on. Weimo's feet are my feet. And my feet are still my feet. At most, I'll give you our socks." Luo Qingzhou stopped joking with her. "My lady. What's going on at home? Is everything okay?" Xiao Meijiao, "It's okay. But my aunt and uncle seem to have really quarreled. My aunt slept with us last night." "Oh, I didn't sleep with Weimo's bunny last night." Luo Qingzhou, "Didn't you ask what happened?" Xiao Meijiao, "My aunt didn't say anything. When Weimo asked her, she cried, and then she didn't dare to ask." Luo Qingzhou, "Could it be that my father-in-law really has a woman outside?" Xiao Meijiao, "It's very likely. My uncle looks honest, but he's not simple. I secretly heard him swearing several times. The curses were worse than those of the gangsters. He looked like a completely different person. I was really shocked." Luo Qingzhou, "Haha. Xiao Meijiao, what are you happy about? Are you happy that they quarreled?" Luo Qingzhou, "No. I just find it strange. If my father-in-law wants to keep a woman, why doesn't he keep one when there are so many opportunities in Imo City? The situation is not right now. I think my father-in-law won't." Xiao Meijiao, "Maybe there is in Imo City. You don't know?" While the two were chatting, a tempting smell of food suddenly came from outside. Luo Qingzhou's stomach growled a few times, and he hurriedly said, "Princess, no more talking. I'm going to eat. If nothing goes wrong, I'll go back tonight, and I'll tell you in advance when the time comes." Xiao Meijiao, "Okay. This princess will pick you up tonight, and then take you to the inn outside the city to get a room. Okay?" Luo Qingzhou, "I want to go home." Xiao Meijiao, "Okay. I know you miss your wife. It doesn't matter. This princess will be wrong tonight and sleep with you and your wife. Okay?" Luo Qingzhou didn't reply, put away the communication treasure, and walked out. He will try again today. Whether he can break through or not, he will leave. Chapter 647 Tears. The stone table was already full of dishes, but Linghu Qingzhou was no longer there. Luo Qingzhou was not polite and sat down to eat alone. After dinner, he left the cave. Snowflakes were still falling outside. A familiar sound of a cave flute came from the cliff in front. Luo Qingzhou followed the sound of the flute and walked over. Linghu Qingzhou, dressed in green, stood on the cliff, playing the jade flute in her hand. Next to her, Lioli, dressed in a snow-white dress, was standing there quietly, with her face slightly raised. The air mask around her had been retracted. The cold snowflakes fell one by one, landing on her forehead, veil, and body. She seemed to enjoy the feeling of being showered by snow. Luo Qingzhou walked behind the two of them. Before she spoke, she suddenly opened her eyes and looked at him and said, "Brother Chu, if you still need my help today, then you can do me a favor. Okay?" Luo Qingzhou paused and said, "You say," Lioli said softly, "accompany me to Huashan sect to meet a friend." Luo Qingzhou frowned slightly. "Huashan sect? Why do you want me to accompany you?" Lioli said, "I wanted to go alone. I can see the scenery and play around along the way. However, it may be too boring to be alone. So I want to find someone to accompany me. It just so happens that I think Brother Chu is very suitable." At some point, the sound of the flute stopped. Linghu Qingzhou's eyes were still looking at the abyss in front of him. but his two little ears had already stood up. Luo Qingzhou said directly, "Sorry, Miss Liuli. You should find someone else to accompany you. I'm going home today, and my wife is waiting for me at home. Although Huashan sect is not too far from Kyoto, it is not close either. Even if you ride a horse, it will take at least 6 or 7 days to reach it. It took half a month to go back and forth. He didn't have that time to waste. Moreover, if he really went with her, wouldn't it be confirmed to Huashan sect that their Lingxiao sect had already married Xianyan Pavilion? In addition, a man and a woman were on the road alone, and they had to stop to eat and sleep along the way. If something happened in the middle, wouldn't he be unable to clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River? So, he couldn't go." Liuli heard his answer, and didn't force it anymore. She said softly, "Yes. I forgot that Senior Brother Chu has a wife waiting at home. Forget it. I will go alone then." Then he said, "Senior Brother Chu, can you let me see your true appearance?" Luo Qingzhou shook his head, and refused again. They just met. How could he reveal his true appearance to her? Who knows if she has any relationship with the court? Liuli was rejected again. But she still didn't show any anger. She said softly, "Okay. Forget it if I don't show it to you. Senior Brother Chu, let's start. Is it still the bamboo forest?" Luo Qingzhou thanked him first, and then said, "No need to fight today. I can sprint by myself when the time comes." "I won't bother, Miss Liuli." Liuli said quickly, "It's not a bother at all. Although it seems that I am helping Senior Brother Chu, I also benefit a lot. I feel that if I come a few more times, my strength will be further improved." Luo Qingzhou didn't know how to respond. So he turned his head and looked at Linghu Qingzhu's back and said, "Uncle, can I go to the Sutra Pavilion to choose a technique?" Linghu Qingzhu then turned around and said grimly, "No. You go too often. Even if you are the master's disciple, you can't go every month. Go after the new year." Luo Qingzhou said, "What about the treasure pavilion?" Linghu Qingzhu shook his head and said, "No. If all the disciples of the sect were like you, they would go in once a month to get treasures, and it would have been empty long ago." Liuli on the side laughed and said, "Senior, you Lingxiao sect are really stingy. The more frequently Senior Brother Chu goes in, the more it shows that he is powerful. Isn't it right to give him skills and treasures? We don't do that in Xianyan Pavilion." Linghu Qingzhu glanced at her and said lightly, "You have a master of refining, and your business is everywhere in Dian. We can't compare with you." Liuli smiled lightly, and said nothing more. Luo Qingzhou was a little disappointed and said, "Uncle, please tell master for me. I will go down the mountain soon." After a pause, he said, "I will come again during the annual test. If the sect needs me to help, I will definitely help." The sect did give him a lot, so he can't be ungrateful. Some responsibilities still need to be taken. If the sect has other tasks, as long as it is not a marriage, he will definitely help. Linghu Qingzhu was silent for a while and said, "Why don't you stay a few more days? You should still be able to advance." Luo Qingzhou said, "I will go back to practice." Speaking of this, he looked at her again and said, "I'm not at ease after being away from home for too long, and I miss my family a little." Linghu Qingzhu nodded slightly and said nothing. Liuli asked softly, "Brother Chu, excuse me for asking, how many wives do you have at home? I heard from Senior Zixia that the wives at your home are all very beautiful, and you love them very much. So you refused the marriage, right?" Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou glanced at someone again and said, "5. They are indeed very beautiful. I love them very much, so I don't want to hurt them." Linghu Qingzhu turned around and continued to look at the abyss in front of him, with no other emotions on his face. Liuli also glanced at her and said softly, "5 is indeed enough. But Senior Brother Chu is so outstanding. A few more is actually fine. Of course, Senior Brother Chu, don't get me wrong. Liuli has no other intentions." Luo Qingzhou said, "I am now concentrating on cultivation, and have not thought of anything else. Also, Miss Liuli, the reason why I refused the marriage is not because I think you are not good. And I hope you understand." Liuli nodded and said, "I understand. So I am not angry at all. I came here this time just to see you. There is no other intention." Luo Qingzhou said strangely, "But I heard from my uncle that when you heard my rejection, you were very angry. So you came to duel with me. Is that true?" Liuli was stunned when she heard the words, and said, "Which uncle of yours said that?" Luo Qingzhou looked ahead. Liuli also looked over. Linghu Qingzhu suddenly turned around and said coldly, "Why are you looking at me?" I didn't say that. It was the sect master who said that. Luo Qingzhou said, oh. He looked at her tall and full chest unconsciously again, and felt that she was completely different from before. Linghu Qingzhou glared at him coldly, and walked quickly towards her cave. Luo Qingzhou said hurriedly, Uncle, I'm going to talk to my sister, and then I'll go down the mountain and won't come back. Linghu Qingzhou ignored him, walked quickly into his cave, and closed the cave door. Luo Qingzhou stood there for a while, ready to leave. Liuli on the side suddenly said, Brother Chu, a woman's cave is actually like her own boudoir. Even more private than a boudoir, because it contains her own secrets. So, even if it's the closest person, sometimes you can't let him go in casually. Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, What does Miss Liuli want to say? Liuli said softly, Senior Linghu is so good to Senior Brother Chu. He actually opened the cave door and took the initiative to invite Senior Brother Chu into his cave, and let Senior Brother Chu stay in it for a long time. If Senior Brother Chu didn't come out on his own, Senior Linghu should have kept Senior Brother Chu in there. Right? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and suddenly remembered what he had promised to his uncle. He promised to practice swordsmanship with her. Although the black and white swordsmanship can't be practiced, other swordsmanship should still be practiced. Thinking of this, he sighed in his heart and prepared to talk to Sister Dao for a while, before looking for his uncle. But he suddenly remembered that Sister Dao's bamboo forest hut seemed to have been knocked away by him. Where does she live now? By the way, Miss Liuli, do you know where my junior sister lives now? He asked hurriedly. Liuli nodded and said, Follow me. Luo Qingzhou followed behind. The two crossed a small path, then crossed the destroyed bamboo forest, and came to a flower garden. Behind the flower garden, there is an exquisite little bamboo house. In front of the bamboo house, there is a fence surrounded by vines. Even in this cold winter, it is full of flowers. At this time, in front of the bamboo house, Sister Dao was flashing and practicing with a knife. Before the two of them approached, Sister Dao stopped immediately, holding her sword across her chest, and shouted in panic and anger, Chu Feiyang, don't come to fight me again. Luo Qingzhou was stunned when he heard this, and then smiled, Senior sister, I came to say goodbye to you, not to fight. He walked into the courtyard. Liuli stopped outside the fence, smiled at Sister Dao, and turned to leave. Luo Qingzhou turned around and said, Miss Liuli, thank you. And thank you yesterday. If there is a chance in the future, I will repay you again. Liuli turned around and smiled, okay. I'll wait. After that, she walked away in the wind and rain. Daojia asked curiously, Chu Feiyang, did you get together with her? Luo Qingzhou said, No. Daojia asked, Why? Because of your wife? Luo Qingzhou said, No. Because of you, senior sister. Daojia was stunned when she heard this and said, What do you mean? Luo Qingzhou said, Because she bullied senior sister yesterday and knocked senior sister's hut away. How could I want such a rude woman? I would rather want senior sister than her. Get lost. Daojia glared at him and kicked him, but he grabbed her ankle skillfully. Then, Luo Qingzhou held her ankle and suddenly raised it up, and directly helped her two long legs to split into a horse. Daojia screamed in surprise. Her body tilted, and the knife in her hand was hurriedly propped on the ground to support her balance. And she said in shame and anger, Asshole! Let me go! Luo Qingzhou held her feet and long legs high up and said, Sister, will you kick me again in the future? Sister Dao snorted coldly. Her upper body suddenly tilted towards the knife on the ground, and her other foot swish was lifted up in the air, kicking him again. Luo Qingzhou was about to grab her foot again, hesitated for a moment, and suddenly dodged backwards, while releasing her foot that was held above her head. Sister Dao's 2 feet landed on the ground, and Swish pulled out the knife in her hand, and said angrily, Chu Feiyang, I want to fight you. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Sister, talk nicely. Don't touch me. Sister Dao held the knife and stared at him angrily. For a while, for some reason, her heart suddenly ached, and her eyes were filled with tears. She said, Chu Feiyang, you are powerful now, so you can bully me casually. Right? Sister, I didn't. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly explained, and at the same time sighed secretly in his heart. Just now, he wanted to grab her other foot and play with her for a while, but thinking that the gap between their strength and status was a bit big now, he was afraid that she would be sensitive and think too much. So he stopped immediately, and didn't dare to joke anymore. Unexpectedly, she was still angry. Come to think of it, it's understandable. Her family suddenly encountered a huge change. Her father was almost killed. And now he has become a wanted criminal in Diyin. They can only hide here from now on. And even Jianfeng dare not go out. Naturally, he is much more sensitive than before. Sister, don't think too much. Sister Dao said with tears in her eyes again. Last time you came, you broke my little bed. This time you came, you directly destroyed my room. Now you come to bully me again. You are now the direct disciple of the sect master. And you are also a great martial artist. Everyone in the sect, even the sect master, pampers you. Even if you bully me to death, no one dares to say anything. Right? Luo Qingzhou hurriedly walked in front of her and said, Sister, I was just joking with you just now. Didn't we often joke like this when we were in the martial arts hall? If you think I bullied you, you can hit me. Hit me as you like. I will never fight back. Sister Dao wiped her tears and said, How dare I hit you? Who are you and who am I? My father and I are both living under someone else's roof here. How dare I offend you? The future sect master. Go away. After that, she put away the knife, held back her tears, and walked towards the hut. Luo Qingzhou was stunned and hurriedly followed her. Daojia entered the room and was about to close the door when he pushed it open and squeezed in. Daojia sobbed. What are you doing? Are you going to humiliate me again? Are you going to take off my shoes and socks and humiliate me again? Sister, take it off. Anyway, I dare not resist. You can bully me as you like. I won't say anything, Wu Daojia said, then turned around and sat on the bed. Lying there, sobbing, Luo Qingzhou regretted and was anxious, saying, Sister, has anyone bullied you recently? Daojia cried. It's you, Luo Qingzhou. This shouldn't be the case. This girl used to be very strong. She shouldn't cry for such a small thing. Even if she has become more sensitive and inferior now, it shouldn't be that serious. She must have encountered something. Luo Qingzhou walked to the bed and said softly, Sister, stop crying. Tell me, what happened? I was just joking with you. You don't have to cry like this. Right? You look like you've been wronged. Who bullied you? Was it Sister Su Feng and Su Yu? Or Lu Li? He said again, could it be the uncle? Sister Dao was still lying there crying, and didn't say anything. Luo Qingzhou sat down beside her, and wanted to take out a handkerchief to help her wipe her tears, but found that he was holding Sister Yu's handkerchief, and immediately put it back. He stretched out his sleeve directly and said, Sister, tell me quickly. I will help you. No matter who it is. I will teach her a lesson for you. Even if it is the uncle. You don't have to be afraid. Just say it. Sister Dao cried for a while, then sat up, pushed his sleeve away, wiped her tears with her sleeve, and said, I'm fine. No one bullies me. Master and sisters will treat me well. Chu Feiyang. I'm sorry. It's not you who bullies me. I just feel daddy, and I can never go out to see people again. You can go up and down the mountain at will. Go anywhere at will. And daddy and I can only hide here forever. No one dares to see. Maybe for a lifetime. Or maybe someday. He was arrested in one day. Senior sister. Luo Qingzhou suddenly interrupted her, stretched out his hand, wiped the crystal tears that had just fallen from her face, and said, Silly, are you crying just because of this? What if I tell you that you and your father will be free soon? And your father's case will soon no longer be investigated. And the deaths of those Jinui will no longer be investigated. Senior sister, can you stop crying? Sister Dao looked at him with tears in her eyes and said, Why? Luo Qingzhou looked at her hair with rain on her lips, and suddenly became as pitiful as a little woman. He paused and said, Because the new emperor will grant amnesty to the world when he ascends the throne. Chapter 648, Where is the Moonlight Tower of Acacia? In the cave, in the stone chamber, Lenghu Qingzhu, dressed in green, was dancing with a sword beside the bathing pool. The stone wall next to it was like a mirror. The figure in the mirror, with flying black hair, fluttering clothes, and a graceful figure, appeared and disappeared in the sword light. The whole stone chamber was soon filled with sword energy, and the temperature dropped sharply. In the flower basket beside the bathing pool, petals flew up one after another, swept by the strong wind, and entangled around her body. But soon, those petals were torn into pieces by the sword energy, turned into flower rain, and fell down one after another. Lenghu Qingzhu put away his sword and looked at the flying flower rain. The flower rain soon fell into the bathing pool, causing ripples, floating on the water, and dyeing the entire pool red. Ling Hu Qingju stood by the pool for a while, and the green dress on her body suddenly slowly fell off, revealing a snow-white, delicate, graceful and charming jade body. Long black and smooth hair, slender and straight legs, a slender waist, a round and plump buttocks, especially the chest, towering and proud. She walked to the wall mirror in the corner, looked at her snow-white and flawless body in the mirror, stayed for a long time, then turned around and walked into the bath. The warm pool water and pink petals quickly wrapped her body. She sat on the rock in the water and closed her eyes. Suddenly, she opened her eyes and took out the communication treasure from the storage ring. A message appeared on it. Master, I have gone down the mountain. Something happened at home, so I didn't go to say goodbye to you. Thank you for your care these days. I will come again when the sex annual test is held. I will be filial to Master at that time. Ling Hu Qingju looked at the message and stayed for a while, then slowly put away the communication treasure. And then his whole body and head were slowly immersed in the water. After soaking in the water for a long time, the communication treasure in her hand suddenly lit up again. She opened her eyes and looked, and suddenly her pupil shrank. By the way, Uncle Master, I have to apologize to you. When I was practicing in your bath, I couldn't help but leave some dirty things. If you want to take a bath, it's better to change the water. Wow! Ling Hu Qingju's head immediately emerged from the water. And then Pooh spit out the water in his mouth. Asshole! She clenched her fists and immediately replied, What dirty things? The message quickly came back. That's it. Ling Hu Qingju said angrily. Which one? Say. After replying, she was thinking about it, and suddenly vomited again. And then Pooh spit a few times. At this time, she reacted and hurriedly escaped from the bath, and went up the steps with her snow-white jade body naked. Chu Feiyang said, Of course it's the dirt and sweat on the body. Isn't it all when practicing? Ling Hu Qingju was stunned for a moment. That's all? Chu Feiyang, of course. What do you think? Uncle? I couldn't help but want to pee, but I finally held it back, and went up to pee by the side of the bathtub. Ling Hu Qingju was standing by the pool with her snow-white jade feet bare, reading the message. When she saw the message, she suddenly flashed and jumped out, angrily saying, Asshole! If you have the guts, come back and I'll stab you to death with a sword. Chu Feiyang, Uncle, I've gone far away. My wife is still waiting for me at home. I won't say anything more. The anger on Ling Hu Qingju's face slowly faded, and then she clenched the jade in her hand. Her eyelashes drooped slightly, and the water stains on her body were still flowing down along the curves of her jade body. At this moment, her heart suddenly felt empty and full of melancholy. At this time, the communication treasure suddenly vibrated again. Chu Feiyang, by the way, Uncle, I forgot to tell you. I put a gift at the door of your cave. Remember to take it. Don't let others steal it. Ling Hu Qingju was stunned for a moment, and immediately took out a set of clean underwear and outer clothes, as well as shoes and socks from the storage ring. Put them on, and then walked out of the stone room quickly. Boom! The stone door at the entrance of the cave slowly opened. Without waiting for the stone door to be fully opened, Ling Hu Qingju immediately walked out and looked at both sides of the cave entrance. But both sides were empty. Nothing. She looked carefully again, and her heart suddenly became anxious. When she was about to send a message to ask, a figure suddenly walked out from the corner next to her and said, Uncle Master, are you looking for me? Ling Hu Qingju's body was shocked, and he looked up at him. Luo Qingzhou came over and said, I was going to leave after seeing my senior sister, but I remembered that I promised Uncle Master that I would practice sword with Uncle Master after I finished practicing. So, I came back again. Ling Hu Qingju stood at the door, looking at him motionlessly, and a layer of mist gradually rose in his eyes. Uncle Master. Luo Qingzhou was about to speak, but Ling Hu Qingju suddenly grabbed his collar, and with a whoosh, he took him directly into the cave, and then bang closed the cave door. Uncle Master, I was wrong. I was just joking with you. I didn't pee. He apologized quickly, but Ling Hu Qingju ignored him and dragged him directly into the stone room and walked towards the bathing pool. Luo Qingzhou panicked. Master Uncle, what are you going to do? He was about to resist, but Ling Hu Qingju grabbed his wrist, and with a surge of internal force, Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt a pain in his meridians, and his body suddenly softened. and he fell into her arms involuntarily. Aren't you going to repay me? You have promised me more than once that you would practice dual cultivation with me. Now, it's time for you to fulfill your promise, Ling Hu Qingju said coldly, and suddenly swished and untied his belt. Then, in his horrified eyes, her green dress suddenly slipped down, like blooming petals, scattered at her feet. A touch of snow white suddenly illuminated the entire dark stone room. Wow! Water splashed, and the two were submerged in the pool. Mist was lingering, and petals were floating. A pool of clear water full of broken flowers soon rippled. Outside the cave, the heavy snow finally stopped. The misty riverside below the mountain was a vast expanse of white, with no one around. The cold river was hazy with mist. A small boat was vaguely floating in the middle of the river, motionless. A girl in a white dress and a veil was standing gracefully at the bow, admiring the empty and cold snowy sky in the cold winter. Suddenly, she looked at the water, paused, and said softly, "Can you come out and talk to me?" The water surface was calm, as if nothing was there, but her eyes were still looking there. And she said, "Whether you are a human or a demon, I don't care. Don't worry. I will find someone who can talk and talk." As soon as the words fell, the water surface suddenly rippled, and a beautiful girl wearing a green dress and various sparkling jewels and jades on her body suddenly floated out of the water, like a snowflake, and landed lightly on the boat. This girl has a beautiful face, white skin, and a slender figure, especially the pair of bare white jade feet under the skirt, which are extremely beautiful. There is a red rope tied on one of the ankles, and a bell is tied on the red rope. At the same time, there is a bright red dot between the girl's eyebrows, which makes her look a kind of enchanting and seductive beauty. Lioli looked at her and whispered, "So pretty, so cute." Longer was not dazzled by her sweet words. He looked at her vigilantly and said, "This is my territory. Why are you standing here? Are you here to catch me?" Lioli smiled and said, "I just passed by occasionally. I saw the beautiful scenery here, so I stopped to take a look." "Little sister, what's your name?" Longer said with a cold face. "You are the little sister. What's your name?" Lioli smiled and said, "My name is Lioli. Just call me by my name." "What about you?" Longer saw that she was kind and didn't seem like a bad person, so he said, "My name is Longer. You can just call me Sister Long." Lioli nodded and whispered, "Sister Long." Longer was stunned and thought to himself, why is this girl so easy to talk to? Is she stupid? Or is there a conspiracy? She still stared at her with vigilance, and asked, "Where are you from? Are you a disciple of Li Xiao's sect?" Lioli said softly, "I am a disciple of Xianyun Pavilion. I am here as a guest of Li Xiao's sect this time. I will leave in a few days." Longer asked again, "Have you killed a monster?" Lioli smiled and said, "No." Longer asked again, "Then have you killed a person?" Lioli said, "No." Then he said, "I have been practicing in the sect and rarely come out." Longer snorted coldly and said, "You are lying. Which disciple of the 5 major sects has not killed people and monsters? As long as you want to advance, you will definitely go down the mountain to hone yourself. It is impossible not to kill people." Lioli smiled slightly, did not argue with her, and whispered, "Do you live here alone?" Longer immediately said vigilantly, "Of course not. My father, my mother, my 18 brothers, my powerful sister, and many guards all live here. What do you want to do?" Lioli smiled and said, "I just want to talk to you and listen to a different view." Longer took another look at her snow-white dress, and thought to himself, when I saw her just now, I felt that she was somewhat similar to my sister, but she was not as cold and intimidating as my sister, and it was impossible for her to be as beautiful as my sister. "Take off the veil on your face. Let me see," she suddenly asked. Lioli whispered, "I have clan rules and cannot take it off." Long immediately snorted, "But you have seen my face. You took advantage of me." Lioli hesitated for a moment, raised her hand, slowly took off the veil on her face, and smiled, "You are right. I can't take advantage of you." Then he added, "Anyway, there is no one else here. As for the rules, I never like to follow them." Longhair stared at her beautiful face in a daze. It was not because she was too beautiful, but the expression between her eyebrows and her temperament suddenly looked more like that fierce woman who was as charming as a fairy. Could this person be her biological sister? Longhair guessed secretly in his heart. Of course, this girl is indeed very beautiful, but she is still not as good as that fierce woman. "Am I pretty?" Lioli asked with a smile. Longhair nodded and said, "It looks good. But she lowered her eyes to look at her chest and said, "It's just that her breasts are a little small. Smaller than mine." Lioli smiled and said, "It's okay. They're still growing. They should be bigger in 2 years." Long Hair saw that she was so easy to talk to, so he couldn't help but let down some of his guard and indifference, and said, "I'm still growing too. Anyway, you can't beat me." Lioli smiled and said, "Then I admit defeat. Sister Long Hair's feet are also very beautiful. I definitely can't beat them." Long Hair felt a little embarrassed and said, "You look pretty strong and so beautiful. There must be a lot of men who like you." "Right?" Lioli sighed and said, "Actually, I came to Ling Xiao's sect this time just for a man. Our sect wants to form an alliance with Ling Xiao's sect. But the man from Ling Xiao's sect, my master doesn't like me. So I came to see him. Of course, I didn't come here just for him. I took the opportunity to go out and play. Otherwise my master wouldn't let me out." Longer was surprised and said, "Is that man very powerful? He doesn't like you?" Lioli nodded and said, "He is very powerful and charming. There are many beautiful women around him. So he doesn't like me." Longer said, "Are you angry?" Lioli thought for a while and said, "I was a little angry at first. But I was not angry after he beat me up." Longer was puzzled and said, "Why did he beat you? Why didn't you get angry after he beat you?" Lioli said, "He couldn't hold it back and wanted to beat me. He beat me, and then I knew he was very powerful and cute. So I was not angry." After hearing this, Longer became more confused. Lioli smiled and said, "What about you? Do you have a man you like?" Longer nodded and said proudly, "Yes." "Is he a human or a demon?" "A human. Very good-looking, powerful, and charming, with many beautiful women around him." "Does he like you?" "No. He only likes his wife. No matter how I seduce him, he refuses me." "Oh, I really want to mate with him." The word mate, it's okay. You have to make him like you first before he can mate with you. Of course, some bad men just like to mate. In this case, the man you like is indeed a good person. He is at least responsible and has a moral bottom line. Of course, he is not an ordinary person." "Sorry, Sister Longer. I don't have experience in this area, so I can't teach you." "It's okay. I'm not in a hurry. Just take it slowly. Anyway, he said that no matter what difficulties I have in the future, he will come to help me." The two chatted casually on the boat and soon got closer. Long Hair sat down on the edge of the boat, with two beautiful white feet on the edge of the boat, stretched into the water, and gently swayed, creating circles of ripples. And the bells on the ankles also rang happily. Lioli took a look and sat down beside her, then took off her shoes and socks, put a pair of white feet under it, put them in the water, and smiled, so cold. Long Hair looked down and said, "Lioli, your feet are also very cute. If my son sees them, he will definitely like them." Lioli shook her feet and smiled. "Does your son like it here?" Long Hair nodded and said, "Yes. I like it very much. When the son first saw me, he started to peek at my feet, and then I seduced him." The two laughed, shook their white feet together, fiddled with the river water, and continued to chat. Time passed quietly. The river was shrouded in mist, hazy, like a fairyland. The two, one in white and one in green, sat on the edge of the boat, talking and laughing, gently shaking their two pairs of beautiful feet, forming a beautiful and moving picture with the entire river and the scenery on both sides. At the same time, in a cave, a hot spring pool, splashing water, Qin Mansion, the outer city of Kyoto, Lingshan Moon Palace, Beiling, wearing a pink dress, was like a petal spreading out. She was sitting alone at the table, holding a pestle in her hand, pounding the petals in the medicine jar. Puff, puff, puff. The pink and beautiful petals were quickly pounded into medicinal mud by her. "Hey, why hasn't the stinky son-in-law come back yet?" She sighed melancholy, pouted her little mouth, and continued to pound the pestle in her hand, as if venting, pounding with a sizzling sound. And the flower juice overflowed. In the back garden, a familiar Guqin sound suddenly rang out. Bai Ling listened carefully and sang along with the tune unconsciously. "Whose boat is this tonight? Where is the moonlit tower where I miss you? The moon is lingering on the tower. It should be shining on the mirror of the person who is leaving." Chapter 649 Advance again. In the evening, the heavy snow has stopped, but the north wind is still biting. The whole world seems to have turned white. Luo Qinzhou stepped on the snow and went down the mountain in a trance. Boom! He suddenly punched out. A golden fist light shot out in an instant, exploded in the distant clouds, and set off a huge air wave. The clouds rolled, and the momentum was mighty. Luo Qingzhou looked at his fist with a complicated expression. He actually advanced again. In just 3 days, he has broken through from the early stage of the Great Martial Master to the late stage of the Great Martial Master. The first promotion was a battle with the Saint of Xianyan Pavilion. After thousands of fierce fist collisions, all the potential and energy in the body were stimulated, and the level was broken through in one go. And the promotion was successful. And this second promotion was also in countless fierce collisions, gathering all the energy in the body, and suddenly bursting through at the last moment. And the promotion was successful. Both times he was promoted. He broke through in battle. However, he always felt that the flame in the Danhai had not been extinguished, and was still burning slowly in his body. However, the physical discomfort was gone. Looking at the clouds in the distance that were shattered by his Vajra explosion fist, he fell into deep thought. Soon, he came to the foot of the mountain. He turned his head and looked at the mountain, with a complicated look in his eyes. Ah, he sighed, without any joy after the promotion. Although he had broken through to the late stage of the Great Martial Master, he still had no confidence that he could do that. At least one more realm was needed. At least he had to reach the perfect late stage of the Great Martial Master like his uncle. Then, there would be some opportunities. Of course, there was only one chance. He had to be more than 90% sure. However, his uncle seemed a little weak. He was actually knocked unconscious by the huge energy at the moment of his final breakthrough. The saint was hit by him many times yesterday. Wasn't she still fine? Woo. He suddenly stopped, turned his head, and looked at the mountainside. There was a familiar sound of a flute. He stood there, listening in a daze for a while, and then left with mixed feelings. Crack, crack, stepping on the snow on the ground. He soon saw the Yunwu River in front of him. The river was wide and hazy. There was a small boat floating in the middle of the river. At the bow of the boat, there were 2 figures, one white and one green. In the hazy mist, there were 2 pairs of white feet, resting on the edge of the boat, happily playing with the river water below. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, suspicious in his heart, and immediately walked over quickly. Suddenly a familiar laugh came. It was Longer. He stopped by the river and looked at the green figure on the boat through the hazy river fog. Who is Longer chatting with? His eyes were fixed on the snow-white figure again, and he could only vaguely see the slender outline. Could it be? He suddenly had an idea and thought to himself, Long Air doesn't know anyone here. Except, could it be Sister Yu's physical body? He was suddenly excited, hesitated for a moment, and then his figure flashed, and he flew over directly on the river water. He was afraid that the other party would hear the noise and run away, so he rushed over at the fastest speed. Now he is already in the late stage of the great martial artist, so his speed has naturally increased several times, and he has reached the nearby in a breath. At this time, the 2 people on the boat suddenly stood up, thinking that it was an enemy attack. The 2 turned around at the same time and looked at the meeting. When they saw the person clearly, they were both startled, with different expressions on their faces. Swoosh! Luo Qingzhou passed through the river fog, swept over in an instant, landed on the boat, and stopped behind the 2. However, when he came closer, he found that this snow-white figure should not be Sister Yu. It looked familiar. Lioli looked at him for a while, and saw him staring at her cheek. Then she reacted and immediately took out the veil and prepared to put it on, but thought about it. Anyway, she had seen it. It was too late. Why bother? Thinking of this, she put away the veil again. Luo Qingzhou saw the veil in her hand and said, Miss Lioli? Lioli sighed softly and looked at him and said, Brother Chu, why didn't you say anything and suddenly came here? Luo Qingzhou was a little embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. Longer immediately walked in front of him, hugged his arm intimately, and looked at Lioli and said, Do you also know my son? Lioli looked at this scene with a look of surprise on her face, paused, and said, Yeah. Swaisher said again, Sister Longer, if I said that the person I am marrying is him, will you be angry? Longer's eyes widened immediately. Luo Qingzhou looked at the 2 of them with a strange look on his face and said, Longer, Miss Lioli, did you know each other before? Lioli said softly, We just met today. Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion, Then why do you call Longer sister? Lioli smiled and said, She asked me to call her sister. Since she is happy, I don't care. So I call her like this. Brother Chu, are you leaving? Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but look at her more and nodded. Long Hair tiptoed to his ear and whispered, young master, take a closer look at Liuli. Who does she look like? After hearing this, Luo Qingzhou looked at the girl in front of him again, and looked at her whole body. His eyes lingered on her delicate feet under her white skirt for a few more times, and said, who does she look like? Long Hair said, young master. Can't you tell? Then she suddenly realized that the young master didn't seem to have seen her sister's true appearance. Luo Qingzhou then said, when I was by the river before, I saw you sitting and chatting with her, and I saw her wearing a white skirt, so I thought she was Sister Yu. Long Hair whispered, yes. Very similar. Luo Qingzhou shook his head and whispered, the temperament is different. The look is different. And the feeling is even more different. Long Hair said oh, and didn't argue with him anymore. Then she suddenly moved close to his neck, sniffed, and then sniffed his entire body, and suddenly said, young master, you have a strange scent. A woman's. Liuli's eyes also looked at him. Luo Qingzhou said calmly, normal. I have fought with Miss Liuli, and I have also sparred with my uncle. Long Hair was stunned for a moment, then remembered what Liuli had told her before, and asked, young master, why did you hit Liuli? Liuli said you couldn't hold it anymore. What couldn't you hold it? Luo Qingzhou did not answer, and said, it's getting late. I should go back. You continue. After that, he was about to leave. Long hurriedly said, young master, tonight? Let's talk tonight. I will send you a message then. After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, he bowed to Liuli again. When he was about to take off, Liuli suddenly said, Brother Chu, do you have a communication certificate? Luo Qingzhou paused, turned his head, and looked at her and said, no. Long did not say anything on the side. Liuli smiled and said, no. You do? Luo Qingzhou said, I really don't. Liuli took out her own communication certificate and said, Brother Chu, I helped you advance, and you promised to repay me. I don't need other repayments. Just add a friend. Chat occasionally. It won't disturb you. You can ignore me. Seeing that she said this, Luo Qingzhou didn't feel embarrassed to refuse again, so he had to take out the communication certificate and gently touched hers. Lily asked to add you as a friend. Agree or refuse. You have become friends with Lily. Please play with Lily to your heart's content. By the way, you can also modify Lily's notes. Recommended names are Shelly, Ollie, Cute Lily, My Beloved Lily, Dear Little Lily, etc. Luo Qingzhou twitched his mouth and put away the message. Liuli smiled and said, I changed your name to Yanong. Luo Qingzhou shrugged, said nothing, and said goodbye. Then you guys chat. I'm leaving first. Liuli said, take care. Longer also said, young master, Longer is waiting for you. Swoosh. Luo Qingzhou's figure flashed and flew out, then quickly passed by and reached the other side. Liuli looked at his back and suddenly smiled. Sister Longer, there are deep teeth marks on his neck. Did you see it? Longer shook her head and said, no. It should be the young master biting at himself. Liuli retracted his gaze, looked at her, paused, and smiled, maybe. The two sat down at the bow and continued to chat happily. When Luo Qingzhou came out of the cave, he had already sent a message to the princess. So when he crossed the river and walked forward for a distance, the princess's carriage arrived immediately. But there was only Aunt Mu in the carriage. The carriage was empty, and the princess did not follow. After he got on the carriage, Aunt Mu immediately turned around and went back, explaining solemnly, young master, the eunuch who was beside the emperor in the palace went to the Qing mansion, and the princess stayed there to talk to him. So she didn't come together. When Luo Qingzhou heard this, his heart was immediately trembling. Aunt Mu didn't say anything else, and suddenly raised the whip in her hand, and whipped the horses but with a snap. The horse ran quickly. Luo Qingzhou immediately took out the message and sent a message to the princess. After a while, the message came back. Xiao Meijiao, don't worry. I said you went out to play. It's normal for scholars to go out to play. You just need to come back soon. The emperor summoned you to the palace. I don't know why. I'm helping you find out. But this dead eunuch doesn't look like he will tell you. Luo Qingzhou put away the message, opened the door curtain and asked, Auntie Mu, are there still guards checking at the city gate? Auntie Mu waved the whip in her hand and said, yes. And there are more guards at night. No matter who is leaving or entering the city, they have to check. But don't worry, my lord. They dare not check the carriages of our county prince's mansion. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou had to give up the idea of using Qigong to return to the city. After thinking for a while, he began to check his equipment. When he looked at the sapling growing from the half-root in the storage ring, he was immediately surprised. The sapling suddenly grew to more than 2 meters tall. At the same time, a very small bud actually grew on the highest branch. In addition, the spiritual medicines in the medicine garden, which originally had thin branches and leaves, suddenly grew extremely lush. Some spiritual medicines even bloomed. He thought about it carefully, took out 2 bottles of spiritual liquid, and dripped a drop on the roots of the small tree. This root was taken from the space of the ancient battlefield. All the creatures in it had been destroyed, leaving only this small root. So the small tree that grew from it was definitely not simple. Chapter 650. How many wives do you have? Qin's residence. Living room. Li Gui paced in the hall, with an impatient look on his face. But he didn't dare to say a word. Qin Wenzheng and his wife were also anxious. Song Ryue had been looking out the door. Seeing that it was already dark outside, she couldn't help but ask again, Wei Mo, where did Qingzhou go to play? Why hasn't he come back yet? Miss Qin Air was supported by Chior, standing softly and softly, saying softly, maybe it was the West Lake. Mother, don't worry. He should be back soon. Song Ryue said anxiously, it's not me who is anxious. Eunuchly has been waiting for almost an hour, and the emperor is still waiting in the palace. Hey, why didn't that kid go out earlier or later? But now he went out. And? Doesn't that kid always dislike going out? Nandong Meijio said on the side, Aunt. Scholars should go out often to play in order to gain knowledge. The spring examination is about to start. He should have gone out to collect knowledge. Song Ryue sighed, and quickly said with a smile, Eunuchly, please sit down first. Wait a little longer. He should be back soon. Li Gui didn't dare to sit down. He didn't even dare to complain. That little bastard always picks on him every time they meet, and always slaps him a few times. This time, he will definitely not give him any chance. It's too late. When the emperor blames him, it won't be him who will be punished. He waited for another half an instant stick of time. Seeing the night was falling outside, it was getting late, and Li Gui's face was getting uglier and uglier. Just when he was about to lose his temper, a figure suddenly walked in at the gate, and he was immediately frightened. Wearing a Confucian robe, with snow-covered sleeves, holding a few books at his arms, he walked in unhurriedly on the snow on the ground. Li Gui immediately suppressed his anger, walked out quickly, bowed and said, Mr. Luo, come with me to the palace. The emperor must be waiting impatiently. Pa! Luo Qizhou slapped him without saying anything, and shouted, how dare you talk nonsense? The emperor is a wise king, calm and dignified since childhood, and very patient. How could he be impatient for such a small matter? Are you despising and insulting the emperor? Li Gui covered his burning cheeks. The Qin family. Song Ryue was waiting anxiously, and seeing that he was late, she wanted to scold him with a stern face. When she saw this scene, her heart trembled, her pretty face changed, and her open mouth immediately closed tightly again. The guards outside also looked down at the ground. Without saying a word, Luo Qingzhou handed the book in his hand to Miss Qin Air, and said softly, wait for me to come back. Miss Qin Air held back her smile, looked at him gently and said, well, husband, go quickly. Luo Qingzhou glanced at Nandong Meiju, did not dare to speak, and looked at Li Gui again, and said coldly, why don't you lead the way? Li Gui secretly gritted his teeth, immediately lowered his head, and walked in front. Luo Qingzhou bowed to Qin Wenzheng and Song Ryue, and said, father-in-law, mother-in-law, I will be back soon, he said, looking at Nandong Meiju again, and said, if I don't come back tonight, the princess, remember to tell my friend for me, so that she won't wait at home. Nandong Meijiao's eyes flashed, and she nodded. After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, he walked out quickly. After the carriage outside the door hurriedly left under the escort of the guards. Song Ryue wondered, Meiju, what did Qingzhou mean just now? His friend is waiting at home? Qin Wenzheng frowned and said, Qingzhou is hinting to Meijiao that if he doesn't come back, let Meijiao ask the princess for help. Song Ryue's face suddenly changed. Will the emperor hurt her if he lets Qizhou go? Qin Wenzheng said, who knows? Miss Qin Air comforted mother. It's okay. Brother Qizhou will definitely come back safely. As night fell, the streets were deserted, and there were no pedestrians. Only a few shops were still lit, and voices could be heard faintly from inside. The carriage was running on the empty street. Luo Qingzhou sat in the carriage, took out the message, and sent another message to the princess. Stay at home with Wei Mo. If I can't come back, remember to let someone notify the princess. The message came back quickly. Okay. I'll wait for you. Then another message came back. You must come back. Wei Mo and I took a bath and waited for you in bed together. Luo Qizhou, okay. Xiao Meijiao, remember. You have to hold back. There are many masters in the palace. Now is not the time. Luo Qizhou, I know. Xiao Meijiao, if something happens to you, the Qin family will be finished. And I will accompany you. Luo Qizhou, don't say stupid things. Don't worry. I will hold back. Xiao Meijiao, yeah. Love you. Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt guilty, stunned, and said, Princess, I love you too. I will love you forever. Xiao Meijiao, Wei Mo is reading the message you sent with me. Luo Qingzhou, it's okay. I love her more. Xiao Meijiao, bad guy. Bite you. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help but smile. His heart was full of tenderness. And he didn't reply. He thought about it, and sent another message to Sister Yu. Sister Yu, I have something to do tonight. I may not be able to see you. Tomorrow night. The message came back quickly. Oh. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu. What are you doing now? Sister Yu, dazed. In Luo Qingzhou's mind, a white figure immediately appeared, standing on the attic looking at the night sky in the distance, staring blankly. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu. Why are you always in a daze? Are you a fool? In the past, he would definitely not dare to talk like this. But now, he feels that the distance between him and Sister Yu seems to have shortened a lot. And Sister Yu should not be angry. He feels that their chat can no longer be as cold as before. He wants to try to change Sister Yu. Of course, it would be better if she could give up her previous ideas and give up that cold and ruthless practice. He didn't want to always see her cold look like before. After a while, the Masager replied, You are? Luo Qingzhou smiled and said, I am not a fool. And I don't like to be in a daze. Sister Yu, I saw Longhair made a new friend today. When I saw the girl at first, I thought it was Sister Yu's physical body. And then I flew over immediately. It turned out not to be. And I was a little disappointed. Sister Yu, is she beautiful? Luo Qingzhou, pretty. But not as pretty as Sister Yu. Sister Yu, I'm not pretty. Luo Qingzhou, in my heart. Sister Yu is definitely prettier than her. Sister Yu, really? In your heart. Is your wife prettier or me? Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu. I have good news for you. My physical body has been upgraded again. I am now in the late stage of the great martial master. Isn't that amazing? Sister Yu, really? In your heart. Is your wife prettier or me? Luo Qingzhou. Okay. Sister Yu. I'll tell you the truth. In my heart, my wife is of course the prettiest. No one can compare to her. The other party did not reply. The carriage quickly entered the city gate and entered the streets of the inner city. Luo Qingzhou replied again, Sister Yu. Are you angry? Sister Yu, how did you upgrade today? Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu. Let's talk about who is the prettiest. Although in my heart, my wife is the most beautiful. But Sister Yu ranks second most beautiful. Sister Yu, how many wives do you have? Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu. Let's stop talking. I have something to do. Let's talk tomorrow night. He immediately put away the message. A certain mansion. In the pavilion in the back garden, a girl in a snow-white dress was sitting at a stone table, looking at the jade in her hand. And no emotion could be seen on her flawless face. Suddenly, a crisp voice came from the door. Miss, the second lady and the princess are here, and they want to talk to you. Do you want to let them in? The girl was silent for a while, put away the jade in her hand, and said yes. The palace was still brightly lit. In the study, the young Emperor Nangong was sitting at the table, flipping through the case files on the table, with a gloomy expression on his face. Below him, a young man wearing a Qilin costume and a golden knife on his waist was standing, lowering his head and waiting with bated breath. Waste. Nangong suddenly smashed the case file in his hand on his head. Then he said with a gloomy face, with so many big cases, even if you can't catch the murderer, you should at least find out who the murderer is? Even if you find out a murderer, it will be considered that you have the ability. Qin Lang, you really let me down. It turned out that the young man standing there was the eldest son of the Qin family. Qin Lang, the current acting commander of the Jinui. Seeing the emperor angry, Qin Lang immediately bowed and said, "It is my incompetence. Please punish me, Your Majesty." Nandong Yang stared at him fiercely for a few times, then looked at the case file on the table, and said coldly, "Forget about the case of Mo Chung. But the Zhongwu Earl's mansion is in Kyoto, right under my nose." But it was suddenly wiped out. The Zhongwu Earl Luo Changtian is my right-hand man, and those Jinui are all masters I personally recruited. Now they are all killed. The murderer is a naked provocation to me. Can't you see it? Also, the Taoist priests of Zijin Temple have gone crazy for no reason during this period of time. I heard that their souls were destroyed. They are all my people. And all the dead are my people. Who is against me? Don't you know anything? Qin Lang bowed his head and said nothing. Waste. Nandong Yang picked up the inkstone on the table and smashed it hard on his forehead, gritting his teeth and saying, "It must be her. She is trying to weaken my strength. I knew that with her personality. There was no way she would admit defeat like this." Qin Lang, are you mute? I order you to speak. His face was distorted. His eyes were slightly red, and he looked like an angry beast. Qin Lang was silent again, and said, "Your Majesty, I think that Chu Feiyang of Lin Shao sect is very suspicious. But Lin Shao sect is very protective of him, and I can't bring him back for interrogation. I wonder if your Majesty can give me an imperial decree. I will forcibly bring him back tomorrow. I believe that I can get to the bottom of the case." After listening, Nandong Yang calmed down his emotions, looked at the case file on the table again, and then looked at him and sneered, "Qin Lang." Luo Changtian clearly wrote it down. "Your Qin family has a relationship with Chu Feiyang. Chu Feiyang saved your mother, and he is a friend of your brother-in-law. He also went to your house for dinner. Didn't you go back to ask?" Qin Lang lowered his head and said, "I went back to ask, and also investigated the people in those streets. Chu Feiyang went there once. That time in Zhou Mansion. He also helped my mother unintentionally, and he was not familiar with my Qin family. As for the subordinates, I have only met my brother-in-law a few times, and I don't even know where he lives." Nandong Yang narrowed his eyes and said, "How do you know that your family members are telling the truth? I tell you, your Qin family has said that they will be loyal to my sister. Chu Feiyang may also be hers. Qin Lang, the reason why I value you is because I know your loyalty. You have the loyalty of your Qin ancestors. Therefore, I hope you will not bend the law for personal gain and not be emotional. If your Qin family really shields Chu Feiyang, and it is really related to these cases, I hope you put the king and the country first, and kill relatives for the sake of justice." The muscles at the corners of Qin Lang's eyes twitched a few times, and he said respectfully, "I will never dare to bend the law for personal gain, let alone disappoint the high hopes of the emperor." At this moment, the voice of a eunuch came from outside, "Your Majesty, Mr. Luo is here." Qin Lang still lowered his head and did not move. Nandong Yang glanced at him and sneered, "Look, your talented brother-in-law, who is praised by my sister and the Queen Mother, is here. I hope you can persuade him and teach him how to be loyal to the emperor and love the country. After that," he said to the outside, "let him in." Chapter 651 The Princess's Man. Squeak. The door of the imperial study room opened. Luo Qingzhou, dressed in a Confucian robe, walked in with his head down and a respectful look on his face. The door behind him was immediately closed. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, "Your Majesty, I, Luo Qingzhou, pay my respects to His Majesty." Nandong Yang smiled and said, "Luo Qing is busy with his studies, and I shouldn't disturb you. But I really have something to do today, so I summoned you to the palace." Then he looked at Qin Lang next to him and said, "Luo Qing, don't you want to say hello to your elder brother?" Luo Qingzhou raised his head and met Qin Lang's eyes, and immediately bowed and said, "Brother." Qin Lang nodded slightly and said seriously, "Qingzhou, when His Majesty asks you a question today, you must tell the truth, and you cannot hide anything." "Hiding? Do you know?" Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "Qingzhou knows." Nandong Yang smiled and said, "Actually, it's nothing serious. I appointed your elder brother as the commander of the Jinui because I wanted him to investigate a few cases and make some achievements. Then I can reward him. Recently, many major cases have occurred in Kyoto. The whole family of Zhongwu Bo's mansion was killed. My former commander Luo Changtian was also killed, and dozens of Jinui were killed. Your elder brother tracked down the murderer and found that the man named Chu Feiyang was very suspicious. I heard that you know him. Can you help me?" Big brother, can you provide some clues? Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, Your Majesty, I do know Chu Feiyang, but I am not familiar with him. We have only met a few times. Big brother once went back to ask us, and we told him everything we knew. I heard that Chu Feiyang is now in the Lingxiao sect. I think Big brother should take people to the Lingxiao sect to ask for him. After bringing him back for interrogation, we will naturally know whether he is the murderer. Qin Lang frowned and said, I took people there some time ago, but we didn't even get through the gate. There are formations inside. And there are many. There are so many masters. We can't force our way in. And I heard that Chu Feiyang is a direct disciple of Lingxiao sect. So they will naturally not let us take him away. Luo Qizhou looked at him and said strangely, Brother, you are the commander of Jinui. You represent the emperor and the court. How dare Lingxiao sect not hand over people? Qin Lang said solemnly, Qingzhou, you are a scholar. You don't know about the sects. Lingxiao sect is not an ordinary small sect. It is one of the 5 major sects of my great yin. At the beginning. At this point, he looked at the emperor and stopped talking. Nandong Yang sneered. Lingxiao sect is indeed not a small sect. Even our court should be wary of it. Moreover, the 5 major sects signed a contract with the court, and many rules cannot be broken now. However, Qin Lang, as long as you can find evidence, I will order you to arrest people. Qin Lang bowed his head and said, I will continue to investigate, and will never let your majesty down. Nandong Yang's eyes flashed. And he sighed? These 5 major sects are indeed a bit tricky. Luo Qingzhou immediately bowed his hands and said, Your majesty, I think that all under heaven is the king's land, and all the people are the king's subjects. No matter how powerful the 5 major sects are, they are also my great yin sections. The people in the sects are all my great yin people, and naturally they are under the control of your majesty. In my opinion, we can no longer let such sects go on unscrupulously. Either find a way to recruit them for the court's use, or let them collapse. We must never let them compete with the court and become a threat to the court. As soon as these words came out, Nandong Yang's eyes lit up and he murmured, All under heaven belongs to the king, and all the people are his subjects. Then he praised Luo Qing. Well said. Well said. Then he asked, Luo Qing, how do you think we can recruit them for our own use? The 5 major sects are of the same blood. If the court pushes them too much, they will even unite to fight against the court. By then, I'm afraid I won't be able to sit on the throne. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, Your Majesty, since the 5 major sects are powerful, we naturally can't use force. And we can't do this in public. We can promise benefits in private and defeat them one by one. Your Majesty should send people to understand the leaders of each sect to see what they need. Or directly win over there some elite disciples. Let them secretly become people of the court, so that they can slowly disintegrate. Nandong Yang immediately stood up from his chair when he heard this, and hurried over to pull his wrist and said, Luo Qing, come, sit down and talk. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, I dare not. I will stand. Nandong Yang said with a smile, Luo Qing, don't be polite. You are my right-hand minister, and you are also the one appointed by the Queen Mother to accompany me to study. Come, come, sit down and talk. Then he waved his hand and said, Qin Lang, you should leave first. Don't provoke Lingxiao sect for the time being. I will make plans after the new year. Yes, Your Majesty. Qin Lang bowed and left. When he went out, he looked at the young man, who was being held by the wrist affectionately by his majesty, with a complicated look. Squeak. The door closed. Qin Lang left the palace and stopped under the shadow of the big tree outside, looking at the night sky. Motionless. Lord Luo, the 5 major sects are powerful, and have many warriors. If they can be used by the court, our great yin will become even more powerful, and the surrounding neighboring countries will all submit. Lord Luo will definitely help me. Your Majesty, after listening to your analysis of the situation of the 5 major sects, I think we can start directly with Lingxiao sect. Oh, why? The leaders of Huashan sect and Xianyun Pavilion are both shrewd and far away from Kyoto, so we don't need to worry about them for the time being. As for Qingyun Temple and Jinshan Temple, these 2 sects rarely participate in worldly affairs and have no influence on the court. There is no threat, so we can act last. Lingxiao sect is very close to Kyoto, and the ruler is very young. It just so happens that their direct disciple Chu Feiyang may be the murderer. We can use this to show our goodwill to him. What if the other party doesn't appreciate it? If the other party doesn't appreciate it, We can secretly win over their elite disciples and elders. The court has so many cultivation resources. And they are all warriors. Naturally, some disciples and elders will be willing to be loyal to the court. In the imperial study, the king and his ministers were harmonious, and the chat lasted until late. Until Chan Sun Water's voice came from outside. Your Majesty, you have to attend court early tomorrow. The Queen Mother knows that your Majesty has not rested yet so late. So she asked me to come and urge you. Nandong Yang then stood up reluctantly and said, listening to Luo Qing's words, my mind is suddenly enlightened, and my whole body feels comfortable. It's getting late, and I have to attend court tomorrow. Luo Qing, please go back quickly. Then he said to the outside, Li Gui, send Luo Qing home. At this time, the gates of the palace and the inner city were closed, and no one could enter or leave without the emperor's order. Yes, your Majesty. Li Gui's respectful voice came from outside. Then the door opened. Luo Qingzhou walked out and saw Chan Sun Water, who was wearing a palace skirt and was elegant and gentle. Chan Sun Water bowed slightly and said softly, sorry, Mr. Luo, I disturbed your chat with your Majesty. It's just that it's too late, and the Queen Mother is worried about your Majesty's health. So she asked Water to come and urge you. Nandong Yang smiled in the study. Sister Water, thank you for your trouble. You should go back soon. I will go to bed soon. Chan Sun Water suddenly said, Your Majesty. At this time, the palace gates and the city gates are closed. If you want to go out, it's really troublesome. Let Mr. Luo leave the palace tomorrow. I just met Qin Lang. Commander Qin is still waiting outside, probably wanting to take Master Luo to the Jinui to rest. Nandong Yang heard this and said, Okay, Luo Qing, you should go to your elder brother's place to rest tonight, so you can talk to him. Luo Qingzhou was about to refuse, but Chan Sun Water suddenly approached him, stroked his sleeves a few times with her fingers, and whispered, Master Luo, let's go. Wada has written a few new poems recently, and I would like to ask you for your advice. Luo Qingzhou's heart moved, and he followed her out without saying anything. Li Gui sent him to the gate outside, stopped, lowered his head, and dared not say a word. Qingzhou, under the big tree not far away. Qin Lang walked out from the shadows. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly went up to him and said, Big brother. Qin Lang glanced at Chan Sun Water behind him, bowed his hands, and said, Miss Water. Chan Sun Water said, Sir Qin, Wada has a few poems that she wants to ask Mr. Luo for advice. Can you lend Mr. Luo to Water for a while? Qin Lang was slightly startled and said, Qingzhou, go ahead. Big brother is waiting for you here. Thank you, Sir Qin. Chan Sun Water thanked him and said softly, Mr. Luo, let's go to the lotus pond over there. Luo Qingzhou nodded and followed her. Chan Sun Water held a lantern and led the way in front, passing through a passage and coming to a lotus pond. Not far away, there were guards, but by the lotus pond, it was silent and there was no one else. Chan Sun Water looked around and whispered, Mr. Luo, when you go to the Jinui station with Lord Qin later, remember to choose a room next to the corridor on the right to rest. You must sleep alone. Remember this. Luo Qingzhou looked at her with doubtful eyes. Chan Sun Water approached him and whispered, Someone will replace you at night and take you out. Her Royal Highness the Princess wants to see you. Luo Qingzhou's eyes flashed, and he looked at her deeply and nodded. Chan Sun Water smiled and said, Princess Meiji was worried about you and brought news to the princess. So the princess knew that you entered the palace. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and asked, Miss Water, you? Chan Sun Water whispered, Your Highness and I grew up together, and I have been your Highness's people since childhood. Then he whispered again, Water is willing to do anything for your Highness. Luo Qingzhou did not ask any more questions, raised his head and looked ahead. At this time, a team of patrol soldiers came over. Chan Sun Water said, Mr. Luo, let's go. If there is a chance in the future, Water will ask you for advice on poetry. Then she smiled and said, The Taikong Festival will be held in a few days. You will definitely be invited to the palace. Water will not let you go when the time comes. The two walked back while talking. The patrol soldiers looked at them and left quickly. Chapter 652 Sister used beautiful photos. The moonlight was cold in the palace, except for the occasional footsteps of patrolling guards. It was particularly cold and quiet. After Chan Sun Water greeted Qin Lang, she left alone. Qin Lang took Luo Qingzhou to the Jinui station. Two Jinui carried lanterns and walked in front. their steps neither fast nor slow. Qin Lang slowed down, as if he had something to say. Luo Qingzhou also slowed down his pace and took the initiative to say, "Brother, do you think that I shouldn't provoke the conflict between His Majesty and the 5 major sects?" Qin Lang was silent for a while, looked at him and said, "Your Majesty is young and full of vigor. Seeing that the 5 major sects are powerful and not under the jurisdiction of the court, he may be uncomfortable. If you say this tonight." He paused, patted his shoulder and said, "Brother, I don't blame you. But there are some things you don't know. You are a scholar and know very little about the 5 major sections. It is not so easy for the court to subdue them." Luo Qingzhou said, "Brother, I just think that since the 5 major sects are so powerful, if they can be used by the court, then our great yin will definitely be stronger. At that time, we will not be afraid. The demons and neighboring countries bullied them." Qin Lang nodded and said, "You are right. But this matter is not that simple. The 5 major sects fought with the emperor to conquer the world. After the emperor established the yin, he signed a contract with them. The court did not care about the affairs of their sects, and they could not participate in the affairs of the court. However, if the yin encounters a crisis, the 5 major sects will take action. But if they want to merge with the court, they will definitely not be willing." "Brother, are there people from the 5 major sects in the court?" "Of course. But they have left their sects and sworn to be loyal to the court. Most of the people in the court and the warriors in the army are from the academy." The two talked all the way and soon came to the Jinui guardhouse. The guards at the door were on high alert. After seeing Qin Lang, they bowed their heads respectfully. The two entered the yard. Qin Lang took Luo Qingzhou into the house and said, "This is the guest room. You can stay in the rooms on both sides. If you want to take a shower, go to the bathroom at the back. If you have other things, you can find the guards outside. I still have files to check, so I won't accompany you. You can leave on your own tomorrow morning." Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Brother, go and do your work. Don't worry about me." Qin Lang hesitated for a moment, but still whispered a few words of persuasion. "Qingzhou, I advise you not to interfere in the affairs of the 5 major sections. There are many masters in the 5 major sections. Even our Dragon and Tiger Academy is very afraid. If you anger them, I'm afraid you will be in danger. Wei Imo and others will also. There will be danger." After a pause, he continued, "The case that Big Brother is investigating now is likely related to Ling Xiao's sect. Think about it yourself. Overnight, the entire Zhongwu Marquis' mansion was wiped out, and so many Jinui masters were assassinated. We don't even know who they are. Do you think such a murderer is scary? If they suddenly want to attack you and Wei Imo and others, think about it yourself. Who can protect you? Who can protect Wei Imo and others? The world of warriors is very cruel and bloody. It is not the kind of solution that you literati imagine with a few strategies. If someone doesn't like you, they don't need any strategies at all. They will just kill you directly." Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, "Brother, I understand." Qin Lang patted his shoulder again and said in a slow tone, "Qingzhou, with your talent, you will definitely pass the imperial examination next spring. When the time comes, just be a good civil servant and help your family. Don't get involved in these things." At this point, he looked at the night sky outside and said, "Leave these things to your brother. Now that you are in this position, you have the responsibility to help His Majesty complete these things. No matter how others scold or hate you, someone has to sit in this position. His Majesty needs someone to help him. Since His Majesty has chosen me, I will naturally do my best to help him. Even if he is like Luo Chantian in the future and is okay. Let's not talk about this. Qingzhou, go to bed early." Qin Lang smiled and turned away. Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, "Brother, do you like your current position?" Qin Lang stopped, paused, turned his head and said, "Whether you like it or not, there is no way out for you. It's easy to come up, but hard to go down. And I am the eldest son of the Qin family. I must shoulder the responsibility of my ancestors, share the worries of the king, serve the country, and die." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and said, as a Dayan person, as a Dayan minister, "It is indeed right to share the worries of the king and serve the country. But brother, Qingzhou thinks that there is a country only when there is a family. If one day..." Qin Lang suddenly interrupted him seriously and said, "Qingzhou, you are wrong. There is a country before there is a family. If the country is destroyed and the family is destroyed, there will be no family. Therefore, Every family and every person in Dian should serve the country first. And then the family. If you choose between family and country, you should naturally put the country first and the family second. This is the righteousness. Qingzhou, you are a scholar. You can't remember it wrong. Luo Qingzhou fell silent and didn't speak again. Qin Lang didn't say anything more and left quickly. Luo Qingzhou looked at his back and sighed in his heart. Even in his time, there were many such loyal ministers, each of whom left his name in history, was admired by thousands of people, and was worthy of praise. Therefore, he had no reason to blame his elder brother. He raised his head and looked at the dim silver moon in the night sky, muttering in his heart, sharing the worries of the king and serving the country. This is certainly not wrong. But who knows who is the real king? He stood on the corridor for a while before entering the house and choosing the room on the right. The room was dark and there was no light. He walked to the window and opened it. A ray of moonlight fell in, like autumn frost falling on the windowsill. A piece of white. He took out the message and sent a message to the princess. I'm fine. Resting here at my elder brother's Jinui guard station. And will go back tomorrow morning. The message came back quickly. Xiao Meijiao, oh, you didn't come back so late. I was so worried. I was afraid something might happen to you. So I notified the princess in advance. Luo Qizhou, I'm fine. Is Weima asleep? Xiao Meijiao, no. My uncle and aunt are not asleep either. They are waiting for you in the living room. I asked Chuer to notify them. By the way, what did the emperor summon you for? Luo Qizhou, no big deal. Just chatting. Xiao Meijiao, oh, are you sleeping alone now? Or with Qin Lang? Luo Qingzhou, my brother has official business to attend to. I'm sleeping alone. Xiao Meijiao, poor thing. On such a cold night, Brother Feiyong actually has to sleep alone under a cold blanket. When Luo Qingzhou was watching the conversation between the two and laughing foolishly, another message suddenly came. After a closer look, it turned out to be from Linghu Qingzhu. Zhu, what are you doing? Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and replied, dazed. Zhu, what are you dazed about? Are you a fool? Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment and said, you are. He suddenly felt absurd and strange in his heart. Why did he suddenly feel like he was playing a role-swapping game? Zhu, I have some troubles in my heart. Can you chat with me? Luo Qingzhou froze. Yes. Zhu, do you hate me? Luo Qingzhou, no. Zhu, really? Do you look down on me and laugh at me in your heart? Luo Qingzhou, no. Uncle Master. I swear. I really don't. Zhu, don't call me Uncle Master. When chatting here, can you call me something else? Aunt. Or sister. Qingzhu is also okay. Luo Qingzhou, oh. Zhu, I am 23 years old this year. How about you? Luo Qingzhou, a few years younger than you. Zhu, do you dislike my age? Luo Qingzhou, of course not. Master is so young. He still looks like a young girl. Zhu, your wife is. Luo Qingzhou didn't know how to reply. Zhu, don't worry. I won't tell anyone. And I won't let you be responsible. Even if you don't come and see me anymore. It doesn't matter. Luo Qingzhou, I don't blame you. Zhu, sorry. Luo Qingzhou, it doesn't matter. Zhu, did you finally break through? Luo Qingzhou, yes. I am now in the late stage of the great martial master. Although it was an accident, I still want to thank you. Zhu, oh. When Luo Qingzhou was about to ask her what she was doing, there was a faint sound of footsteps outside the window. He immediately replied, no more. I have something else to do. Let's talk tomorrow night. Zhu, okay. Luo Qingzhou immediately put away the message and lay down on the bed. At this time, the footsteps outside suddenly quieted down again. After a long time, a figure suddenly appeared at the window, and then entered the room in an instant, whispering, Mr. Luo. Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes and sat up. A young man in a Jinui Feiyu uniform was standing at the window. Seeing him get up, he hurriedly said, Mr. Luo, I will sleep here instead of you. You leave quickly. At this time, a familiar and cold voice came from outside the window. Mr. Luo, His Highness asked me to pick you up. It was Ying's voice. Luo Qingzhou then let down his guard, got off the bed, and walked to the window. The young man grabbed his belt and threw him out of the window. Ying stood outside the window, grabbed his clothes again, put him on the ground, and whispered, follow. As he said that, he walked along the corridor to the back. Luo Qingzhou immediately followed behind. As the two men passed through the round door at the back, two Jinui holding lanterns suddenly came from the path in front. Luo Qingzhou was about to dodge, but seeing Yuying in front of him calmly and continuing to walk forward, he had no choice but to follow behind. The two Jinui passed by the two men without even glancing at them. Yuying did not explain and took him to the back door. At the back door, two Jinui guards stood. Seeing the two people coming, they opened the door without saying anything and let them leave. Luo Qingzhou's heart was slightly shaken, and he followed Yuying out of the Jinui station. At this time, Yuying suddenly stopped, stretched out her hand to grab his wrist, and said coldly, "Mr. Luo, no matter who you meet later, don't talk or make a sound. Remember?" Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, "Yes." Yuying suddenly took out a talisman and stuck it on his chest, then bit her slender waist and hugged him horizontally in her arms. Just as she was about to move forward, she suddenly looked down at him and said coldly, "Close your eyes and don't look around." "Oh!" Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes obediently. Yuying stared at him for a few more times, then hugged him and continued to move forward. Luo Qingzhou suddenly felt a warm current coming from his chest, and then his whole body was light and fluttering, as if his soul had left his body. He couldn't help but squint his eyes and look outside. At this time, Yuying just held him and walked towards a wall, but did not stop. The two of them instantly passed through the wall silently and came to the other side of the wall. "Who?" At this moment, a cold shout suddenly came from under the big tree in front. The voice was sharp, like a eunuch. Chapter 653 A Long Talk with the Princess. The shameless Qin Jianjia. Yaohua Palace. Study room. The window was slightly open. The red curtains were swaying, and the incense burner, with incense balls, was emitting smoke. There was a stove burning in the corner, and the floor was covered with a thick red carpet. The room was warm as spring. A girl in a fiery red dress was kneeling in front of the table. Her eyebrows slightly frowned, and she was quietly looking at the book in her hand. Her still somewhat immature face was full of majesty that she had developed since childhood. After a while, she put down the book, raised her head, and looked out the window. The moonlight outside the window was dim and dark. For some reason, she suddenly remembered the figure that always made her envious and jealous. She hesitated for a moment, took out the message certificate, and sent a message out. "Senior sister, are you dating your lover again at this moment? What a coincidence. I am also dating your husband. Your husband will accompany me tonight and will not go back." After sending the message, she put away the communication certificate. With the other party's personality, he will definitely not reply. But what surprised her was that the message was quickly replied. "Oh!" There was only one word. Nandong Huiyue was stunned for a moment, narrowed her eyes, and replied, "You secretly go out for a date every night. Are you worthy of your husband? I will tell him tonight that you are cheating." The other party's reply was still only one word. "Oh, Nandong Huiyue, do you think I dare not? By the way, I have good news for you. I may know who your lover is." The other party did not reply again. Nandong Huiyue punched in the air, feeling a little depressed. When she was about to make a few more sarcastic remarks, Yuying's voice suddenly came from outside. "Your Highness, Mr. Luo is here. Eunuch Pei has discovered us, and I have dealt with him." Nandong Huiyue immediately put away the communication certificate in her hand and stood up. Then, she walked quickly to the door and said, "Please come in, sir." She had a long skirt behind her, and under the red skirt in front of her, a pair of slender and beautiful feet in snow-white silk stockings appeared from time to time. The black hair around her slender waist swayed gently as she walked, as shiny and soft as black satin. Even if she was wearing a wide red skirt, it was difficult to hide her tall and graceful figure. The towering chest, after removing the armor, stood proudly and majestically, just like her noble status. The bead curtain rang. Luo Qingzhou, dressed in a Confucian robe, walked in gracefully, bowed his head and said, "Qingzhou greets His Highness." Nandong Huiyue immediately stepped forward, held his wrist with both hands, and said in a gentle voice, "Sir, you are welcome." Luo Qingzhou straightened up, still bowed his head, and looked straight ahead. Nandong Huiyue looked at his handsome face and gentle temperament, and couldn't help but sigh. "Sir, long time no see." Although they met in the palace last time, they didn't even have time to say a word that time. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "Yes, Your Highness. Long time no see. I wonder if Your Highness is doing well now." Nandong Huiyue hurriedly invited, "Sir, come, sit down and talk." As she said, she walked in front, knelt down in front of the long table, then stretched out her jade hand, personally picked up the teapot, and poured him a cup of tea. Luo Qingzhou was not polite, and also walked to the table and sat down, bowed his head and thank you, Your Highness. Nandong Huiyue pushed the teacup in front of him, looked at him with complicated eyes and said, I wronged you last time I entered the palace. Luo Qingzhou said, there is nothing to be wronged. Being a minister is like that. Nandong Huiyue fell silent. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, looked at the tea in the cup, and did not speak again. The room suddenly became quiet, with only the occasional crackling sound from the burning oil lamp. After a while, Nandong Huiyue said, the last time I apologized to you, it was not because of other things, but because I did not protect you at that time. I hope you don't think too much. Luo Qingzhou's heart suddenly ignited a fire, raised his head, looked at her and said, then what do you want to do next? Your Highness? Nandong Huiyue stretched out her slender fingers and wrote a few words on the table. Wait and see. Then, she said slowly, the enfeoffment order designed by the master has been issued and is just waiting to ferment. The demon tribe is ready to make a move on the border and will soon take action. When I went there, I was hindered everywhere and could not attack. Now he has sent his own people over. I am afraid that he will be defeated. The 5 neighboring countries have sent envoys to the Taikon feast this time. He should win them over and see the result. In addition, they are preparing to choose a prince consort for me as soon as possible. Maybe he will be a prince from a neighboring country, or the new champion of the next year, or a disciple from the 5 major sections I will obey first. After a pause, then he looked at him and said, Sir, have you heard of Chu Feiyang? Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said respectfully, I have heard of him. Qingzhou has met him several times. Oh! Nandong Huiyue's eyes flashed, and he said, what kind of person is he? What does he look like? Luo Qingzhou said, he looks very ordinary, and his personality is okay. Qingzhou has only met him a few times, and is not familiar with him. Your Highness suddenly asked him why? Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes and said, I have received news that they seem to want to win over Ling Xiao's sect. So they want me to marry Ling Xiao's sect. As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingzhou's heart was shocked. Nandong Huiyue snorted coldly. I heard that Chu Feiyang is now the most favored disciple of Ling Xiao's sect. However, I also heard that he may be related to several recent cases in Kyoto, and should be a ruthless person. Humph. They are really calculating. Do they want to use a more powerful man to suppress me? Aren't they afraid that I will subdue that man, and then join forces to counter them? Luo Qingzhou suppressed the shock in his heart, and said respectfully, Your Highness. Is this news reliable? Nandong Huiyue looked at him and said, Water told me. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and fell silent. Nandong Huiyue said coldly, but there are more than one candidate. The position of the son-in-law may still need competition. At least we need to give an explanation to the court officials and the people. Otherwise, if they just randomly choose someone to marry me off, their intentions will be too obvious. Luo Qingzhou said, Your Highness means that the princes of neighboring countries, the new champion, and Chu Feiyang from Ling Xiao's sect will compete for the position of the son-in-law? Nandong Huiyue nodded and said, It should be like this. Then a chill flashed in her eyes, and she said, No matter who wins in the end, I will make him die without a complete body, and then put the blame on them. Luo Qingzhou. Nandong Huiyue said again, Sir, my opinion is also very important. Sir, who do you think I should choose so that I can control them? Luo Qingzhou said without hesitation, Choose the prince of the neighboring country. Nandong Huiyue said, Why? I think that Chu Feiyang is more suitable. When he becomes the son-in-law, I will cut him in half, and let Ling Xiao's sect blame them for this. As for the prince of the neighboring country, in addition to being masters themselves, there must be many masters around them, and I may have to leave dying with them. In this case, it will be difficult for me to take action. As for the new champion, I don't want to do anything to the literati. Do it. After all, he may be a talent of our great Yen in the future. And at this point, she smiled and said, Sir, with your talent, as long as he doesn't deliberately make things difficult for you, it shouldn't be difficult for you to pass the exam. So, I will definitely not choose you. Luo Qingzhou said awkwardly, that Chu Feiyang killed people like crazy and was ruthless. I heard that those Jinui and Jinui commanders were all killed by him. I'm afraid that if your highness chooses him, there will be accidents. Nandong Huiyue showed a trace of contempt on her face and said, Don't worry. He's just a rude warrior. It's easy for me to deal with and play with him. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said nothing. Nandong Huiyue said, "We'll talk about this later." "Sir, I want to confirm now. Are you willing to help me wholeheartedly?" Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, "Qingzhou is willing." Nandong Huiyue looked at him with a twinkling eye and said, "You are now a popular person around him. And the Queen Mother also favors you. As long as you follow him and work hard for him, you will definitely be the top scholar next year. And your official career will be smooth sailing in the future. Why did you choose me? How can you make me believe that you did not betray me during the time I was away?" Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and said only 2 words, "Hua Gu." Nandong Huiyue was silent for a while, and said, "When I came back, he told me that Hua Gu was fickle, hooked up with guards in the palace, and bribed eunuchs to hook up with him. So he was executed." Luo Qingzhou raised his head and looked at her and said, "Does your highness believe it?" Nandong Huiyue said indifferently, "What kind of woman Hua Gu is, I know better than anyone else. Hua Gu. In my heart, only you." Luo Qingzhou bowed his head slightly and looked at the water in the teacup. He said, "When I went, the flower bone cut through her cheeks with a mule, and then pierced her sister-in-law into her heart. What about loyalty to this palace?" Luo Qingzhou raised his head and looked at her eyes, saying, "His Royal Highness has a great grace to the Qin family, and Qingzhou has been vowed to be loyal to His Royal Highness. I don't believe he will let the Qingzhou go in the future." Nandong Huiyue nodded, saying, "This reason is standing. Sorry, sir, this palace still can't completely believe you. So there are some things that you can't tell your husband for the time being." Luo Qingzhou said, "Qingzhou understands. After all, Qingzhou has been very close to him recently, and he is the only orthodox one. In addition, my eldest brother is now the commander of the Jinui." Nandong Huiyue nodded and said, "Indeed, there is a reason for your eldest brother. After all, the Sir cares so much about the Qin family, and the current situation is also very clear. Only by following him can there be a future. So, please understand." "Sir," Luo Qingzhou said, "Your Highness, do you want to take back your sword?" Nandong Huiyue smiled and said, "No. In fact, I still believe in you in my heart. It's just that this matter concerns the lives of many people, so I have to be more cautious." Luo Qingzhou nodded and said nothing more. Nandong Huiyue looked out the window and saw that it was still early, then took out a map from his sleeve, spread it on the table, and said, "Sir, this is a map of the border, on which the various situations of the Demon Army and the Great Yin Army are marked. Sir, help me analyze it." Luo Qingzhou fixed his eyes. Outside the window, the night passed quietly. Another palace. In a dark room, Nandong Yang changed into a black suit and was sitting cross-legged in a corner to practice. An old eunuch with silver hair stood respectfully beside him. The old eunuch lowered his head and closed his eyes, as if he had fallen asleep standing. But the slightest movement around him and outside the dark room fell clearly into his ears and sight. On Lingshao Peak, there was a vast expanse of white. In a cave in Jianfeng, Linghu Qingju was wearing a green dress and practicing sword in a stone room. When she was sweating profusely from practicing, she put away her sword, took off her dress, stood in front of the wall mirror and looked at it for a while, then walked into the bath with her slender legs. The warm water quickly submerged her snow-white body, and the towering chest was half exposed and half covered in the water, full and attractive. Standing proudly, she sat on the rock in the water, leaned back, closed her eyes, and couldn't help but think of the scenes of that day, and her cheeks soon turned red. In a mansion in the outer city of Kyoto, in the girl's boudoir, red candles were burning, curtains were covering the curtains, and the girl in a snow-white gauze nightgown was sitting on the bed with her black hair loose, staring at the jade in her hand in a daze. The bare snow-white jade feet were slender and exquisite, delicate and lovely, and dazzlingly white under the soft skirt, beautiful and attractive. Her face, blinking her long eyelashes and opening her charming eyes, was even more pure and beautiful as a fairy. No matter from which angle you look at it, you can't find a single flaw. At this time, she was stretching out her slender jade fingers, flipping through the message records on the jade. Her eyebrows were sometimes slightly frowned, and sometimes stretched. When she saw the messages about Juju, her eyes narrowed slightly. "What are you doing? Dazing? What are you dazing about? Are you a fool? Don't worry. I won't tell anyone, and I won't let you be responsible, even if you don't come and see me anymore." It doesn't matter. She looked at it quietly for a while, and suddenly reached out from under the pillow to take out a hairpin and threw it under the bed. After a while, she reached out her jade hand again, picked it up, pouted her lips slightly, and murmured in a low voice, "Bad guy. Schwa. Schwa. Schwa." The next door is the exiled immortal residence. A girl in a light green dress was practicing sword in the courtyard. Some people think the cold night is short, but some people think it is long. Yawa Palace. In the study, Luo Qingzhou looked at the sky outside and ended the long talk with the princess. Nandong Huiyue said reluctantly, "I didn't expect it would be dawn so soon, and I have to say goodbye to you again. Alas, it's a pity. If you can stay by my side all the time, it would be great. In that case, I can ask you for advice every day." Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said respectfully, "If there is a chance, Qingzhou will come again." Nandong Huiyue couldn't help but sigh again and said, "It's a pity that you don't practice martial arts and cultivate your soul, and you don't have internal strength and soul power. Otherwise, I will give you a communication treasure. In that case, I can ask you for advice at any time and communicate with you at any time." Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and stood up, not daring to say a word. Nandong Huiyue also stood up from the table, bowed and said, "I will definitely not let you down. If there is another chance, I hope you can still teach me." Luo Qingzhou bowed in return. It was getting late. Nandong Huiyue walked to the door and said, "Sir, Yuying will take you back. If there is any important matter in the future, I will also find a way to inform you." Luo Qingzhou nodded, lowered his head, walked to the door with her, and bowed to say goodbye. "Mr. Luo, I'm sorry." As soon as he went out, Yuying picked him up again and left quickly. Nandong Huiyue saw that the two figures disappeared, and stood at the door for a while, then turned back to the couch in the inner room and lay down a little tiredly. She closed her eyes and thought for a while, then opened her eyes again, took out the communication treasure, and lay on her side. The tight red skirt immediately outlined her beautiful and attractive curves. Above the snow-white stockings, a section of fair and slender calves was exposed. The long and straight legs were slightly bent and close together. The buttocks behind were round and plump. The back curve was extremely beautiful, and the height of the front was also particularly amazing. She put the communication treasure in front of her, stretched out her slender jade fingers and wrote a message. But she hesitated for a moment and deleted it immediately. Then, she was out of her mind, rewrote it, and sent it. "Senior sister, your husband just left. He is really amazing. I had an in-depth communication with him for a whole night. We are both so tired." The other party did not reply. She said again, "Senior sister, let me tell you something. Your husband may be the new champion next year. And by then, my husband will also be the new champion. Do you think he will abandon you sisters for me?" The other party still did not reply. She continued, "It should be. After all, I control his future, and he should feel very accomplished to conquer a woman as high and mighty as me. Senior sister, are you anxious?" I thought the other party would still ignore me. Who knows? After a while, the message came back, "You don't want your good brother anymore?" Xiaoyu was stunned for a moment, narrowed her eyes, and immediately replied, "Didn't you occupy him? Your soul occupied one, and your body occupied another. Qin Jianjia, you are very greedy and shameless. Do you know? I will change your name to the shameless Qin Jianjia. Soon." The message came back. "Shameless Qin Jianjia, oh. Xiaoya, oh your sister. I will definitely expose your hypocritical face to them." The other party did not reply again. "Xiaoya, senior sister, are you cheating on me and being with that guy?" The other party still did not reply. Xiaoya hesitated for a moment and sent a message to someone again, "Brother, sister misses you. Do you miss sister? Sister is going to do something big. And then, let brother look at you with new eyes." After a while, the message came back, "What big thing?" Xiaoya, "Brother, I can't tell you now." Luo Qingzhou, "Oh." Xiaoya, "Brother, did you succeed with senior sister?" Luo Qingzhou, "Don't talk nonsense." Xiaoya, "Brother, senior sister is very hypocritical." Luo Qingzhou, "Shut up. If you say bad things about sister you again, I will delete you and ignore you in the future." Bang! On the beauty couch, Nandong Huiyue threw the communication certificate in her hand to the ground, took off her 2 silk stockings, threw them on the jade, stomped her snow-white jade feet, and said angrily, "Asshole! How dare you treat me like this? Wait for me." At this time, the message came again. Luo Qingzhou, by the way. Xiao Ya, I have a question for you. Nandong Huiyue immediately came back to her senses, picked up the communication certificate from the ground, and replied, "Get lost?" Who knew that the message had just been sent out? And the other party's message came again. Luo Qingzhou, I just looked inside, and it turned out that there was only a purple lightning wrapped around the root of the thunder spirit. And now there is a red one. Xiao Ya, have I upgraded? Nandong Huiyue looked at the message and her body stiffened instantly. After a moment, brother, good brother, you have upgraded. I heard that there are 9 levels of the root of the thunder spirit. With each upgrade, there will be 1 more lightning. And each lightning is not only powerful, but also has other different effects. The most important thing is that my brother is now more powerful to resist the thunder. Good brother, you are so awesome. Sister loves you. Where is brother now? Sister will fly over to kiss brother to celebrate. Even if brother wants sister's feet, it doesn't matter. Luo Qingzhou, Xiao Ya, did you send the word get out just now? Xiao Ya, no. Absolutely not. It's my sister. It's my bad sister. Brother, don't pay attention to her. She just came over and snatched my communication treasure and slapped me. Damn it. If she wasn't my real sister, I would have shot her to death. Brother, don't be angry. Sister will strip her clothes and teach her a lesson later. Luo Qingzhou, no. By the way, Xiao Ya, I may have just upgraded, and I don't feel anything at all. What should I pay attention to now? Xiao Ya, brother needs to be careful of other bad guys. Don't tell anyone about this. Especially the little snake. Oh, and senior sister. Brother must not tell them. Luo Qingzhou, why? Xiao Ya, because this is brother's secret weapon. Their mouths are not tight. Only sister's mouth is tight. If others know about it, many bad guys will flock to take brother away. Some will even cruelly cut off brother's thunder spirit root. It's scary. Luo Qingzhou, I think sister Yu's mouth is definitely tighter than yours. And longer is tighter than you. Xiao Ya, don't tell anyone. Understand? Xiao Ya, woo. Brother, my little mouth is the tightest. Brother would rather believe a little snake than his sister? Luo Qingzhou, no more. It's dawn. I have something to do. Xiao Ya, good brother. Sister really misses you. Sister really wants to feel your upgraded thunder spirit root. What can I do? Luo Qingzhou, wait until I go out of the city. I will notify you. Xiao Ya, yes. Yes. Good brother. Sister is waiting for you. Love you. Luo Qingzhou put away the message and ignored her. It was already dawn outside. He left the room, said something to the guard at the door, and left the palace alone. Because the emperor had said before that he could enter the palace at will. No one stopped him along the way. The palace gate had been opened long ago. There were also many vendors on the street outside. Luo Qingzhou bought breakfast and walked to the intersection while eating, ready to hire a carriage to go home. At this moment, he suddenly saw a familiar figure, turning into an alley. Father-in-law? He was stunned for a moment, thinking of what the princess said to him, and his heart moved immediately. And he immediately followed. Father-in-law is sneaking around early in the morning. Can he really have a lover outside? As he followed quietly, he secretly guessed in his heart. If it is true, how sad the mother-in-law must be. The mother-in-law loves him so much, and is so gentle and docile to him. Luo Qingzhou suddenly thought of himself. Wei Mo and Chan Chan both love him so much, and are so gentle and docile to him. But he is out there messing around with other girls. Is he worthy of them? Alas, I haven't told Wei Mo about the matter of my uncle. He didn't know how to start. While he was thinking about it, the figure in front of him suddenly quickened his pace, entered an alley, and then stopped in front of a house and raised his hand to knock on the door. Chapter 654, Raising a Vixen. Squeak. The courtyard door opened a crack. Qin Wenzheng looked back, then immediately squeezed in sideways. The courtyard door closed quickly again. When Luo Qingzhou was about to pass by, he suddenly saw a figure sneaking in from another direction. The figure was wearing a purple dress, with a graceful figure, white skin, and a bamboo hat on her head. Although she couldn't see her face, Luo Qingzhou recognized her at a glance. It was his beautiful, fierce, and cowardly mother-in-law. At this time, she was sticking to the corner of the wall, slightly bending her slender waist, taking small steps, and quickly came to the entrance of the alley. Then she stuck her head out, looked into the alley, and immediately slipped in. But the alley was empty. There were several families living there, and she had no idea which family the person she had just followed had entered. She stood blankly in the alley, looking left and right, and soon her eyes were red, and she was at a loss and helpless. At this moment, a hand suddenly reached out from behind and patted her shoulder. She was frightened and trembled, and turned her head to look. Behind her was a handsome and familiar face, with a surprised and respectful expression on his face. Mother-in-law. Why are you here? Song Ryua's heart ached when she saw her relatives, and she was full of grievances. She said with tears in her eyes, Chinzhou, your father-in-law, he is raising a vixen outside. Luo Chinzhou was surprised. Vixen? Did you buy it or catch it in the mountains? Why didn't father-in-law take it home to raise it? Song Ryua. Luo Chinzhou comforted, mother-in-law. Don't cry. It's normal for men to raise a few small animals. It shows that he is kind. Then I will ask my father-in-law to take the vixen back, and we will raise it together. Song Ryua looked at him with tears in her eyes, full of resentment and weirdness, and said, Chinzhou, are you really stupid? Or have you colluded with your father-in-law and deliberately pretended to be stupid? Luo Chinzhou hurriedly said, Mother-in-law, I just came out of the palace, and usually study at home. I really don't know about this. Song Ryua wiped her tears and said, That's right. You don't go out usually, and you don't have any money. Even if you want to raise a vixen outside, it's hard to do it. There is no time, no money, and you have so many wives and concubines at home, and they are so beautiful. It is not possible. Well, it is my mother-in-law who misunderstood you. Then she sobbed and said aggrievedly, Chinzhou, the vixen I mentioned is not a fox, but a woman. I recently found that your father-in-law has a woman sit on his body, and I also found that there are a few women's belly bands, underwear, outer clothes, and even socks and shoes missing from the store. I asked him, but he said nothing. This morning he went out before dawn, saying that he was going to discuss business. I immediately followed him out, and found that he came here secretly. He is here at this point. She wiped her tears again and said sadly, he must have a woman outside. Wu Luo Chinzhou hurriedly comforted, mother-in-law. Maybe you misunderstood. Father-in-law came here. Maybe he really came to discuss business. Or he might come to meet friends. Song Ryua cried and said, It's impossible. How could he come here alone to discuss business? And as for meeting friends, it's even more impossible. I know all his friends in Kyoto. It must be a vixen. He must have a vixen outside. Woo-woo. Luo Chinzhou glanced at the closed wooden door and felt a little embarrassed, not knowing whether he should tell her. If his father-in-law really had something important to do, and he ruined it, it would be troublesome. He could only persuade her again, mother-in-law. Don't cry. I don't think father-in-law is that kind of person. And you are so beautiful. Father-in-law won't cheat on you. Song Ryua cried and said, Why not? People say that men are all cats that steal fish. No matter how fragrant the flowers at home are, they are not as fragrant as the flowers outside. There is no man who is not lustful. And your father-in-law, he hasn't slept with me for a long time. He says he is busy and tired every day. He just dislikes me, and has a vixen outside. Woo-woo. Luo Chinzhou was a little embarrassed, seeing passers-by peeking at him at the alley. He had to say again, mother-in-law, let's go home first, and tell Wayemo about this. Then wait for father-in-law to go back, and let Wayemo ask. As the saying goes, family disgrace should not be made public. It's not a good idea for you to cry here like this. What do you think? Song Ryua squatted on the ground, covered her face and sobbed. He is having fun with other women in there. But I want to go home alone. I won't. I won't. I will cry here. I want him to hear it, and make him ashamed. Luo Chinzhou. He looked at the closed door again, hesitated for a moment, and had to squat down, and said with a stiff upper lip, Mother-in-law, there is something Chinzhou doesn't know whether to say it or not. If Chinzhou says it, I'm afraid you will be angry. Song Ryua took her hand away and said with tears in her eyes, You say it. Luo Chinzhou hesitated again, and then said boldly, Mother-in-law, you see? You just said it yourself. There is no man who is not lustful. And father-in-law is the head of the family after all. And he used to have a title. Chinzhou thinks that if this is true, if that woman is okay, mother-in-law might as well. Woo. Before he finished speaking, Song Ryua immediately covered her face and sobbed again. Luo Chinzhou didn't dare to say anything more. The matter at hand was difficult to handle, so he had to stand up and walk away a few steps. When he saw that there was no one at the alley, he immediately took out the message and sent a message to the princess. Princess, are you still in Chin's house? Is Wayamo up? The message came back quickly. Yes. Wayamo and I haven't gotten up yet. We are all naked and still hugging each other in the quilt. Come back soon, so you can enjoy being hugged by both sides. Luo Qingzhou sighed in his heart. Princess, get up quickly. Let Wayamo get up too. Come to the Qinglu alley in the inner city quickly. My mother-in-law is crying here. I have been trying to persuade her for a long time, but it is useless. Xiao Meijiao, no way. What's going on? Luo Qingzhou, I just saw my father-in-law enter this alley. My mother-in-law followed him secretly. She suspected that my father-in-law had raised a vixen outside. So she cried here? Xiao Meijiu, wait. We will go there soon. Humph. I want to see what kind of vixen my uncle has raised. I want to beat her to death. Luo Qingzhou said quickly, don't mess around. Maybe my father-in-law has other important things to do. Xiao Meijiao, that's right. And I just thought about it carefully. Hey. To Wayamo. I am also your fox spirit. Luo Qingzhou, no more talking. Come on. I'm so confused now. I don't know how to persuade her. Xiao Meijiu, as you say. Husband. Hold on. Xiao Meijiu and Xiao Weimo will be here soon. Luo Qingzhou put away the message and turned around to look. Song Ryue was still squatting on the ground crying. The door not far away was still closed, and no sound could be heard from inside. In fact, no matter whether his father-in-law really kept a woman here, he shouldn't have intervened in this matter, let alone told his mother-in-law where he was. When the princess and Weimo come over later, if he tells them, what if the princess wants to go up and smash the door with her temper? If his father-in-law really has something important, he will be in trouble. Even if his father-in-law is really fooling around with other women in there, it is really inappropriate for him to suddenly bring people in. At that time, both parties will be embarrassed. How can they live together in the future? So he thought about it carefully, and still couldn't tell them. Let the princess and Wayamo persuade the mother-in-law to leave later. As for the father-in-law, let Wayamo ask him alone after he goes back. It is indeed difficult for him to intervene. After all, he is worse. Mother-in-law, don't cry. If you cry any more, your face will be bruised. If you are seen by that vixen later, she will definitely laugh at you. Luo Qingzhou persuaded again. With the competitive character of this mother-in-law, this kind of words should be useful. Sure enough, after hearing this, Song Ryue paused for a moment, wiped her tears immediately, and said, yes, we can't let that vixen laugh at us, let alone admit defeat to her. How can I, Song Ryue, be defeated by her? How can I let her laugh at me? As she said that, she stood up and said bitterly, Qingzhou, follow me and knock on the door one by one. I don't believe that I can't find that vixen. After that, she immediately walked towards the first house. Luo Qingzhou opened his mouth and was about to dissuade her, but she had already rushed over with murderous intent, raised her hand, and knocked dong dong dong. Soon, the courtyard door opened. A woman in red and green appeared in the door, looked at her suspiciously, and said coldly, who are you looking for? Song Ryue's momentum suddenly weakened, and said, I'm looking for my master. The woman was stunned for a moment, then looked her up and down, and suddenly sneered, if you want to find your master, go to the brothel. Why are you crazy here? I'm a decent family. Why is your man here? Song Ryue secretly glanced at the crack of the door a few times, and said weakly, can I go in and take a look? When the woman heard this, she immediately picked up a wooden stick from the door, and said with a gloomy face, little bitch, are you here to pick a fight? Then she sneered and said, look at your delicate skin and tender flesh. And your appearance and figure are so pretty. Are you a lady from a wealthy family? What? Your man ran away with another woman. And you also want to find a man to play with? If you want, you can come in. I can introduce you to a few men. But you have to pay. Pa! Song Ryue had never been insulted like this before, and she was so angry that she trembled all over and slapped her. The woman was stunned by the slap, and immediately became furious, raised the wooden stick in her hand, and hit her head. Song Ryue shrank back in fear, but it was too late to dodge. Unexpectedly, the stick was just about to fall, but was suddenly grabbed by a hand. The woman took a closer look and saw a handsome scholar in a Confucian robe. She immediately grinned and said in a yin-yang tone, hey, little slut, you have a white and clean little white face. Since you have such a beautiful little white face, What kind of man are you looking for? Is this little white face a silver like wax spearhead? Good looking but useless? Song Ryue was so angry that her face turned pale. Her chest heaved, and she gritted her teeth and said, "Keep your mouth clean." The woman snorted coldly and said, "My mouth? Pa!" Before she finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou slapped her. The woman was hit so hard that she saw stars, and was stunned for a few seconds. Then her eyes were blazing. She held the stick tightly in her hands, with both hands, and wanted to take it away. But no matter how hard she tried, the stick held by Luo Qingzhou's hand did not move at all. The woman was startled, and continued to say in a timid tone, "Boy, let me go." Then she turned around and shouted to the house, "Someone come! Someone come quickly! There is a little pervert trying to molest me." Soon, hurried footsteps came from the house. A big man holding a sharp knife opened the door, and stared at the two people outside with a fierce look on his face. Song Ryue was frightened and took 2 steps back involuntarily, hiding behind her son-in-law. Her 2 jade hands tightly grasped his wide sleeves, and she no longer had the fierce momentum just now. "Are you tired of living?" the big man said sinisterly, holding a sharp knife in his hand. Luo Qingzhou let go of the wooden stick in his hand and said, "We were wrong just now. Sorry for disturbing you." As he said that, he was about to leave with his mother-in-law. He couldn't cause trouble here, and he couldn't use force casually. The woman's eyes flashed with a fierce light, and she shouted, "Want to leave? No way. Bring this pretty boy and the bitch in. Tonight I will personally teach this pretty boy a lesson. As for the bitch, I will let Boss Shuang and the others have a good taste of the lady later." The big man laughed grimly, stretched out his big hand, used the grappling hand, and grabbed Luo Qingzhou's throat. Bang! Who knew that just when his hand reached halfway, Luo Qingzhou suddenly kicked him in the crotch. The big man screamed awe, and his body softened in an instant. He squatted on the ground, covering his crotch and screaming. The woman was about to raise the wooden stick in her hand to help, but Luo Qingzhou punched her in the stomach again. Bang! And her mouth opened immediately. She covered her stomach and slowly squatted down, her face pale, but she couldn't make a sound. At this moment, a noisy and hurried footsteps came from the yard again. Luo Qingzhou immediately grabbed Song Ryue's wrist and said, "Mother-in-law, let's go!" Song Ryue didn't dare to stay any longer. She was panicked and hurriedly followed him out of the alley, and ran towards the crowded place on the street. The two ran into the crowd, but didn't dare to stop, and walked forward quickly. At this moment, Song Ryue suddenly pointed to a bookstore in front and said, "Qingzhou, hurry up. That's Wei Mo and Shui Yi's bookstore. Let's go in and hide." Luo Qingzhou immediately took her to walk quickly, went straight into the bookstore, and walked inside. The maid who was watching the store thought that there were customers, and just wanted to say hello. But when she saw them, she immediately smiled. "Mrs. Song? Mr. Luo? You?" Before she finished, the two of them had already walked in quickly. The maid was stunned for a moment, looked outside, and hurriedly followed in. Song Ryue panted and said, "Qing, there are bad guys chasing us. Let's hide here for a while." The little maid heard it, and immediately went to close the door. Luo Qingzhou said, "No need to close the door. They shouldn't be chasing us." After that, he walked to the back and said, "Mother-in-law, please sit here for a while. I feel a little uncomfortable in my stomach. I'm going to the back." Song Ryue panted, looked at him with complicated eyes, opened her mouth, seemed to want to ask something, but held back. Luo Qingzhou hurried to the toilet in the back. Then, his soul left his body, and carefully returned to the alley. Chapter 655 Catching an Adulterer. Let your sister punish you. The morning sun has just risen. There are more and more pedestrians on the street, and the hawkers' shouts are one after another. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to be careless, sticking to the house, and passing through the wall. This is the inner city. There are only a few days before the Chinese New Year. At this time, there must be Taoist spirits from Zijin Temple patrolling in the sky, and there may be magic weapons arranged in many places. So he must be extra careful. If he hadn't just heard the voice of the man with a knife, he would not have risked his spirit to leave his body. There seems to be something strange hidden in that family. If it were in the past, he would definitely not care about such trivial matters. But now that he wants to do that thing, he must try his best to find out the various abnormal situations in the inner city and eliminate any unexpected situations. The spirit carefully passed through the wall and soon came to the alley. He hid in the wall and observed the air for a while, and then observed the surroundings, and then quietly entered the family just now. At this time, in the courtyard, the woman in red and green was still with her hands on her waist, cursing non-stop. The voices of other people were noisy. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to get close, and his soul merged into the wall and looked over. In the courtyard, in addition to the woman and the man holding the sharp knife just now, there were 3 other burly men. One of the men had a thick black cloth wrapped around his head. His pupils were dark green, and he was 2 meters tall. At this time, he said impatiently, "What are you afraid of? If something goes wrong, Prince Tai will naturally take responsibility. There are still 7 missing. Go directly to those mansions tonight and catch them quickly. Whoever dares to stop me, I will punch one by one." After that, he punched the stone table next to him with a bang. The hard stone table was instantly broken into pieces. Demon Clan? Luo Qingzhou hid in the wall and immediately felt the fluctuation of the demon power clearly. Just as he was about to continue listening, an old voice suddenly came to his ear. "Which Taoist friend is visiting? Why don't you come out and see me?" Then, a terrible momentum suddenly crushed towards him. Luo Qingzhou almost didn't hesitate, and with a whoosh, he instantly passed through the wall and flew into the air. Boom! A loud bang. The next second, the wall where he had just hidden was instantly turned into powder. A figure appeared at the corner, suddenly raised his head, and punched into the air again. A black fist light instantly covered half of the sky above the courtyard. Fortunately, Luo Qingzhou's soul is now extraordinary, and has a very fast reaction. In the moment he flew into the air, he flashed away at the fastest speed, and flew away from the courtyard. Boom! The fist light suddenly exploded in the air. The faces of the other people in the courtyard changed, and they hurriedly took out their weapons. "We've been discovered. Go!" At this time, the old voice suddenly said. Who knew that at this moment, the gate in front suddenly broke with a bang. Then, a man in Qilin clothing, with a group of Jinui, rushed in with murderous intent and immediately surrounded the few people in the small courtyard. At the same time, the gate of the house opposite suddenly opened. Qin Wenzheng and a middle-aged man walked out of the door and hurried over. Luo Qingzhou looked from a distance and saw a figure flashing in the air not far away. It was obvious that a soul heard the noise and rushed over. He did not dare to stay, so he immediately landed, passed through the wall, and quickly returned to the bookstore, his soul returning to his body. He took out the communication treasure and sent a message to the princess. "My mother-in-law and I are at Ma Xue bookstore." The message came back quickly. "Bitch! Who told you to go there? Is Xue there?" Luo Qingzhou, "No. There is only a little maid Xiao Meiju. Humph. We are already on the way. You are not allowed to tease the little maid." Luo Qingzhou ignored her, put away the communication treasure, and went into the house. As soon as he entered the house, he suddenly heard a familiar voice. "Aunt, your eyes are red. Obviously you've been crying. Tell me who bullied you, and I'll help you." Luo Qingzhou looked up and saw Nandong Xue, wearing a plain white dress, holding a thick book in her arms, standing next to his mother-in-law and asking with concern. When he entered the house, Nandong Xue immediately looked at him and said happily, "Mr. Luo, what a rare guest. I didn't expect you to come today. Do you want to buy any books? Our bookstore has some new books these days. There may be test questions for next year's spring exam. I'll take you to have a look." Luo Qingzhou thanked him and said, "No. I have a lot of books at home. I just passed by today, so I came in and sat down." "Princess Xue, you do your thing. Don't worry about me." Nandong Xue immediately walked up to him and said, "That won't work. Since Mr. Luo is here, I must accompany him. By the way, has Mr. Luo written a new novel recently? Tell me about it. I haven't seen an interesting novel for a long time." Then the story of the stone. I read it over and over again at home, except for the ending. The characters are really wonderful. I like it more and more. After reading it, I can't read other books anymore. Luo Qingzhou said, "I've been busy studying recently and preparing for next year's exams, so I haven't written a novel." Nandong Xue was a little disappointed. "Oh, what a pity. By the way, Mr. Luo, I wrote a story recently. Do you want to read it? Give me some advice by the way." At this time, Song Ryue, who was left aside, suddenly said, "Qingzhou, come here. Don't stick to Xue so tightly. You're almost sticking to her body." In fact, Luo Qingzhou stood there without moving. It was Nandong Xue who approached him while talking. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou quickly stepped aside and said, Princess Xue, I have to go back to study, and will leave soon. Nandong Xue followed behind him and begged, Mr. Luo, you finally came to the inner city today. Just take a day off. Talk to me in the bookstore. Can you? Song Ryue looked at her vigilantly and said, Xue, Qizhou has to go back to study. Let Wei Ma come to chat with you then. Nandong Xue looked at her red eyes and remembered her affairs, and said, Aunt, what's wrong with you? Then he looked at Luo Qingzhou and said, Mr. Luo, I just heard Qinger say that there are bad guys chasing you. When Luo Qingzhou was about to make up a few words, a cold shout suddenly came from the door. Xue, stay away from him. Don't get so close. As soon as the words fell, Nandong Meiju walked in quickly with a cold face. Nandong Xue immediately said with a bitter face, Why are you here? You are not welcome here. You are a warrior. Don't come to other people's bookstores. Nandong Meiju ignored her and walked to Luo Qingzhou's side, glaring at him fiercely. At this time, Chior and Zhuer supported Miss Qin Air and walked in from the door. Nandong Xue hurriedly greeted them. When Song Ryue saw that her daughter had also come, she was about to cry. But she held back and quickly stood up and said, Qingzhou, let's go. Let's take Wei Mo to see. Luo Qingzhou nodded, followed her, looked at Miss Qin Air, walked to her side, supported her, and whispered, Did the princess tell you everything? Miss Qin Air nodded slightly, and then said softly to Nandong Xue, Sister Xue, we have something else. Come back later. Nandong Xue immediately said, What is it? I'll go with you. As she said, she was about to go out first. Unexpectedly, Nandong Meijiao grabbed her from behind, forcibly pulled her inside, pressed her on a chair, and said coldly, You stay here and watch the store. Don't run around. Be careful not to be kidnapped by bad guys. Nandong Xue struggled to get up, but was pressed down by her again. Luo Qingzhou glanced at the two sisters and helped Miss Qin out of the store first. Song Ryue walked in front. As soon as she left the store, her eyes turned red, and she said in a crying voice, Wei Mo, Mother saw your father sneaking to see that vixen. And Qingzhou also saw it. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, I didn't see it. Miss Qin comforted softly, Mother, don't cry first. Let's go and see. But Wei Mo thinks that Dad should have other things to do. We'd better not disturb him. Just wait outside. Song Ryue wiped her tears and said, It's just messing around with that vixen. What can happen? Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything and looked ahead. At this time, Nandong Meiju also caught up from behind, suddenly pinched his lower back, gritted his teeth and whispered, Didn't you say that Xue was not in the store? Luo Qingzhou said innocently, I was in the toilet at the time, and I didn't know she was here. If you don't believe me, ask my mother-in-law. When I went with her, Princess Xue was indeed not there. Nandong Meiju snorted coldly, glanced ahead, and whispered, Is my uncle really keeping a woman outside? Luo Qingzhou shook his head. The group quickly crossed the street and came to the alley. At this time, there were already many people gathered at the entrance of the alley, all looking inside with their necks tilted and talking about something. Song Ryue saw this scene, full of confusion, and hurriedly walked over. At this time, Qin Lang, wearing a Qilin costume, led a group of Jinui and escorted several bloody men out of the alley. Qin Lang's shoulder was already bloody. The courtyard wall and house of that family were all turned into ruins. Jinui is arresting people, the onlookers whispered. Song Ryue stood behind the crowd, watching this scene. Her face suddenly changed, and when she was about to shout, Miss Qin Air quickly grabbed her hand and whispered, Mother, don't make a sound. Jinui had a bad reputation both in the court and among the people, and they had many enemies, so they must not expose their identities casually. Besides, my eldest brother is on duty now and cannot be disturbed. Song Ryue did not dare to shout again. She looked at her son with distressed and worried eyes, completely forgetting that she was here to catch an adulterer. Who knew that at this moment? Miss Qin Air suddenly pointed behind the Jinui and said, Mother, look. Song Ryue looked in the direction of her finger, and was startled and opened her eyes wide. Qin Wenjing followed the Jinui and walked out of the alley. He did not say a word to his eldest son. He lowered his head and walked through the crowd and prepared to leave silently. Several people hurriedly followed. Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at the family. The powerful old man just now should have run away, and the woman was not sure whether she was dead or ran away. The people of the demon clan actually colluded with the Tai King? At the beginning, I heard from Hua Gu that after the eldest princess went to the border to command the troops, the emperor immediately sent the Tai king to station troops nearby, as if waiting for something. So the eldest princess did not fight with the demon clan. Now it seems very strange. If the emperor really colluded with the demon clan to get rid of the princess and her army, it would be ridiculous. Of course, with the twisted character that has been suppressed by the princess's brilliance since childhood, this kind of thing is not impossible. While thinking, Luo Qingzhou supported the second lady and followed behind his mother-in-law. After entering an alley, Qin Wenzheng, who was walking in front, suddenly stopped, turned around, frowned, and looked at them sternly. At this time, no matter how stupid Song Ryue was, she knew that she might have wronged her master. She stopped and lowered her head, like a child who had done something wrong, shrinking and not daring to move forward. Luo Qingzhou had to support the second lady Qin and walked over. When Qin Wenzheng saw the two of them, the stern look on his face softened, and he snorted coldly, "Why? Did your mother bring you to catch the adulterer?" Everyone. Nandong Meiju stopped behind Song Ryue and didn't dare to go over. Song Ryue's ashamed head was about to bury in her chest. Miss Jean Eyre was also a little embarrassed, and said softly, "Dad, something should be told to us in advance. Otherwise we will worry." Qin Wenzheng had a cold face and did not speak. Luo Qingzhou had to speak. "Father-in-law, are you helping my brother investigate the case?" Qin Wenzheng glanced at him, and then said, "Recently, many children and women in Kyoto have disappeared. Even the daughter of Ning Ho's family has disappeared. Ning Ho found your brother and asked him to help investigate. Your brother is also investigating Luo Chengqian's case recently, and he is busy, so I took the initiative to help." At this point, he sighed again and said, "Your brother said that the murderer of Luo Chengqian's case has not been found yet. The emperor is very angry and requires him to find the murderer within a month. Otherwise this failure. Your elder brother got some clues a few days ago. It just so happened that there were several prostitutes living in the opposite side of the alley. 2 suspects had been there. So I went in under the guise of selling underwear to investigate the situation. I wanted to find a maid to go in, but I was afraid of something going wrong. So I went alone." Luo Qingzhou asked, "There should be more than just those suspects, right?" Qin Wenzheng said seriously. "There must be more than just those suspects. It should be an organization, and there must be some background behind it. Otherwise, they would not be so bold as to traffic in human beings in Kyoto. Your elder brother will find out." Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, "Father-in-law, I think we should persuade my elder brother to investigate Luo Chengqian's case. This missing person case may be a little complicated, so let's hand it over to the government." Qin Wenzheng pondered for a moment and said, "It is indeed a little complicated. In fact, your elder brother got the clues a long time ago. But unfortunately, he was known in advance several times. Your elder brother thinks there may be spies in the Jinyui. The other party is definitely not simple to plant spies in the Jinyui." Song Ryue hurried over and said weakly, "Master, then tell Langer to stop investigating this case." Qin Wenjing's face sank and glared at her. Song Ryue shuddered immediately, flattened her mouth, lowered her head, ashamed, wronged, and dared not say anything. Qin Wenjing ignored her and said, "Qingzhou, Weima, you go back first. I still have to go see Langer. He was injured when he was catching someone just now. There is a master there who just escaped. You should be careful on the road." The two nodded. Qin Wenjing said nothing more and left quickly. Song Ryue raised her head and looked at his back with a wronged expression. Miss Jean Eyre said, "Mother, are you going home?" Song Ryue frowned and said, "I'd better go to the store to wait for your father. I don't know how Langer is doing." Miss Jean Eyre comforted, "Brother is a warrior. It's okay." The group turned and left the alley. Miss Jean Eyre asked Jure and Mayer to accompany her to the clothing store, and then they prepared to return to the bookstore. Nandong Meiju hurriedly stopped him and said, "Wei Mo, don't go to the bookstore. Shui Yi is annoying. You should go back. Luo Qingzhou still needs to go back to study." Miss Jean Eyre smiled and said, "But I just promised Sister Shui Yi." Nandong Meiju said, "It's okay. I'll go talk to her later." Miss Jean Eyre said, "Sister Meiju won't go back with us?" Nandong Meiju glanced at someone and said, "I still have to go home. I haven't seen my mother for a few days. I'm afraid they will worry." Miss Jean Eyre nodded slightly. The few people separated at the intersection. Luo Qingzhou, Miss Jean Eyre, and Chior hired a carriage to go back. When the carriage was about to start, Miss Jean Eyre opened the curtains, looked outside and said, Sister Meijiao, are you going tonight? Nandong Meiju showed a hint of hesitation on her face. Miss Jean Eyre smiled and said, Sister Meijiao, it's cold sleeping alone at night. Go and sleep with Weima. And let a bad guy sleep on the couch. Nandong Meiju immediately said, Okay, I'll go later. Miss Jean Eyre smiled, then lowered the curtain and looked at a bad guy beside her. Luo Qingzhou asked knowingly, Who is Miss Jean going to let sleep on the couch? Miss Jean Eyre snorted slightly. Whoever is the bad guy will sleep. Luo Qingzhou said, Oh, so Miss Jean wants to sleep on the couch. Well, it's not good to let your husband sleep on the bed with Princess Meijiao. Right? Humph. You are the bad guy. Why am I the bad guy? You know it in your heart. When you went back last night, there were teeth marks on your neck and the scent of a woman on your body. Humph. Chior sat opposite, turned her head to look outside, pretending not to hear anything. Weima, listen to my explanation. I won't listen to your excuses. Actually, I'm going to be honest with you when I go back today. Humph. Luo Qingzhou held her in his arms and suddenly changed the subject. By the way, Weimo, did you see it just now? There are also teeth marks on father-in-law's neck. Miss Jean Eyre. Luo Qingzhou guessed. Father-in-law may have made a real play. After all, there are women from brothels inside. And father-in-law is going to sell underwear. Those women have no taboos. Maybe they changed in front of father-in-law. And then, I'm going to tell Daddy that you're talking bad about him behind his back. Can't I tell the truth? Then why don't you talk about yourself? Even if Daddy messes around outside, he can't compare to you. Weimo. I don't want to pay attention to you. My wife. My wife. Luo Qingzhou suddenly blocked her mouth. The girl in his arms struggled for a few times. But soon her body became limp and stopped moving, allowing him to pick. Chior still turned her face away, looking outside, her face serious, sitting upright, motionless. The carriage quickly turned into Maple Leaf Alley. Miss Jean blushed and said, Brother Qingzhou, we will go to Lingshan Moon Palace later. I want you to tell Xia-chan and sister about your affair this time. Luo Qingzhou paused. Why do we have to go there? Miss Jean snorted. What do you think? Of course, it's because of Chan-chan. I can't bear to punish you. So I want my sister to punish you for Chan-chan. Luo Qingzhou begged hurriedly, Miss Eyre, family disgrace should not be made public. Don't let Miss Dad know. It's very embarrassing. We are all family. What are you afraid of? Brother Qingzhou. If you don't go, I will tell Dad and Mom. And Meiju. And let everyone criticize you together. Are you going? Good sister. Can you not go? Good brother. No. Hey. Good brother. If you go, Xiao Weimo will be with Xiao Meijia tonight. Oh. Yeah. The carriage stopped at the gate of Qin's house. Luo Qingzhou went down first, then carried the weak and powerless Miss Qin down. When he was about to carry Chior smiled and jumped down lightly, her chest bouncing a few times. Brother Qingzhou, have you thought about how to make up a story? Why should I make up a story? I'll just tell the truth. Luo Qingzhou. Never lie. Oh! Chapter 656 The Flower Thief. In the early morning, the sun was shining brightly. The snow began to melt, and the icicles under the eaves were dripping with water. The breeze blew, and there was a biting cold. The entire Qin mansion was exceptionally quiet. On the way to Lingshan Moon Palace, Miss Qin couldn't help but coughed a few times. Luo Qingzhou quickly helped her wrap the fox fur tightly around her body, and took the opportunity to say, It's windy outside. Let's go later. It's so early. The eldest lady may still be sleeping. Let's not disturb her. Miss Jean Eyre looked at him and said, Is Brother Qingzhou scared? Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, Afraid. Miss Jean Eyre laughed and said curiously, Brother Qingzhou is so powerful. How could he be afraid of his sister? Luo Qingzhou said, The eldest lady is very cold and serious. Miss Jean Eyre couldn't help laughing again, and said with bright eyes and white teeth, It's great. There is finally someone in the family who can scare Brother Qingzhou, so that someone can control Brother Qingzhou in the future. Then he hummed softly, in case a bad guy goes out every day and gets bitten by others. Luo Qingzhou. Miss Jean Eyre looked ahead, stopped and said, Okay. Let's go back first and come back later. Luo Qingzhou was as if he had been pardoned, and quickly helped her back to Meixiang Garden. The two entered the small courtyard. Chior and Xiao Dai immediately went to the study to light incense, pick up a heater, and take out a hand warmer, teapot, and other items. Luo Qingzhou helped the second lady take off her shoes and helped her into the study. The two of them got on the couch and talked in a low voice for a while. Luo Qingzhou told her his concerns. The missing persons case investigated by my elder brother and father-in-law may be related to the King of Thailand. The King of Thailand is now the most trusted person by the Emperor, and the troops on the border are handed over to him. When the eldest princess rushed to the border to prepare for a decisive battle with the demons, the King of Thailand deployed troops nearby to hinder her, so the eldest princess could only stay put. Now it seems that letting the eldest princess go at that time may be a conspiracy to force her to rebel, and the court seems to have reached some agreement with the demons on the border. The Emperor may not know that the missing persons case is related to the King of Thailand. But if this matter is really related to the King of Thailand, then the Emperor will definitely protect him. So if my elder brother continues to investigate, it will be very dangerous. Wei Mo. When my father-in-law comes back, you should talk to him and persuade my elder brother to give up this case. After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, he paused and said, You can let my elder brother continue to investigate Luo Chongqin's case. I can deliberately reveal some clues to make Chu Feiyang more suspicious. After listening to this, Miss Jean Eyre frowned slightly and said, Brother Qingzhou, what if the eldest brother really wants to make trouble for Chu Feiyang? Luo Qingzhou's eyes flashed, and he said, It depends on how the Emperor chooses. See if he chooses to become an enemy of Ling Xiao's sect, or chooses to give up this case and show goodwill to Ling Xiao's sect. Miss Jean Eyre said, What if he chooses to arrest the murderer? Luo Qingzhou said, I went to the sect this time and met the ancestor of Ling Xiao's sect, and I deliberately exposed 90% of my strength. I believe that the ancestor, as well as the elders and the sect master of Ling Xiao's sect, will not hand me over easily. If the Emperor is not stupid, he will not turn against Ling Xiao's sect for a few dead men. And when I entered the palace last night, the Emperor also revealed his idea of winning over Ling Xiao's sect and wanting to marry Ling Xiao's sect. Miss Jean Eyre was surprised and said, Marrying Ling Xiao's own? Who will marry whom? Luo Qingzhou looked at her and said, The eldest princess and Chu Feiyang. Miss Jean Eyre. Luo Qingzhou held her hand, smiled, and said, Don't worry. This is unrealistic. The Emperor should just say it casually. Ling Xiao's own will not agree, and Chu Feiyang will not agree. After a pause, he said, So, it is safest for Big Brother to continue to investigate this case. Even if he finds out that the murderer is Chu Feiyang, the Emperor may ask him to stop investigating. In this case, the Emperor will naturally not embarrass him because of his dereliction of duty. Miss Jean Eyre looked at him softly and said, Brother Qingzhou, thank you. Thank you for thinking about Big Brother. Luo Qingzhou said, We are a family. What are you thanking me for? Big Brother is also my big brother, and I will naturally not watch him get into trouble. Miss Jean Eyre said, Then what did you do last time? What she said? Killing. Luo Qingzhou said, I met the princess last night. From the situation last night, the princess's surrender and return to Kyoto was just a temporary measure. Many places in the palace, including the Queen Mother, have been infiltrated by her. So I want to see what she will do first. Speaking of this, he was silent for a while, and said, But in any case, they are blood brothers and sisters. Even if she succeeds, she should not kill him. But if she keeps him, it will definitely be a very terrible disaster. So whether she succeeds or not, I will do it myself at a suitable time. If she can keep him, I will definitely not keep him. Miss Jean Eyre said with a worried face, I heard from Mei Jiao that there are many masters in the palace, and there are many around him. Luo Qingzhou said, I know. I will slowly find out. As the two talked, it was soon noon. Xiao Dai and Chior brought the food and a pot of fruit wine. Luo Qingzhou looked at the fruit wine in the glass and smelled the familiar fruity fragrance, and couldn't help but think of that thing again. He tried to hold back, but couldn't help it, and confessed, Wei Mo. I went to the sect to practice this time, with a master uncle. Master uncle? Miss Jean Eyre heard this. Her white hands trembled. The wine pot in her hand almost slipped, and her eyes widened immediately. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, That master uncle is a woman, not a man. Miss Jean Eyre breathed a sigh of relief and said, She, how old is she? Luo Qingzhou said, She is only a few years older than me. In her early 20s. Miss Jean Eyre breathed a sigh of relief again and said, Okay. Then how did you get together? Luo Qingzhou sighed and told the whole process from knowing that Master Uncle Linghu to being raped by him. After speaking, he said, Master Uncle said that she didn't let me be responsible. Miss Jean Eyre was silent for a while after listening, and looked at him and said, then Brother Qingzhou, will you be responsible? Luo Qingzhou looked at her face, and didn't know how to answer. Miss Jean sighed softly and said, hearing what Brother Qingzhou said, it seems that Brother Qingzhou really had no choice but to lose his virginity accidentally. Luo Qingzhou said quickly, it was indeed an accident. Everything I said just now is true. I can swear, Miss Jean said with some envy, that uncle is really good to Brother Qingzhou and has done so many things for him. Sister Meizhou has also done a lot for Brother Qingzhou, as has Xia Chan. And Xiao Dai has been dependent on Brother Qingzhou for so many years. Only Wei Ma can't help Brother Qingzhou at all. Wei Ma, you're just daydreaming again. Luo Qingzhou interrupted her, went over and hugged her in his arms, and said, don't say that again. If you say that again, I'll be really angry. Miss Jean Eyre raised her little face and said, Brother Qingzhou, Wei Ma will sleep here tonight, and you and Sister Meizhou will sleep on the bed. Okay? Luo Qingzhou immediately said, no. It's cold here. How can I let you sleep here? Miss Jean Eyre said, but you promised Sister Meizhou that when you come back. Luo Qingzhou said embarrassedly, she even told you this? Miss Jean Eyre smiled and said, of course. We slept together these few nights. And Sister Meizhou told me everything. Sister Meizhou also said that no matter what whether you stretch out your hands or your feet, Brother Qingzhou will obey you. Ahem. Wei Ma. Eat. Luo Qingzhou interrupted her quickly, and then sighed, you can't judge a person by his appearance. I didn't expect that my father-in-law, who looked so majestic and solemn, would take the opportunity to investigate the case to fool around with the women in the brothel. Maybe he has become addicted. Wei Ma, you should ask your mother-in-law to keep a close eye on you in the future. Miss Jean snorted, you can't judge a person by his appearance. Someone looks gentle and elegant, and is an honest little scholar. I didn't expect that he is actually a thief who is everywhere. Luo Qingzhou. After lunch, Luo Qingzhou went to the exiled immortal residence, read books for an hour, and then took the spiritual liquid and continued to practice. The remaining flame in the body became more vigorous under the effect of the spiritual liquid. Is there still a need to advance? Feeling the familiar airflow, he said secretly in his heart. After practicing for a while, he felt his body getting hotter and hotter. He looked inside and saw that the purple and red lightning on the root of the thunder spirit were entangled and sizzling. Every time he was about to break through, he would feel a burning fire in his body and feel hot and unbearable. It might be because of the root of the thunder spirit. I don't know how powerful the root of the thunder spirit will be after this upgrade. He thought about it, left the room, went to the back garden, and then raised his fist, urged a trace of internal force and the thunder spirit chi, and went up along the meridians and acupuncture points to the fist of his arm. Z. A faint fist light suddenly lit up on the fist, and a purple lightning, but the red lightning did not appear. Shwa. He punched the ground. The golden fist light and the purple lightning flew out, and with a bang, a mud pit was smashed on the ground. Strange. Why didn't the red lightning come out? Is it because of insufficient strength? But in the mansion, he certainly can't use his full strength. According to Xiao Ye, red lightning is the second stage, and there are 9 levels of upgrades to the root of thunder spirit. He has to ask Sister Yu tonight how to use the second level red lightning, and also ask how to upgrade the root of thunder spirit. He suddenly reached the second level, and he didn't feel anything at all, and he didn't know how he was promoted. While he was thinking, Xiao Dai, who was sitting in the sun in the corridor in front, ran over in a hurry and said, Sir, what was that sound just now? Are you okay? Luo Qingzhou said, It's okay. I was just practicing. The mansion is indeed not a suitable place for cultivation. He turned his head and looked at the little girl under the eaves. The little girl was wearing a pink dress today. She looked tender and cute, with a bulging chest, which was already quite large. Luo Qingzhou paused, turned around and walked over, and then hugged her. Ah, Master, what are you going to do? Xiao Dai, that one should be gone. Right? The little girl immediately reacted and said hurriedly, No, not yet. That's better. Use other places. Ah. Luo Qingzhou hugged her and entered the room. At the same time, Lingchan Moon Palace. In the back garden, a girl in a light green dress was practicing sword under a tree full of pear blossoms. The sword first stabbed out slowly, But soon it stabbed again, speeding up. And then, the whole garden was full of sword light. She was surrounded by snowflakes. And the sword in her hand turned into a sky full of sword shadows, almost covering the entire garden. Swish. After an unknown amount of time, her sword shadows suddenly merged into one. And then she suddenly stabbed the small pear tree in front of her. The surging sword energy swish and shot out from the tip of the sword, instantly scattering all the snowflakes wrapped around the tree onto the small pear tree. The small pear tree trembled a few times and shook off a few snowflakes. But the whole tree was not damaged at all. At this time, a girl in a pink dress suddenly clapped her hands under the eaves and said, "Chan Chan. Good swordsmanship." Chapter 657, Marriage and Peace. In the evening, Luo Qingzhou was satisfied and took Xiaodai back to Meixiang Garden. Miss Jean Eyre was not there. Xiao'er was the only one in the room. Xiao'er said, "The master and the lady are back." And the young lady went to see them. Before leaving, the young lady told me to go to Lingshan Moon Palace to pay respects to the eldest young lady when the young master came back. Luo Qingzhou's heart moved and asked, "Just pay respects?" Xiao'er nodded and said, "That's what the young lady said." Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the second young lady was reluctant to let him make a fool of himself and lose face. "Okay. I know." He agreed very happily. Xiao'er asked again, "By the way, young master, what's wrong with Xiaodai? Why did she lie down in the room as soon as she came back? Is she feeling unwell?" Luo Qingzhou said, "It's okay. Maybe she was tired from helping me grind ink in the afternoon." Xiao'er said oh, and didn't ask any more questions. Luo Qingzhou had a casual dinner, and after observing the situation in the storage ring in the study for a while, he went out. At this time, the night had already fallen. A silver moon rose in the sky, lonely and cold. The snow on the ground had not melted completely, and it sizzled when he walked on it. Not long after, he had arrived at Lingshan Moon Palace. The front yard was silent. He walked to the door, and was about to knock when he suddenly turned his head and looked at the rockery behind him. Under a big tree next to the rockery, there stood a thin and weak figure, looking at him silently at this time. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, turned around quickly, walked over, and said, "Chan Chan, why are you standing here alone?" Seeing him coming, Xia Chan immediately turned around and prepared to leave. Luo Qingzhou grabbed her, held her cold little hand in his palm, and whispered in her ear, "What's wrong? Uncle hasn't come to see you for a few days. Are you angry?" Xia Chan struggled for a few times, but didn't move again. She lowered her head and didn't speak. Luo Qingzhou turned her body over, held her two little hands, lowered his head, and whispered softly against her forehead, "Are you blaming Uncle for not taking you out?" Xia Chan lowered her long eyelashes and still didn't speak. Luo Qingzhou kissed her little mouth and explained softly, "My uncle went out for something this time, so I didn't ask you to go with me. When there is a chance next time, my uncle will definitely take you." "Okay." Xia Chan was silent for a while, and then said, "I will go to find you in the afternoon." Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, and then froze. "You, what did you see?" Xia Chan lowered her head and pouted her little mouth slightly. "I saw it all." Luo Qingzhou. Hee. Chan Chan. This is wrong. How can you peek into my uncle's privacy?" Xia Chan twisted her body, turned her pretty face away, and whispered, "Humph." Luo Qingzhou thought of the ugly appearance in the afternoon and was very embarrassed. Then he became angry and hugged her and pushed her against the big tree behind him, saying, "Tell me, what did you see?" Xia Chan still turned her pretty face away and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou snorted coldly, and his cold hand suddenly reached into her neck. Xia Chan screamed awe and began to struggle. Luo Qingzhou took away her sword in advance, pressed her tightly against the big tree behind, and threatened, "Will you tell me or not?" Xia Chan still pouted her lips stubbornly. "No." "Awuh." Luo Qingzhou bit her mouth, then pressed her against the tree and kissed her. Xia Chan struggled for a moment, and her body soon softened. After a while, she no longer resisted. Luo Qingzhou kissed her for a long time, then let her go and said, "Tell me, what did you see?" Xia Chan blushed and panted, Bad guy." Luo Qingzhou pressed against her forehead and said, "Do you like bad guys?" "No, I don't." "Humph. I'll give you one last chance. Do you like them?" "No." "Awuh. I'm going to bite you." "Woo, I like them. I like them. Call Qingzhou brother. Qingzhou brother. Call brother. Brother." Brother. Luo Qingzhou held her in his arms, rubbing her ears, rubbing her gently, warming her cold body, and speaking sweet words to her. After a long time, he let go and asked, "Is the eldest lady in the back garden or in the room?" "Room. Room. Forget it. The second lady asked me to come and pay my respects. So I won't go to the room. Go. I'll call the young lady to come out." "No. I came here mainly to see you. Now that I see you and bully you, I'm satisfied." "Humph. Chan. Wait a little longer, and then your son-in-law will take you to kill people." "Okay. Okay. Do you like killing people?" "No. I don't." "Do you like watching my uncle kill people?" "No." "Why do you want to go?" Because I can be with my uncle." "Right? Yeah." Chan. My uncle loves you. Do you love my uncle?" "Yeah." "Can you take your hands away?" "My uncle wants to." "No. Don't." "Humph. Then I'll go find Xiao Beiling." "Is Xiao Beiling in your room or in her own room?" Xia Chan pouted and said nothing. At this time, a low voice suddenly came from behind the rockery next to her. "Xiao Beiling is in her room." Luo Qingzhou immediately turned his head to look. Behind the rockery, a wisp of pink skirt flashed by. "Beiling!" he shouted immediately and walked over. But behind the rockery, there was no one. Not even a shadow. When he came out from behind the rockery, Xia Chan, who was under the tree, had also disappeared. Luo Qingzhou looked around blankly, stood for a while, and then went to the exiled immortal residence. Since the eldest lady was in the room, there was no need for him to go. Anyway, he didn't want to see her. It was embarrassing every time he saw her. After he walked away, a head popped out of the small courtyard door of Lingshan Moon Palace, and said with resentment on his face, "Stinky son-in-law. Liar." Luo Qingzhou arrived at the exiled immortal residence, took out the communication treasure, thought for a while, and sent a message to Linghu Qingzhu, "Uncle, the emperor may want to win over Ling Xiao's sect. If he wants to marry Ling Xiao's sect, you must refuse. Also, he may secretly send people to win over the elders and disciples in the sect. You must pay attention." The message came back quickly. "Zhu, the sect master received an invitation today. We may have to go to the palace to attend the Taikong feast in a few days. At the same time, they also invited you emphatically." Luo Qingzhou immediately said, "I won't go." "Zhu, whatever you want. What's the marriage you mentioned?" "Luo Qingzhou, the emperor and the queen mother are choosing a son-in-law for the eldest princess, and they may consider Ling Xiao's sect. They want to win over the sect. But it's not just a simple win over. They may want to annex it. Zhu, the candidate for the son-in-law. It won't be you." "Luo Qingzhou, it's possible. But if it's really me, uncle, remember to help me refuse." "Sternly refuse." "Zhu, you are so noble. That's the eldest princess." "Luo Qingzhou, uncle may not know. I have seen the eldest princess. She is very beautiful, very temperament and charm, and has a good figure. But she also has innate majesty and domineering. So I have no interest in her." "Zhu, why would the emperor consider the eldest princess and Ling Xiao's sect for marriage? What if Ling Xiao's sect helps the eldest princess?" "Luo Qingzhou, that's great. Maybe you have fallen into the trap." At that time, the other four major sects, the warriors of Dragon and Tiger Academy, and the court will unite to deal with you. The power of the five major sects and the court is now very balanced. Once someone joins hands with the princess, think about it yourself. Are the other sects willing to see this happen? The emperor probably wants to see this happen, so that he can defeat you one by one and annex you one by one. Zhu, how do you know so much about these situations? Are you from the court? Or the royal family? Luo Qingzhou, I am from Ling Xiao's sect and also from uncle. Zhu, then I order you to come and serve me tonight. Luo Qingzhou, uncle. No more. I want to practice. Remember to tell the sect master what I said. Be careful of the court. Zhu, got it. At this time, Luo Qingzhou suddenly received a message from the princess. I can't go tonight. I just went to see the queen mother with my father and mother. And I will stay in the palace tonight. I have bad news for you. The queen mother has arranged a marriage for me. The prince of Lulan or Lin Yuan, the eldest disciple of Huashan's sect. Luo Qingzhou's face darkened. What then? Xiao made you. I refused. And my father and mother also refused for me. But the queen mother's attitude was very tough, saying that I was a royal child and should think about dying. Finally, The emperor came and persuaded my father. In the end, my father and mother didn't dare to say anything more, but just said to go back and think about it. Also, I said that I already had someone I liked. The emperor smiled and asked me, "Is it Chu Feiyong from Li Shao sect?" I said yes. Luo Qingzhou clenched the jade in his hand. What did he say? Xiao Meijio. He said Chu Feiyong was a murder suspect and would definitely be killed by him. So I didn't have to think about it. He also said that he would announce this matter at the Taikong banquet in front of the envoys of Lulan and other countries. Luo Qingzhou, what then? Xiao Meijio, Chu Feiyong. If I refused, our Nangong County Prince's mansion might not exist. He knows about your relationship with me. And he doesn't seem to be afraid of me telling you. There must be a conspiracy. Luo Qingzhou, I am from Li Shao sect. Among the 5 major sects, our Li Shao sect has a feud with Huashan sect. He said he would win over Li Shao sect. But he wanted to anger me and win over Huashan sect. It seems that he is really taking action. Xiao Meijiao, what should I do? I dare not run away. Because my father, my mother, and Shui are all here. I am a member of the royal family. I have no choice. I have the responsibility to be a tool for marriage. Luo Qingzhou, princess. Do you believe me? Xiao Meijiao, of course I do. I know that whatever you want to do will succeed. Luo Qingzhou, then don't be afraid. Just agree to marry whoever he asks you to marry. I'll take care of the rest. Xiao Meiju, yes. Luo Qingzhou, Meiju. Don't be afraid. It's okay. I'm here. No one can bully you. You are mine. I won't allow anyone to take you away. Xiao Meijiao, brother Feiyong. Xiao Meijiao loves you. I want to kiss you and bite you to death. Luo Qingzhou, have a good rest. Xiao Meijiao, I can't sleep. I was going to bite you with Weimont tonight. Hey. Luo Qingzhou didn't reply. He was quiet in the dark for a while. He sent a message to Sister Yu again. Are you coming tonight? After a while, the message came back. Something? Luo Qingzhou said, I found that my thunder spirit root seemed to have been upgraded. There was a red lightning on it. Sister Yu, do you know how to use it? Also, how should I continue to upgrade in the future? Sister Yu, red lightning should break various shields and barriers, and it will only appear when encountering those things. As for how to upgrade the root of thunder spirit, I am still helping you check. Luo Qingzhou, excuse me. Sister Yu, will you come tonight? Sister Yu, no. Luo Qingzhou, oh. Sister Yu, you just came home. Spend more time with your wife. Luo Qingzhou, how did Sister Yu know that I just came home? Sister Yu, I went to your house in the afternoon. Luo Qingzhou, afternoon? What did Sister Yu see? The other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou. Chapter 658 Confessing to the Second Miss Sister Yu. Plum Fragrance Garden. When Luo Qingzhou returned, Second Miss Qin had already returned. A heater was lit in the room, and smoke was curling. Second Miss Qin was wearing a snow-white fox fur coat, and was sitting softly on the couch, reading a letter. Under the soft white skirt, there was a pair of slender feet wearing snow-white silk stockings, and a head of black and smooth hair, which almost fell on the couch. Luo Qingzhou took off his shoes and entered the room, went over to sit with her, and asked, How are the father-in-law and mother-in-law? Second Miss Qin put down the letter and smiled softly. We have reconciled a long time ago. I also told Daddy what Brother Qingzhou said to me. Daddy said that he will go to persuade Big Brother tomorrow. Luo Qingzhou nodded, holding her slender waist with one hand, holding her slender feet under the skirt with the other hand, and rubbing his cheek against her cheek gently. Miss Qin leaned softly in his arms and whispered, Brother Qingzhou, Sister Meijia should be here soon. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment and said, She went to the palace tonight and can't come. Miss Qin was surprised when she heard this and said, Why did Sister Meijia go to the palace at this time? Luo Qingzhou calmly told her about the Queen Mother and the Emperor forcing her to marry. Miss Qin fell silent after hearing this. Luo Qingzhou said softly, It's okay. Don't worry. I will solve it. Miss Qin sighed softly, clung to his arms tightly, and said softly, Brother Qingzhou, Weimo feels more and more that this place is not suitable for us. I hope we will have the opportunity to leave here in the future and go to a place where we are free and no one can control us. Accompanied by the breeze and the bright moon, the birds and the flowers. There are only beautiful scenery. No struggle. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head and kissed her little mouth, saying, There will be a chance. Miss Qin raised her little face, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. and also kissed his mouth. Her eyes blurred and said, "Brother Qingzhou, tonight take Wei Mo." "Okay." Luo Qingzhou agreed very happily. Then picked her up, walked to the inner room, and put her on the bed. Then, he began to help her take off her clothes. Miss Qin lay there, motionless, looking at him infatuatedly. Her beautiful face was stained with 2 light blushes. Her long eyelashes blinked, her face full of expectation and uneasiness. Luo Qingzhou helped her take off her coat and her stockings, then put her in the quilt, kissed her cheeks, mouth, neck, and said, "Okay, I already want you. Go to sleep." Miss Jean Eyre was stunned, then pouted her lips slightly, puffed her cheeks, and looked at him aggrievedly. Luo Qingzhou helped her put down the curtain, bent down and kissed her forehead, and said softly, "Be good. Wait until you recover and stop coughing. Then we can have you. Okay?" Miss Jean Eyre, woo. Luo Qingzhou stroked her face and hair again, and said, "You go to sleep first. I'll read a book for a while, and then go to Xiaodia's place to sleep." Miss Jean Eyre grabbed his hand and begged, "No, Brother Qingzhou. You just came back. Just accompany Wei Mo tonight. Wei Mo doesn't want it." "Isn't it okay?" Luo Qingzhou said. "Really? You have to keep your word. He is different now. There is a flame in his body that can burst out at any time, so he can't stand being teased. And when that flame bursts out, he is very powerful. Even a master like his uncle was accidentally knocked unconscious by his power. Let alone the weak Miss Jean Eyre. It would be fatal." Miss Jean Eyre nodded immediately, blinking her beautiful eyes and said, "Well, Wei Mo never lies." Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, feeling that this sentence was too familiar, but he still took off his coat, got on the bed, and got into the quilt carefully and vigilantly. Miss Jean Eyre gently leaned against his arms, raised her little face and said, "Brother Qingzhou, Wei Mo wants to see you chatting with Sister Mei Jiao." Luo Qingzhou remembered it then. During the days when he went to Ling Xiao's sect, the princess chatted with him every night in front of Miss Jean Eyre, and took beautiful photos of the two of them, and sent them to him. He hesitated for a moment, took out the message, and said embarrassedly, "Wei Mo, the princess always speaks a little bit corny. I'm too lazy to reply her." Miss Jean raised her eyebrows. "Really? But those nights?" "I saw Brother Qingzhou replied very happily. And he also wanted Sister Meijiao's bathing painting." Luo Qingzhou defended, "I mainly want yours." "Humph. Liar. I'm sleeping next to you now. You don't even look at me. You just want to see Sister Meijia's that. Right? You're not small either. I dare not compare with Sister Meijiao." "Huh?" When the two were gently bickering, the message in Luo Qingzhou's hand suddenly vibrated. Someone sent a message. Miss Jean quickly opened her eyes and looked at the surface of the jade, and then said in surprise, "Sister Yu?" Then asked, "Who is Sister Yu?" Luo Qingzhou froze, and the first thing he wanted to do was to put away the message. Is this a guilty conscience? However, there was nothing wrong between him and Sister Yu, and he had done nothing wrong. Why should he feel guilty? Miss Jean Eyre was about to stretch out her finger to click on the message, but when she saw his unusual expression, she slowly retracted her finger into the quilt and said softly, "Brother Qingzhou, let's chat." "Don't read this." Luo Qingzhou paused, stretched out his finger and clicked. "Sister Yu, are you asleep?" Luo Qingzhou replied, "Not yet. Chatting with my wife in the quilt." After replying, he turned his head, looked at the girl in his arms, and said softly, "Wei Mo, actually, I wanted to tell you about this a long time ago, but I thought she was from another world, and I was afraid that you didn't understand it, so I never said it." Miss Jean Eyre said softly, "Brother Qingzhou, then don't say it. It's okay. Wei Mo doesn't want to hear it." Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, sighed, and said, "Whether you really don't want to hear it or not, I still have to tell you about this. Sister Yu is someone I met in Mo's city. In fact, she is not a person, but a soul." He simply explained the state of the body and soul. Then he said, "Sister Yu helped me a lot. It can be said that I can have my current cultivation. I can take revenge. And I can live until now. All because of her. Without her, there would be no me now." Then he began to talk about the first time he met Sister Yu in Mo's city. After talking for a while, the message came back. "Sister Yu, oh?" Luo Qingzhou replied, "Sister Yu, is there anything?" After replying, he continued to talk. Miss Jean Eyre lay in his arms, looking up at her beautiful face, opening her clear and gentle eyes. and listening quietly. At this time, the message came back again. Nothing. Luo Qingzhou, oh. After we came to Kyoto, I thought we would be separated from her, and it might be difficult to meet again in the future. Who knew that by chance? She also came. She continued to help me cultivate my soul. In order to help me cultivate quickly, she endured the thunder tribulation, protected me, practiced the exercises for me, and helped me solve various problems. She also calculated that my physical body would be promoted, and prepared a lot of natural materials and treasures for me to make pills and advance. Those medicinal materials are priceless. She also helped me save Huagu, and personally helped me practice the exercises. No matter what questions I had, she would help me answer and help me. Waymo. I swear. At that time, I only thought of her as my best friend, best sister, best teacher, and never dared to think too much. At that time, she was a married woman, and so was I. She had her own husband, although she said that her husband was not good to her. Some time ago, she said that she was divorced by her husband. I felt sad for her and felt sorry for her. Moreover, I was secretly happy in my heart. Waymo. I'm sorry. From that day on, I felt that my feelings for her seemed to have changed. Every night when it got dark, I would think of her. I looked forward to seeing her every time. Even if I didn't see her, I looked forward to chatting with her. If she replied to me, I would be very happy. If she didn't reply to me, I will feel very lost and empty in my heart. I'm sorry. Waymo. Miss Jean Eyre gently covered his mouth and said softly, Brother Qizhou, don't say sorry. Don't feel sorry for us. Such a woman, even if Waymo, Xia Chan, Xiao Dai and others are added together, can't compare. Without her, there would be no Brother Qizhou. And without Brother Qizhou, there would naturally be no us. Whether in Maching or in Kyoto, it was Brother Qingzhou who helped us through danger again and again. Brother Qingzhou's strength was given by her. So Waymo is grateful to her and understands Brother Qingzhou's feelings for her. But she frowned slightly and said, Brother Qingzhou, she is so wholehearted. Help you wholeheartedly, even at the risk of her own life. Is it really just because of your thunder spirit root? Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, every time I ask her, she says so. Miss Jean Eyre looked at the jade in his hand and said, Brother Qingzhou, have you seen her real appearance? Luo Qingzhou said, I have seen it. Sister Yu's appearance is actually very ordinary. Miss Jean Eyre frowned and thought for a while, and said, Brother Qingzhou, can you ask her to send a portrait of her? The kind of full body. Luo Qingzhou was a little embarrassed. She probably won't agree. Miss Jean Eyre said, Brother Qingzhou, try it first. Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment, and had to stretch out his finger and start editing the message. At this time, Miss Jean Eyre suddenly said, Brother Qingzhou, let Waymo write it. Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled and nodded. Miss Jean Eyre stretched out her jade finger and gently stroked the edge of the jade. Every time she stroked a word, Luo Qingzhou would quickly write it with her finger. Sister Yu, I can't sleep and miss you a little. Can you send me a full-body portrait of you? It doesn't matter if it's a little blurry. I want to see you. After Luo Qingzhou finished writing, he hurriedly said, Is it a bit too presumptuous and rude? Sister Yu might be angry when she sees it. Miss Jean Eyre didn't say anything, picked up his finger and sent it. Luo Qingzhou's heart suddenly became uneasy. Chapter 659, Because I Like You. Waiting is tormenting. Luo Qingzhou's eyes were fixed on the message in his hand. Miss Jean Eyre also stared at it. For a moment, the room was silent, with only the breathing of the two people. After a long time, the message finally came back. This is a message from your wife. Luo Qingzhou. Miss Jean Eyre. The two looked at each other in bewilderment. Miss Jean Eyre was surprised and asked, Is Sister Yu so powerful? Luo Qingzhou nodded and said, Of course she is powerful. She is one of the smartest and most powerful people I have ever met after you. Miss Jean Eyre. Also, she knows that I will not speak to her in a frivolous and ambiguous tone. Miss Jean Eyre frowned slightly, thought for a while, and said, Brother Qingzhou, then you reply yes, and say that my wife wants to see you. Luo Qingzhou said, Isn't that bad? Miss Jean Eyre said, It's okay, Brother Qingzhou. She is so good to you. She won't be angry about such a small thing. After a pause, her eyes flickered, and she said, I just want to see her reply more, and see more of her attitude and tone towards you. Luo Qingzhou had to follow her, stretched out his finger, and replied, Sister Yu, my wife said she wants to see you. Is it okay? Who knew that after the message was sent? The other party did not reply again. The two waited for a long time. Miss Jean Eyre suddenly asked, Brother Qingzhou, didn't you say that Sister Yu gave you a handkerchief? Can Wei Mo take a look? Of course. Luo Qingzhou did not hesitate, and immediately took out the snow-white handkerchief from the storage ring and handed it to her. Miss Jean Eyre took it in her hand, first rubbed the cloth gently, sniffed the smell on it, and then carefully observed the light pattern on it. Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion, What's wrong? What did you see? Miss Jean Eyre looked at it for a while, gave it back to him, shook her head and said, The fabric is very good. It feels soft and comfortable. The fragrance is very special. It gives people a very strange feeling. I can't tell where it comes from. Luo Qingzhou put away the handkerchief and said, This is a magic weapon. It must not be made in an ordinary cloth shop. Miss Jean Eyre asked again, Brother Qingzhou, did you tell her about my illness? Luo Qingzhou said, I did. I didn't know who to ask for help at the time, and I saw that she was very powerful. So I wanted to ask. By the way, when we were in Mo City, she also proposed a method, saying that your soul can be transferred to another person, so that you can survive. Miss Jean Eyre was slightly stunned. Did she say who it was transferred to? Luo Qingzhou said, She said that it must be a blood relationship, and the eldest lady is the most suitable candidate. But in that case, the eldest lady's soul I directly refused. Of course I won't agree. And I know you won't agree either. Miss Jean frowned slightly, as if thinking about something. After a moment, she whispered, Brother Qingzhou, can you tell me everything that Sister Yu said at the time without missing a word? Luo Qingzhou recalled carefully and said, She said that your soul can occupy another body and be reborn in another body, except for the different bodies. Your consciousness, memory, personality, etc. are all there. They are all you. But you must occupy the body of someone who is related to you by blood to have a chance. I asked her, What happened to that person after you took over his body? She said, His soul was scattered. Or he coexisted with you. That is, you shared the body. Sometimes it was you. Sometimes it was her. When I heard this, I didn't say anything. I definitely wouldn't agree. Then she said to me, Don't you dislike your wife? Now you're divorced from her. You should have a good choice. Right? She meant that I should choose to save you and sacrifice the eldest lady. Luo Qingzhou told the conversation at that time in detail. After listening to this, Miss Jean was silent for a long time and said, Brother Qingzhou, whether in Maching or after coming to Kyoto, as long as you encounter any difficulties, she will help you. Right? Luo Qingzhou nodded, although Sister Yu is cold. She is very good to me. Miss Jean said again, She has been trying her best to help you practice and help you advance, and even prepared the things you need for advancement in advance. Right? Luo Qingzhou said with a complicated expression, Yes. I only found out at the end. Miss Jean fell silent, hesitating to speak. Luo Qingzhou looked at her, hesitated for a moment, and slowly said, Wei Mo, do you think will she? Miss Jean frowned and thought. Without speaking, Luo Qingzhou continued, Otherwise, why would she help me so wholeheartedly and desperately? Just so that I can help her when she passes the thunder tribulation in the future? Definitely not. There must be other reasons. Miss Jean hesitated for a while, looked at him and said, Brother Qingzhou, do you still have the chat records with Sister Yu? Can I take a look? Luo Qingzhou showed an embarrassed expression on his face. It's not that I don't want to show it to you, but I think it seems impolite to Sister Yu. Sending her that message just now is already very impolite. Miss Jean heard this and said softly, Brother Qingzhou is right. These messages are not only Brother Qingzhou's privacy, but also Sister Yu's privacy. Wei Mo really shouldn't read them. After a pause, she asked again, Brother Qingzhou, you have known Sister Yu for so long, but you haven't seen her in real life, and you don't know where she lives? Luo Qingzhou shook his head and said, I didn't dare to ask. I guess she wouldn't tell me if I asked. The two talked, and before they knew it, it was already late at night. Miss Jean Eyre was weak, although she was thinking about something and had no sleepiness. Luo Qingzhou stopped chatting with her and hugged her, saying, Wei Mo, go to sleep. Don't think too much. I will solve the problem between me and Sister Yu by myself. I just kept it in my heart for a long time. I want to tell you. It will be much better if I say it out. Miss Jean Eyre leaned against his chest softly, her eyes still open, still thinking about the figure as white and cold as moonlight. After a while, she suddenly said, Brother Chinjo, can you leave the handkerchief that sister you gave you here with Waymo first? I will return it to you in 2 days. Luo Chingo hesitated for a moment, took out the handkerchief, gave it to her, and said, Go to sleep. If there is anything, think about it tomorrow. You are weak and can't stay up late. Yes. Miss Jean Eyre put the handkerchief under the pillow, then leaned into his arms again and hugged him tightly. Not long after, she had fallen asleep without realizing it. Luo Chinjo still had his eyes open, tossing and turning, his mind constantly recounting every little thing that had happened since he met Sister Yu. After lying down for a while, he couldn't help but take out the message again and sent a message to Sister Yu. Sister Yu, are you asleep? He thought the other party would still not reply, but the message came back quickly. No. Luo Chinjo quickly replied, Sister Yu, are you not angry? Sister Yu, no. Luo Chinjo, then where are you? I'll go find you. I can't sleep. Sister Yu, no. Stay with your wife. Luo Chinjo, she's asleep. By the way, Sister Yu, I told her everything about you. I hope you won't be angry. She is my wife. I don't want to keep it a secret from her. The other party didn't reply again. Luo Chinjo waited for a while and said, Sister Yu, can I ask you again? Why do you keep helping me? Don't say it's just for me to help you overcome the tribulation. I don't believe it. After a long time, the message came back. Why do you think I did it? Luo Chinjo didn't dare to say it, nor was he embarrassed to say it, and said, Sister Yu, can you tell me the truth? Sister Yu, because I like you. Luo Chinjo paused. At this time, the message came back again. Do you want to hear this? Sorry. You may have thought too much. Luo Chinjo. He had to continue to say shamelessly, Sister Yu. Then tell me, what is the reason? After a while, the message came back. Because you can help me overcome the tribulation. And because you listen to me. You are so talented and promising. But you listen to me so much. I naturally want you to become stronger. So that I can drive you at will. Luo Chinjo paused. Sister Yu, your words make me a little sad. Can you withdraw them? The other party did not reply again. Luo Chinjo stayed in the dark for a while, and then mustered up the courage to reply, Sister Yu, can you stop practicing that kind of skills? Only a fool would practice that kind of inhumane technique. He replied again. But soon, he withdrew these 2 sentences. Forget it. What qualifications does he have to criticize others' techniques? And what qualifications does he have to decide others' lives? Perhaps if she practices that technique, she will go further and really get immortality. Some people like cold immortality. Some people like wonderful life. Everyone has their own attitude towards life. And he really has no qualifications to force others to accept his own ideas. But, oh, forget it. Let's take care of yourself first. Practice hard. Solve that trouble. And then take your family to find a beautiful place with beautiful mountains and rivers. Live a quiet and free life. I built my house in the human world. But there is no noise of cars and horses. I ask you how you can do that. My heart is far away, and the place is biased. Picking chrysanthemums under the eastern fence. I can see the southern mountains leisurely. He closed his eyes, as if he saw the beautiful picture of tranquility and freedom. Flowers blooming all over the mountains. Gurgling streams. Freedom. And galloping horses. At the same time, a small courtyard. A boudoir. In the light gauze curtain, a girl in a snow-white dress was lying in the quilt. Eyes open. In a daze. She was holding a piece of jade in her hand. And her expression on her flawless face was slightly changing. I don't know what she was thinking about. In another room, a clear singing voice came faintly. I am a little donkey. He never rides me. One day he rode to the market on a whim. He held the ponytail in his hand. And he was very proud. In the back garden, someone was still practicing swords silently. Time passed quickly. In a blink of an eye. It was the day before the Taikon feast. On this day, Qin Lang, the eldest son of the Qin family, and Qin Chuan, the second son of the Qin family, both returned to the mansion. On this day, the palace also sent a message, inviting Luo Qinzhou and everyone in the Qin family to go to the palace to attend the Taikon feast. On this day, Luo Qinzhou also received news that Uncle Linghu and Master Zixia Fairy would come to Kyoto to attend the Taikon feast. Of course, the Saint Fairy Lioli of Xianyan Pavilion would also come. Also, Kyoto has been heavily guarded recently, and he has not seen Sister Yu for several nights. nor has he gone out to sea longer. Every day at home, he studies and practices. During this period of time, the eldest princess was also quiet in the palace, without any news. But the news that the eldest princess wanted to recruit a prince consort had already spread throughout the capital. The people of the capital, warriors, scholars, etc., were extremely excited and crazy, and they were discussing every day who was worthy of this proud daughter of the great Yin. Sometimes, when the debate was heated, fighting broke out, and the princes from various countries were also preparing with great confidence. Of course, the top leaders and the best disciples of the 5 major sects of the great Yin were also invited. At this time, the capital was already crowded with people and very lively. Chapter 660. The eldest lady is so beautiful. The dinner was very sumptuous, because the Taikong feast will be held tomorrow. All the colleges are on holiday. Qin Chuan and Qin Lang came back together. The family sat together for dinner, and they were very happy. Miss Qin, who never liked the crowds, was also pulled out by Song Ryue herself. During the meal, Qin Chuan was always talking about the college with great interest, and it seemed that he was living well in the college. Qin Lang sat next to him, saying nothing. Luo Qinshou also did not speak. Qin Chuan talked for a while, then looked at him and asked, Qinshou, the imperial examination will be held next year. How are you doing at home? Are you sure you can pass? Luo Qinshou replied, Not bad. It should be no problem. Qin Chuan smiled and said, That's good. When you pass the exam, your second brother will personally lead the horse for you. We will beat gongs and drums and walk around the whole capital to show off. Song Ryue on the side rolled her eyes at him and said, You are the only one who likes to show off. Qinshou is very low-key. Then she looked at someone again and said, If it's an ordinary Jinsher, forget it. So as not to bump into the champion. That would be embarrassing. Qin Chuan smiled and said, Mother, maybe the champion is Qinshou. Song Ryue immediately said, If it's Qinshou, I'll lead the horse. Qin Chuan laughed. Qin Lang on the side also smiled. The Qin family and the maid serving beside them also laughed. The atmosphere suddenly became lively. Speaking of next year's spring examination, it is natural to talk about tomorrow's Taikong feast. Song Ryue whispered, I heard from people in the store that this time, the Taikong feast has princes from 5 countries and 5 major sections. It is said that the Queen Mother and the Emperor will take the opportunity to select a consort for the princess. Qin Chuan said, I also heard about it in the academy. Those people in the academy, from teachers to students, are all very excited. They can't wait to participate. At this time, Qin Lang, who had been silent, said, The Queen Mother and the Emperor should have a candidate in mind. But there may be a result only after a fair competition. Miss Qin said softly, This is right. If we don't let everyone see the fair competition, most people in the Yin will probably disagree. After all, the prestige of the princess is too high, and she has made so many contributions to the Yin over the years. Naturally, she can't be careless about her lifelong affairs. Song Ryue has heard a lot of gossip in the inner city recently, and said, I heard that this time, in addition to the princes of the 5 countries, there are also talented disciples from the 5 major sects. And the princess may even set the questions herself. Qin Chuan said, The teacher at the academy said that the princess may participate in a martial arts competition. With the princess's strength, it is estimated that she will need a martial artist at least at the early stage of the great martial master to have a chance. The princess is a martial artist, and she probably won't like weak and delicate scholars. Song Ryue said, That's not necessarily true. The more powerful and domineering a woman is, the more she may like weak and delicate scholars. Qin Chuan didn't dare to argue with her, and said, Anyway, there should be a lot of tests, and it will definitely be exciting. Song Ryue said excitedly, Fortunately, we can also go to the palace to watch. Thanks to Qinshou, we were invited. Luo Qinshou said quickly, It should be because of my brother. Qin Lang smiled and said, It has nothing to do with me. The emperor specifically invited you. The 5 princes also brought many talented people and warriors from their countries. They may compete in poetry to liven up the atmosphere, and you will be indispensable. Song Ryue held the hand of Miss Qin and said, Jinjia, you will go tomorrow. Okay? The palace is very beautiful and lively. There are all kinds of food and fun. It is better than you staying at home alone. Qin Lang also said, Jinjia, let's go together tomorrow. It's not good to stay at home all the time. Miss Qin shook her head slightly and said indifferently, No. Jean Lang glanced at her and said nothing. He looked at his second sister and motioned her to persuade her. Miss Jean Eyre said, "Sister doesn't like crowds. So forget it. I don't want to go either. Mother, you won't go tomorrow. Let's go to the West Lake together. It happens that there are fewer people in the West Lake tomorrow, so we can go shopping more." When these words came out, everyone was stunned. Song Ryua looked surprised and said, "When can we not go to visit West Lake? Why do we have to go tomorrow? The Taikong Feast is held once every 3 years. It's impossible for ordinary people to go. We finally have this opportunity. Mother must go." At this time, Qin Wenzheng, who had been drinking silently, suddenly frowned and said, "Listen to Weima. You accompany Weima and Jianjia to visit West Lake tomorrow. And don't go to the palace." Seeing that he also said this, Song Ryua pouted and begged, "Master, I want to go." Qin Lang and Qin Chuan were about to persuade him, but Qin Wenzheng glared at him and scolded him with a stern face. "You are so old, but you are still playful. I asked you to accompany Jianjia and Weimo more. Isn't it okay?" Song Ryua pouted and lowered her head, with a little expression of grievance. Qin Chuan couldn't help but said, "Daddy, shut up." Before he finished speaking, Qin Wenzheng glared at him. Qin Chuan immediately shut up and lowered his head to eat. The atmosphere at the table suddenly became dull again. At this time, Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, "Father-in-law, let mother-in-law go. And the second lady should go too. Let's go together to make it more lively." As for the eldest lady, he looked at the girl in the white dress next to him and said, "I think she should not go." Everyone looked at him in confusion. Miss Qin also raised her head and looked at him. Qin Chuan couldn't help but said, "Qingzhou, why don't you let Jianjia go? You can't leave her just because you divorced her?" Qin Wenzheng immediately shouted angrily, "Shut up. If you talk nonsense again, I'll slap you to death." Song Ryua on the side also picked up chopsticks and knocked on his head, staring at him and said, "You are the only one who can talk? You chatter all night long. Can you take a break for a while?" Qin Chuan immediately lowered his head and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou explained, "The eldest lady doesn't like crowds. That kind of place is not suitable for her. She will feel uncomfortable and unhappy if she goes there." And he paused and said, "The eldest lady is too beautiful. There will definitely be a lot of people in the palace tomorrow. Not only from the 5 countries, but also from various sections. If they see the eldest lady, there will inevitably be some accidents." After hearing this, everyone looked at him with different expressions. Miss Jean Eyre smiled. Qin Wenzheng had a complicated look. Miss Jean De, on the other hand, still looked cold. At this time, Qin Lang said, "Qingzhou is right. Jianjia should stay at home. If someone else likes her, it's fine. If she is..." He didn't say anything more, and said, "Wei Mo, then you should stay at home with Jianjia." Miss Jean Eyre nodded and said, "Okay." Song Ryua said weakly, "What about me?" Qin Wenzheng didn't answer immediately, and looked at the opposite side. Luo Qingzhou said, "Mother-in-law can go." Qin Wenzheng then said, "Okay, then you go together tomorrow." Song Ryua was not happy at this time. She murmured in a low voice with a melancholy face, "Sure enough, I am the safest and least beautiful in this family. You worry about Jianjia and Weimo, but not me. I am old and ugly, and no one likes me. Everyone pretended not to hear and talked about something else. When dinner was almost over, Qin Wenzheng ordered the maids to clear the table and let them all go out. Then he went to close the door and window himself. Qin Chuan was still talking to Luo Qingzhou in a low voice. Seeing that he seemed to have something important to say, he quickly quieted down. Qin Wenzheng saw that there were only his wife and children in the room. So he said, "Langer, did you find the murderer who killed Luo Chantian and those Jinui?" As soon as this was said, everyone looked at Qin Lang. Qin Lang frowned slightly when he heard this and said, "Dad, I can't tell you about the case." Qin Wenzheng said with a straight face, "These are all your family members. What can't you say? Can they harm you?" Qin Lang fell silent. Qin Wenzheng suddenly shouted coldly, "Speak." Qin Lang looked at him and said, "Dad, why do you insist on letting me speak? And you insist on speaking in front of everyone? Do you know who the murderer is?" Qin Wenzheng suddenly slapped the table and shouted angrily, "What's your attitude? Why? You became the commander of the Jinui, and you are so powerful that you don't take me seriously, right?" Qin Lang's face changed, and he immediately knelt on the ground and bowed his head and said, "Father, Please forgive me. I don't disrespect you. It's just that I really can't reveal this matter. Qin Wenjing was about to get angry. But Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, Father-in-law, according to the regulations, this kind of case cannot be disclosed casually even by family members. It's not wrong for my elder brother to handle it impartially. So father-in-law, please don't ask. Qin Wenjing glanced at him, as if he wanted to say something, but in the end, he didn't speak, and sat down with a gloomy face. Luo Qingzhou walked over, helped Qin Lang up, and said, Brother, the murderer should be Chu Feiyang. Right, brother? Don't worry about your family leaking the news. And don't worry about your family making things difficult for you. If the murderer is really him, even if he has done a favor to your mother-in-law, you should handle it impartially and arrest him. As soon as these words came out, Song Ryua's face changed, and she trembled and said, Is it him? Qin Lang was silent again, and then said, I got the news these days that Chu Feiyang has already reached the middle stage of the great martial master. He may have concealed his cultivation before. Otherwise, he would not have been promoted so quickly. In addition, he was in the city when the Zhongwu Marquis' mansion was wiped out. And judging from the deaths of Luo Chantian and those Jinui, the other party should have used fists. Coincidentally, Chu Feiyang also majored in boxing. Qin Wenjing said with a gloomy face, This is just your speculation. Do you have any evidence? Qin Lang said, It's very simple. As long as I see him and fight with him, there will be evidence. Qin Wenjing snorted coldly and said, The world is so big, and there are so many warriors who practice the same skills. Even if his skills are the same as the murderer's, you can't determine that he is the murderer. Qin Lang said, Of course. The child has other evidence. Qin Wenjing narrowed his eyes and said, What evidence? Qin Lang lowered his head and said nothing. Qin Wenjing was about to continue asking questions. Luo Qingzhou said again, Brother. In fact, just take him back and interrogate him. As long as you take him to Jinui, you will naturally have a way to make him speak. Right? Qin Wenjing glanced at him. Miss Qin Er also glanced at him. Qin Lang nodded and said, Yes, but he is a disciple of Ling Xiao's sect and has been hiding in the sect now. We can't go in and arrest him. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment and suggested, This Taikong banquet may be an opportunity. If he enters the palace, you can take him away for questioning. If he doesn't enter the palace, you can also take advantage of the Ling Xiao sect's high-level officials coming to Kyoto to arrest him in his sect. Qin Lang shook his head and said, The emperor means that he can't be touched for the time being. Tomorrow's Taikong banquet must not have any accidents. At this time, Miss Qin Er said, Brother, since you have found the murderer, just report it to the emperor truthfully. Whether to arrest him or not, let the emperor decide. In this case, it has nothing to do with you. Qin Lang fell silent and didn't say anything. The family talked about entering the palace tomorrow for a while, and then left. Qin Wenjing asked Luo Qingzhou and Miss Qin Er to stay. After everyone left, he whispered, Qingzhou, are you sure you can let your mother-in-law enter the palace tomorrow? Will there be any trouble in the palace? Luo Qingzhou knew what he meant and said, Nothing will happen. Tomorrow, the palace will be full of masters, and the defense will be the most strict. Nothing will happen. Qin Wenjing looked at him deeply, relieved, and said, Okay. The three of them understood tacitly. Luo Qingzhou helped Miss Qin Er leave. Qior and Zhuer walked in front with lanterns. The two of them were silent all the way, thinking about their own thoughts. When they reached the gate of Meixiang Garden, Miss Qin Er suddenly whispered, Brother Qingzhou, you go in first. Wei Ma will go to my sister's place. Luo Qingzhou nodded and entered the courtyard alone. Xiao Dai was boiling water in the kitchen. Seeing him come back, she said, Sir, where will you take a bath later? In your room. Luo Qingzhou walked into the kitchen and was affectionate with her for a while. With Qior's help, Miss Qin Er soon arrived at Lingshan Moon Palace. Zhuer carried a lantern and walked to the door and knocked. Miss Qin Er frowned slightly, holding a snow-white handkerchief in her hand, thinking in her eyes, not knowing what she was thinking. Squeak. At this time, the courtyard door opened. Bailing poked her head out, and seeing that it was them, she said crisply, Miss Er, is there something wrong? Miss Qin Er walked forward and said, Has my sister returned to the room? I want to talk to her. Bai Ling hesitated for a moment, opened the door, and said, Miss went to the back garden to practice the piano. And Chan Chan also practiced sword there. It's very cold there. Miss Air is weak, so it's better not to go. As she said, she glanced at the handkerchief in her hand. Miss Jean Eyre smiled slightly, handed the handkerchief in her hand to her, and said, by the way, Bailing, there is a very special flower fragrance on this handkerchief. Smell it, and see if you know what flower it is? Bai Ling shook her head quickly and said, I don't know. Little Bailing really doesn't know. Chapter 661 Sister. Is this your handkerchief? In the pavilion in the back garden, Miss Jean, dressed in a snow-white dress, was quietly tuning the strings of the zither with her head down. Under the tree outside the pavilion, Xia-Chan was practicing swordplay silently. The snow in the garden had not yet melted away, and the corners were still snow-white. At this time, footsteps suddenly came from the door. Bailing was the first to come in, and said crisply, Miss, the second lady is here. Miss Jean in the pavilion did not respond. Xia-Chan, who was practicing swordplay under the tree, immediately restrained her sword energy and stopped. Miss Jean, wearing a snow-white fox fur, walked into the garden weakly with Chior's support and walked straight into the pavilion. Chior hurriedly followed in and spread the prepared cushion on the stone bench. Chior helped Miss Jean and sat down slowly. After the two maids finished doing this, they quietly retreated and waited outside the garden. The pavilion was quiet for a moment. Miss Jean Eyre said softly, Sister, are you cold wearing such thin clothes? Miss Jean lowered her head to change the strings of the guitar, and said lightly, Not bad. Miss Jean Eyre was silent for a while, looked at her softly and said, Sister, you have never told us where you went, and what you did during the years you disappeared. Now, can you tell me? Miss Jean lowered her head to turn the guitar pegs, and said lightly, There is nothing to say. Miss Jean Eyre said, Sister, Wayemo wants to hear it. Miss Jean raised her head, looked at her and said, If you have anything to say, just say it directly. Miss Jean Eyre looked at her beautiful but cold eyes, and her heart suddenly felt a little sour. And she said softly, Sister, Wayemo knows that you are not doing well. When you were a child, you loved to laugh and were very lively. At that time, you were not like this. Miss Jean looked at her coldly and calmly, and did not speak. Miss Jean Eyre said with tears in her eyes, Sister, Wayemo knows that although you have changed, you still love Wayemo and the people at home. Right? Miss Jean did not answer, lowered her head, and continued to tune the strings. Miss Jean Eyre said with tears in her eyes, You have always been concerned about Wayemo's illness, and have always been trying to help Wayemo. Right? Miss Jean still did not speak. Miss Jean Eyre wiped her tears, took out the snow-white handkerchief, and said, Sister, is this your handkerchief? You forgot it with me when you visited me last time. Miss Jean raised her head and took a look. There was no ripple on her face. She said lightly, It's not mine. After that, she continued to lower her head and twist the other peg. Miss Jean Eyre looked at her and said, You didn't even look carefully. It's yours. Miss Jean ignored her. Miss Jean Eyre looked at her with tears in her eyes for a while. Then she sighed inaudibly, stood up slowly and said, Well, since it's not my sister's, forget it. Wayemo will definitely help Brother Chinjo find her. And then she didn't continue talking, put away her handkerchief, and left the pavilion. Suddenly, a gust of cold wind blew. She couldn't help coughing a few times, and her originally thin and weak body seemed even more fragile, as if she would fall at any time. Bailing came over to support her, sent her out the door, and handed it to Chior and Jur. After Chior and Jur helped her leave, Bailing returned to the garden, entered the pavilion, and frowned. Miss, is that handkerchief yours? Miss Jean said lightly, No. Bailing opened her mouth, as if she wanted to say something, but finally held back and said, Oh. Then she whispered, obviously, Schwa. Under the tree, Xia-Chan continued to practice sword. Bailing suddenly looked at her and said, Chan-Chan, tomorrow we will go to the West Lake with Miss and the second Miss? Okay? Xia-Chan glanced at her, said nothing, and continued to practice sword. Bailing pouted and said, I knew you were going to accompany your son-in-law. You practice sword so hard every day. All for that bad guy. You are really a fool. Meixian Garden. Luo Qingshou, with Shida's help, took a bath and returned to the room to check the equipment in the storage ring and water the tree with spiritual liquid. Two little white rabbits were chasing and playing with the little fire fox. Huagu still didn't wake up. While he was thinking about things, Miss Jean Eyre came back. Xiao Dai had already boiled hot water. Jur and Chior carried the bathtub into the room together, put it behind the screen, and sprinkled many petals in the bathtub. Miss Jean Eyre was ready to take a bath. When Luo Qingzhou was about to go out, Miss Qin Er whispered, Brother Qingzhou, we are husband and wife. Do you still need to avoid it? Come and help Wei Mo take a bath. Okay. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, let Xior and Xiao Dai help you. I still have to read for a while. And I may have to win glory for the country tomorrow. Miss Qin Er pouted her lips and said, then Brother Qingzhou will read on the couch. Don't go out. Luo Qingzhou had to say, okay. Then I'll go to the couch. After that, he took the book and went to the couch. Behind the screen, Xior and Xiao Dai helped Miss Qin Er take off her dress and hairpins. Then helped her untie the string on her back and take off her belly band. Brother Qingzhou, Wei Mo hasn't worn the clothes you designed. Can I wear them for you later? Miss Qin Er's Snow White and beautiful girl's jade body was immersed in the clear water full of petals. She looked through the screen at his blurry figure and said softly. Xior and Xiao Dai behind her helped her wash her hair and body, lowering their heads as if they were air and didn't exist. Luo Qingzhou flipped through the book and said, no, you don't look good in those. Miss Qin Er said, why? Xiao Dai can wear them. Xior can wear them. Why can't I wear them? Xiao Dai and Xior both blushed. Luo Qingzhou said, you can wear it. Then I will sleep with Xiao Dai and Xior tonight. Miss Qin Er said faintly, isn't Wei Mo a woman? Luo Qingzhou flipped the pages of the book and said, you are still a girl. Not a woman yet. So it is not suitable to wear it. Wait until you become a woman in the future to wear it. Miss Qin Er said, when? Luo Qingzhou suddenly asked, by the way, Miss Er, what did you do at Mrs. Place just now? I saw that you looked worried. Is there something wrong? Miss Qin Er was silent for a while, and said, no. I just went to chat with my sister. Brother Qingzhou, can you not change the subject? Luo Qingzhou said, did the eldest lady talk to you? By the way, did the eldest lady wear the shoes I gave her? Miss Qin pouted and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou did not speak again and continued to read quietly. Due to the cold weather, the hot water quickly became cold. Miss Qin washed for a while. Xior and Xiao Dai quickly helped her up, dried her body, and helped her put on her dress. Miss Qin said, Brother Qingzhou, can you help me wipe my hair? Of course. No problem. Luo Qingzhou agreed, put down the book immediately, and walked over. Miss Qin was wearing a plain white dress, bare a pair of snow-white jade feet, and her hair was loose. She was sitting in front of the bronze mirror and looking at him in the bronze mirror. Luo Qingzhou came behind her, took the towel from Xior's hand, and helped her wipe her long hair. Xior and Xiao Dai packed up together. The heater was also brought over. Luo Qingzhou wiped for a while and changed to a dry towel. Miss Qin Er exudes a faint floral scent, which is particularly pleasant. She is as beautiful as a lotus flower emerging from clear water. Luo Qingzhou looked at her in the bronze mirror and couldn't help saying, my wife is so beautiful. Miss Qin Er raised her eyebrows slightly. Which wife? Luo Qingzhou said. Of course it's Wei Mo. Miss Qin Er said mischievously. Okay. Then I'll tell Sister Meiji later that Brother Qingzhou said she's not as pretty as me. Luo Qingzhou said. You can tell her. She doesn't dare to do anything to me. Miss Qin Er turned her head and looked at him and said. But Sister Meiji said that you were as docile and scared as a kitten in front of her. Luo Qingzhou said. Do you think it's possible? She's bragging. Miss Qin Er suddenly laughed and said, Brother Qingzhou, but I've seen Sister Meijia's communication treasure, which shows how docile and honest you were after she caught you. Luo Qingzhou, Wei Mo. Tomorrow. Are you really not going? No. I want to stay at home with my sister. What's so good about the eldest lady? Whether you accompany her or not. She is always so cold. You are not allowed to say bad things about my sister. I am not saying bad things. I am just telling the truth. Then you are not allowed to say that either. Well, you sisters are very affectionate, and we are not affectionate as husband and wife. Brother Qingzhou, are you jealous of my sister? Of course. I am jealous of the princess. During the days when I was away, you two played in the water and slept in the same bed. She even sent me pictures to show off proudly. Hee hee. Who told you not to come back? If you come back, you can be with us too. The two quarreled for a while, and finally all their hair was dried. Luo Qingzhou directly picked up her weak body and put it on the bed, then got on the bed and got into the quilt with her. Miss Qin Er gently leaned against his chest and said, Brother Qingzhou, chat with Sister Meiji for a while. Luo Qingzhou took out the communication treasure and found that there were already a lot of messages on it. In addition to Zhu Yan's message, there were also messages from Uncle Linghu. Master Zixia, Longer, and Xiaoya. Of course, there was also a message from Princess Meiju. But there was no message from Sister Yu. Luo Qingzhou replied to them one by one. Miss Qin Er looked at him with clear eyes and waited for him to reply one. Then asked, "Who is Zhu Zhu?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Zhu Yin is the ancient beast in Qingyan Temple." Miss Qin Er was surprised. "It's it. I thought it was another woman. The name is so cute." Then she asked, "Who is Zixia?" "Fairy Zixia is my master, and the leader of Lingxiao sect." Luo Qingzhou answered and replied, "Master, I have something to do tomorrow. I may not be able to go. Let's talk about it then." He turned to the next one and replied to Longer, "I won't go tonight. I have to get up early tomorrow. I have something to do." "Brother Qingzhou, who is Xialong?" "It must be a woman this time. It's a demon girl with dragon blood. She used to live in West Lake, and now lives in Yunwu River." "Brother Qingzhou, who is Xiaoya?" "Like Sister Yu. They are all spirits. As for her specific identity, I don't know." Xiaoya's message looked a little awkward. "Good brother. Sister is in a bad mood. Can I go to you tonight? My sister left you a lot of socks that have only been worn once." Luo Qingzhou immediately replied, "Who wants your socks? Don't talk nonsense. I have something to do tonight. Don't reply." When he finished replying, he saw Miss Qin Er staring at him with her eyes wide open. Thinking, Luo Qingzhou immediately said, "Don't listen to her nonsense. She just likes to joke." As he said that, he quickly opened the message from the princess and said, "Wei Mo. Look." The princess said that the Queen Mother and the Emperor want to grant her a marriage, and want her to marry the eldest disciple of Huashan sect. Miss Qin Er's eyes moved away from his face and looked at the jade in his hand, saying, "Brother Qingzhou, if you like socks, Wei Mo has them here too. Do you want them?" Luo Qingzhou flipped through the message on the jade and said solemnly, "Wei Mo. Look. Today the Huashan sect, the eldest disciple Lin Yuan actually went to the prince's mansion to meet the prince in advance." "Damn it!" Miss Qin Er looked at him again and said, "What about my sisters? If Brother Qingzhou likes it, Wei Mo can help you ask my sister for a few pairs." "Okay. It's better than Brother Qingzhou asking for other women's. At least it won't be so embarrassing." Luo Qingzhou hesitated, looked at her and said, "Second miss, I really didn't want it. And I really don't like it. I swear." Miss Qin Er stared at him for a while, then let him go and looked at the jade in his hand. Luo Qingzhou immediately replied to the princess, "Did you go out to see him today?" The message came back quickly, "No. I'm afraid I can't help throwing lime at him." Luo Qingzhou, "It's okay. Let's see how he performs tomorrow." Xiao Meijiao, "What performance?" Luo Qingzhou, "If he rejects you based on your performance, he is still the eldest disciple of Huashan sect." Xiao Meijiao, "What if he can't wait? I think when he sees me tomorrow, he will definitely be eager to agree, and will even cry with excitement." Luo Qingzhou, "Then let him turn into ashes." Xiao Meijiu, "Brother Feiyong, how can you be so cruel? He did nothing wrong. He just couldn't help but fall in love with a beautiful, well-built, gentle and lovely little princess. Can you not let him turn into ashes? Just blow his head off. You humble and pitiful Xiao Meijiu. You still want to throw a handful of lime." Luo Qingzhou, "Princess, the humble and pitiful Xiao Weimo is smiling and looking at you in my arms without saying a word." Miss Qin Er in his arms couldn't help laughing. The message was quickly replied. Xiao Meijiao, "Damn. Xiao Weimo belongs to this princess. Did she take off all her clothes? Send me a beautiful photo to satisfy my craving." Luo Qingzhou, "You send yours first." Miss Qin Er pinched his waist and snorted softly, "Big pervert." Xiao Meijiao, "Humph. You wishful thinking. I won't show it to you. By the way, Shui is sleeping with me. Naked. Brother Feiyong, didn't you say last time that you wanted me to secretly take a beautiful photo of Shui without clothes and send it to you for you to use? I'll send it to you now." Luo Qingzhou immediately said, "Don't slander me. I didn't say that. No more chatting. See you in the palace tomorrow." "Damn. The princess slandered me. She really slandered me." He immediately cried out for injustice. Miss Qin Er stared at him coldly and didn't speak. At this moment, the message suddenly vibrated again. Luo Qingzhou's face changed, and he dared not look at it anymore. He wanted to put it away, but Miss Qin Er said faintly, "I want to see it." Luo Qingzhou's mouth twitched, and he hesitated for a moment. He had to take out the jade again, put it in front of her, and stretched out his finger in front of her. then closed his eyes and said, "Don't look at it if it's not proper. Don't look at it if it's not proper. I won't look at it. You look at it yourself." Miss Jean Eyre held his finger, clicked on the message, and was stunned. "Sister you, what are you doing?" Chapter 662 Thinking of You. The moonlight was cold and fell on the windowsill. In a certain boudoir, red candles flickered and light gauze curtains covered the room. A girl in a snow-white dress was sitting quietly in the corner of the bed, hugging her knees, looking at the jade in her hand with her beautiful eyes open. A head of black hair slid down from her shoulders softly, under the snow-white skirt. There was a pair of slender feet wearing silk stockings. The pair of pure and beautiful eyes were blinking, as if expecting something. After a while, the message came back. She opened her eyes wide. "Luo Qizhou, thinking of you." She looked at the message, was quiet for a while, stretched out her slender jade fingers, and replied on the jade, "Oh." Of course she wouldn't believe it. Obviously, this was not sent by him. At this time, the message came back again. "Sister you. What are you doing? Are you thinking about me too?" The girl narrowed her eyes and replied, "Thinking about my previous husband." After sending it, the corners of her mouth slightly curled up. At the same time, in another room, on the bed, Luo Qingzhou said with embarrassment, "Second miss. This is not good. Right? Can you not send it like this? Sister you will be angry." Miss Jean Eyre, who was lying in his arms, opened her eyes wide, stared at the surface of the jade, and said, "It's okay. She won't be angry." At this time, Sister Yu's message came back, "Thinking about my previous husband." When Luo Qingzhou saw this message, the corners of her mouth twitched, and she became even more embarrassed. Miss Jean Eyre's eyes flashed, and she picked up his finger again and replied, "Sister Yu, was your previous husband very fickle? Sister Yu, does it have anything to do with you?" Miss Jean Eyre, "Of course, it has something to do with you. Sister Yu should not think about such a fickle man. Instead of thinking about that bad man who treats you badly all day, it is better to cherish the one in front of you." Luo Qingzhou quickly pulled his fingers away to stop her from sending it out, and said anxiously, "Second miss, don't send it. If you chat like this, I will not be able to face Sister Yu in the future. It is very embarrassing and shameful. Do you know?" Miss Jean Eyre looked at him and said, "Brother Qizhou, it's okay. Believe me, if you can't take this step, it will be difficult to make a breakthrough in the future. Think about how Wei Mo pursued you before. Wasn't it shameless to always take the initiative to chat with you, and even take the initiative to throw yourself into your arms? You are a man, not afraid of killing people, but afraid of embarrassment?" Luo Qingzhou quickly said, "Sister Yu is different. I and her." "Brother Qingzhou." Miss Jean Eyre interrupted him, looked into his eyes and said, "Wei Mo just asked you one question. Do you like her?" "I don't know." "Send it." Miss Jean Eyre grabbed his fingers and clicked send. Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes, and Sister Yu's reaction after seeing these messages emerged in his mind. Soon, the message came back. "Sister Yu, who is the person in front of me?" Miss Jean Eyre grabbed his finger and was about to reply when another message came back. "Sister Yu, I found out how to practice and upgrade the root of Thunder Spirit." Luo Qingzhou took a look and quickly replied, "Sister Yu, please speak." At this time, Miss Jean Eyre looked at him and said, "Brother Qingzhou, have you noticed that Sister Yu and you both like to use other things to change the subject?" Luo Qingzhou, is there? At this time, the message came back, "When the physical body and soul are promoted, it will also be promoted. If you want to practice it alone, you need to fly up to the sky on a thunderstorm night to absorb the power of lightning. And you also need to take special pills." Luo Qingzhou, it sounds a bit troublesome. So you can only let it go and let it upgrade while practicing the physical body and soul. Sister Yu, it's not troublesome. Luo Qingzhou, if you absorb lightning, there will not be lightning every night. As for special pills, I'm afraid it will be more difficult. Sister Yu, you can use formations to draw out lightning. Also, you can go to help others overcome the thunder tribulation and take the opportunity to absorb lightning. The effect will be better, because the lightning that appears in the thunder tribulation is more powerful than ordinary lightning. As for the pills, I can help you." Luo Qingzhou was stunned, turned his head, and saw Miss Jean Eyre was watching quietly with her eyes wide open. "Brother Qingzhou, she wants to help you again." Miss Jean Eyre looked at him and said with a complicated expression, "Those pills will be more difficult to make." "Right?" She said it so easily. I can help you, but I'm afraid that the materials for those pills are not easier to find than those medicinal materials used by Wei-Mo to treat diseases. Right? She may take a great risk to help you find them. She is so good to you. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while and replied, Sister Yu. No need. I think it's better to let nature take its course. And now my physical body and soul are both practicing and improving. And I don't have to upgrade the Root of Thunder Spirit quickly. Sister Yu, that's different. After upgrading the Root of Thunder Spirit, you are not a simple warrior. You will understand it later. Luo Qingzhou said, I don't want your help. Sister Yu, why? Luo Qingzhou, I owe you too much. And I can't repay you in my lifetime. I don't want to owe you anymore. Miss Qin Er hurriedly said, Brother Qingzhou. Withdraw? Don't say that. But Luo Qingzhou did not withdraw. Sister Yu, oh. Miss Qin sighed softly and complained in a low voice, Stupid. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu. I want to help you. Not let you help me all the time. Can you give me a chance? Miss Qin kissed him and said, That's right. Sister Yu, then help me kill someone. Luo Qingzhou, no help. Miss Qin was puzzled, Brother Qingzhou. She hasn't said who to kill yet. Luo Qingzhou said speechlessly, She wants me to help her kill her husband. How can I do it? What if she resents me then? Miss Qin, kill her husband? Sister Yu, good night. Luo Qingzhou, Sister Yu. I can help you kill other people. Except him. Other bad guys are fine. The other party did not reply. Luo Qingzhou waited for a while, and had to put away the communication treasure. Miss Qin still frowned slightly, thinking about something. Luo Qingzhou stroked her soft hair, thinking in his heart, whether Sister Yu really wanted to kill her husband, or was she testing him? The room became quiet. Luo Qingzhou's hand slowly moved from the girl's hair to her neck, and then slowly reached in. Brother Qingzhou. Is it inconvenient? Wei-Ma. Take off your underwear. Ahem. No. Go to sleep. Brother Qingzhou. Wei-Ma wants to. Snoring. Wu bite you. Hiss. Outside the window. A silver moon hangs in the night sky. Lonely and cold. The girl in the white dress in the curtain still hugged her knees, sitting quietly in the corner of the bed, staring blankly. At this time, the jade in her hand suddenly lit up. Xiaoya, senior sister. Will you come to the palace tomorrow? She replied, Something? Xiaoya, aren't you coming with your husband? There are so many vixens in the palace. Won't you help your sister watch him? She didn't reply again. At this time, Xiaoya sent another message, Senior sister. Can you come to help me? As long as you help me, I will succeed. When the time comes, I will give your family the highest honor and reward. Xiaoya, senior sister. I didn't ask you to use the sex skills. In order to escape that marriage, you not only practiced the skills that prevented you from getting emotional, but also practiced other skills. Right? I know you are still very powerful. Come and help me. Only if I succeed, your family will be safe. Your husband sees it most clearly. Doesn't he? Xiaoya, senior sister. If you don't help me, I will ask my brother for help. There is a master of spirit in the palace. I can't beat him. My brother's thunder and lightning can just restrain him. She paused and finally replied, Do you want to reveal your identity? Xiaoya, it's exposed. It will be exposed in the future anyway. And if I expose it to my brother may like me more. Who doesn't like a beautiful and domineering queen who is high above? During the day, he knelt at the feet of the queen, respectful and humble. And at night, the queen knelt at his feet, looking up at her beautiful face that was humble and obsessed, and calling her brother in a delicate voice vomit. No, I can't do it anymore. Senior sister. I'll vomit for a while first, Xiaoya. Forget it. My body still can't accept it. It's scary to think about that picture. Senior sister. You can't tell him secretly in the curtain. The girl put away the message and didn't reply. She still sat quietly in the corner until the red candle on the candlestick at the bedside burned out, and the whole room fell into darkness. The night passed quietly. The next day, just after dawn, Song Ryue came to Meixiang Garden and urged them to get up quickly. If it was later, there would be many people entering the inner city, and the carriage would be difficult to pass. Xue went to open the gate. Xiao came to the door of the room and knocked, calling softly, Son-in-law. Miss, it's time to get up. The madam is here. Luo Qingzhou woke up from his dream, looked at Miss Qin Er in his arms for a while, took his hand out of her bellyband, and said, When did you wake up? Miss Qin Er chuckled and said, I woke up for a long time. And I was watching you sleep. Brother Qingzhou. Did you have a sweet dream? Luo Qingzhou said, no. Miss Qin Er smiled and said, no. But you were talking. Pinching in your hands. And laughing happily. Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment and said, what did I say? Miss Qin Er said, rabbit. Rabbit, let me play for a while. Luo Qingzhou. Miss Qin Er said again, by the way, Brother Qingzhou, I also heard you call sister you. How is it possible? Luo Qingzhou immediately sat up, put on his clothes, and said seriously, don't slander me. Sister you, and I have a clean conscience. I have never touched her. How could I dream of pinching her? Miss Qin Er laughed and said, Brother Qingzhou, you confessed. I didn't say that those two sentences were connected. You called sister you last night. And when you were playing with rabbits this morning, you called little Bailing. Luo Qingzhou. Nonsense. Don't slander my husband. He lifted the quilt, got out of bed, and quickly put on his clothes. Miss Qin Er sat up from the quilt with her long hair loose. The thin rope at the back had been untied, and the belly band on her chest almost slipped off, revealing her snow-white skin and a pair of half-covered towering breasts. She whispered, Brother Qingzhou, are you taking Xia-chan with you today? Luo Qingzhou thought for a moment and said, no. There are too many people. She will be uncomfortable. Miss Qin Er smiled and said, then take Xiao Bailing with you. She likes the hustle and bustle the most. Luo Qingzhou combed her hair and said, if you don't take Chan-chan, you naturally won't take Bailing with you, so as not to make Chan-chan angry. Miss Qin Er sighed slightly when she heard this, and said, you have always only cared about Xia-chan's feelings, but never about Bailing's feelings. Right? Luo Qingzhou paused and said, Bailing is lively and cheerful, unlike Chan-chan. Miss Qin Er said, but Bailing is also a girl, and she also needs someone to care about her. Someone to care about her, and someone to think about her when talking and doing things. Luo Qingzhou looked at. She was silent for a moment, and said, Bai Ling, I can't see through it. Miss Qin Er was slightly startled, and said, what can't be seen through? Luo Qingzhou shrugged his shoulders, did not answer, walked to the bed, helped her tie her belly band, stroked her head and said, it's still early. You can continue to sleep. You can go to the West Lake with the eldest lady today. There are probably not many people in the outer city. Just in time for you to go out and have fun quietly. Remember to let Chan-chan and Bai Ling accompany you. Miss Qin Er hugged him, leaned against his body and said, Brother Qingzhou, will you enter the palace today? Will there be any problems? Luo Qingzhou stroked her hair and said, no. After a pause, he said, the time has not come yet. It just so happens that I can take the opportunity to see the masters in the palace and the various sections. If there is a chance, I will also meet the eldest princess. Miss Qin Er raised her beautiful face and said, kiss. Luo Qingzhou's heart was as soft as water, and he lowered his head and kissed her little mouth. The two hugged each other and kissed for a long time. Song Ryue, who was waiting outside, finally couldn't help knocking on the door and shouted, Qingzhou, what are you still dawdling in there? It's too late if you don't get up now. Luo Qingzhou then remembered that his mother-in-law was still waiting outside. I'm here. He quickly let go of Miss Qin Er, wiped his mouth, walked over quickly, opened the door, and walked out. Song Ryue was wearing a moon-white dress today, with a thick fox fur coat on the outside. Her young and pretty face was slightly powdered, and she was also fumigated with a light scent of incense. She also changed her earrings and hair accessories, and she was really dressed up carefully. Luo Qingzhou glanced at her, bowed his head and greeted her. With Qior's help, he put on his shoes and went out to wash. Seeing him go out, Song Ryue hesitated for a moment, took off his shoes, entered the room, walked towards the inner room, and whispered, Wei Emo, are you awake? Miss Qin Er wrapped in a warm quilt and said, Mother, I'm not awake. Song Ryue laughed, pushed aside the beaded curtain, walked in, and pulled open the curtain beside the bed. He stared at her for a few times and asked in a low voice, you didn't do that with that boy? Miss Qin Er opened her innocent eyes and said, which one? Song Ryue said, that one. As she said that, she touched her two index fingers together and nodded. Miss Qin Er had an innocent expression on her face. Mother, can you explain it more clearly? I don't understand. Song Ryue rolled her eyes at her and said, it's just love. Did the boy spend the wedding night with you? Miss Qin Er sighed softly and said, Brother Qingzhou despises my weak body and doesn't touch me. Song Ryue frowned slightly and said, "It's been more than 2 months since I took the medicine. It should be fine. You rarely cough now. Right?" Miss Jean Eyre blinked her long eyelashes and begged pitifully, "Mother, why don't you go and persuade Brother Chijo? Or directly use the majesty of your mother-in-law to give him an order?" Song Ryue's face froze for a moment, and said, "How can that be done? Mother can't interfere in this kind of thing. I can only mention it in a tactful way." "Ah." Miss Jean Eyre frowned and sighed again. Song Ryue looked at the sky outside and said, "Okay. I won't talk to you anymore. You can continue to rest. Go out with Jinjia to play today. Or just stay at home. We will be back in the evening." After that, she hurried out of the room. Luo Qingzhou had finished washing up and was waiting in the courtyard. When he saw her coming out, he hurriedly followed behind her. Song Ryue looked at him meaningfully and took him out. As soon as the two of them walked out of the courtyard, they saw a head sticking out from behind the big tree in front of them, looking at them furtively, and then shrinking back immediately. Song Ryue frowned and said, "Isn't that Bailing? Why is she hiding there?" Luo Qingzhou immediately shouted, "Bailing, Madam has seen you. Why don't you come out quickly?" Bailing had no choice but to come out from behind the tree, and said with a pitiful look, "Madam, Bailing also wants to play with you." Song Ryue couldn't help laughing and said, "If you want to go, go together. I didn't say you can't go." Bailing immediately pouted and complained aggrievedly, "My son-in-law doesn't let me go." Hearing this, Song Ryue turned her head and asked in confusion, "Qingzhou, why don't you let Bailing go?" Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, "I didn't say that. He only told the second lady, and didn't tell this girl at all." "Wait, this girl wouldn't have just eavesdropped on his and the second lady's private conversation outside the window?" Bai Ling said angrily, "My son-in-law clearly said that when he was having dinner last night. He said that pretty girls can't go, saying that if they go, they might attract the covetousness of those bad guys." "Humph." Madam heard it. "Right?" Song Ryue was stunned for a moment. Then she reacted, and immediately laughed, saying, "You girl, you are just bragging in a fancy way." Then she stretched out her hand and said, "Let's go. Let's go. Don't waste time. It will be dawn soon." Bailing immediately ran over with a smile on her face, took her hand, and said flatteringly, "Madam, I will help you." Then she rolled her eyes at Luo Qingzhou and pouted, "Humph." Luo Qingzhou looked back and was hesitating when Bailing said again, "No need to look for Chanchan. Chanchan is not going. She wants to accompany the young lady and the second young lady to visit the West Lake." Luo Qingzhou then followed the two of them. There was already a carriage waiting in front of the gate outside the mansion. Qin Lang left after dinner last night. Qin Chuan lived at home and was called by Song Ryue early in the morning. At this time, he was boxing in the front yard while waiting for others. Seeing Luo Qingzhou coming, he hurriedly called out, "Qingzhou, come here. Are you still practicing the thunder fist that my second brother taught you?" Luo Qingzhou walked up to him and said, "I practice it occasionally." Qin Chuan immediately said, "Throw a few punches and let me see. If you can't do this set of boxing well, my second brother will teach you another set specifically for fitness. My second brother learned it from the academy, and is going to teach it to you so that you can strengthen your body." At this time, Qin Wenjun walked out of the hall and said, "It's time to go. Let's talk about it when we get back." Qin Chuan put away his posture and suddenly stretched out his hand to pinch Luo Qingzhou's shoulder. Just as he used a little strength, Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, "Ouch." His shoulders shrank, his body softened, and he was about to fall. Qin Chuan quickly supported him and couldn't help saying, "Qingzhou, you are too weak. Brother didn't even use his strength." Luo Qingzhou rubbed his shoulder and said, "It hurts." Qin Chuan was a little speechless, patted his arm and said, "When there is time, brother will help you to polish your muscles and bones. You can't be like this now, let alone protect Wei Mo. I'm afraid you will be sick at a young age." Qin Wenjun glanced at the two of them, said nothing, and walked in front. Song Ryue couldn't help but scold. "Qingzhou is a scholar. How can he be like you? You are as strong as a bull now. What's the use? Don't you even have a wife? Look at Qingzhou." At this point, she didn't say anything more. Qin Chuan's face froze, and he said, "Mother, I'm talking to Qingzhou." "You?" Song Ryue glared and said, "What's wrong with you talking to Qingzhou? Can't I interrupt?" Qin Chuan's neck shrank immediately. "Can." "Humph." Song Ryue snorted coldly and walked out of the door. Luo Qingzhou and Qin Chuan followed behind. A family of 4 got on the same carriage, with only Beiling and Mayor following. Not everyone can enter the palace. Although Luo Qingzhou could bring more people, it was not necessary. Song Ryue pulled Beiling and sat with Mei. Luo Qingzhou, Qin Chuan, and Qin Wenzheng sat together. They looked at each other, as if they were all looking for topics. At this time, the night had faded away, and the morning sun peeked out from the eastern hilltop, shining with thousands of feet of light. There were more and more pedestrians and carriages on the street, all rushing towards the inner city. Although most people could not enter the palace to participate in the Taikong feast, there were also many programs in the inner city, so it attracted men, women, young and old from the outer city, all rushing to the inner city. The Taikong feast was held every 3 years, and was founded by the founding emperor of the Yin. It was originally intended to pray to the sky for peace and prosperity, and to thank the 5 major sects for their original achievements. The first feast did not invite envoys from neighboring countries, but since the Yin became more and more prosperous and powerful, every time at this time, neighboring countries would send envoys to congratulate, and slowly form today's grand occasion. Many important matters between the 2 countries would also choose to discuss and decide at the grand event. For example, the marriage of the eldest princess this time. The eldest princess is a priceless treasure of the Yin, and everyone in the neighboring countries knows it. So this marriage naturally attracted a lot of attention. In addition to the neighboring countries salivating, the big sects and super martial arts families in the Yin naturally also had their minds moved. Luo Qingzhou sat in the carriage and heard passers-by talking about this grand event and the marriage of the eldest princess along the way. After listening for a while, Song Ryue couldn't help but ask, "Chuan, will your college send someone to participate?" Qin Chuan said, "Of course. Our college must participate in the annual Taikong banquet." Song Ryue's face was serious, and she said, "I'm talking about the eldest princess's marriage. Isn't this banquet about selecting a prince consort for the eldest princess? Will your dragon and tiger college send someone to participate?" Qin Chuan was stunned for a moment and said, "I haven't heard of this." Bai Ling said crisply, "Second young master, if your college can also participate, you can go and try." Qin Chuan smiled bitterly and said, "Who am I? With my family background and strength, I'm afraid I don't even have the qualifications to play." Pa! Who knew that as soon as he finished speaking, Song Ryue slapped him on the thigh and glared at him. "Rebellious son. You dislike our Qin family because of our poor family background. Right? You've only been in Dragon and Tiger College for a few days, and you're starting to dislike us. Right?" Qin Chuan. Bai Ling covered her mouth and giggled. Mayor, who was standing by, lowered her head, not daring to say a word or show any expression, fearing that the lady would vent her anger on her again. The carriage stopped and started, and finally entered the inner city. When passing by Ma Xue bookstore, Luo Qingzhou lifted the curtain and took a look, and suddenly saw a pair of eyes at the door of the bookstore, just looking at him. "Mr. Luo," Nandong Xue, who got up before dawn and waited here for a long time, immediately ran to the carriage with excitement and shouted, Wei Mo! Wei Mo! Pull me up!" The housekeeper Zhou, who was driving the carriage, quickly reined in the horse. When Song Ryue heard the voice and was about to go out, Luo Qingzhou hurriedly reminded her, "Mother-in-law, you can't let Princess Xue come up. If the prince agreed to let her enter the palace, she would definitely go with the carriage of the prince's mansion. Now she is waiting here for us. It must be that the prince did not agree to let her enter the palace, so she came to cheat our car." As soon as these words came out, Song Ryue sat down again immediately. But at this time, Nandong Xue had already hurriedly climbed up, lifted the door curtain, and came in, looking at the people in the carriage with a smile. Then the smile faded, and asked in confusion, "Uncle, Aunt, why are you here? Where are Weimo and Jianjia?" Before Song Ryue answered, she had already laughed happily again, squeezed into the innermost corner, and sat down, looking at the opposite side with a smile, and said, "It doesn't matter. It's good that my cousin-in-law is here." Song Ryue. Qin Wenzheng coughed and said, "Xue, does the prince agree to let you enter the palace?" Nandong Xue immediately said, "Of course I agree. I went to the palace to talk to the Queen Mother yesterday. The Queen Mother also asked me to go and talk to her early today. The Queen Mother's niece Miss Wana likes me very much. But I thought you were coming, so I came here to wait for you." After a pause, she smiled and said, "Of course. The most important thing is to wait for my cousin's husband. I went to the palace to talk to Sister Warner yesterday. Sister Warner admired my cousin's husband very much and read the poem written by my cousin's husband. It was so well written that even the Queen Mother praised it. I promised Sister Warner yesterday that I would take my cousin's husband to the harem to see her today. Everyone saw that she was talking excitedly. Since she got on the carriage, her eyes have been fixed on someone and never moved away. It seems that everyone else does not exist. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Bailing stared at her vigilantly. Chapter 663 Sisters. The sun has just risen. The streets of the inner city are already crowded with people. The Qin family carriage stopped and started, and finally arrived at the palace gate. However, there was already a long queue at the palace gate, because today's banquet is of great significance. And there are princes and envoys from various countries to attend. And the nobles and 5 major sects of the Yin have also sent people to attend. So from the princes to the common people, they have to line up at the palace gate and accept inspection before entering. It is worth mentioning that some long-lived elderly people over 90 years old were also invited to today's banquet. When queuing, you naturally have to get off the carriage. Butler Zhou cannot go in. So after everyone from the Qin family got off the carriage, he drove the carriage away. Several people were queuing. And suddenly a crisp voice came from behind. Sister Shui. Luo Qingzhou. Several people looked back and saw a girl in a red dress running over with excitement on her face. It turned out to be Nandong Shirui from Prince Duan's mansion. Nandong Shui was surprised and said, Xiaorui, didn't you play football in the palace yesterday? Didn't you say you stayed in the palace last night? Nandong Shirui snorted. The palace is not fun at all. It's not as fun as my home. Luo Qingzhou also hurriedly greeted her, and then whispered to Qin Wenzheng and Song Riyue. This is Princess Shirui of Prince Duan's mansion. The Xiantian Jade Girl Tree Morning Dew that the second lady needs is from her. Qin Wenzheng and Song Riyue also hurriedly greeted her attentively after hearing this. After all, they would need this little princess in the future. Nandong Shirui pouted her little mouth and said unhappily, Luo Qingzhou, you bad guy. You always mess with people and then abandon them. Everyone was shocked when this was said. At this time, Prince Duan Nandongku immediately came from behind with several sons. He seemed to have heard what he had just said, and his face changed color immediately. Seeing this, Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Princess Shirui, don't talk nonsense. The phrase abandon after having sex should not be used in this way. Nandong Shirui snorted coldly, isn't what I said wrong? Every time I go to see someone, I say all kinds of sweet words and flatter them. After getting their most precious things, they never go to play with them again. Damn it! Luo Qingzhou said awkwardly, Princess, I will take the exam next year. So I have been studying at home and have no time. I also bought your Xiantian Jade Girl Tree Morning Dew to save my wife. Thank you very much for your kindness. After I finish the exam, I will go to play football with you. He explained the whole thing clearly, to avoid misunderstandings from others. Humph! Liar! Nandong Shirui said angrily, I will never believe you again. Don't even think about asking for my treasure next month. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly apologized and flattered. Nandongku also said with a straight face, Qingzhou, this is your fault. When you went to ask for something, you played football with Shirui. But when you got the thing, you were gone. It was really too much. Luo Qingzhou had to apologize again. Qin Wensheng also hurriedly greeted this Prince Duan. Originally, there was an official and his family standing behind the Qin family. When they saw Prince Duan coming, they hurriedly smiled and said, Prince, come! You line up here. As he said that, he hurriedly pulled his family back and gave up their place. Nandongku glanced at him, frowned slightly, and said seriously, Lord Wang, do you think I am a person who does not follow the rules? When Lord Wang was embarrassed and was about to pull his family back to their original position, Nandongku immediately pulled his daughter in and said, this is originally my position. I came here a long time ago. I just went to the toilet and was taken away by you. Nandong Shirui also glanced at him and said, yes, it was originally our position. The father and daughter, one big and one small, showed the same expression on their faces. Lord Wang hurriedly smiled and stepped back. As for Nandongku's sons, they seemed a little ashamed. They looked at each other and took the initiative to line up at the back. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to take the initiative to talk to the father and daughter again. When I first met this Prince Duan in Jinshan Temple, I knew that he was very thick-skinned. I didn't expect that this little princess also inherited his style. He had to find a way to get the Xiantian Jade Girl Tree back, so that he wouldn't have to ask the father and daughter every month. If he made them unhappy one day, wouldn't the second lady have no medicine to eat? This feeling of being controlled by others was not pleasant. Just as he was thinking about what to exchange for the other party to accept, a small foot suddenly stretched out from behind and gently kicked his calf. Luo Qingzhou turned his head to look. Nandong Shirui was pouting at him and said, "Why don't you talk to me? Don't you want my treasure in the future?" Luo Qingzhou saw that Prince Duan was also staring at him closely, as if he was a wolf who would show his fangs at any time and eat his precious daughter in one bite. Just as he was about to speak, it was their turn to be checked in front. The guard standing at the palace gate, holding a piece of jade in his hand, approached them and took pictures of them, and then checked the invitation and household registration, and then let them in. When Luo Qingzhou passed by the palace gate, he suddenly raised his head and looked at the bronze mirror and laid on it. Inside the bronze mirror, there was a golden light flashing, which was hard to see with the naked eye. Everyone who walked close would appear in the bronze mirror, becoming distorted and blurred. "Mr. Luo, this is a magic mirror." Just as he was puzzled, the gatekeeper next to him explained, "It can identify the demons and various monsters, and prevent monsters from entering the palace." The captain was called Chen Bao, with a slender figure and handsome face. He was on duty here every night. He had seen him several times, because the emperor ordered that he could enter the palace at will. Some generals and captains guarding the city gate knew him. Luo Qingzhou thanked him and walked in. Just as he passed by him, he suddenly heard him whisper, "Be careful of Li Gui." Luo Qingzhou's heart moved. His face was calm. His eyes were still looking forward, and he left directly. Li Gui? It seems that those slaps were still too light. At the same time, he was secretly surprised. Why did Captain Chen remind him? Could he be the princess's man? If so, the princess's infiltration was too powerful. Several eunuchs stood in front, bowing. Seeing that almost everyone had come in, they took them to the square in front of the Golden Throne Hall. All the guests went there and waited patiently. An altar was built on the square, and the emperor would go up to offer sacrifices to the heavens later. After the sacrifices and thanksgiving were completed, the feast would begin. The process was very cumbersome and required various etiquette. It was estimated that it would be afternoon when the feast began. The guests in the square were arranged according to their status, because the waiting time was very long. The eunuchs and palace maids brought tables and chairs for the guests to sit down and rest. Several princes had already sat together and started chatting. Among the other nobles, only some respected elders sat down to rest. And as for the younger generation, they could only continue to stand honestly. The Qin family could only stand at the edge. Even if Qin Wenzheng had not resigned his title, he was not qualified to sit in front at this time. Qin Wenzheng knew some people in Kyoto and had contacted them before. Since he resigned his title and offended the nobles, few people dared to contact him. Now his eldest son has become the commander of the Jinui, who is feared and hated by all officials. So naturally no one will come to talk to him. The family stood alone in the corner, which seemed particularly deserted compared to the other people who gathered together to talk. Song Ryue didn't feel anything. This was her first time to enter the palace since she grew up. She was still excited at this time, looking up her neck and looking around. In addition to looking at the exquisite buildings around, she looked at the clothes of the palace maids and noble ladies the most, and whispered comments in her mouth, sometimes envious, sometimes disdainful, and her pretty face was particularly wonderful. Nandong Shui was going to pester Luo Qingzhou to ask him to continue to revise the ending of the story of the stone, but was called away by the Prince of Nangua to pay respects to other uncles and princes. Many princes who were sealed outside came back this time, and she had never seen some of them even once. Although she was very reluctant, she had to leave with a bitter face. Nandong Shirui's family naturally left. At this time, the status of each person and each family was truly highlighted. Powerful families naturally gathered around many people. Qin Wenzheng didn't seem to care, and was asking about the things in Qinchuan College in a low voice. Bailing came to Luo Qingzhou and whispered, "Son-in-law, are you plotting against Princess Shui?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Don't talk nonsense. I don't even want to see her." Bailing raised her eyebrows and said, "Son-in-law, don't you like sisters?" Luo Qingzhou ignored her and searched the crowd. Soon, he saw people from the 5 major sects. Monks from Jinshan Temple, Taoists from Qingyun Temple, black robes from Lingshao sect, white robes from Xianyun Pavilion, and on the other side, blue robes from Huashan sect. At this time, he suddenly saw several familiar figures. Among the group of people from Lingshao sect, Zixia in red and Ling Hu Qingzhu in green were very conspicuous. In addition to the two of them, there were also 2 peak masters and several direct disciples. Among them, Yu Yoshu's beloved disciple and niece, Yu Yu with golden twin ponytails, also came. At this time, Ling Hu Qingzhu was looking grimly in the crowd. When her eyes were about to look over here, Luo Qingzhou immediately turned his back and looked away. When he played the horse riding game with Chan Chan in Dojia's hut, he didn't wear a mask. Ling Hu Shu should have seen it. If she saw it again now, his identity and his family would be exposed. Although she was his own, he didn't want to be exposed so early. And his father-in-law, mother-in-law, and Bailing were all here. If she came to talk, how should he explain it? When he was thinking secretly in his heart, he suddenly saw Li Gui with 2 eunuchs walking straight towards him. The two looked at each other. Li Gui lowered his head slightly, and the corners of his mouth moved slightly. Chapter 664 framed. Half an hour ago, Nandong Jin, the Prince of Thailand, came to the Emperor's palace after paying respects to the Queen Mother. At this time, the Emperor was busy with the ceremony of offering sacrifices to the heaven, so he could only wait outside. Li Gui came out of the palace and accompanied him attentively. When Nandong Jin was a child, he often came to the palace to play with the Emperor, so he knew Li Gui since childhood. The two chatted for a while. Li Gui suddenly changed the subject and whispered about Luo Qingzhou. Your Highness, you don't know? The young Master Luo whom His Majesty favored recently was actually born in a humble family. He was just a concubine's son. In the end, he married into the Qin family. In the autumn examination, he scored the first place in Maching. When the eldest princess was in Maching, she loved him very much. It is said that she often summoned him to the palace to chat. As for what they talked about, no one knows. And when the eldest princess proposed to reduce the title, the Qin family was the first to agree and took the initiative to resign. After coming to Kyoto, the eldest princess also cared about the Qin family very much. There was a case involving the Qin family. The eldest princess came personally and took the Qin family away from the Jinhui. His Majesty was also present at the time. The Qin family was very arrogant. After the princess went to the border, Mr. Luo immediately came to curry favor with His Majesty and the Queen Mother. His Majesty seemed to trust him very much. Speaking of this, he glanced around and lowered his voice and said, "But I think Mr. Luo may have some problems." They were loyal to the princess at the beginning, and the princess had a maid. His Majesty liked her and wanted to take her as a concubine. But the little bitch would rather die than be willing to do so. In the end, she committed suicide. It is said that the maid was originally Mr. Luo's woman. Do you think he would not think too much about it? So, I am afraid that your Majesty has been deceived. Mr. Luo is very cunning. By the way, Your Highness, when I sent him back, I heard him talking privately, saying that His Majesty should not hand over all military power to His Royal Highness the King of Thailand, and that His Royal Highness the Crown Prince. You, Nandong Jin's eyes turned cold, and he said, "What did you say about me?" Li Gui lowered his head and looked around, and said with embarrassment, "I dare not say it." Nandong Jin's face sank, and he said, "Li Gui, what are you afraid of? Just say it. There is no one else here." Li Gui said with a bitter face, "I am afraid that His Majesty will blame me if he knows that I have said bad things about Mr. Luo behind his back." Nandong Jin's face was as cold as frost, and he said, "Don't worry. I won't tell anyone. Just say it." Li Gui glanced at him, and immediately moved closer to him, lowering his head. After being praised by His Majesty and the Queen Mother, the boy was very proud and arrogant. When I sent him back that night, he directly said that he would be the top scholar next year. He also said that when he became an official, he would definitely impeach you, the Crown Prince, saying that you had robbed women in Kyoto and acted recklessly. You were not worthy of being the Crown Prince, and even less worthy of being the commander of the army with the King of Thailand. Bang! Nandong Jin slapped the railing in front of him with a stern expression on his face. Did the boy really say that? Li Gui immediately said in panic, "How dare I deceive the Crown Prince?" At that time, the boy was full of vigor and seemed to look down on everyone. He commented and ridiculed the 4 great princes of Kyoto. Alas! At this point, he sighed again and said, "When that boy said bad things about you, Your Highness, I immediately refuted him. But he came up and slapped me in the face. From that day on, every time he saw me, he would slap me. If Your Highness doesn't believe it, you can ask the guards. I feel wrong woo-woo after saying that." He immediately covered his face and cried softly. Nandong Jin clenched his fists. His eyes flashed with a fierce look, and said, Li Gui, don't cry. You have to look at the owner before beating the dog. You are at least someone close to His Majesty. And you are also someone I have played with since childhood. Since he dared to humiliate you, I will naturally not let him go. Li Gui hurriedly said, Your Highness. In fact, it doesn't matter if I suffer a little grievance. The main reason is that I am afraid that Your Majesty is young and will be deceived by that cunning boy. After all, that boy used to be the eldest princess's man and was loyal to the eldest princess. Nandong Jin had a gloomy face. A fierce light flashed in his eyes, and after a moment of hesitation, he suddenly sneered, In this case, then I will just come to test him today. See if he is really loyal to His Majesty or to others. Li Gui's expression changed, and he hurriedly asked in a low voice, How are you going to try? Your Highness? Nandong Jin's eyes flashed, and he took out a letter from his arms. Sneering, This is a secret letter from the border army. Li Gui, you go to him later and tell him that this prince wants to see him and take him to the pavilion in the back garden. At that time, this prince will deliberately drop this secret letter to see his reaction. Whether he picks it up or not, this prince will make the decision and let you return the slaps he slapped you. At this point, he snorted again and said, If he dares to hide it secretly, then he and his Qin family will be executed, and no one will be left behind. When Li Gui heard this, his eyes lit up, and he immediately thanked him profusely, and his heart was filled with joy. Nandong Jin waved his hand and said, Go. I'll wait in the pavilion behind. Li Gui immediately agreed and left in a hurry, his heart full of the pleasure of revenge. When he came to the square outside the Golden Palace with 2 eunuchs, he soon saw the elegant young man in a white Confucian robe. Little bastard, your death is coming. Li Gui gritted his teeth and said secretly in his heart. But his face was calm. He lowered his head, walked over quickly, and said respectfully, Mr. Luo, the prince of the Tai Palace wants you to go. Luo Qingzhou stared at his eyes when he walked over from a distance, and still looked into his eyes, and said, Does the prince want to see me for something? At this time, Qin Wenzheng, Qin Chuan and others also looked over. Li Gui lowered his head and said respectfully, Your Highness loves poetry very much. I just learned from the Queen Mother that Mr. Luo is talented and good at poetry. So I want to meet Mr. Luo and make friends with him. Luo Qingzhou stared into his eyes and said, Oh? Really? Li Gui said, Yes. Mr. Luo, please come in quickly. Don't let His Highness wait anxiously. Luo Qingzhou's eyes moved, and he turned to Qin Wenzheng and others and said, Father-in-law, you wait here. I'll be back soon. Bai Ling on the side immediately said crisply, Son-in-law, I'll go with you. Li Gui looked up at her, with a look of surprise in his eyes, and said respectfully, My lady, His Highness the Crown Prince does not see outsiders. Only young Master Luo. Bai Ling wanted to speak, but Luo Qingzhou said, You stay here with the madam. I can go by myself. Li Gui was delighted and immediately said, Young Master Luo, please. Luo Qingzhou walked ahead calmly. Qin Wenzheng looked at their backs and frowned slightly. Qin Chuan said worriedly, Dad, I heard in the academy that the Tai Prince has been domineering in Kyoto since he was a child, bullying the weak and having a bad reputation. Let Qingzhou go alone. Nothing will happen. Right? Qin Wenzheng glanced at him and said lightly, What can happen? Do you think Qingzhou is as brainless as you? Qin Chuan. As Luo Qingzhou walked forward, he turned his head and asked, Eunuchly, where are we going now? Li Gui hurriedly walked beside him to lead the way, lowering his head and said, Go to the Imperial Garden. His Royal Highness is waiting there. Luo Qingzhou said, Imperial Garden? Is His Majesty there? Li Gui said, His Majesty is still burning incense and bathing, preparing various offerings for worship. Only His Royal Highness is there. As they talked, they walked forward. A team of patrol soldiers came on the road, looked at them, and left quickly. When the patrol soldiers walked to a corner not far away, the leading captain said, You go patrol ahead first. I'll go to the toilet. After that, he left in a hurry. Mr. Luo, this way. Li Gui led the way in front, his face full of respect. But his heart was getting more and more excited, thinking of the scene in which this little bastard regretted it and was slapped by him personally. He couldn't help but grin. But fortunately he held it back. The few people walked through the 9-curved corridor and came to the garden behind. Luo Qingzhou followed him, passed through a round door, and saw the young man standing in the pavilion in front at a glance. The young man was wearing a luxurious brocade robe, with a slender figure and a handsome appearance. At this time, he was pacing in the pavilion with his hands behind his back, as if he was thinking about something. The stone table in the pavilion was full of colorful fruits and cakes. Li Gui hurried over and said respectfully, "Your Highness, Mr. Luo is here." Nandong Jin turned around and looked at the young man behind him. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, "I am Luo Qingzhou, and I pay my respects to His Royal Highness the Crown Prince." Nandong Jin smiled and said, "Li Gui, please leave first. I will talk to Mr. Luo." Li Gui immediately bowed his head and left. Nandong Jin extended his hand and invited, "Mr. Luo, please come in and sit down to talk." Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said, "I will stand." Nandong Jin smiled and said, "How can that be? I just came from the Queen Mother and heard that the Queen Mother praised Mr. Luo's talent. His Majesty also dotes on Mr. Luo. I also heard that even the princess is particularly respectful to Mr. Luo. Nandong Jin dare not neglect him." As he said that, he invited again, "Sir, please." Luo Qingzhou did not refuse and bowed his head and walked in. Nandong Jin sat down first and smiled. "Sir, please sit down." At this time, 2 palace maids came over, poured tea for the two, and immediately left. Luo Qingzhou then sat down slowly. Nandong Jin looked at him and said, "Sir, are you confident about the next year's spring exam?" Luo Qingzhou said, "It's still in preparation. As for whether I have confidence, I dare not say." Nandong Jin smiled and said, "Since even the Queen Mother and His Majesty have praised your talent, there will be no suspense in passing the imperial examination next spring. By the way, I wonder what you think of the demons on the border." Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "I have been studying at home and have not heard anything outside. I only know that the demons have occupied our great Yin city, and their crimes are extremely serious. Sooner or later, they will be destroyed by our great Yin army." Nandong Jin's eyes flashed, and he sighed. Originally, the princess went to the border. With her military talent, she could definitely destroy the demons. Unfortunately, for some reason, the princess no action was taken. Now the princess suddenly returned to Kyoto, and the troops on the border were handed over to my father. Alas, I heard that the demon tribe has sent many reinforcements, and my father dare not act rashly. As he was talking, Li Gui suddenly hurried over and said, "Your Highness, someone is looking for you in front. Please go over." Nandong Jin heard this and slowly stood up and said, "Mr. Luo, please sit for a while. I will be back soon. It's still early for the Taikong feast." "Sir, don't worry. I will ask you about poetry later." Luo Qingzhou stood up and bowed, saying, "Your Highness, go first." Nandong Jin nodded, and immediately followed Li Gui and left quickly. After the two walked out of the round door, Luo Qingzhou glanced at the seat he had just sat on, and a letter fell on the ground. He turned around, put his hands behind his back, and looked at the pond outside the railing. In the pond, the red goldfish all showed their heads and were breathing the fresh air outside. Luo Qingzhou stood at the railing for a while, and suddenly walked outside. Li Gui, who was hiding not far away and peeking at him, immediately came out, entered through the round door, and shouted, "Mr. Luo, where are you going?" Luo Qingzhou walked out of the pavilion and said, "I want to walk around." Li Gui walked over quickly and said, "Mr. Luo, wait a moment. His Royal Highness will be here soon. If you leave now, His Royal Highness will not be able to see you when he comes back, or His Majesty will suddenly summon you, and I really can't explain it." Luo Qingzhou said, "I will just walk around in the garden, not far away." Li Gui glanced at the letter under the stone table, and hurriedly smiled and said, "Mr. Luo, you should wait in the pavilion. This is the Imperial Garden, and you can't walk around." As he said, he hurriedly walked into the pavilion, walked to the stone table, and smiled. "Mr. Luo, there are so many cakes and fruits here. If you are hungry, you can eat whatever you want." Luo Qingzhou walked over and stood with him. He looked at the cakes on the table and said, "Okay, I'll wait here." Li Gui lowered his head and secretly glanced at the ground. He stepped on the letter with his foot and moved outside to a more conspicuous place. Then he smiled and said, "Mr. Luo, wait a moment. I'll go see if His Royal Highness the Crown Prince has come out." After saying that, he turned around and walked away quickly. with a sneer on his lips, muttering in his heart, "Little bastard. Pick it up quickly. As long as you touch it, you're dead." He didn't go far, hiding behind the rockery not far away, peeking at the situation in the pavilion from the cracks in the stone. Luo Qingzhou stood in front of the stone table, ate a cake, paced left and right, suddenly lowered his head, looked at the ground, then raised his head and looked around. Li Gui was delighted when he saw the scene, and he immediately hid himself. After a few seconds, he looked up and peeked into the pavilion. At this time, Luo Qingzhou had already sat back on the stone bench. Li Gui couldn't see inside, so he waited for a while and immediately walked outside. At this time, Nangong Jin was standing in the corridor outside waiting. Li Gui walked over quickly, whispering excitedly, "Your Highness, it should be done." The boy found the letter on the ground. "I wonder if he has picked it up." Nangong Jin's eyes showed a sinister look, and he sneered. "If he picked it up, no one can save him. If he turns a blind eye, I will find fault with him later and let you slap him. Li Gui, you will slap him hard later. If anything happens, I will take responsibility." Li Gui was overjoyed when he heard this, and said excitedly, "Thank you, Your Highness." Nangong Jin said again, "Go, call a few more eunuchs and palace maids to testify. If he doesn't take it out later, you will notify His Majesty immediately." Li Gui immediately agreed and turned to leave. Nangong Jin walked to the round gate of the back garden first, and looked at the figure in the pavilion with a cold look. At the same time, the eldest princess and the queen mother came to the emperor's bedroom, ready to go to the golden palace with him to offer sacrifices to the sky, thank and pray. Soon, Li Gui had brought 4 or 5 eunuchs and maids to Nangong Jin's back. Nangong Jin turned his head and looked at them, and said with a serious face, "This prince has a letter left in this garden. You all come to help find it." The eunuchs and maids listened and immediately agreed respectfully. Nangong Jin and Li Gui looked at each other, walked into the round gate, and walked towards the pavilion, while searching in the grass on the left and right of the road. When the two came to the pavilion and looked under the stone table in the pavilion, the letter that had fallen there before had disappeared at this moment. Li Gui was overjoyed. Nangong Jin narrowed his eyes and walked into the pavilion, with a faint smile on his face, looking at the young man in front of him, waiting for his decision. If he took it out and gave it back to him, he would not be sentenced to death, but he would still be beaten. And if he hid it secretly and did not take it out, then no one could save him and his Qin family. There was silence in the pavilion for a few seconds. He did not take it out. Nangong Jin suddenly showed a sneer at the corner of his mouth. At this time, Li Gui immediately left quickly. Walking briskly, he ran through the corridor, stumbled into the house, and said with a panicked face, "Your Majesty, Your Majesty, it's not good." In the house, Emperor Nangong Yang, wearing a gorgeous new dragon robe, was talking to the queen mother and the princess. Hearing this, he immediately scolded, "What are you panicking about? Don't you see the queen mother and the princess are here?" Li Gui immediately knelt on the ground with a thump and cowed out, "Queen mother, princess, it was my servant who was reckless. I deserve to die. I deserve to die." The queen mother frowned and said, "Little geezy, what's the matter, so panic?" Li Gui hurriedly said, "Queen mother, Your Majesty, just now the Tai prince was bored waiting outside. So he called Mr. Luo to the imperial garden to talk about poetry. Who knew that the Tai prince's secret letter suddenly disappeared? And the prince searched for a long time in the imperial garden, but couldn't find it." The queen mother asked, "What secret letter?" Li Gui raised his head, glanced at the princess, hesitated for a moment, and said, "It was sent by the border army." As soon as these words came out, the queen mother's face changed, and she immediately said, "Let's go and have a look. You immediately call the servants outside and go to look for it together." Nangong Yang hurriedly said, "Mother, don't worry. Since it fell in the back garden, it can be found naturally. Too many people are not good. If someone deliberately takes it away, it will be troublesome." The queen mother nodded and said, "Your Majesty is right. Let's go and have a look first." Nangong Yang saw that the princess was still sitting there drinking tea, and hurriedly said, "Royal sister, let's go together. Luo Qing is also there." Nangong Huiyue glanced at him, and before she spoke, the queen mother had already pulled her and said, "Let's go, Huiyue. Let's go and have a look together." At this time, in the pavilion of the imperial garden, after a moment of silence, Nandong Jin suddenly asked. Mr. Luo, did you pick up anything just now? Luo Qingzhou was slightly startled when he heard this, and said respectfully, Did His Royal Highness drop anything? I have been in this pavilion just now, and didn't see it. Nandong Jin smiled and said, Forget it if they didn't see it. Just let them look for it later. At this time, the palace maids and eunuchs had already started looking for it in other places. Not long after, a group of people suddenly walked in from the round gate. Li Gui asked in a shrill voice, Your Highness, have you found the secret letter? Nandong Jin looked at them and shook his head and said, It hasn't been found yet. I just asked Mr. Luo, and he said he didn't see it. Li Gui was puzzled and said, It's really strange. Your Highness should not have lost it in the corridor before. How come the secret letter disappeared after coming to the Imperial Garden? Did it fall into the water? Nandong Jin looked at the pond below and said, If it fell into the water, it would naturally float on the surface. The letter is made of special materials. After speaking, he immediately walked out of the pavilion and greeted him respectfully. Greetings to the Queen Mother, Your Majesty, and the Princess. The Queen Mother frowned, looked around, and then looked at the boy in the pavilion. Luo Qingzhou also walked out and bowed his head. Nandong Huiyue glanced at him and suddenly said, Mr. Luo, did you really not see the letter? Everyone's eyes were on the boy behind Nandong Jin. Luo Qingzhou bowed his head and said respectfully, I have been staying in the pavilion, and I really didn't see it. Nandong Huiyue was silent for a while, and said, Touch your body first. Maybe you forgot it. If you really picked it up, take it out quickly. Ignorance is not a crime. Nandong Yan glanced at her, and the corners of his mouth moved slightly. Luo Qingzhou still bowed his head and replied respectfully, I didn't pick it up. If your highness doesn't believe it, I can swear. Nandong Huiyue frowned slightly, and when she was about to speak, Nandong Jin on the side suddenly said, There is no need to swear. Let me search it. Don't blame Mr. Luo. The letter I dropped is a secret letter sent from the border. It is of great importance and cannot be lost. Luo Qingzhou was silent for a while, and did not speak. Nandong Jin's eyes flashed, and he smiled, Mr. Luo, what's the matter? Are you afraid to let me search? Or is there another reason? Nandong Huiyue slowly clenched her jade hands in her sleeves. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, Your Highness, I am not the only one who came to the Imperial Garden just now. Right? Nandong Jin sneered and said, Don't worry. The people who just came here, in addition to Mr. Luo, are me, eunuch Li, and 2 palace maids. We will search them later, and not let any of them go. Hearing this, Luo Qingzhou still showed a hint of hesitation on his face. The more he said this, the more suspicious people looked at him. Nandong Huiyue was about to speak when he suddenly said, Your Highness, if you want to search me, can you find a woman to do it? I have been afraid of being touched by men since I was a child. Ordinary collisions are fine. But if you want to touch me all over my body, I really can't stand it. When this was said, everyone, Nandong Huiyue suddenly said, Yuying, you go and search. Who knew that as soon as she finished speaking, Nandong Yan on the side suddenly laughed and said, Royal sister, don't bother your people. There are so many palace maids here. Just let them go. After all, men and women should not touch each other. And we can't make Miss Yuying embarrassed. Nandong Huiyue narrowed her eyes and said nothing. At this time, the Queen Mother suddenly said, Water, you go and search. Chongsun Water, who was standing behind her, bowed her head and agreed. Nandong Yan glanced at her and said nothing. Chapter 665 Innocence and Moonlight. Wait. Just as Chongsun Water was about to step forward, Nandong Jin suddenly took out a jade token and said with a smile, Don't bother Miss Water. There are special symbols printed on the envelope of the letter. As long as it is within 1 foot of the jade token in my hand, it will react. Chongsun Water stopped and said softly, The prince is quite well prepared. Nandong Jin smiled and said, After all, it is a secret letter from the border. It is related to national affairs, so it is natural to be well prepared. As he said, he took the jade and approached the young man next to him, smiling and said, Mr. Luo, I'm sorry. Everyone's eyes were all on the young man in a Confucian robe. Gentle and elegant, Nandong Huiyue's eyes were calm, and there was no ripple on her beautiful and majestic face. But the 5 fingers in the wide sleeves were tightly clenched. This is an obvious frame-up. Who can't see it among the people present? Even if he didn't see the secret letter at all, if nothing unexpected happened, the secret letter would appear on him. He was a weak scholar, No matter how smart he was, how could he prevent the warrior from framing him? Nandong Jin held the jade card in his hand, approached Luo Qingzhou's neck, and began to check from the collar. Slowly turned around his body, and then slowly moved down. Li Gui, who was standing not far away, showed a cold smile at the corner of his mouth, and secretly said in his heart, "Little bastard. Let's see how arrogant you are today. You will cry later." Everyone's eyes were fixed on the jade card in Nandong Jin's hand. However, when Nandong Jin checked him from head to toe, the jade card in his hand still did not react. What happened? He was stunned for a moment, with a hint of doubt in his eyes, and then held the jade card and checked it again from bottom to top. However, the jade card in his hand still did not react. Impossible. He looked at the jade card in his hand and was stunned. Is there something wrong with the jade card? The sneer on Li Gui's mouth suddenly froze. Nandong Huiyue's eyes showed a hint of surprise, and the 5 fingers in her sleeve slowly loosened, looking at the figure with a puzzled look. At this time, Luo Qingzhou suddenly said, "Your Highness, how about letting Miss Waters search your body again, so that you can feel more at ease?" Nandong Jin was suddenly in a dilemma, and a hint of embarrassment appeared on his face. Who knew that at this time? Li Gui suddenly said in a sharp voice, "Mr. Luo, let me search. I am not a man. I should not make you uncomfortable." Luo Qingzhou looked at him calmly. At this time, the Queen Mother also said, "Luo Qing, let Li Gui search it, so as to clear your name." Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, "Since the Queen Mother has spoken." Then eunuchly, "Please." Li Gui immediately walked over, stopped in front of him, and put his hand directly into his clothes from his chest. "Pa!" Who would have thought that at this moment? Luo Qingzhou suddenly slapped him in the face, angrily scolding, "What are you doing? Why are you rubbing your hands in my clothes?" Li Gui shuddered and pulled his hand back. Just as he was about to explain, he suddenly raised his palm and slapped him in the face with a paw sound, angrily saying, "The Queen Mother asked you to search my body, not to humiliate me." Then he opened his eyes wide and trembled all over, saying, "I, Luo Qingzhou, am a man of 8 feet tall, a pure and innocent scholar, who only reads the books of sages and devotes my life to the emperor and the country. Now I am touched by a eunuch, and I am humiliated by him in front of the emperor and the Queen Mother. This is a great shame. How can I face the scholars in the world again? Thousands of hammers and chisels have cut through the mountains, and the fire has burned as if it were nothing. I am not afraid of being crushed to pieces, but I want to keep my innocence in the world. I can still keep my innocence even if I am crushed to pieces by lime. What should I fear today?" Luo Qingzhou, after saying that, he ran directly to the railing next to him, jumped, and was about to jump into the pond outside. "Come and stop me," he said secretly in his heart. Everyone's face changed when they saw the scene. At this moment, a red lotus suddenly flew out from Chan Sunwaner's hand, wrapped around his body, and pulled him back directly. Chan Sunwaner hurriedly supported him and said, "Mr. Luo, don't do this. Your body and hair are all given by your parents. How can you commit suicide like this?" Xiaobao Luo has now become a strong-willed scholar who is willing to die for his innocence and integrity, he said passionately. "Luo has studied hard for more than 10 years, just to share your worries and sacrifice his life for the country one day. Who would have thought that today I would be slandered for my innocence and humiliated by a eunuch? As a scholar, how can I face other people in the future? It's better to die." Chan Sunwaner hugged him tightly and persuaded him softly again. At this time, Li Gui was so scared that his face turned pale. When he was about to explain, Nandong Yang suddenly came over and kicked him with a bang, shouting angrily, "Dog slave! Why don't you kowtow to Luo Qing and apologize?" Li Gui knelt on the ground with a thump and kowtowed repeatedly. "The slave was wrong. The slave was wrong. Mr. Luo, you are generous." Who knew that before he finished speaking, the jade in Nandong Jin's hand suddenly lit up. "Huh?" Nandong Jin was stunned for a moment, looking at the jade pendant in his hand. And then, he was overjoyed and continued to approach the young man, who was looking for death next to him to search. But as soon as he approached the young man, the jade pendant in his hand suddenly went out again. When he was wondering in his heart, the Queen Mother suddenly said with a gloomy face, "Try to get closer to Li Gui." Nandong Jin was stunned. And then, he took the jade card from the young man and approached Li Gui, who was kneeling on the ground. Buzz! Who knew that at this moment, the jade card not only lit up, but also suddenly made a buzzing sound. Everyone's eyes swished and all looked at the eunuch kneeling on the ground. with different expressions. Li Gui's eyes widened immediately. And he was so scared that his soul was out of his body. And he trembled in his mouth. This. Nandong Jin was also unbelievable. And immediately moved the jade pendant closer to his chest. Swish. The light on the jade pendant suddenly became brighter. At the same time, a light suddenly lit up in the clothes on Li Gui's chest. Nandong Jin's face froze. And immediately whoosh sounded. He reached into his clothes and took out something. Everyone looked carefully. And what he held in his hand was indeed the secret letter. Nandong Jin froze in place. Unbelievable. At this time, Li Gui was so scared that his eyes widened. His mouth opened wide. And a ho-ho-ho sound came out of his throat. But he couldn't say a word. Luo Qingzhou suddenly pointed at him and said, "Well, you dog slave. You stole the secret letter? You just offered to search my body. Are you trying to take the opportunity to put the secret letter on me so that you can frame me?" Then he said with anger and excitement, "Queen Mother, Your Majesty, please make the decision for me." The Queen Mother's face was extremely ugly. Nandong Yang's face was not much better either. He immediately asked with a gloomy face, "Ajin, is it the secret letter?" Nandong Jin looked at the secret letter in his hand with a dull expression, nodded stiffly, and said yes. Nandong Yang was immediately furious. With a bang, he suddenly kicked Li Gui on the head and shouted, "Come here! Drag this dog slave out and beat him to death with sticks." Li Gui's body suddenly softened and he collapsed on the ground like a puddle of mud. He was so scared that he trembled all over. And his feces and urine flowed. He couldn't even say a word of begging for mercy. At this time, Luo Qingzhou suddenly bowed his hands and said, "Your Majesty, I heard that Eunuch Li has been following Your Majesty since he was a child, and is loyal to Your Majesty. How could he do such a thing? I think there must be something strange. Please spare his life first, and ask the reason before punishing him." After saying this, Nandong Huiyue couldn't help but look at him more. Li Gui was immediately as if pardoned, and looked at him gratefully. When he was about to beg, Luo Qingzhou said again, "Queen Mother, Your Majesty, the secret letter on the border is related to the safety of the country, and may be related to the demon clan. This Eunuch Li deliberately hid the secret letter, maybe to frame me, or maybe for other purposes. Maybe he has some collusion with the demon clan, or with other people. In my opinion, it is better to hand him over to the Ministry of Justice, or to the Jinui, and torture him severely. Some eunuchs who are usually on good terms with him, or relatives outside the palace, are arrested and tortured together. Maybe there will be unexpected results." As soon as these words came out, Li Gui trembled in fear and uttered a shrill voice, Little bastard. You will be in trouble." Bang! Before he finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou had kicked him in the mouth, kicking his mouth full of blood, and he could no longer say a word. At this time, the Queen Mother also said with a gloomy face, "Your Majesty, Luo Qing is right. We cannot kill him for the time being. Take him for questioning. This Li Gui is someone close to you. If he really has colluded with someone, it would be terrible. This matter must be investigated thoroughly, and we must not be careless." Nandong Yang bowed his head slightly and said, "My child listens to my mother." Then he shouted coldly, "Come here. Take this dog slave away first. After today's feast is over, I will ask someone to question him thoroughly." 2 guards came in immediately and dragged Li Gui, who was lying on the ground, out directly. A trace of liquid was dragged on the ground, which was smelly. Nandong Huiyue turned around and left directly. Nandong Yang also hurried over to support the Queen Mother, saying, "Mother, let's go to offer sacrifices to the heaven first. It's almost time." The Queen Mother covered her nose and looked at the young man outside the pavilion and said, "Luo Qing, you should go quickly too. I'm sorry for what happened today. After the event is over, I will let the Prince of Thailand go to apologize to you in person." Nandong Jin looked embarrassed and said nothing. Luo Qingzhou said quickly, "I dare not." Then he followed everyone out of the imperial garden. Chan Sun Water slowed down her pace, walked with him, and whispered, "Mr. Luo, you did the right thing. Even if you didn't speak, His Majesty would not really kill Li Gui." Then he whispered again, "Mr. Luo, that poem should have been written by you." "Right?" Luo Qingzhou said. "My wife wrote it." Chan Sun Water smiled and said nothing more. How could such a poem with spirit and soul be written by a weak woman? When she heard it for the first time, she knew it was strange. When she heard him read it out just now, she understood it all at once. The so-called first talented woman in Mo's city I'm afraid there is a first talented man in the world standing behind him. Right? Is it because he is a son-in-law that he can only be wronged and low-key? At this moment, Chon Sun-Water not only admired the young man beside her, but also had a little pity and regret. With his talent, if he had a better family background, he would have been famous all over the world by now. Why hasn't he been lying dormant and unknown until now? What are the several talented people in Jiang'an? What is the first young master in Kyoto? Those talents are not worth mentioning in front of him. Mr. Luo, I heard that the princes of neighboring countries brought several geniuses, who are very good at poetry to this banquet, and they may have a discussion with the talented people of our great Yen. His Majesty invited the 4 great talents in Jiang'an, several talents in Kyoto, and of course, you. When the time comes, one all will appreciate the talent of the young master, who is amazing and powerful. When they walked out of the palace and were about to separate, Chon Sun-Water said with a smile. Luo Qingzhou bowed his hands and said, how can I compare with those talented people? Miss Water is too kind. Chon Sun-Water smiled, said nothing more, bowed her head slightly, and said okay, turned around and walked to the side of the Queen Mother. After the Queen Mother, the Emperor, and the Princess left surrounded by the servants. Luo Qingzhou returned to the square alone. When Li Gui called him just now, he saw the other party's malicious intentions. He quickly knew the other party's conspiracy by talking and testing along the way. After the Tai Prince dropped the secret letter, he deliberately wanted to leave, leading Li Gui into the pavilion. And then he immediately used the soul control technique to quietly put the letter on Li Gui. Everything was done perfectly. However, the performance just now seemed a bit exaggerated. In addition, the princess seemed to reveal her appreciation and concern for him. When the princess came just now, she should have guessed that the Tai Prince wanted to slander him, and thought that the secret letter must be on him. So she said those words anxiously. Who would have thought that he had already made up his mind? At that time, he had no way to inform the other party in advance. The emperor should have seen that the princess was protecting him. I don't know if this incident was a deliberate test by the emperor or a temporary idea by Li Gui and the Prince of Thailand. No matter what the reason is, he has to be careful. After the Taikon feast is over, everything may be exposed one by one. At that time, he will have to fight back. Of course, he has been preparing for it. It's just that the princess's overall arrangement has not been told to him yet. He has to find an opportunity to ask her carefully, so that he can make other preparations in advance. Thinking about things like this, he quickly returned to the square. The Qin family members breathed a sigh of relief when they saw him return safely. At this time, Nandong Meijiao and Nandong Shui both walked towards them together. Luo Qingzhou looked at the sisters, and suddenly turned his head to look at the people of Lingxiao sect in the distance. Linghu Qingzhu, who was dressed in green, was staring at Nandong Meiju at this time. Luo Qingzhou secretly thought it was bad. Although it would be discovered sooner or later, it was still a bit embarrassing to be discovered at this time. Uncle, aunt, father and mother asked us to come here to greet you on their behalf. It is not convenient for them to come. Nandong Shui walked over with a smile on her face. And Nandong Meiju, I don't know if she thought about the marriage she was going to be granted. She was looking cold and looked like she didn't want strangers to come near her. Bailing stood behind Song Ryue, and was surprisingly calm at this time. Deep in her eyes, there seemed to be a faint flicker of moonlight. Chapter 666. Something is wrong with Bai Ling. Your Majesty is here, someone shouted, and the noise in the square suddenly began to quiet down. On the corridor, outside the Golden Palace, a group of eunuchs and palace maids surrounded a golden canopy and slowly walked towards the square. Nandong Shui just approached Luo Qingzhou, and before she could speak, she was grabbed by Nandong Meiju and forcibly pulled away. Nandong Shui had to turn around and said, Mr. Luo, I will come to you when the banquet starts in the afternoon. Shut up. Nandong Meiju had a cold face and pulled her suddenly, almost making her fall. Nandong Shui said angrily, Meiju, I am your sister, not a prisoner. Nandong Meiju ignored her, quickened her pace, and took her directly back to the group of royal family members. Nandong Shui immediately began to complain to the elders and brothers and sisters. Luo Qingzhou saw the sisters leave, then turned his head and looked in the direction where everyone from Lingxiao sect was standing, and just happened to see Linghu Qingzhu's eyes. The two people's eyes met across the sea of people. Pause for a moment. Luo Qingzhou moved away, looked elsewhere, and just happened to meet another pair of eyes. He raised his eyebrows and said, Bai Ling, why are you looking at my son-in-law? Bai Ling didn't say anything, retracted her eyes, and looked at the emperor's carriage. Luo Qingzhou was slightly surprised. This girl didn't pout her little mouth? At this time, everyone's eyes looked there. Luo Qingzhou's eyes also looked over there. Emperor Nangong Yang, filially supporting the Queen Mother, slowly walked down the steps surrounded by the crowd and walked towards the altar on the square. The eldest princess followed behind in a fiery red dress, with a majestic and cold face. Following the eunuch's sharp shout, everyone in the square, whether they were members of the royal family, meritorious officials or ministers, or people from the 5 major sects, bowed their heads and paid homage. The emperor, along with the empress dowager, the eldest princess, and other members of the royal family, walked slowly up to the altar on the steps covered with red carpet. The etiquette officer began to read the sacrificial words aloud. The royal family members on the stage and everyone below the stage all bowed their heads and bowed. In a solemn atmosphere, the sacrificial words were read for a long time, and another etiquette officer began to light incense, and then brought clean water for the emperor to wash his hands. Then, they began to welcome the gods, perform rituals, offer sacrifices, make the first offering, the second offering, and so on. After a series of cumbersome rituals, the sun had risen to the afternoon. The huge square, with its dense crowd, was silent. When it was almost over, the emperor ordered the palace maids to distribute fresh fruits and white flour buns to the crowd, implying that the country would be peaceful and the people would be safe, and the crops would be abundant this year. At this time, everyone's tense nerves relaxed, and they all took the fruits and began to stretch their stiff bodies, or sat down to rest, or talked in low voices. The silent square immediately became noisy again. Luo Qingzhou looked at the Lingxiao sect team on the other side of the crowd. At this time, Linghu Qingzhu's eyes were also looking over. The two people's eyes met. Linghu Qingzhu stretched out a finger and gently scratched his face, indicating that she had recognized him, and then glanced at his side. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, turned his head, and looked at his side. The pink and tender little lark, who didn't know when, stood quietly beside him, and now looked back at him from a distance. Luo Qingzhou immediately understood what Linghu Qingzhu meant. He stretched out his hand, put it on Bai Ling's shoulder, and nodded to the distant gaze. Linghu Qingzhu looked at him with contempt again, then retracted his gaze, turned his face away, and looked at the altar. Bai Ling took Luo Qingzhou's hand away, walked to the side, and stood behind Song Ryue. Luo Qingzhou saw that she looked a little strange, and leaned over to whisper, "Why are you always peeking at the son-in-law? Do you want to kiss?" Bai Ling looked at the altar and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou and her stood at the back. Seeing that no one was looking at them, he suddenly stretched out his hand and gently hugged her slender waist from behind, put his mouth close to her ear, and breathed softly into her fair little ear. Bai Ling's body trembled, and 2 blushes instantly climbed up her cheeks. She subconsciously clenched her fists, and a hint of coldness appeared in her eyes. But soon, the clenched fists slowly loosened, and the coldness in her eyes gradually faded away, and she just whispered, "Go away." Luo Qingzhou was very surprised by her reaction, and suddenly opened his mouth and bit her earlobe. Bai Ling's body suddenly froze, and she stood still, as if she had suddenly turned into a sculpture, motionless. Luo Qingzhou bit her ear, and when he was about to speak, he suddenly saw Song Ryue standing in front of him preparing to turn around, and immediately loosened his mouth and hands, and quickly stepped aside a few steps. At this time, Song Ryue turned her head and looked at Bai Ling behind her, and smiled. "Bai Ling, are you happy to come to the palace? You hey, why is your face so red?" Bai Ling raised her hand, touched her face, and said, "Hot? Hot?" Song Ryue raised her head and looked at the winter sun in the sky, wondering, "It's good enough if it's not cold in this weather. But you are still hot? Your body is too hot. Right? What did you eat this morning?" At this time, the palace maid brought a plate and set melons and fruits. Song Ryue hurriedly stepped forward, took a few, handed her a red apple, and said with a smile, "Bai Ling, this apple is red. It matches your face now. Eat it quickly. You have been standing for a long time. You must be thirsty." Bai Ling took the apple and said, "Thank you, madam." Song Ryue took another banana and handed it to Luo Qingzhou next to her, saying, "Qingzhou, here you go." Luo Qingzhou hurriedly took it in his hand and said, "Thank you, mother-in-law." Qin Wenzheng, Qin Chuan and Mayer all took fruits and started eating. These fruits symbolize abundant food and clothing, and peace every year. So they naturally won't waste them. Song Ryue directly peeled an orange and started eating. Luo Qingzhou pushed the banana away. Came to Bai Ling again. Handed it to her and said, "Do you want to have a bite first?" Bai Ling was slightly startled, with the shadow of the banana reflected in her pupils. She hesitated for a moment, opened her mouth, and prepared to take a bite. Unexpectedly, just as she was about to bite it, Luo Qingzhou suddenly retracted it and put it directly into his mouth, saying, "You should eat the apple." Bai Ling turned her head and looked at him dimly. Luo Qingzhou stretched out his hand and pinched her rosy cheeks. Wondering, "Bai Ling, why are you so easy to bully today? You don't chirp and say anything? Are you dazzled and dumbfounded by what you see in the palace?" Bai Ling opened his hand, walked to Song Ryue's side, and ignored him. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to go closer. He took a bite of the banana and looked at the royal family members. He happened to see Nangong Meiju's eyes staring at him coldly. Luo Qingzhou raised the banana in his hand and moved his lips. "Do you want to eat it?" Nangong Meiju rolled her eyes at him, retracted her eyes, and looked away. At this time, Linghu Qingzhu's eyes were also looking at him. He suddenly turned his head and found that Bai Ling next to him was secretly staring at him again. Luo Qingzhou couldn't help asking, "Bai Ling, why do you always peek at your son-in-law?" Bai Ling retracted her eyes and continued to eat the apple with her head down, ignoring him. At this time, Song Ryue suddenly turned her head and looked at him and said, "Let Bailinger see what's wrong with you. You are standing here, and you don't allow others to see?" Luo Qingzhou smiled and said, "It's not that I don't let her see. She can see it openly, but she always looks at it secretly, as if I would ask her for money." Song Ryue laughed and said charmingly, "You are the only one who knows how to talk. This is Bailinger's first time in the palace. The first time to see the emperor and the empress dowager. The first time to see so many people. Naturally she is not as comfortable as you." "Huh? That is." At this time, Len Ling suddenly pursed his mouth. "Madam, beat him." Shang Gao said, "Quiet. Please read your greetings. Ji Tian has entered the end, and the emperor's ending words at the end can be over." Upon hearing this, everyone immediately quieted down. Those who were eating fruit buns also immediately put their food into their sleeves, lowered their heads, and looked solemn. After a stick of incense, the emperor read out the congratulatory speech, said a few words of encouragement and gratitude, and then announced the end of the sacrificial ceremony and the beginning of the feast. Everyone shouted "Long live" in unison. The emperor came down from the altar with all the royal family members. At this time, the eunuchs and palace maids began to lead the guests to Chongming Palace in order of status and wait for the feast to begin. The princes and envoys of neighboring countries left first. Then came the people of the 5 major sects and the royal family members. Then came the various meritorious families and officials. Finally, there were those without any merit, in addition to some long-lived elderly people. The guests without any merit also included talented people and celebrities invited by the royal family, as well as the families of officials like the Qin family, etc. The Qin family followed at the end and walked towards Chongming Palace. When Luo Qingzhou was observing those scholars in Confucian robes, Bai Ling suddenly came up to him and snorted, "Son-in-law, who is the woman in green clothes from Leishao sect? She was peeking at you just now, and you were peeking at her. Is she the woman you kept outside? Humph. Her breasts are so big. Has your son-in-law started to become a vulgar bad man and started to like bad women with big breasts?" Luo Qingzhou froze for a moment and said calmly, "Don't talk nonsense. I don't know her." Then he looked at her and said, "Why are women with big breasts bad women? Why are men who like big breasts bad?" Bai Ling pouted and said, "Of course. Women with such big breasts are bad women just to seduce men. Of course they are bad women. Men who can be seduced by women's breasts are naturally bad men." Luo Qingzhou. He glanced at her chest and said nothing. Bai Ling immediately covered her chest and said angrily, "My breasts are not so big. It's all because of." At this time, Song Ryue looked back and said, "What are you dawdling about in the back?" Bai Ling immediately stopped talking. A bright smile appeared on her pretty face, and she said crisply, "Madam, you go first. I will talk to my son-in-law in the back." Song Ryue glanced at the two of them and ignored them. At the same time, Linghu Qingzhu, dressed in green, suddenly stopped at the intersection in front. Chapter 667 Proposal. Chongming Palace. Tables and chairs had been prepared inside and outside the palace. The seats had been arranged. The etiquette officer stood at the door, personally greeted the guests, and took them to their respective seats. The princes of neighboring countries, the top leaders of the 5 major sects, and the royal family members all entered the palace. The rest of the guests could only sit outside along the seats on both sides of the red carpet. When the guests in front sat down and began to enjoy the royal hospitality, the people behind were still walking towards Chongming Palace one by one. The Qin family followed at the end. When turning into the gate of Chongming Palace, Luo Qingzhou suddenly saw the tall figure wearing a green dress, lonely and cold under the big tree at the intersection. Beiling's eyes also looked over. Linghu Qingzhou stood under the tree, looking away, with a cold face, as if waiting for someone in another direction. When the Qin family passed by her, she still looked into the distance, with a calm face. Song Riyue glanced at her. Her eyes lingered on her towering chest, then looked down at her own chest, and left silently, muttering something in her mouth. But no one knew what she was saying. When Luo Qingzhou passed by her, she still looked in another direction, not looking sideways. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to look at her anymore, nor did he dare to stop to talk to her, and continued to walk forward. But at this moment, a cold voice suddenly came to his ears. Chu Feiyang, the master uncle hopes that you can come to the palace today to win glory for our Lingshao sect. Huashan sect is also here, and we must defeat him. You will pretend to be drunk and leave later. When the competition is about to start, I will go out of the palace to pick you up. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and still did not turn his head to look at her. But suddenly, Beiling's crisp voice came from behind. Sister, what is your name? Luo Qingzhou's face froze. He stopped, and looked back. Beiling stopped in front of Linghu Qingzhou, looking at her with a smile on her face. With an innocent look, Linghu Qingzhou retracted his gaze from the distance, looked at her coldly, and said, Is there something wrong? Bai Ling smiled and said, Nothing. I just saw that my sister is pretty, and wanted to talk to her. Linghu Qingzhou glanced at her delicate and tender face, and her beautiful eyes that were harmless to people and animals, and said expressionlessly, I don't want to talk to you. Bai Ling blinked and said, Why? Linghu Qingzhou glanced at her coldly, ignored her again, turned around, and walked straight into the palace. When she passed by Luo Qingzhou, she still looked ahead, not looking sideways, as if she didn't know him. Bai Ling looked at her arrogant back, pouted her little mouth and snorted, walked to Luo Qingzhou and muttered, Isn't it just that it's bigger? What's the point of being so arrogant? Then he said, I'm still growing. Sooner or later I'll be better than her. Luo Qingzhou ignored her, and continued to walk forward. Beiling quickly followed behind her, and asked again, Uncle, do you really not know her? Is it because she has a big vagina that you have been peeking at her? Uncle, Luo Qingzhou suddenly stretched out a finger to block her chattering mouth, and whispered intimidatingly, Talk less. If someone finds out that you talk too much, you will be dragged out, and your tongue will be cut off. Beiling opened her eyes wide, stood still, her mouth slightly open, not knowing if she was frightened. Boo! Luo Qingzhou pulled his finger out of her mouth, and walked forward quickly. Bah! 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 Beiling froze for a few breaths, suddenly spitting saliva, wiping her mouth with her sleeve, and chasing after her, whimpering, Son-in-law, how could you? Luo Qingzhou turned his head, and glared at her. Beiling shuddered with fear, and immediately held back the words in her mouth. The group entered the palace, and sat down in the last row of the courtyard at the invitation of a ceremonial officer. The middle road leading to the palace was paved with a red carpet, and the roadside on both sides of the red carpet was filled with tables in order. At this time, the tables were already full of people. Of course, only 2 people can sit in one seat, and the rest stand behind. Qin Wensheng and Song Riyue sat down. Luo Qingzhou and Qin Chuan, as well as Beiling and Mei, all stood behind the 2. Tea and cakes were served on the table first. Everyone had been standing in the square for most of the day, so they were naturally hungry and thirsty at this time. So they were talking in a low voice while drinking tea and eating. In the palace, the sharp voice of the eunuch was faintly heard. The emperor and the empress dowager arrived and walked out from the curtain behind. The distinguished guests in the palace immediately stood up, bowed their heads and worshipped respectfully. Although the people outside the house were Indians, they did not dare to go in casually, and could only stretch their necks to peek inside. At this time, an old eunuch came to the back, took out the list in his hand, and read, Jiangnan Talent Lu Sansi, Shen Yinong, Bai Yulo, Yujing Talent Zhang Hua, Talent Su Wanqiu, Please follow me into the hall. At this time, behind the seats on both sides, several scholars in Confucian robes immediately walked out, followed him with excitement and nervousness, and entered the hall. After they all left, Song Ryua whispered, Master, why is our Qin Zhou not here? Qin Wenzheng looked into the hall calmly without saying anything. At this time, Nandong Shui, wearing a snow-white dress, walked out of the hall quickly, waving excitedly, Mr. Luo, come in with me. Just as Luo Qinzhou was about to walk towards her, his wide sleeves were suddenly pulled by someone. Turning his head, Bailing blinked and pleaded pitifully, Son-in-law, can you take Xiao Bailing with you? Xiao Bailing wants to go in too. Luo Qinzhou frowned slightly and was about to refuse. But Nandong Shui, who came over, immediately said, Bai Ling, follow me and be my maid, and you can go in. When Bailing heard this, she smiled and immediately let go of Luo Qinzhou's sleeves, went over and grabbed her sleeves intimately, and said flatteringly, Princess Shui, you are so nice. Nandong Shui smiled and said, just don't talk nonsense later. Bailing immediately covered her mouth and said, yeah, I won't talk. Luo Qinzhou glanced at her and followed behind her. Nandong Shui led them into the palace, walked directly to the back of a row of seats on the right, and stopped behind the Nandong County prince and the princess. Nandong Meiju and two maids also stood there, and the talented men who had just entered also stood quietly in the corner. At this time, in the hall, the princes of the neighboring countries were introducing themselves. On the high platform, Emperor Nangongjiang sat on the dragon throne. In the back room, the pearl curtain covered the elegant queen mother and the eldest princess in a fiery red dress. Only their clothes and outlines could be seen, but their faces could not be seen clearly. The dishes had already been served on the table, with all kinds of delicious delicacies. The aroma of food and wine drifted throughout the hall. This time, a total of 5 princes from neighboring countries came, namely, the 3rd Prince of Badan, Daimor, the 5th Prince of the Great Mongol Empire, Gray, the 2nd Prince of Baitsong, Langshao, the Crown Prince of Gaoqi, Jin Shirtai, and the 7th Prince of Lulan, Lu Zijuan. Behind each prince, there were several literati and warriors. At this time, Prince Gray of the Great Mongol Empire was introducing the first talent and the first warrior of the Great Mongol behind him, and his expression looked quite proud. The Great Mongolia Empire is located in the north of Dayan. Its land area is even larger than Dayan. It is the most powerful of the 5 countries, and is not inferior to Dayan. There are often some small frictions between the Great Mongolia Empire and Dayan, but they are both afraid of each other's strength, so they are restrained and mainly negotiate. So this time, the Great Mongolia Empire came to congratulate and proposed a marriage with Dayan. Dayan, from the Queen Mother to the court officials, all agreed. Of course, there are many controversies about the marriage partner. Some people support the eldest princess to go to the marriage, while others strongly oppose it. Those ministers or nobles who opposed it were mostly some old ministers. They all said that the eldest princess was the national treasure of Dayan and a military genius. She must not be taken advantage of by the Great Mongolia Empire, etc. In addition to the Great Mongolia Empire, the Badan Kingdom is located to the west of Dayan. Its location is also extremely important, and its national strength should not be underestimated. The Baitsong Kingdom has a feud with Dayan and hopes to turn hostility into friendship through this marriage. As for Gaoqi and Lulan, they were both small countries, and neither the Queen Mother nor the court officials would agree to marry the eldest princess to them. However, after all, the other party was also a neighboring friendly country, and it was still important to maintain good relations. Therefore, after discussion, the king and his ministers of Dayan unanimously decided to send other princesses or county lords to marry them and win them over. Your Majesty, this is Su Tu, the first talent of our great Ming Empire. He has loved your great Yan culture since he was a child. He is proficient in your great Yan's poetry, songs, music, chess, calligraphy and painting. This is Aslan, the first warrior of the younger generation of our great Ming Empire. He has been gifted and powerful since he was a child. He is only 20 years old this year. He has just broken through the middle stage of the great martial master and won the first place in the martial arts test last year. Prince Gray of the Great Ming Empire spoke the not-so-fluent Great Yan language. After the introduction, he smiled and said, they have always admired the literati and warriors of Great Yan. This time, in addition to wanting to see the prosperity of Great Yan, they also want to learn from the literati and warriors of your country and exchange the culture and martial arts of the two countries. At the same time, my father also asked me to bring some gifts to congratulate your country on its prosperity, and hope that the friendship between our two countries will last forever. After he finished speaking, Nandong first politely expressed his gratitude, and then said, "The exchange of culture and martial arts between the two countries has started since the time of our ancestors. Naturally, I will not let the fifth prince down this time." Gray heard this and left with satisfaction. Then, the third prince of Badon, Damer, also stepped forward to offer his blessings and gifts, then bowed his head and bent down, and sincerely requested, "I hope your majesty can let your eldest princess marry my Badon. I have long heard of your eldest princess's unparalleled style, and have admired her for a long time. This time, I came here specifically to ask for marriage if your majesty agrees. My Badon is willing to offer the Luoyan city that our two countries have been arguing about for a long time to show our sincerity. At the same time, my Badon will help your country to conquer the 10 countries in the western regions, and maintain friendship with your country forever. And we will always be brothers." As soon as these words came out, not only the eyes of the king and ministers of Dayan lit up, but also the prince of the great Mongolia Empire, and the other 3 princes all had different expressions. If this is really the reward, it would be too sincere. Despite this, Nandong still did not express his position in advance, thanked him very politely, and then asked him to sit for a while. Then, the second prince of Baitsong, Lang Xiao, the crown prince of Gaoqi, Jin Shirtai, and the 7th prince of Lulan, Lu Zijuan, came out one after another to offer congratulations and gifts, and at the same time, put forward their own requests, hoping to marry with Dayan. The second prince of Baitsong, Lang Xiao, also directly said that he had long admired the eldest princess of Dayan, and hoped to marry her. As for the crown prince of Gaoqi and the 7th prince of Lulan, they did not specify that they wanted the eldest princess, because they knew that with their national strength, they could not compete with the other 3 countries. So they had to settle for the second best, and hoped to send a princess for marriage. As for whether it was a real princess or a fake princess, they probably wouldn't care. It is worth mentioning that the crown prince of Gaoqi, Jin Shirtai, spoke the language of Dayan very fluently, and he was also a very talented writer. He even directly proposed, "I heard that there is a girl named Chan Sunwana around the Queen Mother, who is unparalleled in literary talent. I hope to meet her and exchange poems." The implication is that if Chan Sunwana suits his taste, he wants to marry her directly. Nandong still did not give him a clear answer. Although Chan Sunwana is not a princess, she is the Queen Mother's niece, and is very pleasing to the Queen Mother. He dare not make his own decision. Lu Zijuan, the 7th prince of Lulan, is handsome and elegant. It is said that he is both civil and military, and speaks the language of Dayan very fluently. I don't know if he got the news in advance, and knew that the monarch and ministers of Dayan intended to marry the princess of the Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion to him. So his eyes have been looking towards the Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion. However, there are 2 princesses there, with similar eyebrows and eyes. Both of them are first-class beauties. One looks cold and arrogant, and the other looks gentle. I don't know who it is. So he has been looking at the beautiful sisters from time to time. Feeling quite happy, Nandong also thanked him with a smile on his face for his gift and request, but did not explicitly agree to it, because the royal family needs to win over more than just small countries like his. After the 5 princes finished speaking, Nandong stood up from the dragon chair and personally helped introduce the people from the 5 major sects of Dayan. The 5 major sects of Dayan are Jinshan Temple, Qingyun Temple, Xianyan Pavilion, Lingxiao Sect, and Huashan Sect. Today, the leaders of the 5 major sects gathered together, looking quite powerful. Even the prince of the Great Ming Empire, who was quite unruly just now, looked solemn and polite when he saw the masters of the 5 major sects. While they were greeting each other, Nandong Meiju quietly pushed Nandong Shui away from behind Nandong Juwang, then approached Luo Qingzhou and whispered, "Did you see that? The prince of Lulan has been secretly staring at me." Luo Qingzhou whispered, "Yeah." Nandong Meiju hooked the hand in his wide sleeves with her fingers in her sleeves and whispered, "Are you angry?" Luo Qingzhou ignored her. At this time, Emperor Nandong was introducing the people of Lingxiao sect to the 5 princes. After the introduction, he suddenly looked at Fairy Zixia and asked, "Master Zixia, I heard that your sect has a new genius disciple, who seems to be called Chu Feiyang. Didn't you bring him here today?" Fairy Zixia said lightly, "He is busy for the time being and will come later." Nan Yang smiled and said, "It's good that you can come. Later, these 5 princes want to have a discussion with our great Yin warriors. There are no good candidates in my palace. I can only rely on your 5 major sections." Fairy Zixia said, "The students of Dragon and Tiger Academy are no worse than the disciples of our 5 major sects." Nan Yang smiled and said, "Fairy also knows that our Dean Li is very strict in management and is unwilling to let the disciples of the academy come." Alas. Fairy Zixia smiled and said nothing more. Nan Yang looked at the woman in green behind her and said with a smile, "This is Linghu Peak, master of your sex Jianfeng. I have heard of you for a long time." Linghu Qingju still looked indifferent and lowered his head slightly. At this time, Nan Majia's fingers, under the cover of the sleeves, reached into Luo Qingzhou's sleeves again and began to scratch his palm, whispering, "Good brother. Your uncle seems to have recognized you. Right?" Behind the two of them, Beiling, who was wearing a pink skirt, was standing there quietly, looking at the sleeves of the 2 people next to each other, with moonlight flashing in her eyes. At this time, everyone had finished introducing themselves. Nan Yang returned to the dragon chair and announced the start of the feast with a smile on his face. The eunuch passed the message to the outside with a shrill voice. The musical instrument team that had been waiting in the corner for a long time began to play music. A group of dancers wearing long-sleeved dance skirts and graceful postures lowered their heads, moved their lotus steps, lined up neatly and filed in from the door, and began to dance to the music. Under the light gauze skirt, they were not wearing shoes, revealing a pair of white and tender girlish feet. At this moment, Luo Qingzhou clearly felt that several pairs of eyes were suddenly looking at him. The palm of his hand suddenly itched, and the cold snort of the princess came to his ear. "Does it look good?" Luo Qingzhou ignored her, and suddenly turned around and found that Beiling, who was standing behind, was also looking at him. And she squinted her eyes slightly, and the expression on her face looked quite wrong. Seeing his gaze, Beiling's eyes passed by him and looked at the dancer who was dancing in the middle. Quietly and calmly, Luo Qingzhou suddenly took a step back, avoiding the finger of the princess. His hand in his sleeve suddenly grasped the little hand of Beiling behind him, and whispered, "Does it look good? Remember to watch carefully, and dance for the son-in-law when you go back." Beiling narrowed her eyes slightly, motionless, and said nothing. At this time, Nan Yang picked up the wine glass and smiled. "Only wine and poetry can add to the fun. Didn't the princes just say that they wanted to discuss poetry? Now I will ask a question first. Of course, I have to come up with a prize." As he said, he took out a jade pendant from his arms and smiled. "The winner of the first round. I will give him this piece of Qilin jade." The guests below all cheered and applauded. At this time, the Queen Mother's voice came from behind the bead curtain in the inner room. "Your Majesty, let Water go out and try. If Water wins the Qilin jade, you can't take it back." Nan Yang laughed and said, "Don't worry, Mother. If Sister Water wins, it will naturally belong to her. I am not a stingy person." Then he suddenly looked at the bead curtain behind him and said with a smile, "Royal Sister, are you going to send someone out to make some fun too?" Chapter 668, Falling Out with the Emperor and Fighting for the Princess. Behind the beaded curtain and tulle, a red dress was faintly visible. As soon as Nan Yang finished speaking, the princess's voice came, "No need." The eyes in the hall all peeked over cautiously. Prince Gray of the Great Mongol Empire looked inside with fiery eyes and said in a rough voice, "Your Majesty, why don't you let the eldest princess come out to see us? I heard that the eldest princess grew up on the battlefield. She is as brave as men and braver than us men. Why should she hide in there like a little woman now?" Nan Yang smiled and said, "Prince Gray, please be patient. When the time comes, the royal sister will come out naturally." Then, his eyes flashed again and said, "So, in the next poetry competition, if the first talent of your country can win 3 games in a row, I will let the royal sister come out to meet the distinguished guests. How about it?" The prince of the Great Mongol Empire immediately raised his fist and said, "It's a deal." Then he turned to the burly young man behind him and said, "Su Tu, it's up to you." The burly young man smiled confidently and said, "Fifth Prince, rest assured, I will make you get what you want." Gray laughed without any scruples when he heard it. The members of the Great Yin royal family sitting opposite, as well as those meritorious ministers, all frowned slightly, and some of them showed anger in their eyes. Behind the beaded curtain, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the Red Shadow. The Queen Mother frowned when she heard the words, and seemed to want to say something to the outside, but she held back. She looked at the girl beside her, reached out, and held the cold little hand in the red sleeve, and whispered, Huiyue, born in the imperial family? You can't help yourself. And the emperor can't refuse. And they also came with full sincerity today. Don't be angry. Nandong Huiyue's face was calm. His eyes looked outside. And he didn't speak. The other hand in the red sleeve slowly clenched. Nandong Yang looked at the audience, raised his wine glass, and said with a smile, then, I will toast to everyone first. After this glass of wine, let's start. At this time, the third prince of Badan, Lamor, suddenly said, Your Majesty, the competition you are talking about is the competition between the literati of our 5 countries? No matter who wins 3 games in a row, he can meet the princess alone. Right? Nandong Yang smiled and said, Of course. It also includes our great Yin. No matter who wins 3 games in a row, even if our great Yin talent wins, he can meet the princess alone. The second prince of Baisong Kingdom, Lang Xiao, bowed and said, Your Majesty, just meet once? How long will this meeting be? Can the winner have a few drinks with the princess? As soon as this was said, the Queen Mother immediately said from behind, My Huiyue can't drink. Gray of the Great Ming Empire laughed and said, Queen Mother, I heard that in your great Yin. Men, women, old and young, all know how to drink. The eldest princess has been fighting on the battlefield for many years, and even men are ashamed of themselves. How could she not know how to drink? Queen Mother, don't worry. If my great Ming wins, the eldest princess only needs to accompany this prince to drink 3 cups. Lang Xiao of Baisong also laughed and said, If I Baisong wins, the eldest princess only needs to drink 3 cups. Lamor of Badan also bowed and said, It is indeed inappropriate not to drink when meeting. We will not embarrass the eldest princess. We just want to talk to the eldest princess. Drinking a few glasses of wine is also reasonable. The Queen Mother was about to speak, but the Emperor Nangongjiang smiled and said, Since all the princes have said so, I will not spoil their interest. So let's decide it this way. After that, he looked at the royal family members and ministers below the stage and said with a smile, Uncles, dear ministers, what do you think? The hall suddenly fell into silence. When the princess of Nandong County was about to speak, her sleeves hanging down were suddenly pulled by the prince of Nandong County, and she finally did not speak. The other princes, the princes, and the ministers all lowered their heads and remained silent. Many people showed hesitation on their faces, which was an insult to the eldest princess. But at this moment they all knew in their hearts that this matter was not only related to diplomacy, but also to, Your Majesty is asking them to make a choice in front of so many people. One of the ministers with gray hair hesitated for a moment, and just as he was about to stand up, the red figure behind the bead curtain suddenly said, Let's start. Nandong Yang turned his head, looked inside, and smiled. Sister, do you agree? Nandong Huiyue said lightly. Didn't you make the decision for me? Nandong Yang smiled. Sister, don't say that. The princes are too enthusiastic, and I can't refuse. But if sister doesn't want to, then forget it. I will naturally obey sister's wishes. The inner room was quiet for a few breaths. Nandong Huiyue said lightly, Let's start. Nandong Yang smiled. Okay. Then listen to sister. Let's start. Then he looked at the Deyin talents in the corner and said, Come here and stand under me. You represent the literati and talents of Deyin. So this time, you must perform well. Yes, Your Majesty. The 3 Jiangnan talents and the 2 Yijing talents and women immediately came out from the corner, lowered their heads, and stood respectfully at the bottom of the steps. Nandong Yang looked at the 5 people again, then raised his wine glass and smiled at the princes. Come, I will toast you first. The princes immediately picked up the wine glass and drank it all. Nandong Yang finished the wine, pondered for a moment, looked at the wine glass in his hand, and said, I am not as talented as you talented people. Let's take wine as the first question. Poetry, songs and essays are all fine. Wine is the topic. Everyone started thinking immediately after hearing this. Prince Gray of the Great Mongolian Empire looked at the burly man named Su Tu behind him with a sharp look and ordered, Think carefully and make the best one. At this time, Lu Sansi, the first talented man in Danjiangnan, seemed to have a draft in mind. But at this time, the distinguished guests must be given priority. At this time, Su Tu, the first talented man in the Great Mongolian Empire, immediately looked determined and said, I got it. Gray's eyes lit up, and he immediately urged, Read. Read quickly. Everyone looked at him. Su Tu raised his head slightly and recited aloud, a straw raincoat, a straw hat, a small boat, a 10-foot silk line, an inch-long hook, a song, a bottle of wine, and a man fishing alone in the autumn river. Good poem. Good poem. As soon as he finished reading, Gray clapped his hands and praised before he even understood the meaning. Although he was a warrior and didn't know much about poetry, he was naturally very confident in his literary talent as the most talented scholar in the world. After listening to it, the others thought about it for a while and nodded secretly. Nandong looked at the chief academician of the Hanlin Academy and asked, Lordly, what do you think of this poem? This academician of the Hanlin Academy was named Li Zhao. He was talented and famous when he was young. He was called the first talent in Yujing. Later, he passed the imperial examination and served in the Hanlin Academy. Naturally, he had a deep understanding of poetry. Upon hearing this, Li Zhao immediately stood up and said, Your Majesty, this poem by Su Shi can be called an excellent poem. The first 2 lines of the poem are almost plain and simple. But once the last 2 lines come out, it immediately becomes full of meaning and amazing. Looking at the whole poem again, the 90 are cleverly embedded in it, expressing the artistic conception of the poem and the picture exactly. If you savor it carefully, you will find that these are used very appropriately and interestingly. The last line, a person fishing alone in the autumn river, is not only about fishing for fish, nor is it just about autumn. It is about a free and easy life, an unrestrained mood, and it can also contain many things. So this poem, seemingly simple, in fact, it is meaningful, and the more you chew on it, the more surprising it is. When Prince Gray of the Great Mongolian Empire heard it, he immediately smiled and gave a thumbs up, saying, It is still this lordly who has insight. This explanation has made this prince suddenly enlightened. Ha ha ha. At this time, the 3rd prince of the Badon Kingdom, Lamor, said coldly, Prince Gray, don't be complacent. We haven't read it yet. Gray sneered, looked at him, and bowed his hands and said, Then please. Lamor looked at a blond young man behind him and said, Bor. Read it. The young man named Bor pondered for a moment, and began to read it with a face full of affection. He recited, You know how strong the wine is only after you get drunk? And you know how deep the love is only after you fall in love. You can't drink my wine. Just like I can't dream your dreams after reciting this poem. Gray sneered again and said sarcastically, The poetry style of your country Badon is also unique enough. Lamer's face suddenly sank and said, Why? Gray, do you want to try my fist? Gray immediately clenched his fist and said with a defiant face, Will this prince be afraid of you? Seeing that the 2 sides were on the verge of a fight, Nandong immediately smiled and said, Okay. Okay. You are all my guests of Dian. Why are you so angry? If you 2 want to fight, you can do it later. There are plenty of opportunities. After that, he looked at Li Zhao again and asked, Lordly, what do you think of this poem by Bor? Li Zhao bowed and said, This poem by Bor is naturally excellent, which fits the characteristics of Badon folk songs. In just a few words, he expresses his love feelings vividly. But compared with Su's poem, the artistic conception is still a little worse. Lamor was a little unconvinced. And when he wanted to speak again, the talented man in the Baisang Kingdom also said, It is indeed Su Gongzi's poem. Which is better? The Prince of Gaoqi and the Prince of Lulan both nodded. Lamor snorted coldly this time and retreated. Gray was very proud when he saw this. Thinking he had won the game, he glanced at the other princes and said, It's your turn. The Prince of Baisang Kingdom howled, turned around and whispered a few words to a scholar behind him. Then said coldly, We give up this game. The princes of Gaoqi and Lulan did not expect to marry the eldest princess, so they gave up directly. Gray was even more proud when he saw this, and asked the 5-yin scholar standing at the bottom of the stairs, What about you? Are you also going to admit defeat directly? As the first talented scholar in Jiangnan, Lu Sansi had already written many poems with the theme of wine. So when the emperor said the topic, he immediately thought of it. It was only because of the host that he let the other party write first. He was angry when the prince of the great Mongol Empire was disrespectful to the eldest princess at the beginning. Seeing that the other party was so proud and looked like the only one in the world, he was even more angry. He immediately bowed to the emperor and said, Your Majesty, I will show you my ugliness first. Nandong smiled and looked at him and said, I think this poem by Su Kaizi is indeed very artistic. Just like what Li Aiqing said. It is a very good poem with a profound artistic conception. Mr. Liu, do you think your poem can beat his? I think it is unlikely. If you are not sure, try it in the second round. As soon as these words came out, the other talented people looked at each other, and the emotions that were eager to try just now were immediately suppressed. Chan Sun-waner also lowered her head. In this first round, Your Majesty wanted this talented man from the great Mongol Empire to win. But Liu Sansi has always been known as a madman. How could he bear such anger? He immediately bowed his hands and said, Your Majesty, I dare not say that this poem of mine is better than his. But at least it is not inferior to his. As for who wins and who loses, I believe that Lord Li and others will judge. After saying this, Nandong Yang still kept a smile on his face. He paused and said, Okay. Since you have this confidence, then you can read it. Liu Sansi bowed his hands, stood up, and looked at the prince of the great Mongolia Empire with a defiant look, and read aloud, The waves are intended to snow thousands of miles away, and the peach blossoms are silent in the spring. A pot of wine, a fishing rod. How many people are as happy as you? There was silence in the hall for a moment. The literati behind the other princes all nodded secretly. Prince Grey of the great Mongolia Empire sneered, This is plagiarism. Your poem also has 3 ones. And it is far worse than our poem. Liu Sansi did not refute. Nandong Yang smiled, looked at Li Xiao, and said, Lord Li, please give your opinion. Li Xiao bowed and said, This poem expresses the feelings of the painting, and uses the scenery to convey the meaning. Although the interest is not high, the leisurely and casual artistic conception is elegant, and can be regarded as a masterpiece among the poems and lyrics inscribed on paintings. Nandong Yang narrowed his eyes and said, Which one is better, Lord Li? This poem or Su Shi's poem? Li Xiao knew what he meant and knew that he should give the great Mongol Empire a face. So he bowed his head and said, After careful appreciation, Su Shi's poem is better. As soon as these words came out, Gray burst into laughter, and then looked at the red shadow behind the bead curtain unscrupulously, and said with fiery eyes, Princess, this first game was won by this prince. If this prince wins 2 more games, he can drink and chat with you. Princess. Ha ha ha. Nandong Yang also had a smile on his face. When he was about to announce that the great Mongolia Empire won the first game, a voice suddenly came from below, Your Majesty. Can I try it? The smile on Nandong Yang's face froze for a moment. And then he looked at him. In the hall, everyone looked over. Gray's eyes flashed with a sharp light. The red shadow behind the bead curtain also looked at him. Luo Qingshou, wearing a Confucian robe, stood alone in the corner, keeping some distance from the people in Nandong County Prince's mansion. At this time, he bowed his head and took the initiative to ask for a fight. The hall fell into a brief silence. Nandong Yang suddenly laughed and said, Who asked you to come in? I don't think I invited you in. At this time, the voice of the Queen Mother suddenly came from the inner room, Your Majesty. I asked Luo Qing to come in. Luo Qing is good at poetry, and he is naturally indispensable for this exchange with the distinguished guests. Didn't Your Majesty agree to let him come to the hall before? Nandong Yang paused, turned his head and smiled. So it was the Queen Mother who asked him to come in. So forget it. I just think he is too young. And it is enough to have the top talents in Jiangnan, and the first or second talents in Yujing. Queen Mother, he said, Luo Qing's talent may not be comparable to those of the others. Nandong Yang smiled, looked at the young man in the corner of the stage, and said, Luo Qing, I have just told all the distinguished guests in advance that I only selected these 5 people to compete with him. So I can't go back on my word. Luo Qingzhou raised his head and looked at him and said, Your Majesty just said that Your Majesty must obey the wishes of the eldest princess and listen to the eldest princess. Right? As soon as these words came out, the faces of the royal family members and ministers, and even the Queen Mother behind the pearl curtain, all changed. Nandong Meijia's face turned pale immediately. Nandong Shui, who was standing aside, turned her head and looked at him with sparkling eyes. The people from the 5 major sects also looked at him with different expressions. Nandong Yang, who was sitting on the dragon throne, remained smiling after a brief silence, saying, Yes, I did say that. Luo Qingzhou met his gaze, bowed and said, In that case, I, Luo Qingzhou, will fight on behalf of the princess. Then he turned his head to look behind the pearl curtain and said, Your Highness, is it okay? Behind the pearl curtain, a figure in a red dress looked at him quietly for a while, nodded slightly and said, Okay. Chapter 669, Luo Qingzhou. A man of integrity. In the palace, silence fell. Everyone's eyes secretly looked at the young emperor on the high platform. And they were silent. And Nandong, still smiling, seemed not to care. At this time, the Prince Gray of the Great Mongolian Empire suddenly sneered, looked at the young man standing in the corner with a bad face and said, "Who are you? Dare to speak wildly here? You fight on behalf of the eldest princess. Are you qualified?" Luo Qingzhou walked out of the corner, met his eyes, and said righteously, "Who are you? Dare to speak rudely in my great yin, and look down on my great yin men? You are a vulgar and barbaric person. And you also want to rely on a few poems that are as rotten as mud to humiliate my great yin goddess? Are you qualified?" As soon as these words came out, the great yin royal family and those ministers, as well as the 5 talented people from Jiangnan and Yujing, all secretly shouted in their hearts, "Good scolding." Even the queen mother behind the pearl curtain couldn't help but clenched her fist. Chang Sunwaner and Nandong Shui, who were standing by, looked at the young man in front of them with shining eyes. He was elegant in a Confucian robe, but he was upright and fearless of power. "How dare you?" Gray was furious when he heard this, and his robe suddenly swelled up with a swish. Who knew that at this moment, the royal family members, who had just been silent, suddenly stood up with a swish. Some ministers also stood up in indignation. Those royal family members and ministers who were still sitting, seeing this scene, all stood up immediately. Even the guards leaning against the corner of the wall took a step forward in unison, clenched their weapons, and stared at him with a fierce look. The people from the 5 major sects naturally stood up. At this moment, all the men of Dian in the hall stood up and protected the young man behind them. They had been angry about the arrogance and contempt of the prince of the Great Mongolia Empire, but because he was a distinguished guest, no one dared to speak out. Now someone took the lead, and those words touched their hearts, so they naturally couldn't help but burst out. "Prince Gray, this is my great yin, not your great Ming." A prince scolded with a cold face. Other princes and dukes, those respected old ministers, also scolded loudly. When Gray saw that he had angered the crowd, his heart trembled, and he hurriedly put away his momentum, stepped back a few steps, and returned to his seat. At this time, Prince Lamor of Badan Kingdom also laughed and said, "Prince Gray, do you think Great Yin is a vassal state of your Great Ming?" Prince Langshao of Baitsong Kingdom also sneered and said, "I think so too." Gray looked ugly and glared at the two of them. At this time, Nandong Yang, who was sitting on the dragon chair, quickly stretched out his hand and said, Okay, everyone sit down. Today is a good day for my great yin. The most important thing is that our guests are harmonious and happy." After the emperor spoke, the royal family members and ministers took their seats one after another, each of them still looking angry. Nandong Yang smiled, looked at the young man behind the row of seats, and said, "Luo Qing just said a few simple words, and let my uncles and ministers protect you together. It's not easy." Luo Qingzhou said neither servilely nor arrogantly, "Your Majesty, the princes and adults are not protecting me, but the dignity of Dayin, the face of all the ancestors, all the women, and all the people of Dayin." "Well said." Behind the bead curtain, the Queen Mother clapped her hands and praised. The royal family members and old ministers also nodded in praise. The muscles at the corners of Nandong Yang's eyes twitched, paused, and smiled. "Luo Qing is indeed well said." Then he said, "Okay, since Luo Qing is fighting on behalf of the emperor's sister, please go." Gray sneered, looked at the opposite side with a sneer on his face, and said, "This prince wants to see how much ability you can have in poetry." The hall gradually quieted down. Outside the hall, many people also saw the dispute, but did not know the specific reason. Behind the bead curtain, a figure in a red dress looked quietly at the figure outside. Bai Ling stood behind Nandong Meiju and looked at him quietly. The figure in blue from Lei Xiao's sect stared at him from beginning to end. "Have you not seen the water of the yellow river coming from the sky, rushing to the sea and never returning? Have you not seen the white hair in the mirror of the hall, which was black in the morning and turned into snow in the evening?" When the first 2 sentences came out, the 3 Jiangnan talents and the 2 Yujing talents, as well as Chang Sunwaner next to them, and even the Hanlin academician sitting in the seat, were all shocked and held their breath. When life is happy, you must enjoy it to the fullest. Don't let the golden cup face the moon in vain. I was born with talents that must be useful, and I will come back after spending all my money. When these 2 sentences came out again, Lu Sansi, the leader of the Jiangnan talents, couldn't help but clap his hands in praise, his face full of excitement. Even Li Jiao from the Hanlin Academy was excited and his face flushed. Cooking sheep and slaughtering cattle is fun. And you must drink 300 cups at the party. Bells, drums, and jade are not expensive. I hope to be drunk forever and never wake up. Luo Qingzhou stopped reading here. Everyone was so excited that they were all waiting for him to continue reading. They were silent and waited for him to continue reading. But after a while, he didn't say anything. Lu Sansi couldn't help but bowed and asked, Mr. Luo, is there anything else? Luo Qingzhou said, No, I've finished reading. All the literati were stunned when he heard this. Li Jiao from the Hanlin Academy couldn't help but stand up and said, Mr. Luo, does this poem have a title and a tune? Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, The title is Will Enter the Wine. But there is no tune. Will Enter the Wine? After listening to this, Li Jiao thought hard for a while, but couldn't find his theme in his memory. He bowed and asked, Mr. Luo created it himself? Luo Qingzhou said, I guess so. Hearing this, Li Jiao looked at him deeply again, nodded, and sat down. At this time, the prince of the great Ming Empire suddenly sneered and said with a face full of sarcasm, What self-created topic? If you can't write, don't come out and embarrass yourself. Although this prince is not good at poetry, he also knows that the rhythm of poetry, the length and tone of various sentences, have long been stipulated. Your random fabrication is simply a joke and a disgrace to your great yin. Luo Qingzhou looked at him and said, Since Prince Gray said so, please forgive me for making a few remarks. As far as I know, the earliest territory of your great Ming was only half the size of my great Yin Kyoto. Since your ancestors of the great Ming have already stipulated the previous territorial area, have drawn a map, and have instructed you to guard the territory on the map, then why do you continue to expand the territory and map? Prince Gray should not have learned the great Yin language when he was a child. And he has not come out to see other countries? Your ancestors should rarely come out. Right? Why do you want to break the rules and keep going out for diplomacy? If the prince thinks that some rule should not be broken, should not be innovated, should not be improved, if the prince thinks that the old rules should be followed, and the ancestors and previous rules should be followed, then how should you explain what you and your Ming are doing now? When these words came out, Gray's face suddenly darkened. But it was irrefutable. Good. Well said. At this time, Prince Duan Nandong could suddenly slap the table and praised, poetry, lyrics, and songs do have various rules. But they are changing with each passing day and are changing at any time. If you keep creating according to the old themes before and can't innovate yourself, what fun is there? The reason why my Yin is culturally prosperous is because it is all-encompassing and can accommodate all creations. As long as your creation is good and convincing, there is no problem even if you create a shit poem title and a CI tune yourself. The other princes beside him also nodded in agreement. The people of the 5 major sects also looked at the courageous and knowledgeable young man with admiration. Gray was furious and wanted to argue again. But Nandong Yang said, Li Aiqing, tell me, who wins the 2 poems between Luo Qing and Su Kaizi? Everyone looked at the academician of the Hanlin Academy. Upon hearing this, Li Jiao stood up and said respectfully, Your Majesty, I think that young Master Luo won the first round. Although I don't agree with the meaning of young Master Luo's poem, I cannot deny that this poem is absolutely a top-notch work. As soon as this was said, Gray immediately glared and said, Lordly, you just said that our poem is an excellent poem. They are all good poems. Why did he win? Li Jiao looked at him and said, Prince Gray, before young Master Luo's poem came out, Su Kaizi's poem was indeed an excellent work. But once young Master Luo's poem came out, Su Kaizi's poem was naturally like the light of a firefly compared to the bright moon. There is no comparison at all. Gray was furious when he heard this, and immediately looked at Nandong Yang on the dragon throne and said, Your Majesty, you are deliberately bullying me. I don't accept it. Nandong Yang smiled and said, Prince Gray, be patient. Li Hanlin will not bully people casually. Let's ask other people's opinions. Then he looked at the talents behind the other princes and said, What do you think? The talents of Badan, Baisong, Gaoqi and Luan all said, Of course, Mr. Luo wins. The Prince of Gaoqi praised him directly. Mr. Luo's poem has a magnificent beginning. The middle sentences are all golden words. And the ending is even more memorable. I am still savoring it until now. Nandong Yang looked at the burly young man named Su Tu behind Gray and smiled. Talented Su. Which one do you think is better? Your poem or Luo Qing's poem? Gray turned his head and stared at him gloomily. Although Zhu Tu wanted to lie, he also had the shame of a scholar. Seeing so many people staring at him, and many well-known talents watching him, he didn't have the face to lie with his eyes open. He lowered his head in fear and could only answer truthfully, Your Majesty, Luo Kaizi's poem is better. After saying this, Gray completely admitted defeat. Nanon Yang still had a smile on his face, and seemed to have no emotional fluctuations. He looked at a few people again and announced, Okay, this first round, Luo Qing won. Then he said, Oh no! It was the imperial sister who won. When he said this, his eyes looked at the young man standing next to the pillar, and a warm smile appeared on his face. And Luo Qingzhou's eyes were also looking at him. Chapter 670 Beauty Ode. Fairy-like in white. In the hall, there was a moment of silence. Nangong Yang suddenly turned his head and called to the side, Wei Qi. Eunuch Wei immediately bowed his head and said, Your servant is here. Nangong Yang handed over the Qiling jade in his hand, and said with a smile, Give this jade to Luo Qing. He won it. Yes. Wei Qi took the Qiling jade respectfully with both hands. Then, he lowered his head, walked down the steps, and handed it to the young man. He looked at the young man in front of him with gray eyes, and suddenly whispered, Mr. Luo, where did you bury the little girl called Huagu? Remember that night? It was my family who brought her into the palace. Luo Qingzhou's outstretched hand paused, and then a slap hit him hard on the face. This loud slap not only stunned Eunuch Wei, but also startled everyone else in the hall. When everyone was shocked and puzzled, Luo Qingzhou said coldly, Eunuch Wei, in this hall, His Majesty is here. The Queen Mother is here. All the courtiers, clan leaders, and distinguished guests are here. You are a disabled person. What qualifications do you have to scold me? If you want to scold, then scold. But why are you sneaking up to me and whispering to me? I got this piece of Qiling jade by my own ability, and His Majesty promised to give it to me personally. Do you feel dissatisfied? Who gave you the courage to speak dirty words here? As soon as these words came out, everyone looked at the eunuch Wei who was covering his cheek. Wei Qi immediately said angrily, I don't have what did you just say to me secretly? Luo Qingzhou asked righteously and sternly. Then he said, What can't you say in this hall? Do you want to hide it from His Majesty? Or from the Queen Mother? Or from other courtiers and foreign dignitaries? Wei Qi's face was gloomy, and he was about to speak. At this time, Nandong Ku, the Prince of Duan, who was sitting next to him, suddenly said, I can testify that Eunuch Wei was indeed talking secretly just now. I thought he was telling His Majesty something, but who knew that he was talking dirty? At this time, the Taoist master of Qingyun Temple, Yunshang, who was sitting not far away, also said, I also saw this Eunuch Wei whispering just now. Fairy Zixia of Lingxiao sect also said, I saw it too. At this time, even Prince Gray of the Great Mongolian Empire gloated and said, This prince is very curious about how Eunuch Wei cursed. Eunuch Wei, can you tell us so that we can hear the excitement? Wei Qi saw that the situation was not right, and saw that His Majesty's face sank, and he immediately knelt on the ground with a thump, kowtowed and said nothing. Nangong Yang said coldly, Apologize to Luo Qing, and get out. Wei Qi immediately turned around and kowtowed to the young man in front of him, saying, Mr. Luo, it is my fault. It is my bad mouth. Please do not bear grudges against me. Get out. Luo Qingzhou said calmly. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes, and the delicate figure appeared in his mind involuntarily. The scene of the beautiful woman's death that night. Wei Qi immediately stood up, lowered his head, and hurried out of the hall. Nandong Yang did not look at him more. From beginning to end, his eyes were fixed on the young man who had been protected by everyone. The hall fell into silence again. At this time, the Queen Mother's voice came from behind the beaded curtain, Your Majesty, let's start the second round. There is no need to ruin everyone's mood for such a small matter. Nangong Yang immediately smiled and said, What the Queen Mother said is right. It is indeed just a small matter. For that kind of disobedient dog slave, I will kill him directly after the banquet. There is no need to ruin your mood now. As he said that, he looked at Prince Gray and Larmor, raised his wine glass, and raised his glass to the people of the 5 major sects, smiling and saying, Come on. I will toast everyone again. Everyone immediately raised their wine glasses and drank them all. The abbot of the Golden Cicada Temple did not come. Only a few elders came, and they all knew Luo Qingzhou. At this time, They replaced wine with tea, and did not speak during the period. After everyone finished drinking, Nandong smiled and said, Prince Gray, how about you come up with the second question? When Prince Gray heard this, he immediately stood up and said, Thank you, Your Majesty. Then he thought for a while, and said in a rough voice, I am a vulgar martial artist, and I can't pretend like those scholars. I just say whatever I think. I came here today for your country's eldest princess. I heard that your country's eldest princess is not only very capable, but also beautiful. So for this second question, I will use beauty as the title. What do you think, Your Majesty? After these words came out, the hall was quiet for a moment. Nandong smiled and said, Very good. Love between men and women is human nature. Ancient scholars, and even emperors have written many poems on this topic. So there is nothing wrong with Prince Gray's topic. When Gray heard this, he immediately turned his head and looked at Su-Tu behind him, and said coldly, Is it okay? Su-Tu whispered, I have a draft in mind. Gray was immediately delighted, turned his head, looked at the others and said, Okay, let's use beauty as the topic. This time, you go first. The scholars immediately frowned and thought. With beauty as the topic, poems and songs can all be used. For these top talents, it is naturally not a difficult task. But in this court, under the watchful eyes of the public, with the Queen Mother and the eldest princess listening in the inner room, the works naturally cannot be too casual and frivolous. They must be carefully considered and polished, so as not to make people laugh and offend the nobles. Nandong raised his wine glass and said with a smile, Come on. Let's drink first, eat first, and wait for them. Everyone had been standing outside for most of the day and was already hungry. Hearing this, they all picked up their wine glasses and drank, then lowered their heads to eat the exquisite dishes on the table. Nandong Shiraway sat next to Prince Duan, holding a pig's trotter in her hand, chewing it with relish. After a few bites, she turned her head and looked at the young man behind her with puffed cheeks, and said incoherently, Luo Qingzhou, are you hungry? Do you want a bite? After saying that, she opened her little mouth and motioned him to come over and continue. Prince Duan on the side immediately turned her head away. Nandong Shiraway took a few bites and then lost interest. She stuffed the pig's trotter in her hand into Prince Duan's plate and said, Father, you eat it. Prince Duan not only did not despise it, but also smiled and said, My good daughter is so good to you. Who knew that when he was about to reach out to take it, Nandong Shiraway suddenly snatched it away and put it on her own plate, glancing at him and said, You wish. There is my saliva on it, and only my future husband can eat it. After that, she ignored him and started eating the roast chicken again. Prince Duan smiled and continued to smile. He was not angry. He just turned his head and looked behind him while she was eating. He whispered, Boy, stand away from me. Luo Qingzhou took a few steps back after hearing this. With beauty as the theme, he naturally had a draft in mind. And the first thing that came to his mind was Miss Qin's unparalleled figure and appearance. I still remember the first time I saw Miss Qin. She was boating in the lake. The green waves were rippling. The green lotus and red lotus roots were in a white dress, like a fairy descending from heaven. Thinking of that scene now, it is still vivid and clear, which makes his heart ripple. While he was in a daze, Bailing was standing behind Nandong Meiju, looking at him quietly, with a clear and deep eye, as if there was moonlight flickering. At this moment, Nandong suddenly said, Luo Qing, this time, you go first. Luo Qingzhou came back to his senses after hearing this, looked at him, and said with a bow, Yes, Your Majesty. Nandong smiled and said, Do you have a draft in mind? Luo Qingzhou said, Yes. Nandong smiled and said, Read it. Luo Qingzhou pondered for a moment. At this time, everyone's eyes looked at him. Gray sneered immediately, If you write that kind of unrhymed poetry again this time, this prince will not recognize it again. Luo Qingzhou looked at him and said, This is not a poem, but a short fu. Gray was stunned for a moment and said, What is a short fu? At this time, Su-Tu behind him whispered, This is a very ancient genre here, similar to the free poetry and prose of Badan, which pays attention to rhetoric and rhythm, and is mostly composed of parallel and parallel neat sentences. It can only be recited without restrictions. Okay. This prince knows. Gray was confused and interrupted him impatiently, looking at the opposite side with a cold look and said, You read? The hall was suddenly silent. Behind the bead curtain, a figure in a red dress was also quietly looking outside. Outside the hall, the noisy voices gradually became silent because of the silence in the hall. Then, a voice sounded. I once dreamed of entering a cave by mistake, seeing all the darkness, experiencing all the cold and warmth. And one day, I suddenly went up to the sky. So my spirit was moved and my mind was shocked. And my thoughts were scattered. I didn't notice it when I looked down, but I saw something different when I looked up. I saw a beautiful woman standing in front of the palace. Her figure was white like snow. Her skirt was like a butterfly. She was as graceful as a startled wild goose, and as gentle as a swimming dragon. She was as glorious as autumn chrysanthemums, and as luxuriant as spring pines. She was like a light cloud covering the moon, and fluttering like snow blown by the wind. Looking at her from afar, she was as bright as the sun rising in the morning glow. Looking closely, she was as bright as a lotus emerging from the green waves. When this paragraph came out, the whole hall was suddenly silent. The few talented scholars held their breath. Li Zhao from the Hanlin Academy even listened to it while writing down the words on the table with his fingers excitedly, as if he wanted to engrave it in his mind. When Luo Qingzhou recited the phrase white clothes like snow, the moonlight in Beiling's eyes became brighter. Nandong Meiju, who was standing aside, looked at him with resentment, and clenched his fists in his sleeves slowly. Lenghu Qingzhu, who was wearing a green dress opposite him, lowered his head slightly with a complicated expression, still listening, but his thoughts flew away to who knows where. She is as swift as a flying duck, as elusive as a god. She walks lightly on the water, and her silk stockings are covered with dust. She moves without a fixed rule, as if in danger or safety. She moves forward or backward at any time. She has a sharp gaze and a smooth face. She is silent, but her breath is like a faint orchid. She is so beautiful that I forget to eat. When Luo Qingzhou stopped reciting, the whole hall was still silent. At this moment, everyone seemed to be still immersed in the wonderful picture he had just described. In their minds, the figure of the beautiful woman, who was as beautiful as a fairy, was lingering. What's going on? At this time, Gray, who didn't understand it all, suddenly broke the silence with a rough voice. Then he turned his head and looked at Su Tu behind him, saying, Is this kid writing well? Su Tu slowly came back to his senses, and was stunned for a moment before nodding and saying, Excellent. He could no longer find other words to describe this masterpiece that will surely be passed down through the ages. Gray frowned and said, Can yours beat him? Su Tu immediately lowered his head, full of shame, and said, My work is like dirt compared to nectar, like candlelight compared to moonlight. There is no comparison. Your Highness, we lost this round. Gray was stunned for a moment. His face suddenly darkened, and he whispered, Waste. Su Tu lowered his head and plucked up the courage to say, Your Highness, this man is extremely talented and his writing is amazing. Let's admit defeat. You? Gray glared and raised his hand to slap him. But then he thought that this was not his territory and there were people from other countries watching. So he had to endure it and gritted his teeth and cursed. Waste. What a bullshit first talent in Dameng. He can't even compare to a random scholar from others. You have disgraced this prince. Su Tu bent down and lowered his head, without saying a word. His mind was still buzzing, and he couldn't help but fantasize about the figure in white clothes like snow, floating like a fairy. Wonderful. Absolutely wonderful. Indescribable. Wonderful to the extreme. So wonderful. At this time, the Prince of Gouchi clapped his hands excitedly, stood up from his seat with a red face, walked around in front, and kept repeating the few paragraphs in his mouth. He became more and more excited as he read, and looked like he was going crazy. Li Zhao from the Hanlin Academy was also immersed in his own world, gesturing on the table with his fingers and muttering to himself. The Jiangnan and Yujing talents were also impressed by this gorgeous and wonderful short poem, and their faces were full of aftertaste. Even Prince Duan couldn't help but applaud. Nandong Shirui, who was sitting next to him, pouted and said, What? It's just a pervert who drooled after seeing a beautiful woman, and sighed like a toad wanting to eat swan meat. Look how you guys are fooled. Prince Duan was stunned when he heard this. He frowned and thought about it carefully. It was really the case. He immediately slapped his thigh and praised, My daughter is still a genius. There was some confusion in the hall. At this time, the Prince of Lulan suddenly bowed and said, Mr. Luo, is the beauty described in this article really what you saw in your dream? Or is it your imagination? Luo Qingzhou paused, bowed and replied, I saw it in my dream. As soon as this was said, the faces of all the riders showed expressions of envy and jealousy. Such a peerless beauty. Even if I can see it in a dream, it is enough for this life. At this time, Luo Shang, the leader of Xianin Pavilion, suddenly said, I have seen such a beauty. When this was said, everyone was shocked and looked over. The Prince of Gaoqi was immediately very excited and said, Master Luo, have you really seen it? Where did you see it? Who is it? Luo Qingzhou also looked over. Luo Shang paused and said with a proud face, the saint of my Xianyan Pavilion is just as described in the article of Mr. Luo. Luo Qingzhou. Everyone heard it, and they were half believing and half doubting. When others wanted to ask, Nandong Yang suddenly laughed and said, it's just a fictional article. Why do you take it seriously? Even if there is such a peerless beauty in this world, it is not in this world, but in the fairy palace. Well, Luo Qing has finished reading. What about the others? There was a silence in the hall. The princes of Gaoqi and Lulan directly admitted defeat and were convinced. After the princes of Badan and Baitsong said a few words to the talented scholar behind them, they also admitted defeat with an ugly face. In this case, there is no need to compete anymore. Nandong Yang looked at the young man in the audience and said with a smile, it seems that my sister doesn't need to come out to meet guests. Luo Qing, you have made great contributions. If you want the sister to reward you, just tell me. The sister is listening in the back. Luo Qingzhou glanced at him, then looked behind the bee curtain, bowed his head and said, I hope your highness will not forget your original intention. There was silence behind the bee curtain for a few breaths. Then, the red shadow slowly stood up and said lightly, Mr. Luo, since you won, come in. I will drink a few cups with you in the back garden and talk by the way. As soon as these words came out, Gray and others in the hall were jealous. Nandong Yang on the dragon chair still kept a smile on his face, looking at the young man in the audience. Without saying a word, Luo Qingzhou did not hesitate, and walked straight to the inner room in full view of the public. The muscles at the corners of Nandong Yang's eyes suddenly twitched. Chapter 671 Leaving. Red sleeves and white hands, personally moving the beaded curtain. Luo Qingzhou lowered his head, looked at the ground, and walked in without looking around. In the hall, there was silence. Nandong Yang, who was sitting on the dragon throne, seemed to have lost the smile on his face. From the inner room came the voice of Luo Qingzhou paying respects to the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother said, Go. Then she shouted to the outside, Water. You go and serve together. Yes, Queen Mother. Chansun Water also followed. After a while, the hall regained its lively atmosphere, as if nothing had happened just now. In the back garden, green trees, flowing water, and blooming flowers. In the pavilion surrounded by pools, Nandong Huiyue, wearing a fiery red dress, sat down in front of the stone table and stretched out her hand and said, Sir, please. Luo Qingzhou sat down opposite the stone table. Nandong Huiyue picked up the teapot, poured a cup of tea herself, held it in both hands, handed it to him, and said softly, Thank you, sir. Luo Qingzhou took the teacup and said, It's my duty. Chansun Water stood at the railing outside the pavilion, looking at the goldfish swimming in the pond, wondering what she was thinking. Nandong Huiyue picked up the teapot again and poured herself a cup of tea. After a moment of silence, she said, Sir, you are too impulsive. Luo Qingzhou took a sip of tea and said calmly, A gentleman will die for his confidant. Your Highness has never looked down on me because of my status as a bastard and a son-in-law, and has saved me and the Qing family from danger several times. How can I watch your Highness being humiliated? Nandong Huiyue looked at him quietly for a while, smiled faintly, and said, So? You don't want to take the exam? Luo Qingzhou said, It doesn't matter to me whether I take the exam or not. What does it matter? Nandong Huiyue picked up the teapot, poured some tea into his cup, looked at him and said, That's not necessarily true. If you pass the exam and become the top scholar, you might even be my consort. As soon as these words came out, Luo Qingzhou's face changed, and he lowered his head and said, Qingzhou would never dare to have that kind of thought. Nandong Huiyue smiled slightly, put down the teapot and said, Yes. You have a peerless beauty in your family, white clothes like snow, skirts like butterflies, graceful like startled swans, and gentle like swimming dragons. So naturally you don't like me. Luo Qingzhou's face froze for a moment. At this time, Chansun Water outside the pavilion was suddenly shocked, turned her head and looked at them. and couldn't help asking, Your Highness, is there really such a peerless woman in this world as described in Mr. Luo's article? Nangong Huiyue paused, and said lightly, No. Chan Sun Waner was slightly startled, lowered her head, and dared not ask again. The pavilion was quiet for a moment. Nangong Huiyue was about to speak when she suddenly raised her head and looked at the flower bed not far away. There appeared an old eunuch, bending over with his head down, holding a pair of large scissors in his hand, carefully trimming the flowers and plants. She took a look, retracted her gaze, and said, Sir, the next part may be the martial arts competition. Do you still want to watch the fun? Before Luo Qingzhou could answer, his feet under the table were suddenly stepped on lightly. The princess said again, You have been standing for a day, so you should go back and rest. I will help you tell the Queen Mother and His Majesty later. Luo Qingzhou said, Yes, Your Highness. Nangong Huiyue said, The competition later should be exciting, and I should fight in person. As she spoke, her fingers gently moved on the table. Leave as soon as possible. Luo Qingzhou looked at the words on the table, stood up and said, I am indeed a little tired, and I have to go back to rest. Your Highness, I wish you a successful start. Nangong Huiyue nodded, looked at the young man outside the pavilion, and said, Water, you send the master and his family out of the palace. Chan Sun Water bowed and said, Yes, Your Highness. Luo Qingzhou bowed and left the pavilion. Nangong Huiyue's eyes looked at the figure in front of the flower bed again. Luo Qingzhou followed Chan Sun Water out of the garden, through the corridor, and came to the seat in the front yard of the palace, where he found Qin Wenzheng and the others. At this time, Qin Wenzheng was whispering with Qin Chuan. Song Ryue was eating while stretching her neck and looking into the palace. Seeing that Bailing had not come out yet, Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said to Chan Sun Water beside him, Miss Water, can you help me call out my maid? That one Chan Sun Water smiled slightly and said, Master Luo, Water knows who it is, but she doesn't look like your maid. As she said that, she quickly walked into the palace. Luo Qingzhou took this opportunity to quickly walk behind the Qin family and patted Qin Chuan on the shoulder. Qin Chuan turned around and saw that it was him. He was stunned for a moment and said, Qingzhou, didn't you go into the palace? When did you come out? Qin Wenzheng and Song Ryue also turned their heads and looked at him. Luo Qingzhou whispered, The situation has changed. Let's leave the palace quickly. Qin Chuan was full of doubts. Qin Wenzheng heard this, almost without any hesitation, and did not ask more questions. He immediately stood up and said, Let's go. Seeing that his face was not right, Song Ryue did not dare to say anything more, and quickly took out a handkerchief to wipe her mouth and hands. In the hall, there was a lively debate, and everyone was very enthusiastic about participating. Chan Sun Water entered from the side door, followed the palace maids who were serving dishes and pouring wine, passed behind the seats, and gently touched Bailing's sleeve. Bailing looked at her and immediately understood. The two of them walked one after the other, passed through the back of the guests, and quietly left the hall. Nandong Shui wanted to follow her out, but was tightly grabbed by Nangong Meijia on the side. Hey, son-in-law, didn't you just go in? How come you came out so quickly? It's not even a cup of tea. After Bailing came out, she was surprised to see Luo Qingzhou. Luo Qingzhou ignored her and led the Qin family, followed Chan Sun Water, and went out of the door. There were guards standing at the door, but they only strictly checked those who went in, and those who went out would be allowed to go. And Chan Sun Water was leading the way. Of course, Luo Qingzhou's current identity also allowed him to enter and leave the palace freely. The group left Chongming Palace and walked through a long alley, finally reaching a place with few people. Qin Chuan finally couldn't help asking, Qingzhou, what's going on? Why are you in such a hurry to leave the palace? Luo Qingzhou said, I offended a few eunuchs, and they want to plot against me. Qin Chuan was stunned when he heard this, and said, That's it? I thought it was a big deal. Luo Qingzhou looked at him and said, The first eunuch is called Li Gui, who grew up with the emperor and is now the emperor's personal eunuch. The second eunuch is called Wei Qi, who grew up watching the emperor and is very trusted by the emperor. Qin Chuan. Song Ryue was terrified and said, Qingzhou, as the saying goes, it's easy to see the king of hell, but hard to deal with little ghosts. Why do you always offend people close to the emperor? When you suddenly slapped that eunuch at home, we were scared to death. Now why are you? Shut up. Qin Wenzheng suddenly interrupted her and said with a gloomy face, Speak less. Song Ryue glanced at Chon Sun-wonner in front of her, and had to shut her mouth in grievance. Chon Sun-wonner took a few people on a carriage and left the palace unimpeded. Of course, she could only send them outside the palace. The carriage stopped on the road outside the palace, and Luo Qingzhou got off the carriage with everyone from the Qin family. Before leaving, Chon Sun-wonner couldn't help asking again, Mr. Luo, does the woman described in your article really exist? Luo Qingzhou hesitated for a moment and said, yes. Chon Sun-wonner's eyes lit up and said, who? Where is she now? Is she the saint of Xianyan Pavilion? Luo Qingzhou said, no. After speaking, he waved his hand and said, Miss Wonner, go back quickly. Chon Sun-wonner saw that he was unwilling to say, and did not dare to ask more. So she could only say unhappily, well, Mr. Luo, take care. Take care. Luo Qingzhou left with the Qin family. When the group walked to the street, Luo Qingzhou immediately said to Qin Wensheng and the other two with a solemn look, father-in-law, mother-in-law, second brother, I just offended not only the eunuch in the hall, but also the emperor. After this banquet is over, the emperor will definitely not let me and the Qin family go. When these words came out, Song Ryue's face turned pale with fear, but Qin Wensheng's face did not change. Because of this matter, Luo Qingzhou had already prepared them mentally. Luo Qingzhou continued, so now, we have to take advantage of the 3-day banquet to leave the city as soon as possible and hide outside for a few days. I will take care of the things here. Father-in-law and mother-in-law, you go and close the shop now. Dismiss all the people in the shop. Give them more money. And take Xiao Dao and the others home quickly. Second brother, go to find the eldest brother and tell him alone about the current situation. Be sure to tell him the most serious one. Bai Ling and I will go to West Lake to find the eldest and second ladies. In the evening, we will gather at the Qin mansion and leave at night. If it is later, it may be too late. Hearing this, Qin Wensheng immediately took Song Ryue to the clothing store in a hurry. Qin Chuan also left in a hurry. Luo Qingzhou took Bai Ling to hire a carriage and drove towards the outer city. At this time, the streets were crowded and the carriage was moving very slowly. Luo Qingzhou glanced at Bai Ling on the other side, and took out the message from his sleeve in front of her, and sent a message to the princess, we are preparing to leave the city. Bai Ling blinked her big eyes and asked, son-in-law, what is that? Luo Qingzhou perfunctorily said, practice calligraphy. Do you want to practice calligraphy? Bai Ling immediately lost interest when she heard it, and said, my handwriting is already very beautiful. There is no need to practice. At this time, the message came back. Xiao Meijiao, you are so brave. I am scared to death by you. You dared to confront His Majesty in front of so many people. You are dead. Run quickly. The farther the better. Don't come back. Luo Qingzhou, it's not just because of the princess. I was tricked into going to the imperial garden before, and was almost framed. The emperor had long wanted to kill me. Xiao Meijiu, then leave quickly while he has no time to care about you. I'm fine. I will refuse the marriage. If I can't refuse, I will act crazy and throw lime on the spot. Who wants a bad woman who throws lime at every turn? Luo Qingzhou, Xiao Meijiu, no. They are going out to compete. By the way, your uncle just left. Did he go to find you? Luo Qingzhou, no. Xiao Meijiu, one more question. Are you obsessed with your sister-in-law? Luo Qingzhou, no. Xiao Meijiu, no. Didn't you write that article based on her? Others don't know. But I don't know. Luo Qingzhou, I just admire. Xiao Meijiu, appreciate the peerless beauty and figure of your sister-in-law. And write a poem about beauty for her? Luo Qingzhou, princess. No more words. I want to run for my life. Xiao Meijiao, I order you to change the 4 words white clothes like snow. Luo Qingzhou immediately obeyed, okay. Princess's appearance is like a rosy cloud. The skirt is like a flower, as graceful as a startled swan, and as gentle as a swimming dragon. Okay. Xiao Meijiao, okay. Run for your life. Luo Qingzhou put away the communication disc and did not reply. At this time, Bai Ling, who was sitting opposite, was staring at the communication disc in his hand quietly with her eyes wide open. Luo Qingzhou looked at her, deliberately handed over the communication disc in his hand and said, here, I will teach you to practice calligraphy. Bai Ling glanced at him and turned her pretty face away. At this time, the communication disc suddenly lit up, and a line of message appeared on it. Chapter 672, Gods will kill gods. Buddhas will kill Buddhas. Swoosh. Luo Qingzhou immediately retracted it. But at this time, Beiling's eyes also looked over. Luo Qingzhou explained calmly, "This is the calligraphy practice book that my son-in-law spent a lot of money to buy. You can set a time to remind my son-in-law to practice calligraphy." It just lit up. Just to remind me that I should practice calligraphy. Bai Ling looked at him and didn't say anything. Luo Qingzhou didn't have time to care about her and immediately opened the message. "Zhu Zhu, where are you?" Luo Qingzhou replied, "Prepare to send my family out of the city." "Zhu Zhu, to Yunmu River?" Luo Qingzhou, "Yes." "Zhu Zhu, oh." Luo Qingzhou, "Uncle. Take me to the palace later." "Zhu Zhu, do you dare to go in?" Luo Qingzhou, "Why not?" "Zhu Zhu, then I will wait for you at the Shirley Pavilion outside the city." Luo Qingzhou, "Okay." After replying the message, he thought about it and sent another message to Longer. "I will send my family there later. Remember to pick them up by the river and send them to a yard by the river. I have something else to do and will go there later." Then he clearly described the specific location of the yard and the surrounding environment. The message was quickly replied. Longwa looked very happy. "Okay. Sir, Longwa will definitely take good care of them." Luo Qingzhou, "Remember to wear shoes. Talk less. Just say you are the sister of a friend of mine. And say that it is inconvenient to disclose other information. After sending them there, you will leave. Remember not to scare them. They are all ordinary people. Also, wear simple clothes and cover your face better." Little dragon girl, "Sir, why do you have to cover your face? Doesn't Longwa look ashamed to see your family?" Luo Qingzhou, "On the contrary. Because you are so beautiful. You can tell you are from an aristocratic family. I am afraid they will suspect me. My wife is very smart. You must be careful. And my mother-in-law will be especially vigilant when she sees a woman I know." Little dragon girl, "Okay. Longwa knows." Luo Qingzhou reminded her again, "Remember. Talk less." Little dragon girl, "Sir, if Longer completes the task well, what reward will you give Longer?" Luo Qingzhou, "What reward do you want?" Little dragon girl, "Of course Longer wants to do that with you. But you will definitely not agree. Then let's settle for the next best thing. Longer wants to kiss you for at least one stick of incense. Okay?" Luo Qingzhou, "What's so delicious about saliva?" "It's disgusting." Little dragon girl, "Sir, if my sister lets you eat her saliva, will you still feel disgusted?" Luo Qingzhou, "No more talking. I will give you a reward when I get there." Little dragon girl, "Well, Longer will wait for you." Luo Qingzhou held the communication treasure, closed his eyes, thought for a while, then opened his eyes and sent another message to Sister Yu. "Sister Yu, I am moving to the bank of Yumu River. You can find me there." After sending it, he put away the communication treasure and looked up. Bailing was leaning back with her eyes closed, and seemed to have fallen asleep, waking up early in the morning and standing for nearly a day. How could she not be tired? This girl was much less tired today. The carriage was bumpy, and her body was shaking. Even when she was asleep, she still looked so beautiful and lovely. Luo Qingzhou stood up and sat beside her. He stretched out his arm and held her slender waist from behind, letting her sleep on his shoulder. He also tilted his head and pressed it against hers, closed his eyes, and held her small hand with his other hand, thinking about something. The carriage was silent. Bailing's long eyelashes trembled a few times, and 2 blushes quietly appeared on her pink cheeks. Luo Qingzhou smelled the fragrance of flowers on her body, and his mood soon calmed down. The carriage carried the 2 of them out of the inner city and headed towards the West Lake. It drove for a while. Bailing suddenly opened her eyes. The moonlight in her eyes had faded away. She was quiet for a while, pouted her lips, and looked to the side and said, "Stinky son-in-law, you are taking advantage of me again." Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes and looked at her pretty face, smelled the fresh flower fragrance on her body, and saw her pouting mouth. He couldn't help but lower his head and kiss her mouth, saying, "How could it be secretly? It was obviously open and above board." "Humph!" Bailing snorted, quickly broke free, wiped her mouth with her sleeve, and then asked, "Son-in-law, are we going back? Home?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Go to West Lake to find the eldest and second young ladies. We were talking just now. Didn't you listen carefully?" Bai Ling yawned and said, "I'm so sleepy. How can I have the energy to listen to you?" Then he hurriedly said, "By the way, son-in-law, don't go to West Lake. The young lady said this morning that she would not go to West Lake. The second young lady should not go alone. They should be in the mansion now, When Luo Qingzhou heard it, he immediately said to the driver outside, "Old sir, go to Maple Leaf Alley." The driver outside agreed and turned the horse's head quickly, seeing that the girl next to him was still secretly moving her, but toward the outside. Luo Qingzhou immediately snorted coldly, grabbed her, forcibly carried her over, put her on his legs, and hugged her from behind. Bailing twisted and struggled, whimpering, "Bad uncle, let me go!" Luo Qingzhou ignored her, grabbed her hands from behind, hugged her slender waist, buried his cheek in her hair and neck, and said, "Bailing, we are moving to a very desolate and shabby place, and it may be dangerous. Are you willing to go?" Bailing pouted and said, "No." Luo Qingzhou said, "Uncle knows that you are definitely willing. No matter how hard and broken it is there. As long as you are there, little Bailing will be happy. Right?" Bailing whimpered. No. No. I don't want to suffer with the bad uncle." Luo Qingzhou bit her little ear and said, "Say you are willing. Woo-woo. Say it or not. Uncle's hands are itchy. Woo-ah. I am willing, aunt. Uncle, don't bully Tutu." Not long after, the carriage crossed the street and stopped at the entrance of Maple Leaf Alley. Luo Qingzhou took Bailing, who was blushing, out of the car, gave her silver, and walked quickly into the alley. "Son-in-law, wait for me. Humph. After bullying me, you start to ignore me. You bad guy." Little Bailing pouted and chased after him angrily. When the two returned to the mansion, they saw that Miss Qin Er and Miss Qin De were at home, and they were both in the Meixian garden. Xia Chan, holding a sword and wearing a light green dress, was standing motionless outside the door. When she saw the two people coming back, she turned her pretty face away. Luo Qingzhou passed by her, reached out and touched her head, and entered the courtyard without having time to talk to her. In the courtyard, Miss Qin, wearing a snow-white dress, was sitting at the stone table, quietly flipping through a book. Even if it was just a silhouette, it was breathtakingly beautiful. Miss Qin was sitting next to her weakly, talking in a low voice. Luo Qingzhou looked at the beautiful sisters and felt a little uncomfortable when he thought of the days of being homeless in the future. But he did not regret what he did today. If it weren't for the eldest princess, the Qin family would have ceased to exist when they were in Mo City. After coming to Kyoto, the eldest princess saved them many times, so he must repay this favor. "Hey, brother Qingzhou, why are you back so early?" Miss Qin Er showed a hint of surprise when she saw him coming back, but after seeing his expression, her brows suddenly frowned. Miss Qin De was still calm and was reading quietly. Luo Qingzhou said solemnly, "Miss Er, Miss De, go back and pack your things. Father-in-law and mother-in-law will close the shop soon, and we will leave the city soon." Miss Qin Er did not ask any more questions, and immediately stood up and said, "Brother Qingzhou, Weimo has packed the important things. Just take them. But your books. I don't want the books." After Luo Qingzhou finished speaking, he went straight into the house and said, "Miss Er, you go with Miss De to pack first. I'll go to the house to take a look." Miss Qin Er agreed, and with the help of Chior and Jur, she followed Miss De out the door and went to Lingshan Moon Palace. Luo Qingzhou entered the room and put all the things in the room into the storage ring directly. At this time, Xiao Dai walked in from the door and said, "Sir, are we leaving?" "Yes." Luo Qingzhou looked around the room for a while and directly put Miss Qin's dressing table, the soft couch in front of the bed, the beauty couch, the screen for bathing and clothes, etc. into the storage ring. Anyway, the space in the storage ring is large enough, so you can put anything you want. The whole room was emptied in an instant. "Xiao Dai, let's go to your room." Xiao Dai turned around and went to her room and said, "Sir, I only want clothes, and I don't need anything else." Luo Qingzhou helped her put away the clothes first, and then helped her put the sheets, quilts, cushions, tools for sewing clothes, things on the dressing table, and things in the drawers into it. "Xiao Dai, go help Chior and Jur pack up. I'm going to the exiled immortal residence." Luo Qingzhou gave an order and went out directly to the exiled immortal residence. There was nothing important in the exiled immortal residence, but those quilts, tables, etc. left many beautiful memories for him, Chan Chan, and Xiaodia's happiness, so he must take them away. When he finished packing and went out, he thought about it and walked towards Lingshan Moon Palace again. I wonder if the eldest lady and the others have a lot of things, especially Bailing. With so many medicines, would she be willing to leave them behind? Who knew that when he just arrived at the door of Lingshan Moon Palace, several people had already walked out of the house, and they had nothing in their hands? Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion. Where are the things? Miss Qin Er said softly. Xia Chan has a small purse, which is a storage space, and all the things are in it. Luo Qingzhou looked at the girl who followed behind with surprise. She has a storage bag. How could he not know? He should know best what she has. Right? But at this time, he didn't have time to ask more, and said, Let's go. Let's go to the front to see if my father-in-law and mother-in-law are back. After about a cup of tea, Qin Wenzheng and Song Ryue took Qin Chuan and hurried back. Qin Chuan said, I didn't find my elder brother. I don't know where he went. After that, he went to the back to pack up. The gold, silver, jewelry and valuables in the mansion were all packed in his storage bag. Soon, everyone's things were packed, up and down. A total of 14 people gathered in the front yard. Qin Wenzheng didn't say anything nonsense about dividing the money and disbanding. Those who could follow him all the way from Machin to Kyoto were naturally loyal servants, who didn't want to leave. So he just said a few simple words and set off with everyone. There were 2 carriages parked outside the door. In order to conceal their presence, some cloth was placed in the carriages. He often went out of the city to buy cloth, so he could leave the city easily. Moreover, the inner and outer cities were crowded at this time, and the gatekeepers were eager for someone to go out quickly to relieve some pressure on them. Luo Qingzhou helped Miss Qin Er and got on the last carriage. Xiao Dai, Qior and Zhu also followed. Miss Xia Chan, Beiling, also got on this carriage. Although it was a bit crowded, there was enough space. Luo Qingzhou asked curiously, Isn't there another one called Xiao Ao? Why didn't I see it? Miss Qin Er said softly, I heard from my mother that Xiao Ao was picked up by her relatives in Kyoto a few days ago. She should live there for a while. She should be safer. Luo Qingzhou nodded and didn't ask any more questions. The carriage started to move. The people in the car were tightly together and swaying. Beiling couldn't help but say, Son-in-law, you just squeeze with us on purpose. Humph. Why don't you go to the front and squeeze with the master and the second son? Zhu, who was squeezed on the outside, also whispered, That's right. Luo Qingzhou said with a straight face, I squeezed with my wife. What's wrong? Beiling immediately opened her eyes and said, Son-in-law, do you mean that all the people here are your wife? Second Miss. You see, son-in-law is so greedy. Second Miss Qin. Qior and Xiao Dai couldn't help laughing. Luo Qingzhou ignored her. However, with a few words from this girl, the atmosphere in the carriage immediately became lively. And there was no sorrow and sadness of leaving home in a hurry. People have a home. At least they are all together. Right? 2 carriages drove out of Maple Leaf Alley one after the other, and soon arrived at the city gate. 2 rows of guards stood in front of the city gate, only checking those entering the city. For those leaving the city, not only did they not check, but they also urged them impatiently to get out quickly and not cause congestion. Just as the Qin family secretly breathed a sigh of relief and passed in front of the 2 rows of guards, a majestic cold shout suddenly came from the city wall. Wait! Stop the 2 carriages! As soon as the words fell, the 2 rows of guards immediately stopped the 2 carriages aggressively. Several guards walked in front of the horses and drew their swords, looking like a tiger. The hearts of the Qin family sank immediately. Luo Qingzhou gently held the hand of Miss Qin Er and looked outside through the gap in the curtains behind him. A cold light flashed in the depths of his eyes, and he comforted softly, It's okay. Don't be afraid. No matter who the other party is, he will send the person out today no matter what. Kill the gods and the Buddhas. Chapter 673 Big Brother. Sir! The guards surrounding the carriages all bowed their heads respectfully. A middle-aged man in armor came up with a team of soldiers and looked at the 2 carriages in front of him with scrutiny. He then asked with a sullen face, Why let them pass without checking? The captain of the guards said with a worried look on his face, There are too many people. The middle-aged man glared at him and said coldly to the drivers of the 2 carriages, Lift the curtains. We need to check inside. The driver was Butler Zhou and his daughter Qing'er. Hearing this, he hesitated for a moment and turned around to pull open the curtains. The middle-aged man walked to the first carriage, looked inside, and squinted his eyes and said, Where are you going? So late at night? Qin Wenzheng bowed and said, Sir, we are going to the dock and take a boat to visit relatives in Yangzhou. The middle-aged man frowned and said, Do you have a household registration certificate? Qin Wenjung immediately said, "Yes." As he said that, he took out the household registration document that he had prepared long ago and handed it over. The middle-aged man took it in his hand, looked through it carefully, and gave it back to him. He glanced at the carriage again and said, "Are there any strangers sitting inside?" Qin Wenjung smiled and said, "These are my family members." "So there are strangers." The middle-aged man looked at the carriage behind and asked, "Are you all leaving as a family?" Qin Wenjung explained, "My nephew got married in Yangzhou, and I just wanted to take my family out for a while. So the whole family went out." "Sir, you haven't heard that the whole family is not allowed to go out together, right?" The middle-aged man looked at the people in the second carriage again and said coldly, "After 3 days, you can go out at will. But not these few days. It's explained that you can't go out alone. How many people can leave the city? A family can only have 3 people at most. It is definitely not possible for your family of more than 10 to leave together. Now the inner city is full of nobles. Who knows if you have committed a crime and are preparing to flee with your family? Wait 2 more days." Qin Wenjung immediately took out a bag of silver from his sleeve and handed it over with a flattering face, saying, "Sir, please help me. It will be too late in 2 days. My nephew is getting married soon. It will be too embarrassing for me, the uncle, not to go by then." The middle-aged man glanced coldly at the things in his hand and said, "Rules are rules. No matter whether you will be late or not, you will definitely not be allowed to go out today. Go back and don't block here to affect others." The smile on Qin Wenjung's face gradually faded. Steward Zhou, who was driving the car in front, slowly grasped the reins in his hand and looked at the city gate in front. "What? Are you deaf? This official asked you to go back." The middle-aged man immediately shouted angrily, with the handle of the knife at his waist. But the 2 carriages were still parked there, motionless. Steward Zhou and his daughter Qinger both held the reins and whips tightly in their hands. The atmosphere suddenly became frozen. Bang! The middle-aged man immediately drew out the knife from his waist and shouted angrily with a gloomy face, "Get down." At this time, the guards on both sides and the soldiers behind him also drew out their weapons from their waists. For a moment, the atmosphere at the city gate was solemn and murderous. Those who entered and exited the city hurriedly left here. Qin Wenjung clenched his fists, glanced at Qin Chuan next to him, and just as he was about to speak, a familiar voice suddenly came from the road next to him. "What's going on?" Then, a young man wearing a Qilin costume and a golden sword on his waist came on horseback with more than 10 jinui. The gatekeeper saw the newcomers and immediately put away his sword and bowed, saying, "Commander, this family wants to force their way out of the city. I suspect they may have done something in the city and are eager to escape. So I am about to stop them." Qin Lang rode a tall horse with jinui and came closer. He looked at the people in the 2 carriages and frowned. With his eyesight, he naturally saw it from a long distance. And the people squeezed in the carriage were also looking at him quietly. Without saying a word, the atmosphere was strangely silent. Qin Lang suddenly turned his head and looked at the guard and said, "I know them. Let them go." The guard was embarrassed when he heard this. "Sir, the higher-ups have ordered. If something happens, I will bear all the consequences," Qin Lang suddenly said with a gloomy face. When the guard heard this, he knew that he couldn't afford to offend these jinui. So he had to wave his hand and said, "Let them go." The guards and soldiers surrounding the carriage immediately put away their weapons and retreated. Qin Lang looked at the familiar faces in the carriage. From beginning to end, he sat on the horse and didn't say a word. "Let's go!" In the carriage, Qin Wenjung said in a deep voice and pulled the curtain. "Go!" The 2 carriages drove out of the city gate one after the other. In the carriage, Song Ryua's sobbing could be heard faintly. Qin Lang rode his horse and stopped at the city gate for a while. Suddenly, he said to his men behind him, "Go to the south of the city first. I will find you later." "Yes, sir." The dozen jinui left immediately. "Go!" Qin Lang rode his horse and left the city quickly. 2 miles outside the city, the 2 carriages stopped there, as if waiting for him. Qin Lang looked at them with complicated eyes and rushed over. The people in the 2 carriages got out of the carriages and stood at the intersection looking at him. Qin Lang reined in his horse and stopped not far away. Without getting closer, Qin Chuan came over and said, "Brother, the emperor wants to kill us. You come with me. If you don't leave now, it will be too late." Qin Lang was silent for a while, shook his head, and said, "You go. I won't leave. Although I don't know what happened. I know that you must have reasons to leave. And I also have reasons not to leave. I am a Jinui. And I still have many cases to complete. This is my responsibility. Qin Wenzheng said angrily. Your responsibility is to protect this family. That is, to be filial. You are so loyal. Who can you be worthy of? Idiot. Song. Ryua also cried and said, Langer, come with us. The emperor will not let you go. Qin Lang looked at the two and said, Dad, Mother, this world belongs to Dian. It belongs to His Majesty. Where can we go? At this point, he said with a firm look. So, I can't leave. I will ask His Majesty what he wants. If you really made a mistake, I will make amends for you and let His Majesty forgive you. If His Majesty is unwilling to forgive, then let me take the blame for you. I am the eldest son of the Qin family, and this is my responsibility. You are a stupid ass. Stupid and stubborn. Qin Wenzheng couldn't help cursing. Qin Lang looked at Qin Chuan and said, Second brother, take good care of father and mother. He looked at Luo Qinzhou and said, Qinzhou, take good care of Weima and the others. The family depends on you. After saying that, he bowed deeply on the horse's back, then turned the horse's head and left quickly. Langer. Song Ryua cried heartbreakingly. Qin Wenzheng continued to curse. Qin Lang's eyes were red. He patted the horse, and soon disappeared at the city gate. In the evening, the sun set. The Qin family stood in the wilderness, adding to the desolation. Mother, let's go. Miss Qin helped Song Ryua, who was still wiping her tears, get on the carriage. Others also got on the carriage one after another. The two carriages continued to move forward. When they reached the location of Shirley Pavilion, Luo Qizhou got off the carriage and said to everyone, You go first. There are people there to meet you. I will go to the horse farm to meet a friend. And I will go there later. Miss Qin Air knew what he was going to do, and hurriedly said, Dad, Mom, let's go first. Qin Wenzheng glanced at the two of them, without asking any more questions, and ordered the carriage to continue moving forward. Luo Qinzhou stood outside the pavilion, watching the two carriages gradually go away, then turned around and looked at the woods next to him. Lenghu Qinzhu, dressed in green, led the horse and slowly walked out of the woods. Luo Qinzhou took out the mask and put it on his face as if no one was around, and then took out the black robe and put it on, and suddenly transformed into a warrior with ordinary appearance and powerful momentum. Linghu Qinzhu stopped beside him and looked at him calmly. After he finished his disguise, he asked, You finally got out? Why do you have to go back? It doesn't matter if you don't go. I will explain it to the ancestor in person when I go back. Luo Qinzhou looked at her and said, It's not because of the sect. Linghu Qinzhu said lightly. Then why? Princess? Luo Qinzhou was silent for a while, and said, There are others. Linghu Qinzhu thought for a while and said, That princess? Luo Qinzhou did not answer, but walked to the horse and said, Uncle, do you sit in the front or the back? Linghu Qinzhu looked at the horse's back and said, Is there any difference? She has always ridden alone, and has never ridden with two people, so she naturally doesn't understand the taste of it. Luo Qinzhou said, Of course there is a difference. If you sit in the front, you are sitting in my arms. If you sit in the back, I am sitting in your arms. Linghu Qinzhu immediately said, Then I will sit in the back. How can I, the master of Jianfeng, sit in your arms? Luo Qinzhou said nothing more, climbed onto the horse, and reached out to pull her. Linghu Qinzhu did not touch his hand, but jumped up lightly and sat behind him. Go! Luo Qinzhou grabbed the reins and slapped the horses but hard. The horse immediately ran. Linghu Qinzhu shook his body and subconsciously reached out to grab his clothes. After grabbing for a while, he stretched out his arms and hugged him from behind. Luo Qinzhou immediately said, Uncle Master, you can't hug me. You are the master of Jianfeng Peak. How can you hug a male disciple in broad daylight? Linghu Qinzhu not only did not let go, but also tightened his waist. At the same time, he pressed his body against his back and said lightly, I have played with it before. Are you still afraid of hugging? Who dares to say anything? Luo Qinzhou. By the way, Uncle Master, did you have an attack when you were practicing in the cave last time? You suddenly fainted. And hiss. Before he finished speaking, he felt a sharp pain in his waist. He immediately took a breath and closed his mouth. After a while, Linghu Qinzhu finally let go and said coldly, You wait. Luo Qinzhou stopped joking and said, Uncle Master, I want to ask, Can I kill someone in the duel later? Ling Hu Qingju said, no. Luo Qingzhou said, fists and feet have no eyes. What if I accidentally kill the other person? Ling Hu Qingju was silent for a while, and said, then forget it. Luo Qingzhou nodded, suddenly turned his head, kissed her tense cheek, and said, okay, Sister Qingju. Ling Hu Qingju froze immediately. Chapter 674. His name is Chu Feiyong. In the evening, in the martial arts training ground outside the Chongming Palace of the Imperial Palace, two warriors were practicing martial arts on the martial arts stage. The stands next to them were full of people. In addition to the emperor, members of the royal family and ministers, there were also people from the 5 major sects, as well as princes from the 5 countries. Even the queen mother and the eldest princess came out under the cover of the gauze curtain. All countries are martial artists, and De Yin is no exception. Although De Yin has paid more and more attention to literati in recent years, it still focuses on cultivating warriors. In previous years, the Taikong Feast, the martial arts competition, has always been the most exciting part. And this year's martial arts competition should be even more exciting. Because this year, the 5 countries including the Mingbaden came with their political purposes. And they will definitely show their strongest strength to show themselves. At the same time, Luo Qingzhou also entered the palace unimpeded under the leadership of Ling Hu Qingju. The two came to the martial arts training ground and stood quietly behind the people of Ling Xiao's sect. Fairy Zixiao looked back, smiled slightly, and said, Feiyong, you are here. Luo Qingzhou said respectfully, yes, Master. Fairy Zixiao smiled and said, remember to perform well later. If you perform well, you may not have to marry the saint of Xianyan Pavilion, maybe you can directly marry the eldest princess. Luo Qingzhou said. Ling Hu Qingju raised his head and looked at the figure in the fiery red dress in the crowd opposite. At this time, the competition on the martial arts stage has been decided. Batu, the first warrior of the great Mongolian Empire, won. Of course, the first few competitions were all to liven up the atmosphere and add some fun. The real good show is still to come. Nan Dongyang praised, gave a glass of fine wine, and gave the reward, and then talked about today's business. I know that the princes have come to my Great Yin from afar, not only to congratulate my Great Yin event, but also to form a brother country with my Great Yin. I have received the kindness brought by several princes, and I am deeply gratified. After a series of high-sounding words, he said, however, the matter of marriage is not trivial. Although I am the ruler of a country, I cannot make a decision casually. This matter requires the Queen Mother, me, the court officials, and my royal sister to discuss together before making a choice. My Great Yin is a country founded on military power, and all countries also advocate military power. So today we will determine the number of places by martial arts competition, and then discuss and decide together. Before he finished speaking, Prince Gray of the Great Ming Empire immediately stood up and said, Your Majesty, in addition to my Great Ming, Badan, and Baisong Kingdom, are there any other people competing with us for the eldest princess? This remark was particularly vulgar and impolite, and the members of the Great Yin royal family and those ministers all looked unhappy. But thinking that this guy's character was like this, they could only give up. Nan Dongyang smiled and said, My sister doesn't have to marry outside the country. She can also recruit a prince consort in my Great Yin. The 5 major sects in my Great Yin should all be interested in this matter. Therefore, the 3 princes need to compete with them. At this time, an old monk from the Jinshan temple stood up, clasped his hands together and said, Amitabha, Your Majesty, I am only here to attend the banquet today. I am not interested in other things. As soon as the words fell, the Taoist Yunshang of Qingyan Temple also stood up and said, Your Majesty, my Qingyan Temple is the same. Luo Shan of Xianyan Pavilion also said, Your Majesty, my Xianyan Pavilion has no intention in this regard. The smile on Nan Dongyang's face froze slightly. At this time, everyone's eyes turned to the remaining 2 sects. The scene was quiet for a moment. Ma Chenzi, the head of Huashan sect, stood up and said, Your Majesty, my Huashan sect naturally dare not hope for such a good thing. But my eldest disciple Lin Yuan seems to have a special liking for the little princess of Nandong Junwang Mansion. And I hope your Majesty can help to tie the line. Nan Dongyang smiled and said, I will naturally help you with such a good thing. But the specific results depend on your own abilities. After all, my 13th uncle only has those 2 precious daughters. And you have to satisfy him. Ma Chenzi said respectfully. Of course. After speaking, He sat down and glanced at the young man behind him. The young man smiled and looked at the slender figure among the royal family members opposite him again. Nandong Yang looked at Fairy Zixia of Linshao's sect again and said with a smile, Fairy Zixia, are the disciples of your Linshao sect willing to compete with the princes? Fairy Zixia said lightly, since other sects are unwilling, then my Linshao sect will naturally take on this responsibility. Lest people think that there is no one in Diyin. Nandong Yang said with approval, okay. Just as he was about to speak, Prince Gray of the Great Mongolian Empire couldn't help it and jumped directly onto the martial arts stage. He looked arrogant and said aggressively, who wants to compete with me for the eldest princess? Come on! My fist is ready. Prince Lamor of Badon Kingdom was not to be outdone. He jumped up in a flash, with golden hair flying behind him. He sneered, Gray, my fist has been ready for you. The two were surrounded by strong winds, and their robes were fluttering. They were both at the level of great martial artists. Although they were both in the initial stage, with their status and background, there were really few people in the world who were more qualified to compete than them. Nandong Yang hurriedly persuaded the two princes, remember to stop when fighting, and don't hurt the harmony. Bang! As soon as the words were finished, the two had already fought. Gray was burly, with a beard on his face, his hair tied into many braids, and a colorful hat on his head. His fists were fierce, and his punches were like a mountain of waves, making the air boom. Lamor had blonde hair and blue eyes, a high nose bridge, a slender figure, and wore a bright slanted collar robe. His movements were extremely agile. He first blocked and evaded, but did not attack. After enduring the opponent's first wave of fierce attacks, he immediately began to counterattack. He majored in not only fists, but also leg techniques. With a sweep of his leg, a sharp whistle suddenly sounded in the air. The two fought back and forth for nearly half an hour, but still no one was the winner. Nandong Yang watched for a while with a smile on his face, then turned his head and looked behind him and asked, Royal sister, who do you think will win? Nandong Huiyue and the Queen Mother were both sitting behind the curtains, and did not answer when they heard it. Nandong Yang smiled and suddenly asked, what did the Emperor's sister talk about with Luo Qing in the back garden just now? Why didn't Luo Qing come to watch the competition and just left the palace? Nandong Huiyue said lightly, just ask him yourself. Nandong Yang smiled and said, of course I will ask. At this time, the Queen Mother suddenly said, Huiyue, do you like any of these people? Nandong Huiyue looked cold and said, no. The Queen Mother sighed softly and said, let's choose one. Bang! At this time, the competition on the stage finally decided the winner. Lamor, the Prince of Badon, was knocked off the martial arts stage by a punch. Although he was not seriously injured, he was in a mess. Gray stood on the martial arts stage, very proud, and laughed. Nandong Yang immediately smiled and said, it seems that Prince Gray won this round. Gray immediately bowed and asked, Your Majesty, if I win another round, can I meet the princess first? I came here with full sincerity this time, and I hope Your Majesty can also show some sincerity. Nandong Yang smiled and said, since Prince Gray is so impatient, I can't refuse any more. If the prince can win another round, I will arrange for you to meet the Emperor's sister. Gray immediately said happily, okay, with Your Majesty's words, I will fight hard in this second round. After that, he looked at the audience proudly and shouted, who else dares to come up and fight? This time, I will not show mercy like I did just now. The Prince of Baitsong sneered and did not respond. He seemed unwilling to go up now. At this time, a person suddenly walked out from behind the princess and said, Ying is willing to fight for Your Highness. I hope Your Highness agrees. The princess did not speak. Nandong Yang looked back and smiled faintly. Miss Ying, I hope you can understand your own identity. You are a servant, and you are not qualified to fight against Prince Gray on the stage. Ying didn't seem to hear his words, and bowed her head respectfully and said, Your Highness, I am willing to fight. A cold light flashed in Nandong Yang's eyes. At this time, Nandong Huiyue said indifferently, Ying, you step down. I will do it myself. After that, she stood up, and she didn't know when she had put on a red mask on her face. The red dress fluttered in the evening breeze. Nandong Yang's eyes flashed, and he smiled. It will be more exciting if the royal sister fights in person. I haven't seen the royal sister fight in person for a long time. I don't know how advanced the royal sister's cultivation is now. I will definitely feast my eyes today. Seeing this scene, Gray was immediately excited and said, the eldest princess is coming in person? Ha ha ha. I am honored. But at this moment, a figure suddenly jumped up and landed on the stage, saying, Your Highness, just sit down. My great yin is not without men. How can I let a woman like your Highness come out to fight? What's more, I will do it for you to deal with such a rough man. There is no need to dirty your hands. As soon as these words came out, everyone looked over. On the martial arts stage, there was suddenly a tall boy in black robes. The boy looked ordinary, but he had a very special temperament that was hard to explain. Even when standing with Prince Gray, he looked more extraordinary. Who is this person? Why have I never seen him before? Many people were puzzled. Nandong Yang took a look and frowned. When he was about to ask, the great elder of Lingxiao sect suddenly stood up and said, His name is Chu Feiyang, and he is the only disciple of the leader of Lingxiao sect. When this was said, everyone was secretly surprised. The disciple of the leader of Lingxiao sect? And the only one. This identity is self-evident. This is equivalent to the prince of a country. If nothing unexpected happens, he will even become the next leader in the future. When Nandong Yang heard this name, his eyes flashed. He only knew that Chu Feiyang was not simple and had a bright future in Lingxiao's sect. But he did not expect that he was the only disciple of Fairy Zixia. In this case, it is even more worthwhile for him to win him over. It turned out to be Master Chu. Nandong Yang said with a smile on his face, I have heard of Master Chu's name a long time ago. I heard that Master Chu performed brilliantly in this Lingxiao preliminary test. But I never thought that Master Chu was actually the beloved disciple of Fairy Zixia. So, Master Chu is here today for my sister. Right? At this time, Nandong Huiyue's eyes were also looking at the young man on the stage. Luo Qingzhou paused and said, Yes. Then he said, But I came up only to make these people give up their wishful thinking. Not to fight for the princess. Nandong Yang frowned slightly and said, Oh. Luo Qingzhou looked at the fiery red figure behind the curtain and bowed his hands and said, The princess is the goddess of our Great Yin. The goddess in the hearts of the people of Great Yin. And the national treasure of our Great Yin Empire. How can she be married to an outsider casually? And her life cannot be decided in this way. This is a humiliation for the princess. And it is also a shame for us people of Great Yin. I think that the princess's ideal husband, even if he is not the best in the world, should be chosen by herself, instead of being passively accepted in this way. This way, I and the thousands of people of Dian will never accept. So, today I come up to show these people, to the whole world, that not everyone is qualified to marry the goddess of Dian, unless you are the best in the world, unless the princess herself is willing. Otherwise, no matter who comes, my fist will not spare him. After these impassioned words, the scene suddenly fell silent. Everyone looked at him with different expressions. Behind the curtain, the red shadow was also looking at him quietly. At this time, Prince Gray, who was standing opposite him, sneered and shouted, Boy, you are so arrogant. You? Boom. Before he finished speaking, there was a sudden explosion. Deafening. Luo Qingzhou punched him and flew out. Chapter 675 Supporting the Princess. Bang! Gray flew down the martial arts stage and fell heavily to the ground. There was a moment of silence in the field. Your Highness! The faces of the people from the great Mongol Empire changed suddenly, and they rushed over in a hurry. Gray was not injured, and he was shocked and angry. He suddenly jumped up from the ground, roared, and jumped onto the martial arts stage again, cursing, Boy, today I will let you lie down. After that, the airflow around his body swirled. His long hair flew behind him, and his fist swish lit up 2 red fistlights, and his whole body's momentum suddenly surged. Die! He gritted his teeth and roared, stomped his feet on the ground, and then his burly body flew up, and his 2 huge fists boomed like 2 huge hammers. With a terrible sound, smashed to the opposite side. Boom! There was a loud bang. Like a thunder, a red fist light and a golden fist light suddenly exploded on the martial arts stage, bursting out a dazzling light. Gray's burly body flew out of the martial arts arena again, and then fell to the ground with a bang like a kite with a broken string. Your Highness! His men rushed over again in a hurry. Gray was stunned on the ground for a few breaths, and then suddenly jumped up. When he was about to jump onto the martial arts arena to fight, the first warrior named Batu immediately pulled him and whispered, Your Highness, that man's cultivation is in the middle stage of the great martial artist. You are not his opponent. It's better not to go up. Gray's face suddenly turned pale. He stared at it for a while, and suddenly turned his head and said, Batu, you go up and defeat him for me. Avenge me. Batu opened his mouth and wanted to speak. But Gray immediately said sternly, Go. Yes, Your Highness. Batu didn't dare to say anything more. He immediately turned around, jumped onto the martial arts arena, and looked at the boy opposite with a sinister look. Luo Qizhou looked at him and said, Are you also a prince of the Ming? Batu said coldly. I am Batu, a subordinate of Prince Gray. Not a prince, Luo Qizhou said. Then you are not qualified to come up. Batu sneered and said, Whether you are qualified or not, you will know after fighting. You humiliated my prince. And as the first warrior of the Ming, I, Batu, naturally have to seek face for my prince. Bang! Before he finished speaking, Luo Qingzhou's figure had already appeared in front of him strangely, and then punched his arm that was quickly blocked in front of his chest, and then took his arm and hit him heavily on his chest, knocking him out directly. Bang! This first warrior of the Ming also fell down under the martial arts stage in a mess without making a single move. Gray froze in place, and the muscles on his face twitched continuously. At this moment, a burst of cheerful laughter suddenly came from the stands. Nandong Shirui covered her stomach and laughed forward and backward, and Prince Duan beside her laughed along. The royal family members nearby also had smiles on their faces. They were naturally happy to see this arrogant and domineering prince of the Ming being humiliated. However, the expressions on the faces of many warriors were quite solemn. The speed and boxing skills of the young man on the martial arts stage were definitely not as simple as the cultivation of a mid-stage great martial artist. The people from the other four major sects had different expressions on their faces when they saw this scene. Lamor of Badan and Lang Shao of Baitsong looked at each other and did not dare to challenge. Gray and his first warrior could not even defeat this young man. So why should they go up and humiliate themselves? The scene suddenly fell into an awkward situation. It seemed difficult to continue the competition. In this way, wouldn't the things they had agreed with the Emperor of Dian be interrupted here? Several princes looked at the Emperor on the dragon throne, especially Gray, who felt that he was deliberately humiliated and was very angry at the moment. At this moment when the atmosphere was frozen, Nandong Yang suddenly smiled and said, Mr. Chu is very capable. He is indeed worthy of being the only disciple of Fairy Xixia. At such a young age, he has such a high level of cultivation. His future is limitless. Speaking of this, he looked up at the setting sun that was about to fall into the west, and said, But it's getting late today. So let's end the competition here and continue tomorrow. Everyone has been here for a day, and you should be tired. Go back and rest first. There will be singing and dancing performances in the evening, and I will send someone to invite you then. After that, he looked at the princes and smiled. Princes, wait a moment. I still have something to discuss with you. The people from the 5 major sects, the royal family, and the ministers all stood up and left. Everyone knew that the emperor had important things to discuss with the princes. It was originally planned to let the princes have fun on the martial arts stage, win a few games, make them happy, and then talk about state affairs. Unexpectedly, the development of things was beyond everyone's expectations. A young man who did not follow the rules suddenly appeared halfway. If we let this young man continue to make trouble, the princes will probably be offended. How can we discuss state affairs? Everyone left the martial arts training ground one after another, and under the guidance of the palace maids, they went to the residence that had been prepared for them to rest. The people of Lingxiao sect followed a palace maid and soon came to a small courtyard. Fairy Xixia took Ling Hu Qingzhu and Luo Qingzhou through the corridor and came to the garden behind. Before she opened her mouth to blame, Luo Qingzhou immediately apologized and said, Master, I was wrong. Fairy Xixia couldn't help but raise her eyebrows and said, What's wrong? Luo Qingzhou said, I shouldn't talk nonsense. I shouldn't give face to the prince of the great Mongolian Empire. I shouldn't deliberately ruin the emperor and everyone's interest. After listening, Fairy Xixia said slowly, It doesn't matter what else, but you shouldn't say that you are a supporter of the princess. You are my Lingxiao sect's direct disciple, and my only disciple. You represent the future of Lingxiao sect, and your identity is of great significance. My 5 major sects, from their establishment till now, have never taken sides in politics. This time the emperor wants to recruit you as his consort. In fact, he also wants to win over our Lingxiao sect. I just came to test him, and I will definitely not agree. Now, you directly stand for the eldest princess in front of so many people, not to mention what other sects think. The emperor he is afraid that he will immediately sentence you to death in his heart. Luo Qingzhou asked in confusion, Master, aren't the eldest princess and the emperor siblings? If I support the eldest princess, isn't that supporting the emperor? Fairy Zixia rolled her eyes at him and said, Pretend? Keep pretending. Luo Qingzhou. Linghu Qingzhu on the side said coldly, I know. The sect master knows it. Luo Qingzhou immediately looked at her and said, Uncle Master, you betrayed me. Linghu Qingzhu said with a cold face, what you did was too much. Some things may endanger the safety of our Lingxiao sect. I must tell the sect master. Fairy Zixia sighed and said in a faint tone, Fei Yang, it seems that you and Qingzhu are a family. Although you and I are master and apprentice, our relationship is not strong. Then she sighed again. I don't know whether it is a good thing or a disaster to accept you as a disciple. You have only been here for a few days, and you have caused so many troubles. You are also going to sell our Lingxiao sect to the eldest princess. To be honest, I am a little panicked. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly said, Master, misunderstanding. This is my personal behavior, and has nothing to do with Lingxiao sect. As for what I said on the martial arts stage just now, I couldn't help but say it because the other party was too arrogant and disrespectful to the princess. While the two were talking, the elder Wu Yuzi hurried over and reported, Master, Jinshan Temple, Qingyun Temple, Xianyan Pavilion and Huashan sect have all sent people to invite you to discuss things. Fairy Zixia smiled bitterly and said, Fei Yang, you saw that they came to ask for punishment. How can I defend you? Luo Qingzhou said, Master, I will explain it myself. Fairy Zixia pondered for a moment and said, Forget it. You'd better not go. I'll go with a few elders. You and Qingzhu stay here and wait for us to come back. After that, she hurried away with Wu Yuzi. The back garden was quiet. At this time, the sunset had set and the night was quietly shrouded. Luo Qingzhou looked at Linghu Qingzhu next to him and said, Uncle Master, did you tell the sect master about my other identity? Linghu Qingzhu turned his head and said lightly, The sect master guessed it himself, and it has nothing to do with me. Luo Qingzhou stared at her profile for a while, and suddenly walked closer to her. Linghu Qingzhu immediately turned around, took a step back, looked at him vigilantly and said, What are you going to do? I didn't say anything. Luo Qingzhou looked strange and said, Uncle Master, are you afraid of me? Linghu Qingzhu's face immediately turned cold, staring at him and said, Why should I be afraid of you? You are afraid of me, right? When Luo Qingzhou was about to tease her again, a familiar voice suddenly came from the front. Is anyone there? Yu Ying's voice. Linghu Qingzhu immediately turned around and went to the front yard. Luo Qingzhou followed behind. Yu Ying, dressed in black, holding a sword in her hand, stood under the big tree in the front yard, looking at the two of them. Linghu Qingzhu glanced at her and asked, What's up? Yu Ying looked cold and said, I'm here on the orders of the princess to invite Master Chu to come over and have a few words. Linghu Qingzhu said indifferently, It's getting late. I won't go. Yu Ying said, Master Linghu, don't worry. His Highness asked Master Chu to come over just to express her gratitude in person. Linghu Qingzhu still said coldly, I won't go. Yu Ying looked at the young man behind her. Luo Qingzhou said, Uncle Master, I'll go then. How can I not go if the princess invites me? Don't worry. I'll be back soon. Linghu Qingzhu paused and said, Then I'll go with you. Luo Qingzhou looked at Yu Ying and said, Is it okay? Yu Ying said expressionlessly, Yes. After that, she turned around and walked in front. The two followed silently behind. The palace maids and eunuchs shuttled back and forth along the way, glanced at the three people, and did not speak. Luo Qingzhou was thinking about something secretly. Tonight is just the opportunity to explore the palace at night, test the hidden masters in the palace, and prepare for the thunder strike at that time. When passing Chongming Palace, he suddenly saw his eldest brother Qin Lang standing alone at the door, with his head down, his expression dazed, and he didn't know what he was thinking. Chapter 676 Righteousness. Qin Lang looked up when he heard footsteps. Luo Qingzhou glanced at him and passed by him without saying anything. Just after taking a few steps, Qin Lang suddenly turned around and said, Stop. Luo Qingzhou stopped. Linghu Qingzhu, who was beside him, also stopped. Yu Ying, who was walking in front, turned around. Qin Lang ignored the others and looked at Luo Qingzhou's back, saying, Chu Fei Yang. Right? Luo Qingzhou turned his head and looked at him and said, Something? Qin Lang looked at him with complicated eyes and said, "This is the first time we meet. But I have heard of you for a long time." Luo Qingzhou looked at him and said nothing. Qin Lang bowed his hands and said, "My name is Qin Lang, the eldest son of the Qin family, and the current commander of the Jinui. First of all, I want to thank you for saving my mother." Luo Qingzhou said lightly, "It's just a small favor." Qin Lang said again, "However, private is private, and public is public. I have been investigating the case of the extermination of the Earl of Zhongwu's mansion and the murder of the Jinui. So I want to find your cooperation." Luo Qingzhou said, "Has Lord Qin told His Majesty about this matter?" Qin Lang was silent for a while, and said, "His Majesty asked me to suspend the investigation." Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, "Since His Majesty has said so, what is Lord Qin still insisting on?" Qin Lang looked at him and said calmly, "I was just a student in Lunghu College, an ordinary person among so many people, and I was at a loss about my future. That day, His Majesty suddenly summoned me and gave me the position of Jinui commander, asking me to investigate the case of Zhongwu Bo's mansion and the murder of Jinui. I am the eldest son of the Qin family. Since I was born, I have been responsible for revitalizing the family and reviving the glory of my ancestors. Therefore, I cherish this opportunity and am very grateful. I want to encourage His Majesty to give me this opportunity at this point." He lowered his head slightly and said, "Although His Majesty has asked me to give up now, this is my first case. Even if I can't close the case, even if I can't do anything to the murderer, I still want to find out. I want to prove myself. I want to be responsible to His Majesty. And I also have to be responsible to myself." Luo Qingzhou looked at him with complicated eyes and said, "Don't you think you are stupid?" Qin Lang showed a bitter look on his face, looking at him and said, "Of course I can't compare with you, Brother Chu." At this point, he looked at him. Lenghu Qingzhu, who was standing next to him, glanced at Yuying in front of him and said with a bow, "Brother Chu, I won't bother you anymore. Go and get busy. I just finally met you today, so I have something to say. I also want to tell you that I will never give up on this case." Luo Qingzhou nodded, was silent for a while, and said, after the Taikon feast, "You can go to Lingxiao sect. At that time, I can cooperate with you in the investigation." Qin Lang's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he immediately bowed and said, "Thank you, Brother Chu." Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else and continued to walk forward. Linghu Qingzhu followed beside him, silently, turning his head from time to peek at his face. When they were about to reach the princess's Yahua palace, she couldn't help but whispered, "Is that your eldest brother?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Yes." Linghu Qingzhu whispered, "You want to tell him the truth?" Luo Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, "Maybe." Linghu Qingzhu saw that he seemed to be in a bad mood, so he didn't dare to ask more questions. Yuying led the two into the palace, walked through the corridor, and came to the study room at the back. In the study room, there were lights, a warm stove, and incense. In front of the desk, the eldest princess in a fiery red dress was sitting there, quietly reading the book in her hand. Yuying said at the door, "Your Highness, Mr. Chu is here." Nandong Huiyue's voice sounded faintly, "Let him in." Yuying looked at the young man behind her, and then looked at Linghu Qingzhu next to her, and said, "Your Highness, let Mr. Chu go in alone." Linghu Qingzhu wanted to speak, but Luo Qingzhou touched her little hand in her sleeve and whispered, "Uncle Master, wait for me outside." Linghu Qingzhu shrank her hand and said nothing more. Luo Qingzhou took off his shoes at the door, pushed aside the beaded curtain, and walked in with his head down. After walking a few steps, he suddenly raised his head again, and looked confidently at the girl in the red dress sitting behind the table. At this time, Nandong Huiyue was also looking at him. Luo Qingzhou walked closer and bowed, saying, "I wonder what your highness wants me to do." Nandong Huiyue looked at him quietly again, and then said calmly, "Thank you for today's matter." Luo Qingzhou said, "It's my duty." Nandong Huiyue looked at him and said, "Why is it my duty?" Luo Qingzhou said, "Your highness is the goddess of my great yin, and is loved by all the people of my great yin. How can I allow those barbaric people to be presumptuous and humiliate you in public?" Nandong Huiyue looked at him a few more times, picked up the teapot, poured a cup of tea, pushed it in front of him, and asked, "Are you really not coming to the banquet this time for me?" Luo Qingzhou said, "No." Nandong Huiyue smiled faintly, took a sip of the teacup in front of her, and said, I thought you had already discussed it with him. And it was just a show. Luo Qingzhou asked. Who is he? His Majesty? Nandong Huiyue did not answer, and looked at him again, saying, to be honest, I don't quite understand your behavior during the day. Do you really have no other purpose for doing that? Or, do you need my help with anything? Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, I have no other purpose. And there is nothing I need your help with. Nandong Huiyue raised an eyebrow. What about Meiju? Luo Qingzhou looked at her and met her eyes. Nandong Huiyue said, as far as I know, you have a good relationship with Nangong Meiju of the Southern Kingdom Prince's mansion. However, I heard from my mother that this time, they have decided to marry her off as a tool for marriage. Maybe she will marry the eldest disciple of Huashan sect. Or maybe she will marry her to Lulan Kingdom. Luo Qingzhou was silent, and did not speak. Nandong Huiyue looked at him and said, since I know about your relationship with her, His Majesty and the Queen Mother naturally know it too. However, they did not choose you. And they are going to make this decision in front of you. Have you ever thought about the reason? Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, please explain. Your Highness. Nandong Huiyue paused for a while and said, I remember that your Lingxiao sect and Huashan sect have a feud. Right? So if they want to win over one of them, they must offend the other from the current situation. They seem to have already decided. Perhaps, they have already contacted the top leaders of your Lingxiao sect. But you have already rejected it. However, before today, they seem to still have some hope. Until you went on the martial arts stage and said those words at that moment. They may have completely given up on you. Luo Qingzhou said, Your Highness. Did you ask me to come here just to tell me this? Nandong Huiyue was silent for a moment. Looked at him and said, You have no other choice. So I want to ask, are you willing to join my camp? Luo Qingzhou said with a puzzled look on his face, Your Highness. I don't quite understand what you mean. What camp are you in? Nandong Huiyue smiled faintly and said, You are just a direct disciple now. It is indeed difficult for me to tell you these things now. But your cultivation is very good. If you can follow me, you will definitely achieve great things. Luo Qingzhou bowed and said, I am devoted to cultivation and have no other ideas. Nandong Huiyue nodded and said, Okay. Let's not talk about this. It's getting late. Mr. Chu should go back and rest first. There may be competitions to participate in tomorrow. Luo Qingzhou bowed and left. Nandong Huiyue looked at his back, with a light in her eyes. After the two of them left, she said to the outside, Yuing, can you see his true strength? Yuing's cold voice came from outside the door. I can't see it. Nandong Huiyue frowned slightly, revealing a solemn look between her eyebrows. And sighed, the foundation of the 5 major sects is already extraordinary. And there are more and more talents in recent years. I am afraid that at that time, it will really threaten the court so. His idea of winning them over, or weakening them is right. However, this trick is too stupid. On the road outside Yelhua Palace, Luo Qingzhou and Linghu Qingzhu were walking towards their residence. Occasionally, there were palace guards passing by, and they just glanced at them, and didn't ask much. Linghu Qingzhu had been holding back all the way, but he couldn't help it after all, and asked, What did the princess say to you? Luo Qingzhou said, Thank you for what happened during the day. And she thought I was good and wanted me to get along with her. Linghu Qingzhu looked at him and said, How did you answer? Luo Qingzhou said, Of course I refused. I'm getting along so well with my uncle now. How could I change people? Linghu Qingzhu rolled his eyes at him and said, Didn't you flatter him so much on the martial arts stage during the day? Luo Qingzhou changed the subject and said, Uncle, do you think that our Lingxiao sect will never take sides in the future? What if other sects take sides first? Linghu Qingzhu was silent for a while, and said, This matter is not something you and I can worry about. And you don't have to think too much about it. Be careful when you speak and act outside in the future. And don't give others a handle. Luo Qingzhou was about to speak when he suddenly saw a figure kneeling outside the Chongming Palace in front of him. Motionless. The cold night wind blew, and the fallen leaves on the ground swirled. Inside the gate, the lights were still bright, and there were sounds of singing and dancing, and the sound of toasting and drinking. Outside the gate, it was pitch black, and the figure was kneeling there alone, looking cold and desolate. Linghu Qingzhu also looked over. The two walked to the big tree next to them, and looked at the person kneeling on the ground. Qin Lang's face had 2 bloody whip marks, and one whip mark passed through the corner of his eye, looking particularly hideous. The clothes on his back had been torn, revealing his back full of whip marks and bloody flesh. He knelt there with his head down, motionless, and no other emotions could be seen on his face. Luo Qingzhou stood in the shadow of the big tree next to him, looking through the gate of Chongming Palace, looking at the bustle inside, listening to the music inside, and no other emotions were visible on his face. Squeak! At this time, the door opened, and a short man in Jinui uniform walked out. As soon as he came out, he sneered, "Qin Lang, you still have the face to kneel here and beg His Majesty for mercy? You let those prisoners go privately, betrayed His Majesty's trust in you, and you should die to apologize. If His Majesty was not receiving foreign guests today and didn't want to dirty his hands, you would have been beaten to death." Qin Lang looked up at him and said, "What crime did my Qin family commit? You said they were prisoners. Do you have evidence?" The Jinui man sneered, said, "If they didn't commit any crime, why did they flee with their families overnight? It's obvious that they are guilty and eager to escape. Qin Lang, His Majesty has been very kind to you. It's okay that you don't kill your relatives for justice. But you actually broke the law and deliberately let those criminals go. You are so bold. His Majesty has just issued an order that your Jinui commander has been stripped. Now I, Zhang Pei, and the real Jinui commander, kneel down first, and wait for me to catch all the prisoners of your Qin family and put them in the cell, and then come to settle accounts with you." After saying that, he left quickly. Qin Lang knelt on the ground, slowly clenched his fists, and looked inside through the crack of the door. Luo Qingzhou suddenly walked out from the shadow of the tree and said, "Lord Qin, I want to ask you a question. In your heart, do you think your family is more important or your king is more important?" Qin Lang lowered his head slightly and did not answer. Luo Qingzhou said, "What if June is wrong? What if June never really treats you as a person? In this case, do you think your family who loves you and gives you warmth is more important? Or do you think June who treats you as a tool is more important?" Qin Lang raised his head, looked at him and said, "You are a member of the sect. If one day, your sect is at the moment of life and death, and your master is also on the verge of life and death, and on the other side is your family, what will you do?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I will save my family first without hesitation." Qin Lang said, "You are a martial artist. Do you know what righteousness is?" Luo Qingzhou said, "If a person can't even protect his own family, and can even give up his most beloved family, then he is not worthy of being a human being. If he is not even worthy of being a human being, what qualifications do he have to talk about righteousness?" Qin Lang paused and said, "If I am not wrong, when you first entered the sect, you should have sworn in the ancestral hall of your ancestors, swearing to be loyal to the sect and swearing to sacrifice everything for the sect. Right?" Luo Qingzhou said calmly, "Yes, I did swear. But so what? I swore to enter the sect to practice, and I practice to protect my family. If I can't protect my family, why should I go into practice? Why should I swear? I can do anything for the sect, but it doesn't include sacrificing my family." Qin Lang looked at him in shock, and still said stubbornly, "But you swore." Luo Qingzhou sneered, "What a bullshit oath. I swear every day. I swear hundreds of thousands of oaths, even if I can't do it. So what? Others call me ungrateful, a bad person, and I don't talk about morality. So what? I am happy. My family is happy. That's enough. You, Sir Qin, that's not some bullshit righteousness. It's completely selfish and shameless. Wanting to use your family to fulfill your reputation. This is not selfish and shameless. What is this?" Of course, from what that person said just now, it can be seen that Sir Qin is not hopeless. "Sir Qin, you should just sit here and think about it." Luo Qingzhou heard footsteps coming from inside, and without saying anything more to him, he left with Linghu Qingzhu immediately. Qin Lang looked at his back, his mind full of his shameless and scoundrel words just floating around. "Chu Feiyang, I will tell the sect master and the great grandmaster what you said just now," Linghu Qingzhu said coldly on the way. Luo Qingzhou said indifferently, "Whatever you want." Then he said, "Master, go ahead and backstab me. But when master needs me to backstab you, don't blame me for ignoring you." Linghu Qingzhu turned his head and looked at him and said, "What are you talking about?" Luo Qingzhou was about to speak. Looking at the intersection ahead, a familiar figure stood there, looking at the two of them with a cold face. Chapter 677 Sister You, with my ex-husband. The air suddenly became quiet. Even the whimpering of the wind disappeared. At the intersection, the beautiful and cold face was covered with moonlight or frost. Luo Qingzhou subconsciously distanced himself from Linghu Qingzhu, Princess, why are you here? He walked over quickly. Nandong Meijio's eyes were on the woman in green behind him. Linghu Qingju walked up to her and passed by her. He said indifferently, come back early. Don't be too late. After that, he left alone. After she walked away, Luo Qingzhou was about to speak. But Nandong Meiju grabbed his vital point, gritted her teeth, and imitated Linghu Qingju's tone just now, go back early to sleep with me. Don't be too late. Luo Qingzhou. Princess, you misunderstood. Uncle Master didn't mean that. Nandong Meijio had a cold face and said to him, let's go. Luo Qingzhou's body was stiff. His movements were strange. And he walked with her honestly, saying, where are we going? Nandong Meijio did not answer, but led him into a round door, and then through a long corridor to a garden. In the garden, the moonlight was cold and quiet. The grass and trees were lush. There were rockery and flowing water, waterside pavilions and terraces, and the scenery was beautiful. Nandong Meiju took him into the attic in the water, then let him go and said, my father said that you have offended His Majesty today. You and your Qin family are finished. He asked me to stay away from you in the future to avoid getting into trouble. Luo Qingzhou said calmly. Why didn't the princess listen? Nandong Meiju raised her pretty face slightly. Her clear and beautiful eyes reflected the moonlight outside the window. And she said, Lil Meiju only listens to Brother Feiyong. Luo Qingzhou stared at her eyes for a while, stretched out his hand, and gently stroked her delicate face. Nandong Meiju lowered her eyelashes, leaned gently in his arms, and whispered, Meiju is scared. Luo Qingzhou held her in his arms, gently stroked her hair, and comforted her softly. Don't be afraid. I will be fine. I said, I want to marry you, and I want to play in the water with you and Wei Mo. So, I will definitely try my best to survive. Nandong Meiju hugged him tightly and whispered, if you can really survive, I will help you trick Shui over. Let her serve you with me. Luo Qingzhou said, really? As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his waist, and he gasped in pain. Fake. Nandong Meiju suddenly gritted her teeth and twisted his flesh hard. Luo Qingzhou endured the pain and did not dare to say anything. In fact, he really had no interest in the Princess of Snow clothes. Not only was he not interested, but he was particularly disgusted. Every time they met, the girl would pester him to change the ending of the story of the stone. Sometimes he wanted to block her mouth with something. He couldn't avoid such a girl, so how could he dare to keep her by his side? Nandong Meiju let out a breath for a while, then let go of him and said, where are Weima and the others? Luo Qingzhou said, I have asked them to leave the city first. Nandong Meiju said, are you ready to go all out? Luo Qingzhou said, of course. It's either him or me. Things have come to this point, and I can't retreat anymore. How can I help? Princess, you just stay here. I don't want to implicate your Nangua County Prince's mansion. Even if I succeed, my crime is unforgivable. Whoever touches me will be unlucky. But I just want to touch you. I think about you every day and night. All the time. Princess, call me Meiju. Meiju? Brother Feiyong? I want to bite you. Don't. I'm afraid of pain. Awoo. The garden was quiet. Not long after, Nandong Shui's voice suddenly came from the round door not far away. Meiju. Where are you? Mother asked me to find you. Come out quickly. Luo Qingzhou leaned on the windowsill with both hands and looked outside. Soon he saw a figure holding a lantern and two maids walking in from the round door. Mei Jiao. Come out. I know who you are with. Humph. It's so late. Do you have any shame? Nandong Shui shouted, while searching carefully in the garden. Luo Qingzhou hurriedly whispered, Princess, go out quickly when Nandong Meiju squatted under the windowsill without speaking. At this time, Nandong Shui, holding a lantern, led two maids, walked around the rockery, and walked towards the waterside pavilion. Mei Jiao. Mei Jiao. Nandong Shui shouted softly, while walking towards the attic. Then he said, Humph. There must be someone hiding in the house. Right. After saying that, he pushed open the door and walked into the attic. The room was dark, and it seemed that there was no one. Nandong Shui held a lantern, stood at the door for a while, listened for a while, and saw that there was nothing unusual in the room. So she retreated and muttered, Isn't it here? She took the two maids and searched for a while in the back, and then left the garden. The garden was quiet again. After an unknown amount of time, a disgusted voice suddenly sounded in the house. Ugh! Damn! So much. Pft, pft. There is indeed a lot of dust. Who told you to hide here? Soon, two figures sneaked out of the attic, then separated at the garden gate and went back to their own homes. When Luo Qingzhou returned to his residence, Fairy Zixia and the elders had not returned yet. Linghu Qingzhu was standing alone in the pavilion in the back garden, holding a jade flute, and was sobbing and playing a song. Luo Qingzhou followed the sound and came to the back garden. He listened quietly for a while. When she stopped, he praised, "Uncle Master, you play really well." Linghu Qingzhu looked at him and said coldly, "What did you do?" Luo Qingzhou shrugged and said, "We just talked for a while. What can we do in such a short time in the palace?" Linghu Qingzhu looked at him coldly for a while, put away the jade flute, left the pavilion, and said lightly, "Go to bed early. You have to get up early tomorrow." After that, he left the garden. When she reached the door, she suddenly turned her head and looked at him and said, "She tied the belt for you. It's crooked." After that, she left coldly. Luo Qingzhou was stunned for a moment, looked down, and suddenly froze. Back to the room. He lay on the bed, quietly waiting for the arrival of the night. "I hope to explore the palace tonight smoothly." According to the princess, the most powerful eunuch in the palace should be the old eunuch named Li Zhong. Many years ago, he was already in the late stage of the great martial artist. Now I am afraid that his cultivation is even higher. Where does the old eunuch usually live? It is impossible for him to be inseparable from the emperor. Right? In addition to him, are there other powerful masters? These are the secrets of the palace. No one will tell him except for his own exploration. As for the eldest princess, she should have never thought of killing that person. Right? So he has to do it himself. There are many guests staying in the palace tonight. For him, this is a good opportunity. If you miss this opportunity, it will be difficult to find another opportunity to explore in the future. I will use the possession technique later to explore the surrounding formations and the defense situation in various places. He lay on the bed and thought for a while, and suddenly remembered the newly appointed Jinui commander. The other party seemed to have taken people to arrest the Qin family overnight. Thinking of this, he immediately took out the message and sent a message to Longer, asking her to help watch carefully. Longer quickly replied, "Don't worry. Sir, Longer has been guarding here. If those bad guys dare to come, Longer promises to make them all buried at the bottom of the river, and no one can leave." Luo Qingzhou asked about the family again. "Are they okay? You didn't say anything nonsense, did you?" Longer replied, "Everyone is fine. They like the house chosen by the Sir. They started to clean up the house and put furniture in it as soon as they came in the afternoon." Longer didn't say anything nonsense, just said that they are the sisters of the Sir's friend. "By the way, Sir, are those sisters your wives? One is so gentle, and the other is so cold. At the same time, the river surface is misty, the smoke is hazy, the moonlight is cold, and the waves are sparkling. A small boat floats quietly on the river surface. Long hair, wearing a sparkling green dress and a pair of white and slender jade feet, was sitting on the edge of the boat sending messages. Next to her, a moon-white figure stood quietly. "Sister, is it okay to send like this?" Before sending, she would first pass the message in her hand to the moon-white figure beside her to take a look. The halo on the moon-white figure had disappeared, and under the cold moonlight, the beautiful and flawless cold face was revealed. At this time, the message came back. Long Hair took a look first, then passed the message to her and let her see it. The moon-white figure glanced at it lightly. "Young master, the gentle one is my wife. The cold one is not." Long Hair let her finish reading, and immediately replied, "Young master, why is the cold one not? The cold one is so beautiful. Long Hair thinks she is the most beautiful in the world. Why don't you take the opportunity to marry her as well? Isn't it good to have both sisters? Sister, is it okay for me to send it like this?" She turned around and asked. The white figure looked at the dark night in the distance, with a cold expression. Without saying a word, Long Hair immediately clicked send. Soon, the message came back. The white figure looked down. "Young master, she is so cold. What's good about it? Sleeping together in winter is like hugging a piece of ice. She doesn't react at all when you are intimate with her. What's the use of being beautiful?" Long Hair's mouth twitched a few times, and he didn't dare to speak again. He quickly replied, "Sir, Long Hair thinks she is pretty good." The message came back quickly. "Then you can live with her." Long Hair. After Luo Qingzhou replied to her, he thought about it and sent another message to Sister Yu. Sister Yu, what are you doing? Are you going out tonight? I have something tonight, and can't see you. After waiting for a long time, the other party didn't reply. Luo Qingzhou felt empty in his heart and sent another message. Sister Yu, I have to do something big tonight, which may be dangerous. Can you reply to me? After a long time, the message finally came back. Sister Yu, oh. Although there was only one word. Luo Qingzhou was very happy and quickly replied, Sister Yu, what are you doing? Are you busy? This time, the other party replied quickly, I'm very busy. With my ex-husband? Luo Qingzhou. He stared at the message blankly, stunned for a while, and replied, oh. After a pause, he replied again, no wonder Sister Yu ignored me. The other party did not reply again. Luo Qingzhou looked at the jade in his hand, and waited for a long time in despair, and then sent another message to Long Air. Long Air, do you think Sister Yu will reconcile with her ex-husband? Long Air, if Sister's ex-husband treats Sister well again and begs Sister again, maybe there is a good chance. Luo Qingzhou, really? Long Air, young master. There is not much time left for you. You have to work hard. Luo Qingzhou did not reply again. He looked at the jade in his hand and hesitated for a long time. When he was about to send a message to Sister Yu again, his expression suddenly moved and he looked at the window. A wisp of green smoke floated into the room silently through the gap in the window. He suddenly smelled a flower scent. A flower scent that seemed familiar. Drug? He suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart, and immediately put away the message, closed his eyes, and lay down. Chapter 678 I'm not feeling well. Squeak. After a while, the window was quietly pushed open. Then, a figure appeared outside the window like a ghost. Looking at the room silently, Luo Qingzhou held his breath and closed his eyes. The moonlight fell on the windowsill, and the figure outside the window stood outside for a long time, as if he was still struggling and hesitating in his heart. For a long time, she flashed and entered the room. Then, she closed the window. She walked silently to the bed, stood quietly for a long time, and suddenly said, You are awake, right? The person on the bed was silent and motionless. She suddenly took out a bamboo tube and blew a puff of green smoke directly into his nose, and then said, Then I will assume you are asleep. After doing this, she waited for a while, then took off the wooden hairpin on her head, untied her long hair, got on the bed, and got into the quilt. The room was quiet. The two lay together, both motionless and silent. After a while, Luo Qingzhou finally couldn't help but open his eyes, turned his head to look at her and said, Why don't you take off your clothes? Linghu Qingzhou also looked at him sideways and said, Why do you want to take off your clothes? Luo Qingzhou said, Don't you take off your clothes when you sleep? Linghu Qingzhou said, No. Luo Qingzhou hesitated and said, Then why are you here? Linghu Qingzhou said calmly, It's cold sleeping alone, so I borrow your body to warm it up. Isn't it okay? Luo Qingzhou said, Then what do you mean by using the drug on me just now? Linghu Qingzhou said, No meaning. I just felt that it's not good to come in directly, so I want to add an extra step. Luo Qingzhou. The room fell into silence again. After a while, Luo Qingzhou asked, Have the master and the elders returned? Linghu Qingzhou looked at the roof quietly and said, Yes. Luo Qingzhou said, What did they say? Did other sects cause us trouble? Linghu Qingzhou seemed a little impatient and said, Go ask them. Luo Qingzhou closed his eyes and said, Okay, I'll ask tomorrow. Go to sleep. I'm sleepy. Linghu Qingzhou didn't say anything else. The room was quiet for a while, and Linghu Qingzhou suddenly turned around and hugged him. Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes and said, What are you doing? Linghu Qingzhou said, Cold. Luo Qingzhou didn't say anything else. After a while, Linghu Qingzhou suddenly put his hand into his clothes again. Luo Qingzhou opened his eyes again and said, What are you doing again? Linghu Qingzhou said, Cover your hand. Luo Qingzhou looked into her eyes for a while, and closed his eyes again. After another moment, he suddenly covered his chest and said, Why are you pinching me? Linghu Qingzhou blinked and said, I feel uncomfortable. Luo Qingzhou said, Where do you feel uncomfortable? Linghu Qingzhou said, I'm wearing too much, and I can't sleep well. Luo Qingzhou was speechless and said, Then take off your clothes. Linghu Qingzhou said, I'm your uncle. How can I take off my clothes in front of you? Help me take them off. Luo Qingzhou, hurry up. Oh, Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to complain. He turned around, untied the belt around her waist, helped her take off her coat, and threw it directly on the ground. Uncle, you don't need to take off your underwear. It's quite cold. Whatever you want. Then go to sleep, his uncle. Why are you pinching me again? I don't feel well. What's wrong? It's uncomfortable to wrap myself. Outside the window. The night is getting darker. Chongming Palace finally quieted down. The lanterns were quietly taken down. And the palace maids and eunuchs were still busy packing things. After having a good meal, the VIPs returned to their residences to rest. Outside the palace gate, Qin Lang still lowered his head, kneeling alone in the cold night. Suddenly, a sound of footsteps came in front of him. Then, a sharp voice sounded in his ears, Master Qin. His Majesty summons you to the study. Qin Lang raised his head, and saw that it was the young eunuch Li Gui. Li Gui turned around with a half-smile on his face, and walked in front. Qin Lang immediately got up and followed. In the study, Nan Dongyang, who had changed into bright yellow plain clothes, was sitting at the desk flipping through books. Soon, Li Gui's voice sounded outside, Your Majesty. Lord Qin is here. Nan Dongyang said lightly, Let him in. Qin Lang lowered his head, entered the study, and said respectfully, I am Qin Lang, the commoner, and I pay my respects to your Majesty. Nan Dongyang put down the book in his hand, looked at him and said, Qin Lang, you have worked hard for so many years. Don't you want to inherit the will of your Qin ancestors? Serve the country, share the worries of the king, and bring glory to your Qin family? Now I have given you the opportunity. Why don't you cherish it? Qin Lang knelt on the ground. His forehead said, I know I am guilty. Please blame your Majesty. Nan Dongyang stared at him for a while and said, Your crime is not letting your family go. But you don't trust me. You have failed my expectations and trust in you. I have always had high hopes for you, and have been very kind to your son-in-law. But how did you repay me? Didn't I forgive you when your Qin family did so many wrong things? In the end, your brother-in-law actually disobeyed me in front of so many foreign guests, and the 5 major sects, and humiliated me at this point. He sighed and said, Even so, I blamed him in my heart, but not out loud. Men of letters are sometimes a little arrogant. I understand. What I want is to have a good talk with him after the banquet. Let him study hard at home, and pass the imperial examination next year to work for me. Who would have thought that he would take his whole family away as soon as he left the palace? And you, Qin Lang, saw it, but did not stop them. But let them leave. Do you think I am narrow-minded? We'll hate him, and we'll settle accounts with your Qin family? Nan Dongyang smiled bitterly and said, You underestimate me too much. How could the talent I favor be abandoned because of? Hold a grudge against him for a small matter? I am the emperor, the son of heaven of great Yin. If I have such a narrow mind, how can I govern the country in the future? Who will dare to work for me in the future? At this point, he looked at Qin Lang, who was kneeling on the ground, and said, So, you think too much. You misunderstood me. I heard about this before, and I was really angry and furious. The main reason was that I felt that you did not trust me, and that you disappointed me too much. So I got angry and beat you. So I made a harsh statement, and asked Zhang Pei to catch them back, but I've calmed down now. Qin Lang, I won't be angry about what happened today anymore. Go and call them back. Let your brother-in-law study hard at home. With his talent, he will definitely pass the imperial examination next spring. When the palace examination comes, I can't guarantee that he will be the top scorer, but he will definitely be the 2nd or 3rd place. You know that I cherish talents very much. I admire his talent and your loyalty. If they leave like this and don't come back, how do you want others to see me? People will secretly scold me for being a tyrant who can't tolerate talents. And the Queen Mother. The Queen Mother likes your brother-in-law very much. I haven't told her about this yet. If she knew that I scared your family away, think about it. Would the Queen Mother blame me? Would she point at my nose and call me a tyrant? So, Qin Lang, go. Find them all and explain this to them. I have forgiven him, and will never pursue what happened during the day. The Taikong feast will be in 2 days, and the Queen Mother and those foreign guests may have to see him. If he doesn't come back, I really don't know how to explain to them. Nan Dongyang finished speaking, and looked at the person kneeling on the ground calmly. Qin Lang paused on the ground, then stood up and said passionately, Your Majesty's great kindness. Qin Lang will never forget it. Qin Lang is willing to go through fire and water for your Majesty and to Yin, and will not refuse to die. Nan Dongyang nodded and smiled. Okay. Your words are enough. Qin Lang, Go. Find them back, and comfort them. Yes, Your Majesty. Qin Lang immediately agreed and bowed his head and retreated. Squeak. After the door was closed, and the footsteps gradually faded away, the smile on Nangang Yang's face gradually faded. Xianqing. Follow him with your soul. When you find those people, immediately send out the masters of your Zijin temple to bring them all back. No one can be left behind. There was a sinister cold light in his eyes, and he gritted his teeth and said, I will cut off all the flesh of his family members in front of that son-in-law. As for his wife, I will refine her into a corpse slave, and then imprison his soul, so that he can open his eyes and watch her live like a dog every day. I will make him live a life worse than death. Outside the palace, the lights were dim. The bustling night market gradually became deserted. There were very few pedestrians on the street. Qin Lang left the palace and stood on the street for a while, before walking to the Qin family's clothing store. The door of the store had been closed for a long time, and various clothes were still placed inside. But there was no one. Qin Lang stood at the door for a long time before walking towards the outer city in the cold wind. At the same time, in a house by the Yungu River, the Qin family had already fallen asleep in their new house, with hope for their future life. The wind outside was biting cold, but the house was quiet and warm. On the small boat in the middle of the river, a moon-white figure was standing there quietly, bathing in the white moonlight, looking at the sparkling water, wondering what she was thinking. A black shadow was swimming under the water, raising its head from time to peek at her. That beautiful and flawless face was reflected beautifully and hazily in the river. Even the moon in the sky was eclipsed at this moment. She held a piece of jade in her hand, and a name appeared on the surface of the jade. Xia. She seemed to want to send a message to the other party, but in the end, she didn't send anything. The night was silent, and occasionally a night bird flew through the forest, making a strange cry, which sounded particularly creepy. In the palace, a house, someone held a snow-white jade rabbit, closed his eyes, and then his soul left his body and flew to the roof. Chapter 679, Masters in the Palace. Secrets underground. On the roof, the cold moon is clear. Looking around, the entire palace is hidden in a thin layer of smoke, looming. At the same time, there is a red round bead on the top of each palace, flashing a cold luster in the moonlight. Those round beads are far away from each other, arranged in a strange pattern, which seems to correspond to the stars in the sky and the location of the house. As soon as Luo Qingzhou's soul flew to the roof, he felt a piercing chill. The wind suddenly blew around, and the smoke lingering around the attic of each house began to rise rapidly, like a living creature. Luo Qingzhou clearly felt that there were many soul auras approaching here. He did not dare to hesitate, and immediately penetrated the roof again, returned to the room, and quickly returned to his soul. The formation of the palace against the soul was obviously more powerful and strict than he imagined. Even in this remote corner, as soon as the soul went out, it was sensed by the formations everywhere, and there were obviously many soul masters stationed in the palace. This was difficult. The soul couldn't go out to check, so it seemed that only the physical body could go out. There were souls flying back and forth on the roof, obviously looking for the abnormality that had just appeared. After a long time, it was quiet outside. Luo Qingzhou took his hand back from the towering building beside him and whispered, "Uncle Master, are you asleep?" No one responded. Luo Qingzhou was about to get up when she suddenly said, "This is the Imperial Palace, and there are masters everywhere. You just left your body, and you have alerted the guards. What else do you want to do?" Luo Qingzhou said, "I want to go out and take a look." "What to see?" Linghu Qingzhou opened his eyes and looked at him in the dark, saying, "See the concubines in the harem? Or the eunuchs in the palace?" Luo Qingzhou said, "See the eunuchs." Linghu Qingzhou was silent for a moment, and said, "I only know that there is an old eunuch in the palace, and he may have reached the level of a master now. With your current strength, if he finds you, no one can save you." Luo Qingzhou said, "Is it the eunuch named Li Zhong?" "Uncle, besides him, are there other powerful people in the palace?" Linghu Qingzhou said, "The leader of the Imperial Guard, Yuan Zhong, is said to be at the level of a perfect great martial artist. There are also 10 great guards, all of whom are masters of the late great martial artist. But the most mysterious are the Taoists in Zijin Temple. The skills they practice are very strange and hard to guard against." Speaking of this, she stared at him with burning eyes and said, "What do you want to do?" Luo Qingzhou said calmly, "My hands are just itchy. and I want to go out and meet a master. Ling Hu Qingju stared at him for a while, suddenly grabbed his hand, put it in his bellyband, and said lightly, "Are you still itchy?" Luo Qingzhou, uncle. You are not a master. You are towering. Ling Hu Qingju said. Isn't it the same as satisfying your hand addiction? Luo Qingzhou twitched his mouth and said, It's different. I want to fight with bang bang bang. Not bang bang bang. Ling Hu Qingju stared at him for a while and said, Are you going to do something to destroy the 9 clans? Luo Qingzhou denied. No. Why would I do that kind of thing? Ling Hu Qingju narrowed his eyes and said, You and your family are homeless and in danger at any time. So, you want to solve this problem completely. Right? Luo Qingzhou said. Uncle Master, I don't understand what you are saying. Ling Hu Qingju held his hand tightly and said, Then go to sleep. I won't let you go out. Luo Qingzhou said, Uncle Master, I really have to go out for a while. This may be my only chance. Ling Hu Qingju said coldly. You? The words in her mouth stopped abruptly. Luo Qingzhou suddenly kissed her mouth, held her pride tightly, and pressed her body tightly. She struggled slightly, and then stopped moving. Not long after, her body began to soften, and she had no strength to resist. Luo Qingzhou hugged her, then pressed on her body and continued to kiss. After a long time, when her eyes were blurred and there was no strength left in her body, Luo Qingzhou suddenly got off the bed. His figure flashed, and he flew out of the window. She lay limply on the bed, staring blankly at the roof, her chest rising and falling slightly. After a while, she slowly came back to her senses and murmured, Asshole. Luo Qingzhou went out from the backyard, changed his clothes, put on a mask, changed his form, and then walked along the corner towards the emperor's bedroom. Occasionally, eunuchs, palace maids, and patrol guards passed by on the road, and he would hide in advance. When passing Chongming Palace, his elder brother was no longer there. He continued to walk forward and soon came to Qiming Palace. Outside the palace gate, there were several rows of guards guarding closely. On the roof of the palace inside, there were not only several huge red beads inlaid, but also 2 figures hidden in the eaves on both sides, observing the surroundings like eagles. Luo Qingzhou hid in the shadow under the corner of the wall, carefully observing the guards outside and inside, and found that the guards here were like an iron barrel, inside and outside the door, in the corners, in the bushes, on the corridors, and on the roof. There were people guarding in the dark. Even if a bird went in, it would be discovered immediately. It was obviously impossible to go in quietly to investigate. He suddenly looked at the corner of the ground not far away, where there was a slight sound of water. He separated a wisp of soul and attached it to the mouse. Could he sneak in? While he was thinking about the method, the palace door in front suddenly opened with a creak, and then a man in a Taoist robe holding a whisk came out, then turned right and went straight. The Taoist priest of Zijin Temple? His heart moved, and he immediately followed. In the middle of the night, the Taoist priest of Zijin Temple came out of the emperor's bedroom, and I don't know where he is going. Did he receive any orders? Luo Qingzhou followed silently, and after passing through a dark passage, the other party suddenly disappeared at the corner in front. When he walked quickly, he found that there was no one in front. At this moment, his heart suddenly jumped, and he turned around to look. The middle-aged Taoist priest holding a whisk appeared behind him silently like a ghost, staring at him coldly and said, Who is this friend? Following me in the middle of the night? Are you lost? Shua. Luo Qingzhou said nothing, threw a bunch of lime, turned around and ran. The middle-aged Taoist snorted coldly, and his figure flashed, passing the lime and chasing him. Who knew that Luo Qingzhou was not really running away? The moment he caught up, he suddenly turned around and punched him in the face with a bang. He had been accumulating power for a long time, carrying his most powerful force, and it exploded on his fist in an instant. The middle-aged Taoist was caught off guard and thought he was going to run away, but he suddenly turned around and attacked. In a hurry, he had to swing the whisk in his hand hard, turning it into a light shield to resist. However, Luo Qingzhou's punch was so powerful that it smashed the light shield in front of him with just one blow, and then smashed the protective wind and light shield around him. With a bang, it hit him heavily in the face. The middle-aged Taoist priest was originally a master of spirit and soul, but he had no time to leave his body and use other means, so he was directly hit by the sudden thunder, smashing his head and dying. Z. The golden fist light exploded, and a purple lightning appeared inside. The middle-aged Taoist priest's spirit and soul were about to escape, but were hit by lightning, and screamed miserably, and turned into ashes. The fight between the two ended almost in an instant. After Luo Qingzhou smashed his head and spirit with a punch, he turned around and rushed forward along the corner of the wall without any hesitation. However, the guards around reacted too quickly. Several figures suddenly appeared in front of him, shooting from the ground in midair, blocking his way. Luo Qingzhou had to turn into a small path next to him, and then his figure flashed and jumped into a courtyard next to him. He did not dare to stop, and continued to move forward along the shadow of the corner of the wall. He entered the garden behind and immediately used the breath-holding technique to hide in the dense flowers. Motionless. This place was too close to the scene of the incident, and he was still not out of danger. He clearly felt the breath of many warriors rushing towards the body of the middle-aged Taoist priest from all directions. I believe that in a few seconds, a master will search here. He did not dare to stay, and immediately crouched and continued to flee forward, going out from the back door of the garden, preparing to go back to his residence. But the road leading to the residence was obviously blocked. Just as he was hesitating whether to kill a few more people and force his way through, a strong wind suddenly came from behind him, and then several cold rays shot towards him. Swoosh! He immediately rose from the ground, dodged the attack behind him, and quickly swept in another direction. Swish! 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 While he was running fast, he silently sprinkled the pollen given to him by Bai Ling behind him. The speed of the person chasing behind him slowed down obviously, and at the same time, a sharp voice sounded in the silent night. The assassin is here. It was actually the voice of a eunuch. Luo Qingzhou jumped over a wall in an instant, and saw a spirit holding a flying sword hiding in the wall in front of him, preparing to attack him with the flying sword. He suddenly jumped into the air, and then punched it with a boom. The fistlight was accompanied by lightning, and instantly the spirit was beaten to ashes, and turned into nothing. He immediately fell to the ground, and continued to rush forward. There were more and more people around, and the lights in the palaces were also lit up, and shouts rang out one after another. All the guards in the palace are out. A bold idea suddenly flashed through Luo Qingzhou's mind at this moment. Should he take this opportunity to go back and go to the emperor's bedroom to kill him directly? But soon, he rejected this idea. Those masters are not fools, especially those who guard the emperor's bedroom. They will definitely not leave, and there will even be more masters gathered to guard. Swoosh! He didn't think about it anymore and rushed directly to the palace at the end. He met several guards and spirits again on the way, and they were all killed by his unexpected thunder fist and flying sword. Soon, he jumped into a dark palace. There was no light in this palace, nor was there any breath of living people. The ground was full of weeds and dust all around, like a cold palace that no one cared about. The breath of the warriors around was getting closer and closer. He suddenly saw a well in the corner of the backyard. Without any hesitation, he immediately rushed over and plunged into it. Wow! The well was very deep. He fell for a while before sinking into the water. He held his breath, collected his breath, and continued to sink down, and soon reached the bottom of the well. There was a pile of bones scattered at the bottom of the well. As he was observing carefully, he suddenly saw a dark cave on the wall next to him. It was dark and deep inside, and he didn't know where it led to. He hesitated for a moment, and got in carefully. The cave was narrow, and only allowed one person to pass through. He lay on the ground and crawled forward slowly. After an unknown period of time, the water in the cave gradually disappeared. After crawling for a while, the front finally became spacious. He stopped and leaned against the wall behind him to rest for a while. At this time, the communication treasure on his body suddenly vibrated. He took out the treasure and took a look. It was sent by Hu Qingzhou. Where are you? We are all blocked here. Don't come back. Luo Qingzhou replied, Uncle, I'm fine. I'm hiding. He put away the communication treasure and continued to crawl forward. After an unknown period of time, a ray of light suddenly came from the front. His heart moved, and he immediately slowed down and continued to move forward silently. Gradually, he saw clearly that the glowing thing in front of him was actually a layer of light curtain barrier, blocking the entire passage in front. There is a barrier here? He was suspicious and approached the barrier, looking through the light curtain and looking inside. It was hazy inside, and nothing could be seen. He tried to stretch out his finger and carefully touched the light curtain, and the light curtain immediately bounced back like a film. But it did not break. He put away his finger, took out Debao and Erbao directly from the storage ring, then held them in his arms, and hit the light curtain. Puff! With a light sound, the light curtain broke open. He passed through it easily. In front of him was a wide passage, winding forward, and it was unknown where it led to. He put Debeo and Herb out back, and then continued to move forward carefully. After walking for a long time, passing through 2 more barriers, several empty stone chambers suddenly appeared in front of him. At the same time, there were bursts of hot breath in the air. The further he walked, the hotter the breath became. Suddenly, he heard a faint groan in his ears, coming from the corner in front. He immediately slowed down his pace, his nerves tense, and walked over carefully step by step. When he came to the corner, the faint groan became clearer. A huge stone door suddenly appeared in front. The stone door was tightly closed, and not only the strange groaning sound came from inside, but also bursts of extremely hot breath. At the same time, there seemed to be a slow sound of flowing water coming from inside. Chapter 680 Monsters in the Palace. The cave was dark. In the crack of the stone door, a faint red light was flickering. The groaning inside sounded a bit painful. Luo Qingzhou stood in front of the stone door, listened carefully for a while, then reached out and pushed the stone door in front of him. But the stone door was like a wall, motionless. He hesitated for a moment and decided to separate a wisp of his soul and go in to see. But before that, his body needed to be hidden. He turned back to the previous passage, found a stone room full of stones, and hid in it. Only then did he separate a wisp of his soul and float out. The soul followed the corner of the wall and came to the huge stone door silently. The soul felt the temperature and became even hotter. At the same time, in the side of the soul, the stone room was actually full of flames and filled with a very terrible blood. If it weren't for his current soul, which had already reached the realm of distraction, he would have been burned to ashes by this terrible blood. The burning sensation on his body was within the tolerable range. He carefully passed through the stone door and floated in. His vision darkened at first, then suddenly brightened. Inside, the blood was surging into the sky. It turned out to be an extremely spacious cave. On the walls and the ground around him, there were wide blood grooves crisscrossing each other. In the blood grooves, red liquid was slowly flowing, like magma, and like boiling blood. In the middle of the cave sat a stone platform. On the stone platform, a monster covered with red scales was locked with thick iron chains. The monster looked like a snake, but not a snake. It had claws on its abdomen and wings on its neck. Its whole body was tightly bound by iron chains. One of the iron chains even passed through its body. On the stone platform below it, there were 2 deep and wide blood grooves. At this moment, a drop of blood was flowing out of its abdomen and falling into the blood grooves below. 8 huge red swords were inserted around the stone platform, and many strange patterns were engraved on the swords. At this moment, those patterns were flashing with strange light. In the corners around the cave, there were 8 other small stone platforms. On each of those stone platforms, a strange-looking monster was chained with an iron chain, and the blood was being sucked out of its body. On the stone wall above, a huge halo pattern appeared, covering the monsters below, and slowly rotating. And a painful groan came from the mouth of the snake-like monster on the stone platform in the middle. Luo Qingzou's soul floated at the door, looking at the scene in front of him with doubts, and did not dare to move forward. At this moment, the flying snake-like monster seemed to sense his presence, turned its head with difficulty, stared at him with scarlet and weak eyes, opened its mouth, and uttered a weak cry for help. "Save me!" As Luo Qingzhou was staring at its eyes, he suddenly heard footsteps coming from the corridor outside. He was startled, thinking that it would be too late to get out at this time. He quickly looked around the cave, and suddenly flew to the small stone platform in the right corner. Swoosh! His entire soul went directly into the body of the giant turtle. The turtle seemed to have fainted, and did not reject or react to his soul's possession. Boom! At this moment, the huge stone door slowly opened. Luo Qingzhou restrained his breath and carefully looked at the door through the turtle's body. 2 figures wearing red robes and red hats walked in one after the other. One tall and one short. One strong and one thin. The tall figure held a whisk in his arms, with a long black beard under his forehead, and his entire cheek was wrapped in a red hat. He walked in front, carefully observing all the monsters in the cave and the conditions of the blood tanks, nodded with satisfaction, and said hoarsely, "The formation is running normally, and it should be completed within 3 days." The shorter figure standing next to him looked at the monster on the stone platform in the middle of the cave with burning eyes, and said, "Master, I can't wait any longer. I can clearly feel that my whole body is longing for this powerful blood and power. Luo Qingzhou was shocked when he heard this voice. The tall figure smiled faintly and said, Your Majesty, you have waited for so many years. Why bother about these few days? When the Taikong feast is over, we can start. By then, Your Majesty will be reborn, possessing the blood of the most noble and powerful beast in the world, and their cultivation talent. Hee. I believe that within a few years, Your Majesty will be invincible in the world. The shorter figure looked greedily at the red liquid flowing in the blood tank, and said sharply, They all say that I have no talent for cultivation, and that I have no physique, so I can only be an ordinary emperor. Humph. I won't accept it. I want to let them see that I am the real cultivation genius. Unfortunately, my father passed away. Otherwise, I want him to see with his own eyes whether his precious daughter is better or I am better. At the end, he gritted his teeth, his eyes faintly red, and his body was full of murderous aura. The tall figure reached out his hand, patted his shoulder gently, and said, Your Majesty, that day will come soon. When the time comes, the Queen Mother, the court officials, the princess, and the people of the world will all see how powerful Your Majesty is, and will understand who is the real Prince of Heaven. The two looked at the red liquid flowing in the cave, talked for a while, and then retreated. The huge stone door slowly closed. The footsteps of the two gradually faded away. Luo Qingzhou was still hiding in the body of the turtle, holding back his breath, and not moving. Suddenly, a shadow passed through the stone door and floated in. A closer look showed that it was a wisp of the spirit of the tall Taoist priest. The spirit floated at the door, and then looked around the entire cave with a sharp gaze, and then turned around and went out and disappeared. Luo Qingzhou's heart tightened, and he still hid in the body of the turtle, not moving at all. After a long time, he finally got out carefully. Then, he slowly passed through the stone door and looked at the passage outside. The passage was dark and silent. He followed the corner of the wall and floated carefully, and found a barrier in front of him, blocking the entrance of the entire passage. He did not move forward, but turned around and floated back to the cave, looking at the slowly flowing red liquid in the cave, looking at the monsters of different appearances, and thinking about the conversation between the old Taoist priest and the emperor just now. A cold light suddenly flashed in his eyes. He immediately passed through the stone door, returned to his body, took the storage ring, and returned to the cave again. From the conversation between the two people just now, he could vaguely guess that the emperor himself had no talent for cultivation. But he was not giving up. And then he was ready to use this blood exchange method to forcibly change his physique, regardless of whether this method can succeed. Since he has seen it, he naturally wants to strangle his hope in the cradle. The iron chains tied to those monsters don't look like they are made of ordinary materials. But it doesn't matter. He has an indestructible wooden stick here. As for the formation in this cave, it should have no effect on him. He took out Debao and Erbao from the storage ring, cast the object control technique to let them hang on his body, took out the black wooden stick, and then carefully floated towards the stone platform in the middle. The 8 giant swords inserted in the corner of the stone platform should be the key to the formation. Let's destroy them first. With 2 little white rabbits hanging on him, he came to the stone platform unimpeded, then raised the black wooden stick in his hand and smashed one of the giant swords. Bang! Sparks flew, and the sword suddenly wailed and fell to the ground. But it was not broken. This movement immediately awakened the flying snake locked by the iron chain. Its scarlet eyes suddenly lit up. Bang! 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 Luo Qingzhou raised the wooden stick in his hand without any pause, and smashed the other giant swords hard. The remaining 7 giant swords all wailed and fell to the ground. At this time, the red liquid in the blood troughs on the ground and the surrounding walls suddenly stopped flowing. At the same time, the huge pattern above his head also slowly stopped rotating. Luo Qingzhou did not dare to hesitate, and raised the black wooden stick in his hand again, smashing the thick iron chain on the flying snake. Dang! 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 Sparks flew everywhere, deafening. The thick iron chain began to break inch by inch under the heavy blow of the wooden stick. The flying snake was overjoyed, and its body twisted suddenly, and the iron chain wrapped around its body suddenly turned into fragments and slid down. Luo Qingzhou held the wooden stick and flew to the stone platform in the corner again, and continued to raise the wooden stick and smash the thick iron chains. Dang! 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 Soon, the iron chains on the remaining 8 monsters were smashed into pieces. 6 of the monsters woke up, opened their eyes, and looked at the scene in the cave in confusion. The flying snake was covered with scars, but suddenly flew up, and made an excited strange cry from its mouth, as if calling other monsters. Soon, the remaining monsters also opened their eyes. The whole cave was suddenly filled with a strong demonic aura. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to stay, holding the stick in his hand. He turned around and flew through the huge stone door. At this moment, there was a loud bang. The huge stone door was suddenly shattered by the impact. Then, the flying snake rushed out of the cave with the 8 monsters. This commotion would definitely attract the powerful old Taoist priest. Luo Qingzhou didn't dare to stay, and immediately returned to his senses, and prepared to leave from the original route. At this time, the flying snake suddenly caught up with him, and threw him a red scale armor. And a human voice came out of its throat. Benefactor, please keep this dragon scale. We will repay you for saving my life in the future. After that, it took the 8 monsters, and broke through the stone wall directly, and fled in another direction. Luo Qingzhou took the dragon scale, and felt a burst of heat. He quickly put it into the storage ring, and left from the original route. When he climbed out of the dark well, he suddenly found that there was a fire outside, and the palace was in chaos. The flying snake flew in the air, and a huge red dragon shadow appeared on its body. At this time, it was spewing huge flames from its mouth, burning palaces everywhere. The other 8 monsters also used their magical powers to kill people. Boom! At this moment, a layer of golden light suddenly appeared in the entire palace, and at the same time, several beams of light shot up into the sky and shot at the monsters in the air. Despicable humans! We will come back again! The flying snake roared angrily, and took the 8 monsters away. Luo Qingzhou could imagine how furious the little emperor was at this moment. His face twisted, desperate and unwilling, and he might even spit blood out of anger. Very good. He retracted his gaze, and immediately took the opportunity to follow the dark corner of the wall, and rushed towards his residence. At this time, the palace was in chaos. Those masters went to protect the emperor and the queen mother, or to chase those monsters. Naturally, no one paid attention to him. The road was smooth. He quickly returned to his residence. Just as he rushed into the room through the window, the cold voice of Fairy Zixia suddenly came from the corridor outside. Why are you still going in? Your uncle has already put on his clothes and come out. Luo Qingzhou,